Lin Chen traversed into the Marvel universe, endowed with the extraordinary ability to perceive the cosmos. He was further linked to a system that promised abundant offspring and fortune. His primary mission was to marry and have children, while his ultimate aspiration was to attain greater strength. Chapter 1. Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, if you can awaken my grandson, I shall agree to your terms, declared the resolute old Malite, gazing intently at the Eastern man before him, Lin Chen. Jean Mosi, old Malite's cherished grandson, was in dire need of salvation. The old man was prepared to offer his own life in exchange for his grandson's recovery. Lin Chen, being of Eastern descent, had worked tirelessly to establish his respect and dignity in this new world. Now, he had become the second largest landowner, surpassed only by old Malite. Even the once proud, fallen aristocrats had to come to him, seeking his favor. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, Lin Chen's achievements stemmed from his status as a transmigrator. Indeed, he hailed from the 21st century, having entered the Marvel realm while watching a film. Armed with knowledge of the plot, Lin Chen seemed to possess a prophetic ability, allowing him to foresee certain events along the narrative's trajectory. Aligning himself with Count Ming Tuo, Lin Chen and his subordinates obtained legitimate identification, securing control over the June factory. He swiftly expanded his territory, recruited laborers, and acquired slaves, rising rapidly to prominence. To invite Lin Chen to treat his grandson, old Malite had even personally approached the Lin household. He had learned that Lin Chen had once healed a severely injured subordinate, who had recovered remarkably in a matter of days. Old Malite was convinced that Lin Chen's medical expertise could cure his grandson's ailment. In truth, Lin Chen found this notion rather peculiar. Since his arrival in the Marvel realm, a miniature star had taken residence in his mind, granting him insight into many cosmic matters. Healing others was a trivial endeavor for him. Upon entering Jean Mosi's room, Lin Chen beheld the ailing boy lying on the bed. He quickly diagnosed the condition, employing the medical knowledge that emerged within his mind to treat the youth. Suddenly, the room was suffused with golden light as Lin Chen placed his hands upon the boy's chest. Before long, the boy slowly opened his eyes, awakening to a disturbing realization. He stared at his hands, which had transformed into bone claws, his mind blank. Each claw was reinforced by robust bony protrusions, firmly anchoring it in place. "Am I a monster now?" he murmured, anguish etched across his face as his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the towering figure beside him. The first person he saw upon awakening was the one whose golden hands pressed upon his chest. It had to be him. Surely, he was the one responsible. Overwhelmed by rage, the boy, fueled by impulsive fervor, raised his arms, intending to strike at Lin Chen. However, as he lifted his arms, a tremendous force erupted in the air, pinning him down. The boy felt every bone in his body creak under the weight of this power, as if several mountains were pressing upon him, threatening to shatter him into pieces. Jean Mosi, Malite, I recall now," Lin Chen exclaimed. "Do not regard me with such hostility. Your abilities are innate to you and have no connection to me." The Anglo-Saxon mindset is truly deranged, plagued by a pathological suspicion. Lin Chen's telepathic sensitivity detected the boy's thoughts the moment they emerged. The awakened Jean Mosi, akin to how healing abilities stem from gravity and electromagnetism, wielded his gravitational control as a manifestation of this mysterious power. Moreover, Lin Chen had developed numerous other abilities, such as microscopic vision to observe cellular changes, electromagnetic manipulation, gravitational shielding, premonition of death, and rapid language acquisition. All these extraordinary powers were cultivated from the moment he perceived that miniature star in his mind, gradually mastered through relentless practice and deduction. "Now that I have elucidated the circumstances, do you still believe I transformed you into a monster?" Jean Mosi sheepishly touched his nose, retracting the bone claws, while the torn skin healed in an instant. "My apologies, Mr. Lin, I was exceedingly rude." At this moment, he comprehended his earlier misjudgment of the benefactor who had healed him. Fortuitously, this dashing Eastern man possessed formidable powers. Otherwise, in his moment of impulsivity, he might have met with dire consequences. Lin Chen chuckled, tousling Jean Mosi's hair. Recognizing the boy's other identity, he seized the opportunity to mentor the youthful version of Wolverine. "According to the agreement with your grandfather, Malite, you shall henceforth address me as foster father. Do you understand?" "Foster father?" Jean Mosi repeated the awkward phrase, nearly biting his tongue. "Indeed. If that is unclear, you may refer to me as godfather instead." Lin Chen suggested a more comprehensible term, one more easily grasped by the young man. "I wonder if my future children will inherit my powerful abilities?" Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire, the multi-child and fortune system is loading. Loading complete, system bound successfully. What is happening? I merely contemplated marriage and children, and now I have this multi-child and fortune system? This system ensures that the more children the host has, the greater their innate talents and strength will be, thereby enhancing the host's own abilities as well. In simpler terms, the host's powers will accumulate and strengthen in accordance with the number of children born. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's revelation. This delayed system seemed rather unconventional. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yuhan rushed in, oblivious to Lin Chen passing by. Old Malite, however, remained composed, approaching Lin Chen with a handshake and a warm smile. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Lin. Please stay, I shall arrange a lavish banquet in your honor. Lin Chen waved his hand, preoccupied with the system, unwilling to squander time at the dinner table. No need for such trouble. Just find me a quiet room, I require some rest. Though his demeanor betrayed no signs of fatigue, Old Malite nonetheless summoned the butler to prepare a tranquil room for Lin Chen's repose. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Old Malite shook his head with a smile. Truly, a peculiar individual. He then entered the room to find his grandson animatedly conversing with Yuhan, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Jami, are you all right now? Still feeling unwell? The normally stern and domineering elder revealed a tender side only in the presence of his grandson. His expression was complex, torn between maintaining the dignity of his status and the overwhelming concern he felt. Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I am perfectly fine. They'll show you a somersault. Jean Mosi exclaimed excitedly, reveling in his newfound vitality. Ignoring his father's protests, he performed a backflip off the bed, landing gracefully and beaming at Old Malite. Old Malite gazed upon his agile grandson, his eyes filled with pride and relief. Jean Mosi, from a young age, exhibited a refined demeanor, resembling his mother, Li Shabai. His delicate features were a clear inheritance from her, and he carried himself with exceptional politeness in both speech and action. However, this elegant and reserved nature contrasted sharply with the robust and bold style of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. Yet, his flowing hair and brown eyes mirrored those of his kin. The S.H.I.E.L.D lineage had persisted through generations. Perhaps now it was time for a transformation. With the situation in the Ganeda region stabilizing, the younger generation no longer needed to adopt such an aggressive stance. While the S.H.I.E.L.D family basked in their harmonious atmosphere, Lin Chen had already taken residence in a guest room at the northwest corner of the estate. After bidding farewell to the butler, he secured the door behind him. System, claim the beginner's gift package. This was a perk provided by the system, and it would be a pity to let it go to waste. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the characteristic buff. One shot to the soul. Wishing the host many descendants. But first, you must find a woman. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this. To traverse into another world was one thing, but to be urged into matrimony? If the system had a physical form, he would certainly have some choice words for it. Rising, he sauntered to the balcony, pushing open the window, as a refreshing breeze dispersed the turmoil within him. The system's words evoked memories of his grandfather from his previous life. The old man had once advised him to find a wife swiftly after graduation to ensure the continuation of the Lin family lineage. Who could have foreseen that Lin Chen would remain unmarried only to succumb to overwork? Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in the Manwei world. Had it not been for his ability to foresee certain events, he might have perished countless times in this new realm. With a deep exhale, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, spreading his feet slightly wider than shoulder-width apart, and placed his hands gently at his waist, assuming the Wuji stance his grandfather had taught him. Under a canopy of twinkling stars, with the moon casting a gentle glow upon his subtly undulating form, he found his balance, as if a colossal dragon coiled and twisted within him. After a while, warmth began to radiate from Lin Chen's body, the energy within him pressing against his skin, only to be restrained by tightly closed pores. He shifted his feet and raised his shoulders, his heels slightly elevated, as his hands moved to his temples and gently pressed down, allowing the abundant energy to flow into his lower dantian, before exhaling a cloud of impure air. This breath shot forth like an arrow, dissipating into the distance. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Stretching his body, he crossed his arms and swept them overhead, then stepped left, squatting into a horse stance. After performing 8 consecutive movements and practicing repeatedly, he finally paused. Feeling invigorated and mentally refreshed, Lin Chen lay back on the bed, deep in contemplation. His plans for developing power in the future must evolve. He needed to balance both the mundane and the extraordinary. Focusing solely on worldly power would render the Lin family vulnerable to existential threats, akin to sandcastles washed away by the tide. Conversely, relying solely on extraordinary strength was equally unwise, risking becoming a tyrant like Magneto or a mediator like Professor X, caught between government and mutants. Lin Chen's thoughts raced as he pondered how to establish a foothold in this perilous world. Having read an abundance of transmigration novels in his previous life, and through the rigorous training forged by life-and-death experiences after his grandfather's passing, he had cultivated formidable skills. Coupled with the influence of a miniature star in his mind, he had developed a mentality capable of perceiving fate without being shackled by fear, making him particularly adaptable to the treacherous environment of the Manway world. Boom! A dull explosion shattered the tranquility of the estate, followed by a man's anguished scream. "Bai, come out! Come out!" Lin Chen immediately sprang into action, leaping from the balcony. As he descended, the miniature star in his mind gently guided him, allowing him to land lightly. He discerned the direction of the explosion and propelled himself forward like lightning, leaving behind an afterimage. At the same time, the elder S.H.I.E.L.D was jolted awake by the noise, swiftly rising from his bed, snatching a firearm from the bedside cabinet, loading it, and rushing towards the source of the sound. In the corridor, he encountered his son, Yuhan, who had also emerged, draped in a coat. Upon seeing his father, Yuhan, with impatience in his tone, remarked, "It sounds like Thomas. I'll check on him. He's probably drunk again. Father, you should return to rest. I'll handle this." Though the elder S.H.I.E.L.D intended to stop his son, Yuhan dashed away, leaving only a fragment of his clothing in his father's grasp. "Don't worry, father, trust me." Watching his son's determined retreat, the elder murmured, "Yuhan, you've finally grown up, but it's too dangerous to go without a weapon." He called upon a few servants who had awoken, each taking a firearm as they descended from the other side. Just as they reached the hall, another gunshot rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream, a sound so harrowing it seemed beyond human capability. The elder's face contorted in agony, his white beard trembling as he hurried to the stables, where he found his son, Yuhan, standing motionless, his eyes vacant as if his soul had departed. His esteemed guest had a firm grip on a servant's throat, while the servant still clutched a smoking gun. "Damn it, Thomas. Have you lost your mind?" In an instant, the elder realized that the gardener, Thomas Lorgan, had intended to shoot his son but was thwarted by this individual. Why did Yuhan appear so soulless? He had witnessed bloodshed and taken lives. Such a minor incident should not have terrified the son of Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Chen stood to the side, observing coldly as a mere spectator. He had initially thought a band of robbers had invaded, only to discover it was an internal tragedy within the affluent family. The following morning, after finishing breakfast delivered by the servants, Lin Chen formally bid farewell to the elder S.H.I.E.L.D. This usually astute and capable man now struggled to maintain his composure, his once keen eyes now dull and vacant. After several reminders from the old butler, he gradually regained his senses. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance last night. However, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. I will allocate more land to you. I hope this isn't too much trouble." The elder S.H.I.E.L.D beckoned, and the butler retrieved a transfer agreement from the bookcase. Lin Chen skimmed through the lengthy document, which simply stated that the S.H.I.E.L.D family willingly transferred land without compensation. The signature block on the lower left corner bore the elder S.H.I.E.L.D's name, complete with his seal. The right side, designated for the transferee's signature, remained blank. Once Lin Chen signed, the agreement would take effect immediately. Accepting the pen handed to him by the butler, Lin Chen carefully inscribed his name in the designated area. "Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, there's truly no need for this. I am always willing to assist a friend." The elder's wrinkled face twitched slightly, clearly pained by the thought of relinquishing the land. Chapter 2. I do not wish to serve outsiders. Please, don't mention it. I actually have another favor to ask of you. After last night's incident, Yuhan harbors resentment towards weak Duo and Jean Musi. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could take these two boys back for some discipline. Lin Chen did not refuse, having accepted the man's money. It was only right to fulfill his obligations. More importantly, James is destined to become the future Wolverine, endowed with remarkable self-healing abilities that render him nearly invincible. This formidable mutant, nurtured from a young age, is sure to become a valuable ally in the future. Victor is equally impressive. He is the half-brother of Wolverine, possessing similar healing powers and strength that even surpass Wolverine's, destined to become the infamous Sabretooth. With both a wolf and a saber-tooth at his command, Lin has taken the pivotal first step towards establishing an extraordinary force for the Lin family. Although old Malite is aware that James is not his biological son, he refrains from imposing a surname change, instead bidding farewell with great reluctance and preparing a cart brimming with essentials and clothing. Johann did not come to see him off, and Lin understood his sentiments. Regardless of the family, no man from the Zhao clan would favor a bastard child. The fact that he has restrained himself from slaying James and Ensure is already a testament to his immense tolerance. Hey, can you drive a cart, kid? Lin patted Victor's sturdy shoulder, gesturing towards the laden horse-drawn cart. Victor shrugged nonchalantly, climbed aboard, and gently tugged at the reins. Go? The horses obeyed and set off, but after a short distance, he softly commanded them to halt. Evidently, Victor was quite adept at this task, maneuvering with ease. Lin, holding James's small hand, mounted his horse and waved farewell to old Malite before galloping away. Goodbye, Mr. Malite. I will take good care of James. If you miss him, send someone to the Lin estate with a message, and I shall arrange for him to visit you. Old Malite nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Such stubbornness at your age, truly a peculiar temperament, isn't it, James? He softly teased the child in his arms, and without waiting for a response, flicked the whip, prompting the white horse to trot forward. James pressed his lips together, his face taut and brow furrowed, wearing a sorrowful expression. He refrained from crying, yet his eyes brimmed with sadness and despair. Such a young child, having endured tremendous upheaval in his family, still strives to maintain a fount of strength. His little maid, Rose, desperately tried to break free from her mother's grasp to chase after her departing friend, but only managed a few steps before being pulled back. Upon returning to the Lin estate, Lin led James on a tour of the grounds, holding his small hand. Victor, under the guidance of the guards, unloaded the boxes from the cart and led the horse to the stable. In the grand hall of the Lin estate, servants and guards stood ready upon receiving the news. Several armed men wore stern expressions, exuding an air of intimidation that silenced everyone. Lin placed his hands on James's shoulders, surveying the assembly before him. He recognized each individual at the forefront of the group. These were the loyal companions who had accompanied him across the sea to Jinnah, laying the foundation of their endeavors, friends worthy of his utmost trust. I have several joyous announcements to make today. James shall henceforth reside in the estate as my adopted son. You are to care for him with the same respect you afford me. Lin Yud stepped forward. A man, rugged and scarred, took a few steps forward and responded loudly, "Present. Please instruct me, Chief." Lin nodded and continued, "From now on, you shall be James's personal bodyguard, responsible for his safety and instructing him in the martial arts of the Lin family." Lin Yud's right hand struck his chest with a resounding thud. "Understood, my lord." After arranging matters concerning James, Lin produced the land agreement signed with Mr. Malite, unfurling the accompanying map. This parcel of land, acquired from Mr. Malite, shall henceforth belong to the Lin family. Upon hearing of their increased holdings, the crowd erupted in cheers. Good heavens, the chief is truly remarkable. He managed to acquire so much land from Bloodmane. Indeed, previously, we only heard of Malite seizing others' lands. When have we ever seen them willingly relinquish any? The Lin family grows ever stronger, and the chief shows us such kindness. May we serve the Lin family for generations to come. It's a pity the chief has yet to marry. Yes, although he has an adopted son, he is not of his own blood. I certainly do not wish to serve a family of different lineage. The earlier discussions were relatively normal. Land is the most precious commodity in this era, especially for the Dalong people, for whom land is life itself. Having gained a plot of land, they were elated, but the conversation gradually veered off topic, focusing on Lin Chen's potential heirs. As the discussion grew more animated, hundreds of eyes fixated on Lin Chen. Ahem, truly, the emperor is not as anxious as his eunuchs I am marrying, not you. He laughed, chiding them, yet observed their faces filled with anxiety. Lin Chen decided to no longer conceal the final piece of good news. Marriage is, of course, out of the question, but I can take a concubine. Upon hearing the first half of this declaration, several captains nearly leapt from their places, only to burst into laughter at the latter half. For these battle-hardened men, the marital status of Lin Chen held little significance. They were merely concerned with finding a woman to bear him a child, ensuring their lineage continued to pledge allegiance. Some were unclear about the term concubine, and the outsiders quietly inquired of their captains. Truly foolish, a concubine is somewhat akin to what you refer to as a lover. Unlike a wife, all that matters is the woman's beauty. Do you understand? Only then did the outsiders grasp the meaning, each plotting in their minds. Recently, numerous wealthy merchants and fallen nobility had attended the banquet with their daughters. Should this news spread, the threshold of the Lin estate would surely be trampled. If they could facilitate a marriage, not only would Lin receive a generous reward, but those wealthy merchants and nobles would not treat them poorly either. Lin Chen observed his subordinates exchanging knowing glances, fully aware of their intentions. Yet, this was precisely the information he intended to disseminate, yielding the desired outcome. In Jinnah, almost everyone adhered to religion. Should the head of the Lin family publicly seek a lover, he might attract the church's scrutiny. However, if his subordinates were to spread the word, those wealthy merchants and nobles would willingly approach him, and the church would have no choice but to feign ignorance. Today, the Lin estate was jubilant, adorned with red lanterns, and a crimson carpet stretched from the entrance to the hall. After over a month of instruction, James had learned numerous customs and knowledge of the Dalong people, and was aware that today marked his adoptive father's momentous occasion. Having awakened his mutant abilities, he had grown significantly taller, now standing at around 1 meter and 1 centimeter, with a solid build and defined musculature that did not appear bulky. At this moment, James donned a resplendent red tang suit, clutching a bouquet of roses, standing at the entrance as his adoptive father's flower boy. Lin Chen wore traditional celebratory attire, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, exuding an air of festivity. With a slight smile, he was finally about to take a concubine. Since the announcement, initially, no one had arrived, until a few days ago when a fallen noble, Jibu Fulai, visited the estate and privately arranged a betrothal. The Fulai family had once basked in glory. Their ancestor had played a significant role during the century-long conflict, earning the title of Viscount from the Great Eagle dynasty. However, they had later chosen the wrong side in the succession dispute, and upon the ascendance of the new king, their lands were confiscated, leaving only an empty title for the Fulai family. Originally, I did not require Lin Chen to personally come and greet me, yet this was his first time, and considering the bride's noble background, the steward, after consulting with Lin Chen, decided to accord her the formalities befitting a wife's arrival. Due to the prohibition of concubines in the Yin sect, a ceremony could not be conducted within the church. After deliberation, it was ultimately resolved to hold a wedding that blended both Eastern and Western traditions. The bride was escorted to the estate by her father, where she performed the ritual of honoring heaven and earth in the chapel. Before long, an opulent carriage arrived and halted before the estate. The rotund Jibu Fulai disembarked first, assisting his daughter, adorned in a white veil, as she stepped onto the red carpet. Observing the neatly arranged bodyguards on either side, he nodded, and his feelings of guilt were somewhat alleviated. Jean and I, look how much Mr. Lin values you. This spectacle is even more extravagant than an earl's wedding. You must serve your husband well in the future. The bride nodded slightly, uttering a soft mm. It seemed she had yet to fully comprehend the reality of being given to another as a concubine by her father. Veiled, Jeanne's face remained obscured, yet her slender figure and ample bosom rendered her irresistibly alluring. As they crossed the threshold of the estate, the bodyguards stationed along the red carpet discharged celebratory gunfire. The deafening sound of gunfire surpassed even the loudest of firecrackers. The guests attending the banquet were momentarily stunned. Traversing the nearly 1 kilometer red carpet, several hundred shots had been fired. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? This is it. Some well-traveled guests recognized the firearms used by the bodyguards as a new type of weapon still under secret development, which only heightened their apprehension towards the Lin family. Jibu Fulai, with a complex expression, approached the chapel entrance, personally entrusting his daughter to Lin Chen. Honorable Mr. Lin, please take good care of my daughter. His tone was grave, seemingly reluctant to part with her. However, Lin Chen, who had conducted thorough investigations beforehand, secretly held disdain for this old man. A gambler who owed a significant sum to the bank, he had resorted to selling his daughter to the Lin family for assistance in repaying his debts, all while feigning a deep father-daughter bond. Nevertheless, as the father of the bride, a modicum of respect was still warranted. Rest assured, Mr. G, Jean and I shall be my wife, and she will want for nothing. Please take your seat, let us commence the wedding ceremony. Jibu Fulai, crafty and astute, graciously declined. Thus, Lin Chen led Jean and I, first paying homage to heaven and earth in the northern direction, then bowing to the empty seats representing their parents, and finally exchanging vows as husband and wife. After the ceremony concluded, Steward Lin Chen was tasked with attending to the guests. Lin Chen and Jean and I entered their new chamber, where he lifted her veil. Jean and I possessed an exquisite figure, perfectly proportioned. Moreover, the physique of women from her lineage typically featured wider pelvises and longer birth canals, ideally suited for Lin Chen's particular strengths. Within a month, amidst nights of revelry, Jeanne and I found herself with child. Haha, at last, I shall have my own offspring. Lin Chen informed the kitchen to prepare some ginseng and black-bone chicken to nourish the lady. From now on, Jeanne N's treatment shall be doubled. We must not shortchange the child in her womb. Lin Chen, merely a steward, was not privy to the family's finances. By protocol. He had to interrupt his master's exuberance. Master, Lin Yuanfeng oversees the accounts. He controls the estate's finances. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, caught up in excitement at the prospect of fatherhood, momentarily forgetting the rules. Without rules, chaos ensues. If he disregarded the protocols, his subordinates would surely follow suit, leading to a disbanded morale and an unmanageable cohort. I was wrong. In my excitement, I forgot go summon Lin Yuanfeng. Lin Chen complied, returning shortly with a cultured gentleman in tow. Lin Yuanfeng adjusted his glasses, bowing respectfully. Master. As one of Lin Chen's longest-serving subordinates, he had witnessed the master's ruthless prowess firsthand in the silver vault of Songjiang, evoking both fear and respect, leading to an exceptionally deferential demeanor. No need for excessive formalities. This is not a significant matter. Note that the lattice treatment shall be doubled. Lin Chen gestured for him to rise. Understood, master. Lin Yuanfeng maintained his serious demeanor, bowing once more, never taking pleasantries lightly. After arranging family matters, Lin Chen glanced at the steward and the finance officer, who stood hesitantly, before leading them to the study. Jeanne caressed her flat belly in silence, understanding that certain matters were not yet hers to influence. In the study, Lin Chen reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. Master, the laboratory has successfully developed blueberry essence, yet acquiring pharmaceutical factories and companies poses some challenges. The largest pharmaceutical companies have governmental ties. They not only refuse to sell, but also seek to uncover our secrets. The lab has apprehended a thief, yet there continue to be attempts to infiltrate. The situation reported by steward Lin Chen was anticipated by Lin Chen. Since repeatedly defeating the bandit Allison, his relationship with the central government had grown increasingly tenuous. The government was reluctant to forfeit tax revenue and gray income. Yet wary of the Lin family's continued expansion, both parties were nearing the end of a honeymoon period, with no one aware of the impending fallout. Hang all those thieves along the main thoroughfare. Lin Chen nonchalantly pronounced this verdict, sealing the fate of those individuals. Once Lin Chen exited to relay the order, he turned to Lin Yuanfeng. Those overseeing the master are too idle. They require tasks to engage them. Yuanfeng, notify the Firefox team to stir things up. Lin Yuanfeng nodded, bowing respectfully. Understood, master. It's about time to get the Sun and his crew moving. With Lin Chen's command, within days, several decorative items adorned the lamp posts along the main thoroughfare at the entrance of the Wotawa central government. However, the passing officials wore grim expressions, evidently displeased with this decorative style. In the office of the chief of the Public Security Committee, Chief Hao Wei slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. Are you all brainless fools? Who gave you the audacity to investigate a noble's business affairs? The elders of Edmont City have called, stating we are hindering urban development and demanding that the Public Security Committee apologize to the Lin family. The cadre members of the Security Committee were instantly cowed into silence, their heads bowed nearly to the floor. Seeing his subordinates in such a pitiful state, Hao Wei rubbed his temples in frustration. He understood that each of these individuals had complex backgrounds, potentially related to some local dignitary who had set their sights on the Lin family's assets, thus resorting to such despicable tactics. Had it not been for these imbeciles' blunders, Hao Wei would have relished the downfall of the Lin family. The Lin family's factories accounted for half of the market share in Kenai. Should they collapse, he could seize the opportunity to replace them with his own factory, disguised under his brother-in-law's name. In the Edmont Grand Valley, amidst the night, several swift steeds galloped past, their hooves shattering the wilderness's silence. Lin Chen, accompanied by Zhang Musi and Wei Keduo, arrived at the honey grove by the river valley, dismounting and leading their horses along a narrow path into the woods. Before long, a concealed camp nestled within the thicket came into view. The camp is encircled by robust logs, forming a towering wall over 2 meters high, with massive torches positioned at intervals, illuminating the surrounding area. On either side of the grand entrance stand watchtowers reaching heights of several meters, where sentinels diligently survey the vicinity. Upon noticing the approaching figure, A sentinel joyfully called out to the camp, exclaiming, "The chieftain has arrived. Hurry and summon the elder." Chapter 3. Count them up. The previously tranquil camp suddenly erupted with energy as the heavy wooden doors swung open. A group of burly men emerged with palpable enthusiasm. Leading them was a towering figure, a bearded giant exceeding 2 meters in height, his arms thicker than the average person's thighs. From a distance, he bellowed, "Heaven, if you do not arrive soon, I shall think the fierce fox has forgotten you. A month without a mission, and my men are nearly going stir-crazy." As he approached, the bearded man knelt on one knee and kissed Lin Chen's boots. "Rise, Charterson. How many times must I tell you not to press your filthy mouth against my boots?" Lin Chen admonished him with a hint of disdain, but upon seeing Charterson's nonchalant demeanor, he realized the fellow paid no heed to his words. Lin Chen beckoned Jean Musi and stood with Victo behind him. Before him stood several bandits who had hurried from the camp. Their true strength remained a mystery. Yet they had persistently aided the Lin family in eliminating adversaries and foes. Many among them were regulars on the wanted list issued by the central government. Yet in Lin Chen's presence, they behaved like meek lambs. "I have been exceedingly busy over the past month, finally managing to welcome my own child into the world. Yet some dare to presume that I can only lie in bed now, even attempting to seize the Lin family's assets. These fools are truly ignorant. They have underestimated me and the Lin family. These timid souls, too cowardly to confront me directly, have resorted to sending some scoundrels to test the waters. They lack even the courage to stand before Lin Chen. Then let us seek them out and inform them that I'm still the Lin Chen who first arrived in Ganeda. And you shall be the flames that ignite the fire. Tell me, are you not still the fierce fox that once roamed Ganeda with reckless abandon?" Charterson felt a surge of adrenaline, tearing open his heavy coat to reveal a vibrant fox tattoo emblazoned on his chest, turning to his subordinates behind him. "The fierce fox is on the move. Not a blade of grass shall remain." Under their leadership, the crowd erupted in unison, their faces devoid of fear, brimming instead with eager excitement. "The fierce fox is on the move. Not a blade of grass shall remain. The fierce fox is on the move. Not a blade of grass shall remain. The fierce fox is on the move. Not a blade of grass shall remain." Lin Chen observed the heightened morale with satisfaction, nodding as he raised his hands to signal silence. The deafening drum beats ceased instantly. Jean Musi gazed at his adoptive father with admiration, having formed a towering image of him in his heart, vowing silently to become a person akin to his father. Meanwhile, Victo, standing behind them, envied Charterson and the others, yearning to join in. Following the strong was indeed a mark of honor. He remained oblivious to Jean Musi's idolization of his adoptive father, and was unaware that Victo had already resolved to follow him. Lin Chen waved his hand, gesturing toward the distant city. "Go forth, warriors, and let them savor the taste of death." The bandits surged from the camp, mounting their steeds, cracking their whips. Those brandishing torches surged forth like a long dragon, a sharp sword aimed directly at the enemy. After releasing those nefarious bandits, Lin Chen, accompanied by Jean Mushy and Victo, returned to the estate. He felt an unwavering confidence in the strength of the fierce fox squad, with them present. Those who harbored ill intentions towards the Lin family would receive their due punishment. Witnessing his adoptive father command hundreds of bandits to risk their lives at a single word stirred Jean Mushy's excitement, preventing her from sleeping. She pulled Victo into the training room, where they tirelessly practiced the 5 elements fist and 8 sections of brocade, as taught by their adoptive father. Unlike these two young souls, Lin Chen had experienced such scenes countless times before. After advising Jean Mushy not to stay up too late, he retreated to his bedroom, embracing Jean and I to find solace in sleep. Throughout the night, the fierce fox squad remained relentless, reducing 12 manors across 5 towns to ashes, with over 400 lives extinguished beneath their wrath. These unsuspecting individuals, who had covertly plotted against the Lin family, faced the bloody retribution of the fierce fox. As the bandits proclaimed, wherever the fierce fox tread, nothing but scorched earth remained. No man, woman, or child could elude death. As dawn approached, a ragged band, cloaked in smoke and blood, returned, burdened with dozens of corpses and weary bodies. Charterson, his hands bound with bloodied bandages and flanked by several confidants, drove a dozen carts laden with spoils to the Lin family mansion. At that moment, Lin Chen had yet to rise. It was the steward, Lin Chen, who welcomed him. "Charterson, have you completed the tasks assigned by the Arrow Long?" Lin Chen inquired, aware that the fierce fox never returned empty-handed, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor. "Steward Lin, the fierce fox has never disappointed the master, and this time shall be no different. The carts outside are filled with treasures seized from those households. Please verify," Charterson replied, his demeanor submissive under the scrutiny of the esteemed steward. Disregarding Charterson's flattery, Lin Chen approached the entrance and meticulously appraised the value of the spoils. In addition to priceless antiques and artwork, there were over 10,000 pounds in cash, a gold ingot weighing nearly a pound, and an array of precious gemstones. "Send the gold and gems to the inner treasury. Find someone to sell the antiques and artwork," he commanded, shutting the chest filled with jewels. He summoned a few subordinates, instructing them to handle the valuables with care. Meanwhile, another group departed with the antiques and artwork. Charterson watched them with envy, longing for the opportunity to serve the Lin family openly, a dream he had long cherished. Although the fierce fox provided decent treatment, it could never bask in the sunlight. "All right, awaken from your reverie." Lin Chen patted his shoulder and extracted 2 thick bundles of banknotes from the leather case, handing them to him. "The master has decreed that this reward is doubled. Keep this 10,000 pounds safe and enjoy yourself with that rascal in Megwa. Do not show your face in Ghana for a month, or bear the consequences." Charterson trembled, his face paling as he accepted the money. Understood. We shall vanish at once and never return." He was acutely aware of how formidable the subordinates of the Lin family were, each possessing remarkable skills and precision. Those who dared to defy orders would be sent to the depths of hell to atone. It was not until dawn that Lin Chen, under the attentive care of S.H.I.E.L.D, finally completed his morning routine and dressed. Certain matters were best kept from outsiders. After all, he was quite fortunate in this regard. Regrettably, ever since S.H.I.E.L.D became pregnant, she had prohibited him from approaching her, leaving him to seek solace through other means. When Lin Chen arrived to report on the achievements of the fierce fox, S.H.I.E.L.D blushed and hurried into the bathroom, covering her mouth. "Shuhei, your timing is impeccable." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing the unfortunate timing of this intrusion, for he could have relished the moment a little longer. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D exhibited remarkable aptitude in this area. After just a few lessons, she had developed exceptional skills. "Sir, the fierce fox has returned with a report. 12 estates have been reduced to ashes, and over 400 lives have been efficiently dealt with." Lin Chen feigned ignorance of Lin Chen's words, delivering his report with utmost seriousness. "As per your instructions, the gold and jewels have been sent to the inner treasury, and the antiques and paintings are being sold. Chartson left with 10,000 pounds, and his subordinates have arranged for him to hide in Megwa for a while until the situation calms down." Upon seeing Lin Chen nod in approval, Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief. He was genuinely apprehensive about disrupting the master's affairs, but addressing it directly would have been even more awkward, so he opted to feign misunderstanding and shift the conversation elsewhere. This counteroffensive against the provincial officials had been remarkably successful, instilling great confidence in Lin Chen. Those greedy individuals would likely think twice before targeting the Lin family again. Sometimes, one cannot merely play the fool. Otherwise, the oblivious would truly perceive you as an easy target. Lin Chen, adept at reading the room, seized the opportunity to showcase himself upon noticing the master's favorable mood. "Madame S.H.I.E.L.D requires companionship at night due to her pregnancy. I may have found someone suitable. I wonder if the master has the time to meet her." Lin Chen pointed at him and chuckled. "I knew you were merely pretending earlier. You could never master that serious demeanor. Well then, since there is nothing urgent, a stroll outside would be quite pleasant." S.H.I.E.L.D, concealed within, heard every word distinctly but showed no intention of intervening. In the Lin household, the master was akin to a deity, wielding power that could rival that of the highest authorities. She understood that she was just one of many women in the master's life, and more would inevitably come. However, she was unperturbed after living a life of luxury in the Lin estate for over a month. She had no desire to return to her dilapidated little house in the suburbs. The woman Lin Chen was about to meet had been introduced by the steward, Lin Chen. He galloped swiftly to a modest wooden house in the western part of the city. Passers-by turned their heads in astonishment, gazing at the master, elegantly dressed and riding a fine steed as he ventured into this impoverished neighborhood. It seems they are headed to the house of Alice. Mike, let's go take a look. A young man, adorned with a constellation of freckles, tugged at the sleeve of his towering companion, hoping for the reassurance of companionship to muster the courage to confront the intimidating Lord Guizhou. The tall youth shook his head, his voice deep and resonant as he declined. I'm sorry, Kainazan. My mother forbids me from courting trouble any further. The gentleman on the white horse, I recognize him. He is the steward of the Lin family. They are not debt collectors and would not stoop to such deeds at the S.H.I.E.L.D household. Kainazan's complexion instantly drained of color, his hands clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. The implication that they were not there to reclaim a debt was even more dire. If they sought no monetary gain, what could their motives possibly be? His mind raced to the rumors circulating among the neighbors. A month prior, the impoverished Jibu Fuel had transformed his fortunes by offering his daughter, Jinni, to the steward of the Lin family. This could not be permitted. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's father's avaricious nature, he would certainly sell her to that loathsome man. With a cold glare directed at his friend, Kainazan squared his shoulders and sprinted towards the wooden abode of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he anticipated, the situation unfolded precisely as he feared. The cheerful S.H.I.E.L.D telling was warmly welcoming her daughter, eagerly calling her to greet their guests. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. I apologize for our humble abode, she exclaimed. S.H.I.E.L.D, come forth. Mr. Lin Chen has arrived. Lin Chen cast a glance at the dimly lit chairs, his brow furrowing as he waved his hand dismissively. His mild obsession with cleanliness rendered him uncomfortable in such an environment. S.H.I.E.L.D, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and attempted to explain, S.H.I.E.L.D usually keeps things tidy. It's just, Lin Shuhai interrupted him, exclaiming, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, our Lord's time is precious. Let us not squander it on trivialities. Do you believe the Lin family is in need of a cleaning maid? Your daughter need only possess beauty. A flush of crimson crept across S.H.I.E.L.D's face, yet he dared not protest, fearful of jeopardizing his daughter's prospects and missing this advantageous match. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed through the room. A lovely young girl emerged from the inner chambers, her skin fair, her golden hair flowing gracefully, resembling a sprite stepped out of a painting. The only lament was her diminutive stature and unimposing figure. Perhaps due to malnutrition, S.H.I.E.L.D appeared quite petite. How old could she be? Lin Chen estimated she could not be more than 18. S.H.I.E.L.D's response confirmed this assessment. S.H.I.E.L.D is already 18. She is quite the young lady. Lin Chen stroked his chin, examining her closely. Judging by her bone structure, she certainly had the potential to flourish. Her current slightness was inconsequential. With a proper diet of papaya, she would thrive. Upon observing the Lord's expression, Lin Shuhai recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D would indeed be accepted by the Lin family. With that realization, he knew it was time for him to take action. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, might I inquire if there are any matters in which the Lin family could be of assistance to you? An astute individual knows how to converse without causing embarrassment. Even if it were a concubine, discussing finances directly would be improper. To my astonishment, the man did not mention money, but instead presented a request that placed him in a difficult position. Esteemed Mr. Lin, I wish to work at the Lin Armament Factory. I previously served as a designer at the Plurus Weapon Design Institute, and I have long aspired to create an exceptional firearm, to be named after Sir Terran. The Lin Armament Factory is the most significant enterprise of the Lin family, and only the family head possesses the authority to make hiring decisions. Anyone who dares to overstep their bounds risks being ousted, or worse, left in ruins. Very well. Whether this man can design a worthy firearm is inconsequential. The Lin family possesses ample wealth to sustain him in idleness. As long as he does not come to steal secrets, the Lin family will not begrudge him a meal. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, the man was overwhelmed with excitement. Alice, quickly pay your respects to Master Lin. You will be serving him henceforth. A flush of crimson graced Alice's fair cheeks as she lifted her skirt and gracefully bowed. I have met Master Lin. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen signaled for Alice to follow him back to the estate. Suddenly, with a thud, the wooden door was pushed open and slammed against the wall, causing Kainazan to nearly stumble. He instantly positioned himself in front of Alice, glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, I oppose this marriage. Uncle, you cannot solely focus on wealth. This will ruin Alice's life. He continued, and you, do not presume that your wealth grants you the right to bully others. With a sharp slap, The man struck S.H.I.E.L.D across the face, casting a furtive glance at Lin Chen, who remained composed, igniting a surge of anger within him. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful kick to S.H.I.E.L.D. What business do you have opposing? Mr. Lin and S.H.I.E.L.D are a perfect match. Who are you, a mere ruffian, to intervene? Have you no self-awareness? How can a crow aspire to mate with a phoenix? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, S.H.I.E.L.D, with red-rimmed eyes, turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, his gaze filled with desperation as he implored, S.H.I.E.L.D, you do not wish for this, do you? As long as you do not consent, no one can. The flames of determination burned within the youth's eyes, and Lin Chen sensed that this force could erupt at any moment. He recalled the online novels from his past life, where such plots were commonplace. The protagonist's beloved was taken away, and then suddenly, they grew stronger to confront the antagonist. It seemed he was cast in the role of the antagonist, while S.H.I.E.L.D was poised to become the protagonist on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as Lin Chen prepared to take action against S.H.I.E.L.D, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 4. Do not rush to act. S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly approached S.H.I.E.L.D, delivering a sharp stomp between his legs, her high heel mercilessly crushing down. Who granted you permission to call me S.H.I.E.L.D? Do we know each other? If my kindness led you to misinterpret our acquaintance, you should now awaken to the truth. We are but strangers who have met a few times. S.H.I.E.L.D was rendered speechless by the pain. Yet the greater agony lay within his heart. He could never have anticipated such a conclusion. Impossible. It should not be like this, he muttered softly, as the flames in his eyes extinguished, snuffed out by the hands of the one he cherished. The burgeoning power within him receded at that very moment, dissipating entirely. S.H.I.E.L.D tugged at his daughter's sleeve. Though her earlier display had conveyed a clear stance, the last thing he desired was to incite Lord Lin's ire. S.H.I.E.L.D, regaining her composure, hastily retracted her foot, the stiletto heels now stained crimson with blood. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I was too impulsive just now. This is not my usual demeanor. Lin Chen shrugged. To him, a woman's beauty sufficed. Her propensity for violence was of little concern. He pointed at S.H.I.E.L.D lying on the ground and said to Lin Chen, who stood nearby, "This detestable fellow is your responsibility. I wish to see him no more. Also, regarding Cesar's matter, I am in agreement." With that, he embraced S.H.I.E.L.D and exited the room. Just before mounting, he whispered, "Dispose of those shoes. I refuse to bring filth into the estate." S.H.I.E.L.D was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by lightning, and immediately kicked off her newly purchased heels. Lin Chen gently cradled her slender waist, assisting her onto the horse before mounting himself, while S.H.I.E.L.D sweetly placed his hand on her waist. He cracked the whip with vigor, and the white steed galloped towards the estate. Inside the room, Lin Chen cast a cold gaze at S.H.I.E.L.D, who had nearly thwarted the master's plans. He could not allow him to perish easily. Fill the bathtub. I intend to deal with him thoroughly. Under Lin Chen chilling stare, S.H.I.E.L.D trembled, aware that the Lin family steward was capable of unspeakable acts, yet he dared not utter a word. He scurried into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and filled the tub. Lin Chen seized S.H.I.E.L.D by the hair, dragging him into the bathroom, forcefully submerging his head in the water. With a heart as cold as ash, S.H.I.E.L.D did not resist. However, as his breath grew increasingly strained, instinct took over, and he began to flail. Just as he was on the brink of suffocation, Lin Chen pulled him out. S.H.I.E.L.D gasped for air, only to be thrust back beneath the surface. After several cycles of this torment, he resembled a marionette with severed strings, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. At last, I can grant you the respite of death on behalf of the master. At these words, a flicker of relief graced S.H.I.E.L.D's lips, the feeble remnants of his strength vanishing entirely. Having lost the woman he cherished most, death no longer held terror for him. S.H.I.E.L.D and his daughter relied solely on each other, their home a dilapidated wooden shack with little of value to salvage. Lin Chen dragged S.H.I.E.L.D like a lifeless dog to the wilderness, where he swiftly ended his life, returning with S.H.I.E.L.D to the estate. The future father-in-law had become his subordinate, thus sparing the family considerable hassle. A simple family banquet was arranged, and S.H.I.E.L.D was welcomed into the fold, proving far less troublesome than Jun and I. Once S.H.I.E.L.D had changed and refreshed herself, Lin Chen realized he had misjudged her. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The joy of acceptance was a sentiment unknown to outsiders. Yet, he was not in haste to consummate their union. Instead, he resolved to nurture their bond for a while longer. Although S.H.I.E.L.D possesses considerable talent, she is still quite young in the midst of her growth and suffers from malnutrition. Her slender frame is somewhat unyielding. After a fortnight, she indeed became a bit more plump. Ah, now it appears I was right. With further nourishment, your physique still has room for growth. Watching her health improve day by day, Lin Chen smiled gently. He could restrain himself, yet S.H.I.E.L.D seemed a tad anxious. My lord, do not rush. Focus on nurturing your health first. There is no need to hurry in your duties. I do not lack for your time in these few days. A strong body will serve you better. Though S.H.I.E.L.D was barely 18, her thoughts were quite profound. She understood long ago that to survive in the depths of the manor, she must become indispensable to the Lord. Otherwise, stability in this vast estate would elude her. Lin Chen's resolve was unshakable. For the sake of future happiness and security, he decided to wait a little longer. Lin Chen, in his quest to assist, had brought women to the Lord, yet none had been touched by Lin Chen. Lin Yuanfeng sensed an opportunity arising. Recently, the family enterprises and farms had seen little progress, and if this continued, he might lose his position as the financial overseer. One day, Lin Yuanfeng returned with 2 women, one older and one younger. Due to his frequent inspections of the Lin family's assets, he often wandered around Edmond City. On this occasion, during his rounds, he encountered these 2 unfortunate souls. Their husbands had perished, relatives had seized their inheritance, and they had been cast out. The elder woman was strikingly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and a slender waist. The younger one, though just 18, had already matured splendidly. Lin Chen, being a kind-hearted man, could not bear to see others suffer. Upon meeting these 2 women, he immediately resolved to take them in and care for their well-being. Catherine and Angela's circumstances were even more dire than S.H.I.E.L.D's. They possessed nothing but the clothes on their backs. A sumptuous family banquet resolved their immediate needs, during which they shared their stories. It turned out that Catherine was not actually related to Angela, but rather a maid 8 years her senior. Angela's father had been killed in a street altercation, and their relatives not only usurped their wealth, but also sought to sell Angela off. Loyal Catherine stood against their intentions with her life, dissuading her relatives from their nefarious plans. They were expelled by their relatives, who viewed their presence as a burden and feared Angela would reclaim her inheritance as she matured. Having wandered the streets for an extended period without a proper meal, they were thoroughly satisfied with the feast, and Lin Chen felt fortunate indeed. My lord, dawn has broken. It is time to rise. The slightly older Catherine gently nudged Lin Chen, reminding him to awaken, while Angela remained in peaceful slumber. The early bird catches the worm. We must seize the day. When Lin Chen finally roused, it was already midday. He was attended to, with Catherine busy tidying the bedding, leaving Angela to serve him. After enjoying lunch, he spent time conversing with them, sharing light-hearted banter. Lin Chen, suppressing his desire to depart, summoned the steward Lin Chen to his study. Have there been any intrusions at our factory and laboratory recently? During this busy period concerning the birth of my concubine's child, I nearly forgot about prior matters. Fortunately, while conversing with Catherine and the others earlier, the various enterprises of the Lin family were mentioned, which reminded me of the recent incidents involving certain officials from the central government sending individuals to pilfer honey. In response to the master's inquiry, Lin Chen reported, since the last incident of making an example by killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, no one has dared to covet the Lin family's assets. However, our informants in the central government indicate that the chief of public security's attitude towards the Lin family is rather unfriendly. According to the intelligence we've gathered, S.H.I.E.L.D is currently lobbying the chief of the Taxation Bureau, possibly intending to initiate a joint investigation into our enterprises. Lin Chen, meticulous in his duties, had expended considerable resources to recruit several officials from the central government as informants for the Lin family. He did not expect them to alter the central government's decisions, but he sought valuable information. After delivering his report, he made a gesture across his neck and quietly suggested, Master, perhaps we should recall the fierce fox and eliminate that wire. Lin Chen shook his head, acknowledging that the strength of the Eagle Claw organization remained formidable. Should the chief of public security be assassinated, it would likely provoke the dispatch of additional troops from the homeland, which would be detrimental to the Lin family's future development. We must not resort to reckless measures at the first sign of trouble. especially concerning these officials. Eliminating a few unscrupulous pawns may not attract significant attention or outrage, but crossing the boundaries of the official class could incite hostility against us from all officials. For the Lin family to flourish, it is essential to cultivate alliances rather than create enemies. Targeting the chief of public security, Hao Wire, is no trivial matter. He is one of the three major figures in the central government, commanding the entirety of the security forces in our region, second only to Earl Zhongming Tua in martial prowess. After pondering the situation, Lin Chen concluded that addressing the immediate threat was paramount, and securing the chief of the Taxation Bureau should take precedence. Take 10,000 and visit Wotaiwa. It is crucial to win the chief of the Taxation Bureau to our side. I will send Lin Gingxin to accompany you. He excels in infiltration and assassination. If bribery fails, intimidation may suffice. These timid officials might dismiss 10,000, but they fear for their lives even more. Lin Chen accepted the command and departed, accompanied by an unremarkable, diminutive man who would blend into any crowd without drawing attention. Once these matters were settled, Lin Chen commenced his training. The 8-section brocade, 5-element fist, and the 10 Taibao's golden bell shield were all techniques taught to him by his grandfather, and he practiced each move with utmost diligence. Training is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses, and thus, one must never relent. Before the birth of his concubine's child, Lin Chen intended to solidify his position and gradually expand his secular influence. Currently, with extraordinary forces represented by Zhang Muzi in Aikido, he felt sufficiently prepared to handle any unforeseen circumstances. With an extraordinary self-healing ability, Zhang Muzi has mastered the 5-element fist to the level of dark strength, rapidly elevating her prowess, making her the second most formidable expert in the Lin family, surpassed only by Lin Chen. However, Victo's volatile temperament requires further refinement. As long as he fails to exhibit complete obedience to commands, Lin Chen has no intention of assisting him in awakening his mutant abilities. Thus, despite possessing superior physical attributes compared to Zhang Muzi, he has only barely reached the level of bright strength after more than a month of practice. Taking a moment to visit Zhen and I, Lin Chen noted her slightly protruding belly, indicating that the time of her delivery was drawing near. Pregnant women are particularly sensitive, so after offering a few words of comfort, he departed. He then visited Ailey's, only to find Catherine there as well. The two were engaged in hushed conversation, evidently having become close confidants. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Lin Chen took his leave. His true aspiration lies in becoming stronger. He cannot afford to squander excessive time on romantic pursuits. The miniature star in his mind appears to favor the enhancement of energy. Although his physical condition has improved, the changes are not particularly pronounced. His current strength and intensity are akin to that of Captain Magnesium after receiving the super serum. To continue his advancement, re-entering the realm of fist transformation seems a prudent choice. Having gained experience in his past life, he anticipates that returning to this level in this life will not consume too much time. Lin Chen estimates that he will likely reach the realm of transformation before their deliveries. As the days pass on the farms and ranches, hundreds of tan laborers toil under the crack of overseers' whips. The new products developed in factories and laboratories have received approval from the central government, leading to a soaring demand in several major cities in Ghana. The pharmaceutical factory and company that Lin Chen has been keeping in mind were successfully acquired after Lin Chen established connections with the head of the tax department. Having backing within the government simplifies business endeavors. This principle remains unchanged. During this time, Lao Haoli wrote expressing a desire to meet his grandson. Lin Chen, accompanied by Zhang Muzi and Victo, made the trip also to assist in retrieving the body of Victo's father, Tomasi. It was not a result of a fit of rage from Yu Huan that led to his death. Rather, Tomasi succumbed to alcohol poisoning as he sought solace in drink. That day, Victo was as silent as a mountain, carrying his father's body with steady footsteps into the ravine. Amid a pile of rubble, he laid down the lifeless form and quietly began to dig with his hands. Zhang Muzi offered to help, but he pushed her away forcefully. With his bare hands, he excavated a large pit in the rocky debris, blood streaming from his hands as he buried the body. After covering the grave, Victo searched for a large stone nearby, exerting all his strength to place it atop the burial site. Victo, don't do this. Tomasi. Jean Musi had not finished her sentence when Victo's cold gaze silenced her. He deserved to die, and I feel no sorrow. My mother was killed by him in a drunken incident. So Jean Musi, your consolation is an insult to me. If there's a next time, I will kill you. As Victor spoke these words, it seemed as though the nails on his fingers had grown a bit longer. Within Lin Chen's perception, a force akin to that of Lady Jeanne was slowly maturing within him, poised to erupt at any moment. It appeared that the taming of this ferocious, saber-toothed beast needed to be expedited. On a fateful night in a certain year in Albeit province, 12 manors across 5 towns were brutally slaughtered, an event that came to be whispered about in hushed tones as the Blood Fox calamity. Each manor that faced annihilation bore the grotesque depiction of a fox outlined in blood upon its walls. Count Zhoming personally dispatched individuals to investigate. Yet the fierce fox squad left behind no traces. In an era devoid of surveillance, a great fire consumed all evidence. In desperation, the central government convened with the local dignitaries, issuing stern decrees to prevent such tragedies from reoccurring in Ghana. The influential figures, well aware of the true perpetrators, understood the implications of this calamity. Consequently, the Lin family garnered a formidable reputation among all the major powers in Ghana, with the elite and the powerful across various regions becoming acutely aware of a formidable individual residing in Edmont City, albeit province. Some timid yet influential individuals even resorted to selling their properties at a loss, fearful of being associated with this person known for extinguishing entire lineages. Seizing the opportunity, the Lin family adeptly acquired these forsaken assets: farms, ranches, hospitals, post offices, machinery factories, and steel mills, one and all. Presently, the agricultural and industrial sectors of Albeit were nearly under the Lin family's dominion, which unsettled Count Ming-tu, who had previously supported them. Upon his arrival, he indeed required the Lin family's backing, but after more than a year of maneuvering, this count from Eagle's Crest had essentially taken control of the central government. Growing increasingly dissatisfied with the excessive autonomy enjoyed by the new aristocrats of Ghana, what he sought was both power and prestige, rather than mere authority devoid of respect. In the ongoing strife with various departments of the central government, 8 months had inexplicably slipped away. Everything in a manner was meticulously organized, courtesy of Steward Lin Chen arrangements. Lin Chen selected several types of weaponry he had encountered in his past life, sketching blueprints and annotating the functions and specifications of these devices. He personally took these materials to the factory, seeking out the recently prominent craftsman, says, review these blueprints and descriptions, and endeavor to design new mechanisms. If you succeed in creating these devices, they shall bear your surname, says, nominally the son-in-law of Lin Chen, was acutely aware of his position. Understood, master. I shall begin my research at once. After sending off, says, Lin Chen prepared to head to the laboratory to examine the progress of the mass production of blueberry essence. Master, I bring joyous news. What news, S.H.I.E.L.D? Madame Jenny is about to give birth, and both Madame Elise and Madame Angela are also with child. Madame Catherine is attending to them. I came to inform you. Should we prepare the hospital for deliveries? Indeed, indeed. Thank you for the reminder. I shall return at once. Seek out Director Johnson of Lin Hospital and request the finest obstetrician, ensuring that it is a female physician. Do you understand? It suddenly dawned on Lin Chen that as the Lin family enterprise expands, he must personally oversee many significant decisions, nearly forgetting the momentous occasion of Jeanne and I giving birth. The arrival of their first child, a momentous event in both of their lives, eclipses all else. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Chen arranged for the most cushioned carriage, carefully assisting Jeanne and I aboard, ensuring the interior was lined with thick padding to prevent any jostling. Chapter 5. Young lady, you must continue your studies. Catherine joined them in the carriage, offering comfort to the anxious Jeanne and I. With a clear path ahead, they faced no obstacles and soon arrived at the hospital. Director Johnson, perspiring profusely, orchestrated the efforts of several female doctors, ushering Jeanne and I into the obstetrics and gynecology operating room. Fortunately, the doctors were not required, as Jeanne and I delivered smoothly and healthily without the need for surgery. Catherine emerged from the operating room, cradling a pair of tightly swaddled twins, and Lin Chen hesitated to hold them, fearing he might inadvertently hurt the fragile infants. Ding! Congratulations, the concubine Jin and I has given birth to twins. Rewarding you with Maxim machine schematics. Yi Jin Jing, long men version, accelerated self-healing ability, super serum, enhanced attractiveness, tons of diapers. Whether it was the twins or Lin Chen's inaugural experience of fatherhood, the system bestowed an extraordinary number of rewards. While the enhancements in attractiveness and diapers were trivial, the other rewards were of paramount importance. The Maxim machine, a formidable weapon invented later, could potentially enable the Lin factory to annihilate the entire army of Gonna with minimal effort. Coupled with the Jing, long men version, an accelerated self-healing ability, once Lin Chen reached the blue-level pagoda realm, he could significantly counterbalance his shortcomings. This martial art would also greatly enhance the abilities of his subordinates, enabling them to confront any mutant below the alpha level. As for the super serum, it would have to wait, as the advent of nuclear energy was still far off, rendering the energy requirements for its injection impossible to satisfy. Upon receiving the enhancements in attractiveness and self-healing ability, Lin Chen immediately sensed a transformation within himself. He appeared more vibrant and invigorated. Gazing into the mirror, he felt his features were more refined, albeit not drastically altered. "Zhen, you are truly my lucky star," Lin Chen sincerely remarked, grasping the delicate hand of his wife resting upon the hospital bed. Hearing her husband's praise, Zhen's pale face blossomed into a smile, mistakenly believing it was due to her giving birth to twins that earned her such commendation. In truth, Lin Chen was the true fortune of Zhen. "Ah, you have a way with words. Today, I am delighted, and I shall reward you handsomely." In his joy, Lin Chen waved to summon the butler Lin Xiaoheo and the financial manager Lin Yuanfeng. "Madame Zhen has borne the Lin family's first son and daughter. You are to select several exquisite pieces of jewelry for her, and furthermore, her compensation shall be doubled." Zhen has experienced both hardships and blessings throughout her life. After her family's decline, she had not adorned herself with any jewelry. Upon hearing that the master intended to reward her with gems, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. After entrusting Catherine with her care, Lin Chen returned to the estate, where he began to unload tons of diapers from storage. The most troublesome aspect of raising children is undoubtedly changing diapers. Although the Lin family had numerous servants, the thought of a future filled with diapers hanging at the entrance was rather unappealing. However, with the system-provided diapers, which could simply be discarded after use, the potential for awkward situations in the future had been resolved. Upon returning to the hospital, Lin Chen's servants had already learned to use the diapers and promptly helped change the child. Zhen curiously inquired of the maid, and her eyes brightened. "Master, is this incredibly convenient item produced by us?" Her words struck Lin Chen with a sudden realization. He had not considered that this seemingly casual reward could be a lucrative venture. In this era, no one had yet invented diapers, and if the Lin family could produce them, it would truly be a unique opportunity. He affectionately kissed Zhen on the cheek, grateful that this woman not only bore him twins, but inadvertently uncovered a new avenue for wealth. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Zhen asked, slightly perplexed by his sudden excitement. "We haven't even named our son and daughter yet. Have you thought of any names?" "There's no rush. It's not difficult," Lin Chen replied, having completely forgotten about naming the children while preoccupied with the Lin family's new enterprise. However, it was not too late to consider. He envisioned his son as a bearer of the Lin family's legacy, hoping he would bring peace to the realm and benefit the people. Thus, he decided to name him Lin Anbang. This name represented his aspirations for his son, as well as the responsibilities of the eldest son. As for the daughter, he wished her a life filled with happiness and joy, naming her Lin Only. Both names drew inspiration from the esteemed lineage of the Delong. Zhen found herself both amused and touched, for thus far, she had only mastered simple phrases like hello, master, sleep, and other basic expressions. "Master, you must teach me Delong's language properly. I don't want to be unable to pronounce our children's names," she implored. Lin Chen explained the meanings of the names to her, and Zhen beamed with delight. "Master, you are truly talented. The names are wonderful, unlike those on the Eagle Ridge, where commoners name their children after professions, places, or appearances, which is rather crude." In less than a year, Zhen had already learned to flatter and charm, and one could easily imagine the bustling atmosphere that would characterize the Lin family's courtyard in the future. "Haha, little girl, you still have much to learn." Lin Chen laughed. "The Delong culture is rich and profound. While you were still consuming raw meat and drinking blood, we had already developed written language." He chuckled, engaging in affectionate banter with her before departing. Following childbirth, women are especially sensitive and require gentle reassurances. The Lin estate was filled with laughter and joy. The servants with fair skin noticed that the overseer's whips no longer inflicted the same brutal punishment as before. Moreover, the evening meal has transformed from the coarse flatbreads of ordinary days to the delectable cornbread typically reserved for festive occasions. A children's playground has been constructed, a haven designed by Lin Chen for his offspring to frolic in during their childhood. In his leisure moments, he frequently visits the hospital to see Zhang and I and the children. When Lin and Gang and Lin and Li see their father arrive, they beam with joy, eagerly seeking his embrace. Zhang and I, feeling somewhat envious on several occasions, remarks that the children seem to have forgotten her in favor of their father. Consequently, Lin Chen must indulge her for a while longer before he departs, understanding that relationships require nurturing and must be tended to before discord arises. Qin Fong, being of a different constitution, does not require hospitalization for her confinement and soon returns to the estate with her child. Upon hearing the news, Alice and Nji La, both with their own burgeoning bellies, clamored to meet the newborn. Catherine, with no alternative, reluctantly escorts them to Zhenni's room. The two beautiful, charming infants effortlessly captivate the attention of the women, leaving Lin Chen somewhat overlooked. Catherine, blushing slightly, joins in the spirited conversation with Alice and the others. Lin Chen, with a wry smile, reflects on the irony of being less popular than his own children. As days turn into weeks, the twins soon reach their first month. According to the customs of the Long Zhu family, a celebratory banquet must be held to mark the occasion. With the Lin family now wielding considerable influence in Jian'an, the banquet for the heirs cannot be lackluster. Following Lin Xiao's suggestion, Lin Chen dispatched hundreds of invitations. Wealthy merchants and landowners from the Al-Baida province received the invitations and promptly made their way to Edmont City. The Lin family's burgeoning strength in both commerce and agriculture has established them as the preeminent authority in Jian'an, rendering their invitations impossible to dismiss. Guests arrive in droves, and Lin Xiao, tasked with their reception, beams with delight. As a veteran of the Lin family's enterprises, he has witnessed their rise from obscurity to prominence. Those who once looked down upon the Lin family now approach him with deference. Given the family's current standing, only old friends or industry titans are deemed worthy of his personal welcome. His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Taxation, Mi Si Bin, has arrived. The greeter at the estate's entrance announced, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiao felt a jolt of surprise, pondering the implications of such a notable visitor at the Lin family celebration. Standing nearby, Lin Yuanfeng also found it hard to believe and quietly remarked, "This guest is extraordinary. He should be greeted by the head of the family himself." Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, sending someone to summon Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen was playfully engaging with his children when he heard the news, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not extended an invitation to this individual. A guest who arrives uninvited must possess significant importance, and he was keen to discern the purpose behind this visit. Carefully placing his children back in their cradle, he hastened to the estate's entrance. Lin Xiao, wearing a welcoming smile, stood before a middle-aged man clad in a crisp suit, exuding a gentle demeanor and engaging in lively conversation, accompanied by two pale-faced young men who held their heads high with an air of superiority. Lin Chen stepped forward, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Your presence here, esteemed Miss Mi Si, truly astonishes me. Although we have not had the pleasure of meeting before, I have long heard of your valiant deeds against Lianjian. This is not the place for conversation. Please, do come inside." The middle-aged man nodded, smiling as he extended his hand. "I have often heard your name mentioned in the General Office. Director General, your efforts regarding tax policy are greatly admired by my superior. I am Mi Si Bin, Deputy Commissioner of Taxation, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Chen shook his hand, instantly perceiving his thoughts through a mental connection and gaining insight into the identities of the two individuals behind him. Initially, he intended to intimidate Lin Chen with news of proposed tax increases, then negotiate support through promises of no tax hikes. Should that fail, he would tempt him with assistance in penetrating the lucrative Lianjian market. This old fox was attempting to win him over while secretly aspiring to usurp the position of Commissioner of Taxation. The two young men, however, piqued Lin Chen's curiosity. There is little information to be gleaned from Mi Si Bin's recollections, save for the fact that they hailed from the Hornan family. controlling the Horndon Pharmaceutical Company and presiding over the Malian Pharmaceutical Association. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to introduce the two, utterly unaware that Lin Chen had already deciphered his entire scheme. These young gentlemen are from the Horndon family. I believe you'll find common ground with them, given your early achievements. Indeed. It is an honor to receive praise from you, esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the two young men showed no inclination to shake hands, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. somewhat embarrassed. Davies and Jimmy are rather reserved. I hope you will excuse their rudeness. Not at all. I completely understand, he replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor to avoid causing further discomfort. While deftly managing S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Chen discreetly employed gravitational electromagnetism to scan Davies and Jimmy. The results were astonishing. Neither had a heartbeat. Instead, beneath their chests lay a blood-colored core the size of a walnut, rhythmically contracting and expanding. Coupled with a scent of decay and blood, it suggested they might be some unearthly beings. Maintaining an impassive facade, he continued to warmly escort S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others into the estate. Once everyone was comfortably seated in the VIP area, he seized an opportunity to excuse himself. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he entered his study, where Lin Chen and Lin Yuanfeng awaited him at the door. Shortly thereafter, Mother Jean also arrived. "Master, has something occurred?" she inquired. "I have gathered all our subordinates upon receiving your signal." Lin Chen shook his head, narrowing his eyes. "The two individuals brought by S.H.I.E.L.D. are problematic. Please ensure that our people keep a close watch on them. Should they exhibit any suspicious behavior, report it to me immediately. Conventional measures may not suffice. Advise the team to exercise caution." Lin Yuanfeng's expression twitched. "Are you suggesting they're supernatural beings, incapable of being harmed by ordinary means?" He and Lin Chen are both confidants of Lin Chen, and there are certain matters that Lin Chen did not conceal from them. When Lin Chen first informed them of the existence of supernatural powers in this world, Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Chen had initially thought he had lost his mind. It wasn't until they witnessed the bone claws and rapid recovery of Mother Jean that they truly believed in the veracity of these phenomena. "Father, should I take action and eliminate those two pretty boys?" Mother Jean leapt from her chair, excitement evident in her voice. Lin Chen shook his head. "It's unnecessary. We must not act impulsively before they make their move. Your focus should be on other areas. Many influential figures are present today, so be cautious of those who might take advantage of the situation." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Mother Jean grabbed a bottle of brandy from the cabinet, pried open the cap with her bone claws, and took a hearty swig. "How dull. I had hoped for a good fight." Upon returning to the banquet, Lin Chen adeptly conversed with the guests, ensuring that each one felt the warmth of the Lin family. When Zhen and I emerged with the children, the atmosphere of the gathering reached its zenith. Guests eagerly sought to offer compliments. Some praised the children's beauty and charm, while others lauded their intelligence and wit. They all understood that flattering Lin Chen would bear little fruit, but showering praise on the children would surely delight him. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at their cunning and cleverness. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the majority of guests, satisfied, began to take their leave. They had further solidified their relationships with the Lin family, secured rights to coveted products, and negotiated numerous procurement agreements. S.H.I.E.L.D. and his companions lingered in the VIP section, waiting for Lin Chen to bid farewell to the last batch of guests before they approached him slowly. "Mr. Lin, you truly have a wonderful rapport with people, and you are quite generous to your friends. I wonder if you are aware that your old friend, Mr. Shimi, has betrayed your friendship?" Lin Chen shrugged and replied, "Lord S.H.I.E.L.D., I mean no offense, but you cannot be referring to the issue of increased agricultural and commercial taxes, can you? If that is the case, there was no need for you to come in person." A look of surprise crossed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face. Logically, Shimi had already decided to abandon the Lin family and could not possibly have leaked the newly established policies of the general office. So, who among the 12 high-ranking officials at the meeting had prematurely informed the Lin family? He had intended to use this information to intimidate Lin Chen and then draw him in, but seemed Lin Chen was already aware, rendering his test futile. As a seasoned politician, S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly changed his tone and smiled. "Mr. Lin, your information is quite astute, so I shall be direct. Count Ming Tuo intends to reorganize the Taxation Bureau, and I hope Mr. Lin can lend his support. Once I take office, the Lin family's industry taxes will remain at their current rate, compared to Shimi, who is solely focused on returning to his homeland. I will be a more steadfast and enduring partner for the Lin family. Mi-Sibin paused at this juncture. Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, he inwardly cursed. What a greedy individual, never satisfied with such favorable conditions. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal his last card, addressing Dai Weici and Jimmy. These two gentlemen are young masters of the Horton family, who control the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Myligian, Horton Pharmaceuticals. And they also hold the esteemed positions of president and vice president of the Medical Association. I have been a longtime friend of the Horton family. If Mr. Lin could lend his support, given my connection with the Horton family, these young masters would assist Lin S. Pharmaceuticals in entering the Myligian market. Jimmy was finally laying everything on the table, but it was still insufficient. Chapter 6. Your relationship with the Horton family will become even more solid. Lin Chen uttered a single sentence, brief yet enough to leave Jimmy in a daze and draw frowns from Dai Weici and Jimmy. To secure my support. These terms alone are inadequate. Lin Chen remained composed, unperturbed by their potential hostility. Dai Weici, with a fair complexion and no facial hair, appeared to be around 24 or 25, possessing a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, remarkably handsome. Anger ignited in his amber eyes, while his chestnut hair swayed slightly, undisturbed by any breeze. Do not overstep, outsider from the east. Who would dare refuse the goodwill of the Horton family? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he cast a cold glance at him, retorting, So, you wish to provoke the Lin family? As his tone grew frosty, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly oppressive. Individuals in the shadows discreetly raised their weapons, aiming at one of the 100 present. The patriarch had declared that the weapons were useless, yet he had not stated they were completely ineffective. If fired simultaneously, he doubted they would not meet their mark. Jimmy seemed to sense the concealed threat and, smiling, pulled Dai Weici closer, taking his original position. No, Mr. Lin has misunderstood. My brother did not mean that. The Horton family holds the Lin family in high regard. Please allow me to apologize on behalf of Dai Weici. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, That would be best. I accept your apology. Jimmy, can you take charge? If so, let us continue our discussion. If not, summon someone who can. My time is precious. Such words were delivered without a hint of politeness, causing veins to bulge on Dai Weici's forehead as he flared his nostrils, panting heavily. Even a usually composed Jimmy bore a dark expression at that moment. Yet, Jimmy remained calm and, after a brief silence, stated, Of course, I can take charge. Mr. Lin, please share your conditions. Lord Jimmy, Brother Dai Weici, is it acceptable for me to take the lead? This statement, though phrased as a question, revealed a subtle hierarchy, suggesting that Jimmy held a higher status than the other two. Jimmy, a prominent figure in the tax administration of Janata, willingly relinquished authority. Rest assured, young Master Jimmy. I have no objections, Dai Weici huffed, tilting his head in silence. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff. I ask for little, truly little. Since you have already selected the person in charge, Mr. Jimmy, let us proceed to the study for a detailed discussion. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he noticed that Miss Mi and Dai Weici wished to follow, so he whistled and said, S.H.I.E.L.D, please take Miss Mi and Dai Weici to rest. I prefer not to have outsiders meddling in important matters. Mr. Jimmy should understand this principle. The butler, Lin S.H.I.E.L.D, emerged from seemingly nowhere and politely invited the two to leave. Are you considering purchasing 10,000 acres in Myligian? Mr. Jimmy looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. The relationship between Jiana and Myligian was fraught with tension. A major landowner from Jiana buying such an expanse in Myligian was perilous, especially with the potential for turmoil. You must understand, the situation in Megwa is precarious. Any day could ignite conflict with Jiana, and then all your investments might go to waste. I am thinking of your welfare and suggest that you entrust the agency rights for pharmaceuticals to my family. This way, you can earn substantial profits in peace. In Megwa, no one would dare infringe upon the business of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, fully aware of Jimmy's intentions. Megwa had only recently been established and was in dire need of substantial capital for development. If he were to invest heavily there, he would undoubtedly attract significant local attention. Consequently, the S.H.I.E.L.D family would find it more challenging to manipulate the Lin family. By taking the initiative in the pharmaceutical agency, the Lin family would hold the power. Mr. Jimmy is a wise man. I am not one of short-sighted vision. as long as the S.H.I.E.L.D family is willing to assist. Our future cooperation will extend beyond merely the blueberry extract. I can assure you, as long as the S.H.I.E.L D family does not betray our friendship, Lin Pharmaceutical Company will prioritize your family for agency rights in embarked. Mr. Jimmy blinked and readily agreed. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "Rest assured, the land you delineated earlier will certainly be acquired by the S.H.I.E.L D family. By the way, I would appreciate your continued support regarding Mr. Me. With him in the tax bureau, your relationship with the S.H.I.E.L D family will only grow stronger." Upon saying this, he slapped the embarked map on the table with confidence. This cunning young man was calculating in his mind. It was merely a matter of purchasing land, trivial for the S.H.I.E.L D family. Securing the lucrative deal on blueberry extract while simultaneously reinforcing ties with an old friend was truly a double victory. Lin Chen reclined with his legs crossed, lit a cigarette, and gazed with interest at the red-marked areas on the map. These plots varied in size, collectively amounting to tens of thousands of acres, appearing insignificant on the vast landscape of embarked. Yet, a century hence, those very places would undoubtedly evolve into the most prosperous cities of embarked, including Washington, the surrounding areas of New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, San Diego, and more. No problem. I shall instruct the steward to notify the merchants and farmers of albeit province to support Mr. Misai Ben in his candidacy for the position of Chief Tax Officer. Now that we have reached an agreement, surely you must reveal your true identity? I do not wish to pry into your secrets, but I must at least ascertain whether the individual I am collaborating with is of human origin. As soon as the words left my lips, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished from the chair. Bang! An indistinct shadow, elusive to the ordinary eye, shattered the wooden chair with a swift kick. The youth was excessively impulsive. Lin Chen's voice resounded from the other side of the study, and the shadow surged forward once more. Before he could make a move, a weighty force, as formidable as a mountain, surged from the void, pinning him firmly in midair. At this moment, Jimmy had undergone a complete transformation. His once chestnut hair now radiated a vivid crimson, and his brown eyes morphed into an eerie dark red, with mysterious symbols manifesting upon his forehead. Lin Chen had previously sensed a foul, putrid odor emanating from Jimmy, and now that stench intensified as he struggled against the gravitational control of the void. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Jimmy opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs that bore no resemblance to human teeth, resembling more the fangs of a bat. The illustrious young Master Jimmy of the renowned S.H.I.E.L.D family was, in fact, a notorious vampire. It was bewildering how he thrived within high society without being discovered by the church's tribunal. While Lin Chen derided the church's incompetence, he had no intention of confronting Jimmy directly. Even if he was a vampire, what of it? Lin Chen was also an aberrant. As long as the Lin family was not provoked, he would gladly allow these creatures to prey upon the Megwa people. That wretched Misai Ben, what a useless fool. After all this investigation, he was unaware that you were an extraordinary being. Dear Mr. Lin, could you please release me? You must understand we mean no harm. Lin Chen crossed his arms and replied with a smile, "Whether you harbor ill intentions or not, your thoughts seem to suggest otherwise. Mr. Jimmy, it would be wise to abandon that notion, or I assure you, you shall find it more agonizing than being pierced through the heart by a crucifix. A fate worse than death." He extended his finger, sending a beam of golden light into Jimmy's body, enveloping his pulsating blood core. Jimmy sensed the shift within himself, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The power of the sun, such pure solar energy. Impossible. The earth has long been devoid of gods. How could you possibly wield the power of the sun? Lin Chen regarded him with a look of incredulity, his tone laced with mockery. It appears, Mr. Jimmy, that you have slumbered for too long. Even elementary school children today understand that the sun is merely an ordinary star. What is so strange about wielding solar power? Jimmy nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. Such knowledge he had long since acquired from the descendants of his family. Yet the individual before him was overwhelmingly powerful, yet utterly ignorant of the extraordinary world and his own abilities. Esteemed Mr. Lin, please do not jest. The power you have infused within me carries a hint of divinity. Far from the ordinary energy of a star. The energy of a typical star requires a substantial amount to pose a threat to a vampire. Yet your strength is sufficient with just a mere fraction to extinguish my existence. Lin Chen whistled and casually reclined in his chair. With a mere thought, he relinquished his control over gravity, allowing Jimmy to descend. From this individual, he gleaned considerable intelligence, deepening his understanding of his own abilities. Given that he could suppress the vampire, releasing him seemed inconsequential. Jimmy's vampiric powers were completely subdued by the golden light, causing him to stumble and roll his eyes. Dear Mr. Lin, you are indeed rather rude. In order to express my apologies, I propose to alter the division regarding the profits from the Halden family's blueberry extract to a 19-1 split. You shall receive 90%, and we will merely take 10, Jimmy declared. Lin Chen tilted his head, casting a peculiar smile at Jimmy. Only giving you a mere 10% seems rather inappropriate, does it not? It seems akin to begging for alms. Jimmy's pride appeared to be stung as he abruptly stood, passionately gesticulating. With your immense strength, receiving just 10% is already a generous boon bestowed upon the Halden family. Should you choose to reveal your prowess in the extraordinary realm, there would be countless individuals eager to kneel and seek your collaboration, leaving you with no need for us. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Very well. Since you, Mr. Jimmy, are so insistent, I shall reluctantly agree to amend our terms of cooperation. Here's to a prosperous partnership ahead. Jimmy quickly stepped forward, grasping Lin Chen's outstretched hand. Respected Mr. Lin, the Halden family shall not disappoint you. Within a month, that land shall belong to you and the Lin family. Lin Chen merely acknowledged with a perfunctory nod. Understanding the mood, Jimmy gracefully declined the invitation to stay, promptly escorting the tea-sated Missabin and Daiwei away from the estate. This place was far too intimidating, more so than the Inquisition of Vatican City. That very night, within the Lin estate, butler Lin Chen entered the study, his face a mask of shock as he reported, "Sir, the individuals who followed Missabin have returned. Those two American fellows transformed into bats and fled during their journey. The returning individuals are quite frightened. Lin Chen is currently comforting them." Lin Chen nodded, addressing Lin Chen. "The legends of vampires are ancient. This time, I have witnessed them firsthand. The Lin family must prepare promptly. Ordinary weaponry is utterly ineffective against such supernatural beings. Inform the old brothers that tomorrow I shall impart to them the true essence of martial arts, the kind that cultivates genuine energy." Lin Chen trembled, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Every man in Donglong harbored a dream of martial prowess during their youth, yet reality only allowed glimpses of internal and external martial arts. Many who rose within the Lin family practiced the 5 elements fist taught by the master, which is indeed a form of internal martial art. Regardless of whether it is internal or external, the divisions in mastery are fundamentally similar. Ming Jin represents the initial realm, characterized by the harmonious alignment of external forces, the shoulders with the hips, the elbows with the knees, and the hands with the feet. It entails complete mastery over one's musculature and unification of the body's strength, culminating in a punch that shatters the air with a resounding crack, an elusive sound that is often said to be priceless. In contrast, Njin emphasizes the internal triad, the convergence of the heart and intent, the intent and breath, and the breath and strength. By adjusting the spine's center of gravity, one can evoke sensations akin to a cat's bristled fur, sealing off the body's pores while harnessing the vital energy generated during practice. When striking an opponent, this life force erupts from the point of contact, delivering immense power that is both penetrating and capable of inflicting injuries that are arduous to heal. Hua Jin arises when this internal strength permeates the entire body, rendering one impervious to even the lightest touch, as if not a feather could rest upon them, nor a fly land. The energy flows seamlessly through the limbs, granting dominion over every minute aspect of the body. It facilitates the expulsion of toxins, fortifies the organs, and reinforces the sinews and bones, allowing one to unleash power even an inch beyond the corporeal realm, reaching the zenith of human potential. As for Dan Jin and Gang Jin, these represent even loftier realms, seldom glimpsed by ordinary mortals. The transcendence of reality, the state of unbreakable divinity, exists only in legends, never truly witnessed. At this moment, Lin Shuhai is astounded by the revelation from the elder that they could be taught martial arts capable of cultivating true qi. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Chen. "Elder, are you unwell? Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order? Lin Chen shot him a fierce glare. He retrieved the first 2 sections of the I Ching, which he had previously transcribed, and tossed them to Lin Chen. His tone grave. Study this carefully. Do you think the elder would deceive you? This is merely the foundation. The subsequent content is even more formidable. Currently, it is only accessible to the old comrades. The guards must first undergo trials to identify the loyal ones before teaching them. Lin Chen took the text, and his heart raced with alarm. Could it be that the elder had pilfered something from the Shaolin temple? The I Ching is a secret text that is traditionally not disseminated. As he flipped through its pages, he gradually became entranced. After a considerable time, upon finishing the last page, he returned to reality. Lin Chen, pointing at his hands, smiled faintly. Now you see the elder did not deceive you. What you hold. The I Ching consists solely of the first 2 sections. The first section teaches the perception of various energies in the universe, enabling one to open the meridians throughout the body. The second section facilitates a transformation of the body, strengthening it, detoxifying it, ensuring smooth flow of qi and blood, and invigorating the spirit, enhancing the soul's potency. With this, the Lin family's practitioners of Njin and Huajin will multiply, and the realms of Danjin, Gangjin, and perhaps even the transcendence of reality and unbreakable divinity may well be revived in the mortal realm. In the study, Lin Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Ever since the emergence of the bloodthirsty entity, he had been plagued by a constant fear of imminent death. However, with the I Ching bestowed by the elder, the Lin family would undoubtedly see a resurgence of formidable warriors. The elder's immense kindness and grace would forever be etched in their hearts. They would willingly brave fire and water in gratitude. I shall promptly inform my old comrades to gather at the training ground tomorrow, awaiting our esteemed master's teachings. He trembled with excitement, hastily bowed, and departed. Observing Lin Chen receding figure, Lin Chen was filled with myriad emotions. Although the Lin family wielded immense power, true trust and the willingness to entrust one's life rested solely with those old brothers who had journeyed across the seas alongside him, building their fortunes from scratch. The servants, guards, and subordinates recruited later lacked sufficient loyalty. Perhaps it would take another generation, or even 4, to cultivate true loyalists devoted to the Lin family. Chapter 7. What reason have I to fail? At the Lin family's training ground, over 20 burly figures stood in a line, their expressions focused and their gazes fervent. At the end of the line stood Aunt Jean, discreetly observing the group with her peripheral vision. Having been at the Lin estate for nearly a year, her adoptive father was so engrossed in his duties that she rarely saw him, and her most frequent interactions were with these men. She had never witnessed them so animated. What was it about the I Ching that could evoke such fervor from these unflinching warriors accustomed to facing peril? Lin Chen cast a glance over the crowd. Many among them were stuck at the dark energy realm, hoping that after practicing I Ching, they could successfully break through to the transformative realm. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen strode into the training ground, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Aunt Jean. He had not instructed Lin Chen to inform her last night, but her presence here signified that her loyalty to the Lin family had been acknowledged by all. The Iron Wolverine was formidable in its own right. Should it also master I Ching, its potential for growth would undoubtedly expand further. The future of the Wanwei world appeared increasingly intriguing. Today's gathering, as the steward had likely conveyed, precedes the impartation of I Ching, during which there are several rules you must remember. Any transgression will lead to dire consequences. The first rule is to never betray the family. The second, to refrain from infighting among kin. The third, to guard against disclosing secrets. And the fourth, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is that clear? In unison, the crowd thundered, understood. Their voices resonated like a mighty bell, shaking the very heavens. Excellent. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Under the influence of their shared mental connection, their thoughts aligned, and their resolve solidified. He settled himself cross-legged in the center of the training ground and began to practice I Ching. The first level of I Ching is not overly complex, devoid of intricate techniques. One merely needs to persist in completing 9 movements that transcend human limits, thereby attuning oneself to the universe's energy to enter the threshold. Should anyone successfully navigate this first phase, their physical prowess will significantly enhance, facilitating their progression to the second level. The term rebirth may sound mystical, Yet it simply refers to the cleansing of the body through universal energy, expelling accumulated toxins and impurities, fortifying muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs, scientifically described as a form of evolution. As Lin Chen performed the movements, he elucidated the key principles involved. With unwavering focus, the crowd diligently emulated Lin Chen, their minds wholly engaged, etching his movements into their memories as if indelibly inscribed. This phenomenon was undoubtedly a manifestation of Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities, as he utilized a form of telepathic transmission to impart his understanding of the I Ching directly into the minds of each individual present. Upon completing a full set of movements, Lin Chen felt an invigorating lightness enveloping him. The miniature star within his brain radiated a continuous glow, permeating every part of his body, cleansing his already formidable physique from within. Perhaps due to the inherent purity of his body, he expelled no impurities. Yet, he could perceive his sinews, bones, flesh, and vital organs fortifying with an unending resilience. Lin Chen had not anticipated such remarkable effects from his initial practice of the I Ching. He initially attributed his rapid progress to a personal energy issue, but a glance at the others in the training hall dispelled that notion. Among the 20 or so participants, only Jean Musi, who possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities, managed to complete 9 movements, while the rest had barely managed one. Even Jean Musi, the sole individual to finish the entire set, only exhibited a slight enhancement in vigor, failing to harness any cosmic energy. Could it be that the miniature star in my brain is not merely a high-dimensional energy illusion, but an actual celestial body? My accelerated cultivation must be due to my intrinsic energy source, allowing me to bypass the need to sense cosmic energy. Lin Chen resolved to practice once more. This time, he refrained from distracting himself by observing others and instead adopted a microscopic perspective rooted in gravitational electromagnetism to examine his internal state. He observed as the miniature star in his brain emitted varying energies corresponding to the 9 movements of the I Ching, each energy perfectly aligned with the respective motion, progressively expanding his meridians, nourishing acupoints, and enhancing his physical strength. He could faintly sense a formidable energy residing within the acupoints traversed by these pathways, a power akin to the miniature star, yet not entirely identical. Lin Chen, astonished, scanned again and confirmed the existence of a force reminiscent of the miniature star within the acupoints, though it remained dormant. Testing whether he could activate one of these acupoints would serve as validation. He summoned all the energy within him, directing it towards a specific acupoint in his palm. However, just before making contact, he was struck by a profound sense of impending doom, as if opening this acupoint would unleash a perilous surge of energy. Instinctively, Lin Chen withdrew his energy, and the ominous sensation gradually dissipated. What could be the cause of this? He retrieved the I Ching from his system space and meticulously examined the annotations within. At last, he discovered a similar account in the commentary of the first-generation Huaning, which recounted a tale of a young prodigy who, in his eagerness for rapid progress, had opened several acupoints overnight, only to be obliterated by the overwhelming influx of cosmic energy his body could not withstand. With this newfound understanding, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given the inadequacy of physical strength, there is no urgency in unblocking the acupoints. As long as one persists in cultivating the first level of the I Ching, continuously utilizing cosmic energy to strengthen the body, supplemented by the 11th generation Taibao's practice of the Golden Bell Shield, there will inevitably come a day when the body's strength meets the requisite standards. Within the martial arts arena of the Lin family estate, over 20 robust men were diligently training in the I Ching. Their inability to complete a full set of movements became a source of internal anguish, as they felt they were falling short of the expectations set by their mentor. The youngest among them, Jean Mushi, could accomplish the task. Why should they be any less capable? With such thoughts in mind, each brawny man gritted his teeth and persevered, even wincing in pain, yet refusing to yield. They were oblivious to the fact that Jean Mushi possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities, rendering him impervious to the injuries inflicted by actions exceeding human limits. Convinced instead that their own efforts were insufficient, Lin Chen did not intervene. After all, he could heal their injuries. as long as they did not meet the same grim fate as the youthful genius chronicled by the first generation of Huaining, who perished in a violent explosion. He regarded his healing ability as the most reliable safeguard. "Master, your letter has arrived, sent from Megwa." A guard rushed over, respectfully presenting a thick envelope. This letter, from Megwa in New York, was penned by Jimmy Hoden. Upon opening the envelope, Lin Chen discovered not only a sheet of letter paper, but also a dozen land certificates. Unfolding the letter, he read line by line, a slight smile gracing his lips, to the formidable Mr. Lin. "Greetings, esteemed and powerful Mr. Lin. To expedite the fulfillment of my promise, Daiweizi and I employed some special methods to return to New York. When the esteemed elders of the great family learned of our agreement, I nearly faced a fiery demise. Thankfully, the power you left within me demonstrated your unparalleled strength. Heaven, your power serves both as a restraint and a protection. It absorbed all the flames that surrounded me. The elders were astounded by its might, and, consequently, subsequent matters proceeded smoothly. With the elders' assistance, these land certificates were processed in just half a day. Elder Poliasai even volunteered to use special means to deliver this letter and the certificates to you. However, knowing Poliasai's nature, greedy, selfish, and cowardly, he would undoubtedly dare not present himself before you. Perhaps he might merely toss the letter at your doorstep and flee. I kindly ask you to overlook the old man's rudeness, as he does not represent the great family. Lastly, I urge you to arrange for someone to come to New York at your earliest convenience, as the Horden Pharmaceutical Company is ready to produce the blueberry essence. Once the formula and production process arrive, we can commence production immediately. Your most loyal friend, Jimmy Hoden. Date. After folding the letter, Lin Chen perused the substantial stack of land certificates. Each certificate bore the seal of the respective state, all inscribed with his name. Jimmy Hoden had been meticulous in his arrangements, even covering the costs of the land with resources from this exploitative venture. The land surrounding the prosperous urban areas of Magnesium City, even if undeveloped now, is destined to yield immense profits in the future, potentially amounting to hundreds of billions in magnesium currency. Presently, the political landscape in Magnesium City is tumultuous. Since its inception, there has been a contentious debate regarding the abolition of the servitude system, with the continuous expansion of the plantation industry. The encroachment upon the labor resources has become increasingly pronounced, exacerbating the tension between the northern industrial demands for labor and the available workforce. The conflicts between the southern and northern regions are intensifying, threatening to erupt into civil strife at any moment. This period is evidently unsuitable for any land development. Should a conflict arise, all investments would be rendered futile. Lin Chen's acquisition of these lands is a strategic investment for the distant future. While economic gain is a component, it is primarily a political maneuver. By possessing substantial land around the most prosperous cities in Magnesium City, as urban expansion occurs, the Lin family will wield significant influence, commanding a powerful voice in future developments. Although this era is still over a century away, it is precisely this foresight that has allowed for the successful procurement of these lands, while suburban areas remain undervalued in Magnesium City. Lin Chen possesses ample time. With his mutation abilities and the Wolverine-like regenerative powers granted by the system, he is destined for longevity. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from the training ground. "I did it! I can feel the cosmic energy." At the sound of the exclamation, Lin Chen turned to the crowd. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the practitioner, Jean Mushy, had his legs crossed behind his neck, hands clasped around his shoulders, while streams of exotic energy descended from the heavens, entering his body through his feet, palms, and crown. "What nonsense are you shouting? I don't see any cosmic energy," Lin Yud exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was on the verge of exhaustion, yet had not sensed any cosmic energy himself. He had anticipated that such powerful energy would manifest with celestial phenomena, but there was none to be seen around Jean Mushy. It is indeed cosmic energy. In an instant, Lin Chen traversed several meters to Jean Mushy's side. Activating his gravitational electromagnetic abilities, he could clearly perceive the myriad colors of cosmic energy entering Jean Mushy's body. After a significant portion of energy had entered, it merely circled briefly before dispersing. Only the green and golden energies remained, diligently cleansing and fortifying his organs and tissues. The green energy brimmed with vitality, while the golden energy was remarkably sharp and resilient. However, the absorption of cosmic energy was notably slow, possibly due to insufficient comprehension and an unstable connection to the cosmic essence. Upon hearing Lin Chen's remarks, Lin Yud and the others nearly erupted with frustration. What's going on here? A mere outsider child managed to cultivate successfully before us. How embarrassing. Zhang Mushi himself was astonished. On his first day practicing the I Ching, he had vaguely sensed the cosmic energy. Father, I did it. I can feel the cosmic energy. A wave of joy surged within him as he heard his adoptive father's confirmation, causing his excitement to manifest in somewhat awkward movements. Consequently, the earlier sensation swiftly dissipated, and the cosmic energy once again returned to the ether. Lin Chen smiled, recognizing that he was still but a child, lacking in composure. He continued, emphasizing the importance of allowing cultivation to unfold naturally, without undue pressure. Having experienced initial success, future endeavors would be considerably easier. Just as a bowstring pulled too tightly may snap, cultivation cannot be rushed. Go and play with Vico, relax a bit, he suggested. Zhang Mushi, appearing contemplative, lowered her legs from her neck, rose, and after bowing, proceeded towards the stable. Her half-brother, Vico, had become increasingly irritable, failing to abide by rules, and remained merely a stable hand. Observing Zhang Mushi's departure, Lin Chen cast a glance at the others. They were forcing themselves through the 9 extreme postures of the I Ching, accumulating a plethora of hidden injuries. Some had already suffered ruptured meridians, while others experienced internal bleeding and distorted bones. These old comrades, fiercely competitive, bore their injuries in silence, relentlessly continuing their training. Were it not for their iron will, others would have long since collapsed in agony. Lin Chen understood their unwillingness to yield to anyone, particularly after Zhang Mushi's recent triumph. Their pride would not allow them to concede defeat. With arms outstretched, his expression solemn and serene, a miniature star flickered in his mind, and suddenly, a rain of green light began to descend from the void. Those enveloped by this luminous shower instantly felt their pain vanish, and the hidden injuries sustained during their rigorous training healed in an instant. Even those with ruptured meridians and internal bleeding recovered in mere seconds. Since cultivating the I Ching, Lin Chen had become increasingly adept at wielding his mutant abilities. Among the 20 or so individuals, most had regained their health under the influence of his healing technique, yet those with distorted bones faced a more complex predicament. Healing alone could not rectify their deformed bones. It necessitated concurrent gravitational control to precisely realign the bones for the healing to take effect. A miracle. The talisman had revealed its power. The crowd was astonished, their excitement directed toward Lin Chen. One by one, the hardened men dropped to their knees, performing the most reverent gestures of respect. In that moment, Lin Chen transcended the role of a lifelong leader, becoming the singular faith within their lives. Great winds arise from subtle beginnings, and waves form from minute disturbances. From the Lin family's talisman, a coalition of titans across various sectors in the S.H.I.E.L.D province, including commerce and agriculture, catapulted Mi Si Ben to the position of chief tax officer, sending ripples throughout the entire Ganna realm. The implementation of various tax incentives propelled the rapid development of the S.H.I.E.L.D province's economy, bringing immense joy to all participating families. As the initiator, the Lin family naturally reaped the greatest benefits, leveraging their substantial wealth and formidable military strength, complemented by the support of the authorities. They continuously expanded their enterprises, never ceasing to venture into new industries. Today, Lin Chen's name resonates even more prominently in the province of Alberta than that of the Grand Earl of Baiga. And in Edmont, he has become a household name. It can be said that half of the industries in this city belong to the Lin family. Chapter 8. In a few years, there may not be enough space. Some even refer to the ruler of the Lin family as Lin Banchen, fearing to utter his name directly lest they inadvertently offend the increasingly powerful Lin clan. Over the past decade, the city of Edmont has seen several mayors come and go. Regardless of who assumes office, their first act is to pay homage at the Lin family estate. A mayor lacking the Lin family support cannot even issue orders from the city government, while those who are backed by the Lin family quickly rise through the ranks due to their remarkable achievements. When the Lin family is angered, all lords tremble. In times of peace, the world remains tranquil. The Lin family's influence has reached such heights. The Grand Earl has long sought to suppress the Lin family. Yet faced with an ever-growing array of obstacles within the central government, he has been unable to implement his directives. Now, confronted with the already formidable Lin family, he finds himself utterly powerless. Much of his energy has been consumed in battling against the Lin family, and during his tenure, S.H.I.E.L.D has seen little change. In contrast, the neighboring state of S.H.I.E.L.D, established only a few decades ago, is rife with turmoil, with the S.H.I.E.L.D faction increasingly witnessing the emergence of supporters of abolition. They have joined the newly formed liberal movement, and the political fervor of the abolitionist campaign has escalated, nearly engulfing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Following the compromise legislation of that year, multiple bills concerning the abolition of slavery were swiftly passed. The pro-slavery states attempted to expand the reach of slavery, and the debate over the geographical boundaries of slavery intensified between the northern and southern factions, compared to the California, Texas, Utah, and Washington bills, which leaned toward supporting abolition. The Fugitive Slave Act sparked a broader anti-slavery struggle. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 exacerbated tensions between the North and South, as it nullified restrictions on the expansion of slavery into newly developed Western territories, allowing slaveholders to implement slavery in those regions. That same year, a protracted civil strife erupted between those supporting and opposing slavery over the control of Kansas, which would later become a significant catalyst for the outbreak of the Civil War, giving rise to organizations opposing the conflict. The Lin family's acquisition of vast tracts of land in S.H.I.E.L.D predominantly lies within free states, with only a small portion in slave states. However, under the protection of the Houghton family, neither pro-slavery nor anti-slavery factions dare to touch the Lin family. Lin Chen has managed to navigate this turbulent era with relative stability, as the robust network of relationships cultivated by the Lin family over the years remains unshakable. Neither the pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D nor the internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D can undermine the Lin family's standing. In recent years, his primary focus has been on mentoring his old comrades, while also dedicating his free time to acquiring knowledge of emerging technologies, ensuring that the Lin family does not lag behind in the face of progress. The family's finances are overseen by Lin Yuanfeng, while personnel management and arrangements are entrusted to Lin Chen, although he has taken a step back from day-to-day management. The wealth of the Lin family continues to grow, and their influence gradually expands throughout the entire Jina region. The version of the I Ching Jing practiced by the Longhu sect was created by the founder of Shaolin Temple, Damo. After developing the 12-barrier Golden Bell, Damo found it overly complex and worried that future generations might struggle to reach its pinnacle. Consequently, he simplified it and created the I Ching Jing. During one of his training sessions involving the 10 Guardians horizontal Golden Bell, Lin Chen inadvertently activated the true energy of the I Ching Jing. To his surprise, practicing both simultaneously proved complementary, resulting in progress far exceeding that of training either method alone. After confirming its safety through multiple experiments, he imparted this training method to his old comrades and Jean Mushy. Several of his old companions, having mastered this new technique, successfully completed the 9 extraordinary movements of the first level of I Ching Jing, transcending the limits of the human body. From that point onward, they no longer required Lin Chen's healing abilities for their injuries. The hardships and tribulations they faced during their previous training became the very nourishment for their further advancement, deepening their understanding of certain principles and accelerating their progress in the I Ching Jing. Jean Mushy ultimately suffered due to her lack of understanding of the profound Longhu culture. Regardless of how harshly she tortured her body to force out potential, she could never simultaneously practice I Ching Jing and 10 Guardians horizontal Golden Bell. In the ensuing years, Lin Chen did not rush to open his acupoints. Instead, he committed to daily practice of both I Ching Jing and 10 Guardians horizontal Golden Bell. After each session, he would perform the 8 pieces of brocade to regulate his internal organs and muscles, enhancing his flexibility and physical strength. He aimed to establish an unprecedentedly solid foundation. As long as he had not maximized his physical strength, he would refrain from unlocking the acupoints to unleash that terrifying energy. With the exceptional foundation laid by the I Ching Jing, combined with the soul of a martial arts master who had perfected his techniques in a previous life, he pondered what extraordinary events would unfold in this life as he sought to cultivate his martial arts to transcend the void and achieve an imperishable state of divine encounter. The power and influence of the Lin family continued to grow, and Lin Chen's number of wives also increased, along with the birth of numerous children. Over the years, several new concubines had joined the family, with nearly each one bearing at least one child, and some favored ones even giving birth to two. The system's rewards largely pertain to attributes such as appearance and physical constitution, with only the births of the 15th and 20th children granting them two unique abilities. The 15th child gained the power to control flames, while the 20th acquired the ability to hold their breath for an entire day. Lin Chen now has over 20 children, with only a few possessing special abilities. The rest, while robust and intelligent, are not markedly different from ordinary children. Through relentless networking and strategic marriages, the relatives of the Lin family have now spread across more than a dozen provinces and regions, making it evident that connections with in-laws and parents-in-law are ubiquitous. The eldest children are currently enrolled in a secondary school established by the Lin family, while the younger ones attend an affiliated primary school or are cared for at the Lin family kindergarten. These educational institutions, steadfastly founded by Lin Chen, employ a bilingual curriculum, mandating not only the study of the official language, English, but also the local dialect. A significant portion of the curriculum is dedicated to the dialect and its associated studies. Lin Chen, having harbored a deep disdain for superficial individuals in his past life, is resolute in ensuring that his children do not become the distasteful amalgamation of outwardly appearing as local citizens while harboring foreign sentiments within. One day, after completing his practice of the I Ching Jing, Lin Chen, whose eyes now bear the marks of time, entered the training room. "Master, our residence seems a bit cramped. In a few years, it may no longer accommodate us." Though he refrained from stating the reasons explicitly, Lin Chen was keenly aware of the underlying implications. The old comrades and their families reside in the front courtyard. The maids and gardeners occupy the middle quarters, while the back courtyard is home to Lin Chen's concubines and children. The rapid expansion of the Lin family over the years has filled the 5 courtyards, consisting of over 100 rooms, to near capacity. It is indeed time to consider an expansion. Otherwise, once the remaining few rooms are occupied, it would be too late to undertake renovations. Surely, it would not be appropriate to have newly arrived concubines and others squeezed together. With the Lin family now possessing considerable wealth, their investments span various industries, including clothing, food, housing, transportation, and manufacturing, totaling dozens of sectors. Therefore, Lin Chen has resolved to address this matter comprehensively. He intends to invest significantly in constructing a residence that will endure for a century. From a scale perspective, this new home will rival the grandeur of the Ming Emperor's palace. The materials used for the construction, including doors, windows, walls, timber, bricks, and stones, must be of the finest quality. The design will be inspired by the Ming Emperor's palace, and artisans will be sourced from the descendants of those who originally built the imperial palaces of the region. Every detail of the expansion will be meticulously considered, ensuring a fusion of regal opulence and modern aesthetic appeal. Upon hearing Lin Chen's intentions, the steward Lin Chen mentally calculated the expenses involved. "Master, would it truly necessitate such a grand scale? The Ming Emperor's palace stretches 1,000 meters in length and width, with dozens of halls and thousands of rooms, accommodating thousands of inhabitants. It seems rather excessive." He felt that his master might be overreaching. Constructing such a vast estate would draw undue attention. Even the grandest royal residences of the Eagle Kingdom would pale in comparison to his master's vision, and if others were to learn of it, envy would surely ensue. "S.H.I.E.L.D, one must possess a long-term vision, not merely focus on the present," Lin Chen replied thoughtfully. "Just a few years ago, this residence felt empty, yet now it is filled to the brim. My health remains adequate for now, and I intend to take more wives and have more children. I do not wish to wait until the new residence is also at capacity before I am compelled to concern myself with expansion once more." Lin Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking with a tone of reflection. The Lin family is not lacking in wealth. Their industrial and agricultural expansion has reached its zenith. It is not that there are no worthy projects to invest in, but rather that truly loyal and reliable individuals are scarce, unable to support the family's continued development. With an abundance of funds and no suitable avenues for investment, placing money in a bank would only lead to depreciation, and encountering turmoil would be a hassle. Although the Lin family fears no power, attracting trouble is a nuisance. It would be far more prudent to use this money to construct a residence capable of sustaining the family's legacy for a millennium, serving as both an inheritance for future generations and a true symbol of wealth. Lin Chen concurred with the elder sentiments and accepted the task of expansion. He arranged for manpower, under the leadership of Lin Chen, to return to Dalong to summon the descendants of the artisans who built the palaces. Lin Chen, with an unremarkable appearance, could blend into the crowd unnoticed, making him well-suited for operations under the Qing dynasty's rule in Dalong. He also dispatched individuals to procure building materials, traveling to Jinnah, Daya, and Malian to acquire sufficient timber, stone, clay, and steel. The grand expansion project, under Lin Chen meticulous planning, proceeded with fervor. As the vast project was announced, affluent merchants and nobility brought their daughters to the Lin family estate in droves. Sir Edmund, after today, you shall be the new governor of Jinnah. Some words you may have already heard in your homeland. There exists a mysterious and powerful Eastern figure who has established a formidable family influence in Jinnah. You may deem me incompetent, but never underestimate his power. Count Mingduo, before departing, grasped the new governor's hand, reluctantly imparting this advice. Sir Edmund Walker, the newly appointed governor of Jinnah, revealed a sinister smile, pointing towards the distant northwest with arrogance. Rest assured, Count, accompanying me to Jinnah are a guard ship, a deep-sea vessel, and an armed patrol vessel, commanded by the valiant Colonel Jeffrey. They are currently stationed at the Hudson Bay Company's dock near the Barrel Farm. The royal family has already authorized me to assume command in emergencies. The Lin family's manufacturing and textile products are transported by sea to Europe and Asia. As long as I control these crucial maritime routes, they will have no choice but to comply. Count Mingduo's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a hint of satisfaction tinged with melancholy. Excellent. However, you must not focus solely on the seas. I hope you will petition the royal family for additional troops to secure the borders of Jinnah and Malian. Are you worried about the Meiguan rebels, my dear Sir Edmund? The astonished knight looked at him, utterly perplexed by the suggestion. Ever since the Eagles signed the Treaty of Galekin in 1846, delineating the western boundary of North Meiguan, peace has prevailed in recent years. Dear Sir Edmund, it is not merely a matter of the Meiguan traders. The Lin family has numerous business interests in Malian. Merely controlling maritime trade is insufficient. Furthermore, please be prepared for conflict. They will not sit idly by. Observing the languid demeanor of Sir Edmund, Count Dongbois was filled with anxiety as he boarded the grand ship. The one-shah duke, returning to his homeland, a privilege specially bestowed upon this hereditary marquis by the royal family of the Great Eagle. Meanwhile, within the Lin manor, a gathering of over 20 imposing men, all loyal subordinates who had risen alongside Lin Chen, filled the small hall. Congratulations to brother S.H.I.E.L.D. You have successfully transcended to the realm of transformation and become a master of martial arts. Now, when accompanying the Lord on his endeavors, you shall not be a hindrance. Laughter erupted among the elders of the Lin family as they encircled the steward, Lin Chen, playfully teasing him. Pray tell, what are you all so pleased about? Lin Chen, clad in a tailcoat and polished leather shoes, surveyed his old comrades, all of whom had achieved breakthroughs, flaunting their prowess before him. If it weren't for my overwhelming duties as steward, would you have been able to surpass me? Indeed. It has been far too long since we gathered. Let us speak freely. The head steward should not take offense. I must confess, I envy you, brother S.H.I.E.L.D. You are perpetually busy, yet you achieved your breakthrough in less than a month after ours. Who among us could rival your progress? A robust man raised his glass, toasting and reminiscing about the events of the past years, the atmosphere lively with camaraderie and jest. In stark contrast, the 15-year-old Jean Mushy sat in silence. Pouring himself a drink, his spirits dampened. He had yet to master the simultaneous cultivation of the I Ching Jing and the 10 Grandmaster's Golden Bell. Although he maintained amicable relations with his uncles, a sense of pride lingered within him. When his adoptive father taught the I Ching Jing, he was the first to complete the 9 exhaustive movements, earning his father's commendation. At that moment, Jean Mushy resolved to strive diligently, aspiring to make his father proud. Yet, after years of being stymied in his dual cultivation, he found himself still unable to progress. Lin Chen, seated in the primary position, had long since noticed Jean Mushy as disquiet. Once some of the old friends had departed, he approached him with a smile. Jean Mushy, what troubles your mind? If there is something amiss, speak to your father. Startled, S.H.I.E.L.D lifted his gaze to his father, realizing he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice his presence. Father, do you think I am utterly useless? I still cannot grasp the new cultivation techniques. The youth spoke with a hint of frustration, pouring himself another glass, ready to down its contents. Lin Chen smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on his arm and taking the glass to set it upon the table. He patted S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You are remarkable, truly exceptional. S.H.I.E.L.D, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Make time to play with your younger siblings. Cultivation is a profound journey. Often, the more one forces oneself to practice, the more counterproductive it becomes, and in severe cases, it may lead to madness. What you lack is the profound cultural heritage of Dalong, which requires a considerable amount of time for study and accumulation. If you do not object, how about starting tomorrow to attend Lin's academy with Anlin? S.H.I.E.L.D's face flushed a deep crimson. Anlin is his 14th sister, who is just beginning elementary school this year. The mere thought of sitting in class alongside a child barely a year old nearly drove the young Wolverine into a frenzy, causing his bone claws to uncontrollably pierce his skin, revealing their stark white. Dear father, do not jest. I am already in my teens. You wish for me to attend elementary school? S.H.I.E.L.D suppressed his dissatisfaction and retorted arrogantly, though his tones softened shortly thereafter. Will attending school truly assist me in mastering dual cultivation? Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze earnest as it met S.H.I.E.L.D's. After a moment, under the weight of Lin Chen's authoritative stare, the young Wolverine lowered his proud head and gritted his teeth, saying, Very well, dear father. I shall attend Lin's elementary school. Ah, now that is more like it. How could I possibly lead you astray? Lin Chen responded with a warm smile, embracing his shoulder. A man's word is his bond, and this is our pact as father and son. With that, he clenched his fist and extended it toward S.H.I.E.L.D. The two lightly tapped their fists, and for the first time that day, the young Wolverine broke into a smile. By the way, I leave Anlin in your care. She often uses her mutant abilities to skip classes. As her elder brother, you have the right to discipline her. Surely, you do not wish for Anlin to fall in with the wrong crowd at such a tender age. Lin Chen clapped his shoulder firmly, beaming as he returned to his main seat to continue drinking and chatting with old friends. S.H.I.E.L.D stood momentarily in a daze, feeling as though he had been played. Although his 14th sister, Lin Anlin, was merely a few years old, she was exceptionally clever, and most importantly, she possessed two mutant abilities, making her the only child of Lin Chen with such dual powers. The thought of this mischievous little imp gave S.H.I.E.L.D a splitting headache. When Lin Anlin had just learned to crawl, her mutant abilities awakened, allowing her to disappear and escape from her crib, even creating multiple clones below to assist her, effectively breaking free from a more than 1 meter high cradle. At that moment, the Lin family's maids were utterly terrified, believing they had encountered a magical phenomenon, convinced that the dozens of children running about were mere illusions. Later, it was S.H.I.E.L.D's animal instincts that uncovered the hidden Lin Anlin, preventing the situation from escalating further. When Lin Chen returned from the factory, he erased all the maids' memories, ensuring that only the two of them were aware of the incident, thus averting a potential crisis. During the mid-20th century, the power of the church was still formidable. If the Lin family's secrets were exposed, it would undoubtedly invite countless troubles. Heaven, save me. S.H.I.E.L.D clasped his head in despair, regretting his acquiescence to Lin Chen's request. The dim light from the crystal chandelier above illuminated every corner of the hall. Successfully shedding responsibility, Lin Chen occupied the prominent seat at the round table, while his old companions enthusiastically raised their glasses, toasting one after another to the patriarch of the Lin family. In this world where only Wolverine bore wounds, amidst the jovial laughter of the adults, a consensus seemed to have been reached. As dawn broke, the grand rooster of the estate crowed, its voice clear and resonant. After a night of revelry, Lin Chen arose. Invigorated, he engaged in light physical activity, performing the Ba Duan Jin, his joints cracking in a symphony of sound, and only after several stretches did he conclude his routine. Gently ringing a brass bell, a waiting maid promptly presented a steaming breakfast with utmost respect. Adelicia lazily opened her eyes. She was Lin Anlin's mother and had always been somewhat favored due to her daughter's dual abilities. After a brief wash, She donned a fitted pink dress and gracefully approached the dining table, wrapping her arms around her husband's neck and settling onto his lap. Her lively eyes sparkled with affection as they gazed at her husband, a look of indescribable contentment gracing her expression. "Did something significant arise today, dear husband, as you rose so early?" Lin Chen leisurely savored his meal while playfully patting her ample form. "Nothing of great importance, just that Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D has invited me and Jean Mosi for a visit. It's the weekend, and there are no classes, so it's a perfect opportunity to take him back for a look." Adelia's lips curled into a slight smile. "That boy is truly exceptional. Anlin has finally ceased skipping classes, all thanks to him keeping an eye on her." Lin Chen nodded, finishing the last morsel of steak, and elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. With more children, it is inevitable to have a few mischievous ones. Yet it is rare to find a child as young as Anlin, daring to explore the heavens and seas. He sometimes pondered whether he had been too indulgent with Anlin, allowing her to fear nothing. One must not be overly weak. However, lacking a sense of reverence in this world teeming with gods and demons could prove far more perilous. Reluctantly rising, Adelia tenderly assisted her husband in dressing. As her delicate fingers grazed his sturdy frame, she would inevitably recall the sweet memories of the previous night. He seized her playful hand, straightening his tie before the mirror, and softly remarked, "This little enchantress, are you still unsatisfied? I have important matters to attend to, but I promise to make you behave next time." With that, he picked up his top hat from the rack and exited the room, under the fervent gaze of Adelia. In the hall on the first floor, Jean Mosi paced back and forth in his denim attire. Upon seeing Lin Chen descend the stairs, his eyes brightened, and he nervously inquired, "Father, how do I look? Do I resemble a brave cowboy, or perhaps an explorer of the New World?" He twirled around, showcasing his outfit, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Chen nodded and smiled, saying, "Jean Mosi, you have grown. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D will surely be delighted to see you like this." Jean Mosi found himself somewhat perplexed. Wasn't he already grown up? This vintage denim outfit was a gift from the venerable Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, identical to the one he wore when he first set foot on the land of Ghana. Many years had passed, and yet S.H.I.E.L.D had failed to produce heirs for the S.H.I.E.L.D lineage, becoming increasingly indulgent in pleasures, which deteriorated his health. If this continued, he might depart from this world even before the elder S.H.I.E.L.D. "Ah, it matters not if you do not comprehend now. You shall understand when you become a father." This attire symbolizes not merely a gift, but embodies the spirit of Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, who hopes you will inherit the will of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. Observing the bewildered Jean Mosi, Lin Chen chuckled as he draped his arm around his shoulder. The duo walked side by side out of the estate, mounted their steeds, and galloped towards the S.H.I.E.L.D manor. At the manor's entrance, the aged Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D leaned on his cane, gazing towards the end of the road. The once upright posture had now succumbed to a stoop, and his once sharp and clear eyes had become clouded, rendering his vision dim. The formidable bloodmane had aged as well, suffering from mild cataracts. Unable to discern the world before him, yet he stubbornly continued to stare into the distance. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the tower. "They've arrived. They've arrived. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. I see young Jean Mosi. He is riding alongside Mr. Lin Chen." The lookout excitedly waved a flag, signaling the guards in the shadows that allies had arrived. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lips quivered, and his hand gripping the cane trembled. His devoted servant promptly assisted him to sit down. "Do not become overly excited, Doctor. Tonsen advised maintenir a steady disposition." The servant gently patted the elder's back, hoping to soothe his emotions and prevent a relapse of his old ailments. "I'm quite well. Carl, you may leave now and have the kitchen prepare some of Jean Mosi's favorite dishes. They haven't summoned me yet. It is not time. I must see my grandson grow up. Do not worry. Carl, go attend to your duties." Reluctantly, Carl departed, glancing back occasionally. Before long, the grand gates of the manor slowly opened, and Lin Chen and Jean Mosi rode in, dismounting to stand before the elder S.H.I.E.L.D. "Grandfather, why are you sitting here unattended?" Jean Mosi inquired with concern, noting that last year, the elder had been in much better spirits. In just a year, he seemed oblivious to Jean Mosi's approach. Hearing the voice of his beloved grandson, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to widen his eyes for a clearer view, yet a white film obscured his sight. Trembling, he extended his frail hand, groping toward the source of the voice. Jean Mosi's heart ached. He quickly grasped the elderly man's hand, tears welling up uncontrollably. Jean Mosi. My good grandson, men of the Heillet family do not shed tears. Mr. Heillet, despite his longing for his grandson, adopted a stern tone. Mr. Lin, I must have a word with you. After admonishing his grandson, the elderly gentleman turned his attention towards Lin Chen. Jean's mother gazed at her adoptive father with a look of deep remorse, her eyes brimming with imploring sincerity, silently wishing he would refrain from clashing with the elderly man. Lin Chen shook his head, surveying the obstinate old man. Mr. Molite, I must respectfully disagree. Shedding tears for family is the mark of genuine emotion. Do you truly wish for Jean's mother to become a cold-hearted individual? The old Molite paused momentarily, stroking his grandson's hand with a bittersweet smile. Mr. Lin speaks wisely. I have indeed been overly extreme. He struggled to rise, but the muscles in his legs lacked the strength to support him. Jean's mother and Lin Chen hurried to assist him, while the old Molite patted his legs, waved his cane, and said slowly, I am old and no longer able. Let's go inside for dinner. The two supported the elderly man as they ambled toward the house. The guards sent by the Lin family were engaged in conversation with a butler of the Molite estate and spotted them entering the residence from afar. Please, accompany me to the guest room to rest. The master undoubtedly has much to discuss with Mr. Lin and Jean's mother. Standing idly here serves little purpose. Rest assured, within the Molite estate, none would dare show disrespect to Mr. Lin. The old butler, also advanced in years, was beginning to tire after standing for a while. The guards nodded in agreement and followed the butler toward the nearby guest room. As Lin Chen entered the house with the elderly duo, he glanced back and caught the eye of Captain Lin Junnan, exchanging a subtle gesture. Noting Lin Junnan's acknowledgement, Lin Chen disregarded the servants who were making way and continued to assist the elderly man inside. In the dining room, Jean's mother was heartily enjoying her meal, while the old Molite looked at his grandson with affectionate warmth. Lin Chen, having eaten at home earlier that morning, savored a cup of red tea leisurely. Do not rush your meal. There is still more to come. The flavors of home-cooked dishes are indeed delightful, are they not? Seeing you enjoy your food so heartily. The old man is feeling hungry too. Let me prepare you a bit more. Though his teeth had weakened and he could no longer manage beef, he forced himself to consume a piece of soft cake in hopes of prolonging his conversation with his grandson. After their meal, they proceeded to Mr. Molite's study. With Jean's mother's support, the elderly man settled into a recliner, picking up an exquisite deep yellow ivory pipe, trembling as he filled it with tobacco in preparation for lighting it. Jean's mother attempted to intervene, but Lin Chen gently held her back. With a few sparks from the flint, the tobacco was ignited. The old man took several puffs, exhaling a large smoke ring, and said with a smile, Jean's mother, my time is limited, and your father's health is also failing. The Molite lineage must not falter. You must shoulder this burden moving forward. With Mr. Lin overseeing matters, it should be manageable. Just then, the old man was seized by a violent cough, his face flushing crimson. Jean's mother promptly patted his back, helping him regain his breath. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? You are still quite robust and destined for longevity. The old man offered a wry smile. Waving his hand dismissively, grasping his grandson's hand, he earnestly addressed Lin Chen. I am well aware of my own condition. It has only been these past 2 years. Mr. Lin, I implore you to look after this child and ensure the Molite legacy endures. Lin Chen smiled and embraced Mother Jean, saying, Rest assured, Mr. Heillet. Mother Jean is also my son. I am his adoptive father. Upon receiving this assurance, the elderly Heillet let out a long sigh of relief, the worries in his heart dissipating in an instant. He was well aware of the strength of the Lin family. Heillet's modest estate was hardly worth the attention of the individual before him. After entrusting the family legacy, the elder Heillet seemed considerably more at ease, regaling his grandson with amusing tales from his childhood, much to Mother Jean's embarrassment, who felt it inappropriate to interrupt. After a brief exchange of familial pleasantries, old Heillet urged his grandson to rest and adjusted the kerosene lamp on the table to a brighter glow. Mr. Lin likely surmised that this invitation was not solely about entrusting Mother Jean and the Heillet family legacy to him. Recent news from Ottawa has likely informed you better than it has me. The newly appointed General Edmund arrives with ill intentions. Lin Chen nodded, narrowing his eyes as he coldly remarked, This general's aim is nothing short of abolishing the previous preferential policies and raising the tax revenue from Albert province. Huh, how naive he is. We have toiled tirelessly to build this foundation. A mere novice, newly arrived, thinks he can seize our hard-earned fruits. What delusions! Old Halite laughed heartily, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Indeed, he is a fool." This old man, too, was discontented with the new general's greedy demeanor, yet recalling the news from Zhao. He continued with a hint of concern, "However, we must not underestimate this fool. He brings with him a formidable army, and here." Old Halite cast a significant look at Lin Chen. Additionally, there are demon hunters dispatched by the church, said to be exceptionally powerful, far surpassing ordinary men. After departing from the Halite estate, Lin Chen and Mother Jean mounted their steeds, heading directly towards the Lin Manor. Their subordinates followed closely behind, their expressions tense as they vigilantly observed the roads flanking them. Although Mother Jean had been sent to rest and did not overhear the conversation between his grandfather and adoptive father, he sensed a shift in circumstances from the markedly different expressions of his subordinates. At the age of 10, he considered himself quite mature. However, his grandfather and adoptive father still regarded him as a child. But who has ever seen a child capable of slaying a leopard with bare hands? Who has witnessed a child capable of lifting a 1,000-pound weight? Contemplating this, Mother Jean touched the emblem of the Halite family, crafted from pure gold. The front featured a lone wolf howling upwards, with clear letters engraved above, while the back was adorned with a pin for affixing to clothing. Glop, glop, glop. The hooves struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The group advanced swiftly in silence, Lin Chen persistently wielding his whip to urge his noble steed onward. The intelligence received from old Halite had heightened his alertness. He had always presumed the church to be merely a mundane power, yet he had not anticipated their grasp of supernatural forces. He did not fear for his safety, for with the cultivation of the I Ching, his physical prowess had significantly increased, and the miniature star within his mind was releasing ever more energy. Now, by casually casting forth an energy sphere, one can effortlessly shatter colossal boulders weighing thousands of pounds, if unleashed to its full potential. Even a small hill soaring 100 meters high could be reduced to mere flatland in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen sensed that this was far from his ultimate limit, as his physical strength continued to ascend, enabling him to withstand even more formidable energy. His anomalous abilities would further amplify. The extent of this power was beyond his imagination. After all, it merely stemmed from a miniature star residing within his mind, the full exploration of which remained uncharted. In his earlier practice of the I Ching, he had endeavored to open his acupoints, discovering an energy eerily reminiscent of that of a miniature star emanating from them. Should each acupoint house a star, and considering the human body contains a staggering total of 100 acupoints, the strength within him would likely surpass that of 1,000,000 stars combined. With an ever-increasing prowess and limitless potential, Lin Chen harbored no fear of confronting the church. However, most of his concubines and children were ordinary individuals, vulnerable to the lethal threat of a single bullet. In the face of enemies that jeopardized the safety of his kin, even if the threat were merely latent, he would take the initiative to eliminate them completely. Lin Chen never awaited the onset of a crisis to retaliate. His objective was straightforward: to eradicate the source of danger from the material plane, Edmondzong and the demon hunters. Victo's life in recent years mirrored that of his time at the Mallet estate. Now, serving as the Lin family stableman, he tended to the livestock, moved hay, and fed the horses. The master had once intended for him to accompany Jim Yusi and learn the Lin family's martial arts under Lin Yud, with the hope that he would contribute to the family once he had mastered them. However, Victo declined, preferring to follow only the most formidable of individuals. As the half-brother of the formidable Wolverine, Jim Yusi, Victo also possessed mutant abilities, albeit with a slow awakening. This gradual emergence spared him much trouble, unlike Jim Yusi, whose drastic physical changes in childhood rendered him frail. Yet, this also posed a dilemma. As his abilities gradually awakened, the impact deepened, manifesting most conspicuously in a brutal temperament and a thought process akin to that of a beast. In the realm of beasts, leaders are determined through combat, and all other members must submit to their authority. Victo lived by this mentality, hence his refusal to learn. He would heed only the strongest and would not bow to others. This was also why Lin Chen had previously been reluctant to recruit him. He sought warriors who would fully obey orders, not a defiant lone wolf. Chapter 10. No one can conceal their thoughts before me. However, the circumstances have since shifted, and this task is perfectly suited for Victo. His cold, unfeeling nature, unbound by humanity or moral constraints, renders him an ideal candidate for a killing machine. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Chen summoned Victo. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a muscular physique, he resembled a bear cloaked in fur. His shoulders were 1.5 times broader than those of an average person. His arms robust enough to nearly touch his knees, and his legs thicker than tree trunks. Victo, you have arrived. I have a task for you. Moreover, I find it distasteful to be regarded with such condescension. Lin Chen spoke with a tranquil demeanor, gently applying pressure with his left hand. Before Victor could comprehend the situation, it felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulder, rendering even his robust physique immobile. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. His entire form sprawled out, unable to even move his fingers. I am aware of your extraordinary abilities, which account for your rebelliousness and disdain towards Lin Yud and his ilk. However, within my domain, you must either submit or face annihilation. Lin Chen ignited a brilliant white flame in his right hand, gazing down upon the motionless Victor. Now, tell me, will you embrace death, or will you yield? The temperature of the flame in my hand reaches degrees Celsius. I wonder if your still unawakened regenerative powers can withstand such heat and preserve your life. I anticipated that he might express anger or fear, yet Victor's countenance betrayed no emotion. With his eyes wide and his body trembling, he exuberantly declared, Victor is willing to serve you. Your command shall be my lifelong mission. Lin Chen cast a perplexed glance at him, utterly baffled by his thoughts. Under the weight of threats and humiliation, rather than feeling anger, Lin Chen experienced a surge of exhilaration. Could it be that the saber-toothed tiger harbors a masochistic inclination? Truly terrifying. Lin Chen shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and released the grip of gravity. Victor felt the pressure dissipate instantly, yet he did not rise immediately. Instead, he remained prostrate on the ground. Rise, and remember the words you just uttered. Never again doubt my commands. You need only to obey. Do you understand? Victor slowly climbed to his feet, his body hunched, head bowed, displaying utmost submission. At your command, my king. Lin Chen enveloped him in silent telepathy, revealing a satisfied expression. The once unruly beast had genuinely submitted to him. He beckoned Victor to draw nearer, and, in a hushed tone, whispered some instructions into his ear. Just then, Jean Musy approached the study door, preparing to push it open. With a creak, a tall, robust figure had already stepped out, head lowered as he exited. Victor, what brings you here? Victor lifted his gaze, glanced at him, uttering not a word as he brushed past. Jean Musy reached out, attempting to detain him, but the voice of his adoptive father resonated from within the study. I have tasked Victor with a mission. Should he succeed, he shall henceforth be a member of the Lin family. Jean Musy, you have come to see me. What is your purpose? Jean Musy cast a backward glance at Victor's retreating form, his eyes filled with confusion. Father, you have entrusted Victor with a task. Given his muscle-bound intellect, he is bound to botch it. Allow me to undertake it instead. I assure you I can perform far better. Lin Chen lit a cigarette, reclining against the back of his chair, calmly observing him. That task is ill-suited for you. Now, do share your intentions. Let me venture a guess. It must pertain to old S.H.I.E.L.D, and you wish for me to intervene on his behalf. Mother Zhang's mouth gaped in astonishment. She failed to inquire about the true purpose of Vic's mission, forgetting her own unsuitability in the matter. Father, how did you come to know? Lin Chen leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke, idly tapping the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. No one can conceal their thoughts from me. At least, none have managed to do so thus far. Old S.H.I.E.L.D is on the brink of death, yet I possess the means to save him. However, have you contemplated the repercussions of such an act? Moreover, is he willing to endure the scorn of others? To risk being regarded as a monster and potentially hunted by ordinary folk? Mother Zhang comprehended her father's words, despite her limited experience. She recognized that undertaking such an action would undoubtedly invite trouble. Old S.H.I.E.L.D held significant renown in Gan Na, and many were aware of his dwindling days, eagerly awaiting his demise to seize the vast wealth he would leave behind. No one yearns to witness a frail old man regain his health and once again wield the formidable iron-fisted S.H.I.E.L.D legacy. They would surely harbor resentment and seek vengeance against the one who revived him. However, these matters are merely the tip of the iceberg. The Lin family's strength far surpasses that of the Halite clan, fully capable of managing such affairs. Yet, life and death are the natural order, a reality that cannot be contravened, at least for common folk. Those who defy this order are perceived as monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. They instinctively associate such aberrations with demons, vampires, sorcery, and witchcraft. Just as medieval society dealt with witches, so too would they address old Halite and Lin Chen, the one who restored him. In that event, the enemies of the Lin family would not be limited to those coveting Halite-esque riches, but rather encompass all ordinary individuals. There is a saying, those not of the same ilk undoubtedly harbor disparate thoughts. Ordinary people are prone to conflict over differences in skin color and ethnicity. Should an entity possessing supernatural powers emerge, they would only pursue two courses of action: to seize that power for themselves or to eradicate it, restoring the world to its former state. Mother Zhang's complexion paled slightly as she rigidly inquired, "Is there truly no solution?" She did not wish to watch the elderly man perish. Old Halite had treated him with kindness, even knowing he was not his biological son. He had entrusted the Halite legacy to him. This bond transcended blood ties. Lin Chen gently tapped the ash from his cigarette, contemplating before earnestly replying. Perhaps if you were powerful enough to obliterate the earth at will, theoretically, it could be achieved, for no one is truly devoid of fear of death. Mother Zhang felt a pang of disillusionment, recognizing her naivety. The notion of effortlessly detonating the earth seemed excessively grandiose. All right, Mother Zhang, do not be so despondent. While we may not be able to save old Halite now, with diligent cultivation, we shall be equipped to handle similar situations in the future. Lin Chen spoke to Zhang Musi in a relaxed manner, then added thoughtfully, rather than weeping here, it would be more prudent to focus on becoming stronger. Everything will improve, I assure you. After bidding farewell to the despondent Zhang Musi, Lin Chen ascended to the balcony, gazing at the night sky. While I may not be able to confront the entirety of society, many challenges on this land of Jianna seem exceedingly trivial to me. Under the moonlit night, a group of individuals brandished torches as they sprinted towards the direction of Watihua. Lin Gingxin occasionally glanced at the shadow, racing through the underbrush, moving faster than a galloping horse. Since their departure from the Lin family estate, they had paused only twice, covering dozens of kilometers in less than 2 hours. It had been 2 hours since their last rest, and though the horses were utterly exhausted, that shadow had maintained its relentless pace, seemingly tireless. Such monstrous stamina was unparalleled. Even a master of my caliber could not sustain such speed indefinitely. Recovering his gaze, Lin Gengxin marveled silently. No wonder the master had assigned a newcomer and entrusted him with a most arduous task. Victo sensed the gaze that had been fixed upon him finally shift away, allowing the wild instincts roiling in his mind to subside somewhat. Free from a need to suppress himself, his speed intensified. His limbs moved in perfect harmony as he leaped a distance of 8 meters effortlessly. Whether it was a stream, a boulder, or a precipice, traversing them felt as effortless as walking on level ground. They paused once more to allow the horses to graze and recuperate from their exertion. Lin Gingxin and his subordinates stretched their legs, welcoming the cool night breeze. Even seasoned riders found the prolonged journey uncomfortable, likely having worn their soles raw. Victo panted slightly, muttering under his breath, "These horses are utterly useless. A mere few dozen kilometers, and we must rest several times." In his previous demeanor, he would have already surged ahead into Watihua, launching an assault on the central government. Were it not for the king's orders to heed that fellow's commands, he would not squander so much time. Yet he dared not defy the orders, pacing restlessly near the fire and stirring up considerable dust. Seeing his agitation, Lin Gingxin felt irked and cleared his throat, saying, "Stop fidgeting in front of me. How can you serve a master with such impatience? If you cannot comply, you may as well return. I can complete the task with my brothers." The imposing aura of a master of transformation erupted like a tidal wave. Victo's pupils constricted sharply, a glimmer of green light flickering in his eyes. Every hair on his body stood on end, akin to a beast confronted by its nemesis. Instinctively sans signe danger. He recognized the formidable presence before him, one capable of threatening him. The king's orders remained unfulfilled, I cannot return yet. Once the mission is complete, I shall confront you. Victo approached a large rock, leaning against it and closing his eyes to rest. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, completely dismissing his provocation. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at Wadiawa. According to the markings on the map, they stood before a grand mansion illuminated by bright lights. Observing the patrolling guards brandishing torches, Lin Chen confirmed that this was indeed the residence of General Edmund. He meticulously scrutinized the guards' routines, as well as the environment and layout of the estate. Knowing he had to complete the mission while ensuring a safe departure, it was imperative to leave no trace, lest they become entangled in any clues that could implicate the Lin family. Wayne and Shimi ventured westward, igniting the stables with oil. Loadman, you and I, your archery skills are unparalleled, are tasked with clearing the lookout on the tower. The few subordinates whose names were called responded in hushed tones. Understood. Lin Chen glanced at the eager Victor, who was rubbing his fists together. From his pocket, he produced a honey-sealed leather pouch. Upon tearing it open, a steel pen was revealed. Victor, the master mentioned your keen sense of smell. This pen belonged to Edmund. The master invested a considerable sum to acquire it. Your task is to locate him and eliminate him. Victor grasped the pen, bringing it near his nose and inhaling deeply. Ugh! He spat vehemently, crushing the pen in his hand while cursing. Aside from that guy's foul stench, there's another odor. What did he do with this pen? Hearing Victor's remarks, Lin Chen and the others paused momentarily before nearly bursting into laughter. They struggled to contain themselves, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Lin Chen, possessing the greatest self-control, managed to stifle his laughter and patted Victor on the shoulder. I'm starting to like you, kid. After the mission, I'll treat you to a full set of the Great Sword. You'll understand then. The patrols of the guards were brief, lasting only a few minutes. Victor, ensure you time your infiltration precisely. The rest of us will act once you enter and the second group of guards returns to the entrance, drawing their attention. After speaking, he glanced at the overcast sky, gesturing for everyone to disperse and execute their tasks. Seizing the opportunity during the guards' patrol interval, Victor, barefoot and nimble as a cheetah, leaped over the more than a meter-high wall, easily vaulting over it. He landed soundlessly, akin to a cat treading upon a soft cushion. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the guards had just turned the corner, allowing him to stealthily approach the castle's edge. Gripping the brick crevices with both hands, he slowly ascended to the rooftop, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. A faintly familiar stench subtly directed him toward a room in the west. Moving cautiously atop the roof, the odor intensified as he descended. He jumped onto the balcony of the first room on the west side. From within, he could faintly hear the sounds of a fierce struggle and a woman's piercing scream. Peering through the window, he observed two figures entangled on the bed. Shortly thereafter, the silhouette in white shuddered a few times before becoming still. Taking a breath, the white figure grasped a candle and plunged it into the body of the figure in flowing garments, cursing as he proclaimed, "Target acquired." With caution, Victo pushed open the window and bent low to enter the room. On the bed, Edmund, still waving the candle, felt a chill and assumed a draft had entered. He ceased his movements, disregarding the complaints of the woman in flowing garments, and was about to turn over to investigate when, suddenly, a pair of large hands seized his head and twisted it violently. Edmund finally discerned the identity of his assailant, but words failed him. Just as the terrified woman in flowing garments was about to scream, a flicker of disgust crossed Victo's eyes as he swiftly silenced her by crushing her throat. As he prepared to exit the room, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an open book on the desk, which depicted a howling werewolf, piquing his interest. After a moment's hesitation, Victo picked up the book and tucked it into his coat. He then scaled the balcony to the roof, surveying the estate's surroundings. Shortly thereafter, a fire erupted in the stables to the west, flames reaching skyward, drawing everyone's attention as servants and guards rushed toward the scene. The favored queen in flowing garments was still inside. Should anything happen to her, they would face severe repercussions. The once tranquil estate was thrown into chaos. Victo seized the opportunity to retrace his steps over the wall, vanishing into the shadowy forest. A day later, Lin Chen returned to the manor with Victo and the others, reporting the results of their mission in the study. Lin Chen set down his newspaper, gazing calmly at the group. Well done. Go eat, rest well, and refrain from leaving the estate for a while, he instructed. Victo, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. Exchanging glances, Lin Chen and the others, though somewhat puzzled, respectfully bowed and exited the study. As they passed Victo, they made a face, their lips moving silently enough for those versed in lip reading to discern their words. Good luck. Enjoy your time. Lin Chen rose from his chair, casting a fierce glare at Victo. Chapter 11. Lonnie, clean up this dust on the floor. I recall instructing you not to complicate matters unnecessarily. Do you have a problem with your judgment? Why did you bring a book back from this state? Let us see it. Is it some childish bedtime story? He had perceived every detail through telepathy even before they entered the study. Lin Gingxin's leadership was commendable, and Vane, Shimi, and Loadman maintained their composure, which pleased him greatly. Yet Victo, who had initially executed his task commendably, had chosen to meddle at the last moment by taking a book from the estate. It seemed trivial, merely a book. But who could say whether this very book might introduce a fatal flaw into an otherwise flawless plan? With that thought, Lin Chen shot another fierce look at Victo. This lad still needed further refinement. The tall Victo shivered and produced the book from his coat, presenting it. Is this written by Lithian Walker? Lin Chen turned the pages of a somewhat yellowed book, and upon seeing the author's name on the title page, his brow furrowed slightly. The full name of Edmund was Edmund Walker Heater, suggesting that the author was indeed an ancestor of this illustrious lineage. Glancing at the publication date, he was astounded to discover it had been printed merely a year prior. Yet this tome had endured through the ages. Intrigued, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and waved dismissively at weak duo. Begone. Seek out Lin Xiyin and confine yourself in the dark prison. Do not linger here as an eyesore. Weak duo's expression shifted dramatically. He had heard tales of the dark prison, notorious for breaking even the most resilient of men within a single day. It was a place engulfed in utter darkness, where not a sound could be heard, and the oppressive silence stretched each second into an eternity. Those lacking fortitude might find themselves driven to madness by the void of light and sound. Weak duo opened his mouth as if to offer an explanation, but his overwhelming pride compelled him to swallow his words, and after a clenched teeth salute, he departed. On the surface, Lin Chen appeared engrossed in his reading, yet internally, he was overshadowed by weak duo's lingering presence. A fleeting sense of dread flickered in his heart, but it did not escape his keen intuition. With a slight smile, Lin Chen redirected his focus back to the book. The initial pages recounted the travels of Luixian across the European continent, documenting the strange legends whispered among the local populace, accompanied by illustrations of fantastical creatures of his own imagination. Finding it somewhat tedious, Lin Chen began to flip through the pages hastily until he reached an illustration of a werewolf, noticing that the paper was distinctly thicker than the rest. He promptly retrieved a small knife and pried open the illustration, revealing a series of minuscule texts beneath. After reading a few lines, his expression grew solemn, and he straightened in his seat. I was drawn by the enigmatic relationship between the vampire and the werewolf to this remote village, seeking to uncover undisclosed tales from the locals. However, after the night of the full moon, I was horrified to realize that they truly exist. That night was peculiar. The moon shone exceptionally round and bright as I reveled in its rare beauty, when suddenly, the pristine moonlight transformed into a blood-red hue, and the howls of wolves echoed ominously. In a state of panic, I hid beneath my bed. I caught the scent of blood, and a pair of large, gray-furred feet moved ominously before me, their heavy breaths reminiscent of a beast stalking its prey. I was paralyzed with fear, believing I would be dragged out and devoured. Fortunately, a sudden loud noise erupted from the other side of the village, causing the werewolf to retreat. Only when I heard its panting fade into the distance did I dare to emerge from my hiding place, preparing to flee. Yet as I stepped outside, I was met with the visage of a colossal wolf's head, its movements swift as lightning. I felt its sharp fangs pierce my neck, seizing my spine with a ferocious grip. It shook my body as a beast would with its prey, and the agonizing pain rendered me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, before I could even rejoice in my survival, I was horrified to find my mouth filled with the taste of blood and bits of flesh lodged beneath my nails. Instinctively, I retched, and among the remnants was a strand of golden hair. It was then that I realized I too had transformed into a monster. My dear children, it is fortunate that you were born before the transformation into monsters took place. Otherwise, the bloodline of the Walker family would have been tainted by these beasts. As I penned this letter, The demon hunters are closing in on me. Their senses are keen, and I must depart from London. I deeply regret that I cannot accompany you as you grow. Should I manage to escape this time, I shall return to see you again. Lucie and Walker. Date Lin Chen stroked the stubble on his chin, lost in thought as he traced the illustrations in the book. Alas, the other illustrations were rather insipid. Revealing no hidden compartments. How curious, it seems that I am fated to attract such monstrous entities. Both vampires and werewolves have crossed my path. The Walker family truly possesses a talent for concealment. This author has managed to remain undiscovered in London for so many years, only to be revealed by the demon hunters, leaving him with no choice but to flee. As he pondered, the book in his hands suddenly erupted into flames, swiftly reducing itself to a pile of ash. He gently rang a bell, and a maid entered the room. "Laurie, please tidy up this mess." The maid nodded softly, retrieving tools from his storeroom and beginning to clean with haste. Lin Chen regarded this as a moment of leisure, perusing a travelogue novel. Once the maid departed, he focused intently on the affairs of the family. A day later, news of the death of Grand Duke Edmund spread rapidly through Grenada. Though most were only informed days after the fact, the government deliberately concealed the details. The populace of the Grenada region was only aware that the Duke had been murdered, with numerous guards and servants taken for questioning. However, among the elite of high society, a starkly different narrative circulated, that the Duke had been slain in his bed, accompanied by a naked maid of tawny skin. In a society rife with discrimination against those of tawny descent, such a death could not be publicly acknowledged. No one knew who had committed the act, nor how they could escape undetected from the heavily guarded palace. This marked the first instance of an assassination of a high-ranking official in Deringti, prompting the royal family and cabinet to dispatch top physicians and detectives to investigate the case, along with a substantial contingent of troops to Grenada to bolster security and ensure the safety of the officials. On board the airland ship bound for Grenada, a middle-aged man with prominent features violently tore apart a newspaper and cast it into the turbulent waves. "Whoever you are, your time is limited," he muttered, his gaze cold, pondering that should the Walker bloodline be severed, the esteemed elder Lucie N would surely go mad. It was imperative to find the perpetrator and eliminate him before the elder awoke, perhaps even redeeming himself in the process. Just then, a melodious voice called from behind. "Deputy Leader Luan, Leader Michael wishes to see you." The middle-aged man turned, and the piercing gaze vanished, replaced by the ordinary eyes of a man. In recent months, the security personnel of Grenada had been tirelessly occupied, causing even the businesses of casinos and taverns to dwindle. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking echoed. How bothersome. I have had enough. The newly appointed chief of security, Dewar, rubbed his temples, murmuring softly to himself. Ever since the assassination of General Edmund, the nobles of the Great Eagle have been reluctant to respond to the royal summons, each making excuses to avoid taking up the position of the General of Grenada. However, if Grenada were to remain leaderless, the Great Eagle feared that the Maguey would seize the opportunity to annex this largest overseas colony. Consequently, after discussions between the royal family and the cabinet, a letter of accountability and a special investigative team arrived at Grenada almost simultaneously. Knowing nothing about the situation, Dewar had no choice but to step up and cooperate with the investigation team, which nearly drove him to madness over the months. Although he was extremely reluctant to meet the person knocking at his door, he still had to rise and open it. "Ah, Laurie, long time no see. How is the case progressing? I remember you went to the province of Mantiboa to investigate former Vice General Pierre. He had been humiliated by Edmund and certainly had a motive," Dewar greeted. Laurie, holding a stack of documents, fixed a sharp gaze upon Dewar. "Dewar, you incompetent fool. The intelligence from the Security Council was erroneous, leading the investigation team astray. I will certainly propose to the Parliament that your position as Chief of Security be revoked," Laurie retorted angrily. Dewar's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that this individual indeed had the power to do so. That is not a fair assessment. Our Security Council is not merely idle. Those officials dismissed by Edmund had privately expressed intentions to eliminate him. You and Leader Ma, who also agreed on this previously, do not shift all the blame onto me. Dewar protested. Laurie abruptly threw the documents at his face, shouting, "The order from the Ministry of State now. XX mandates an increase in the tax target for the Albata province to £100,000. A month later, Another document was issued to establish checkpoints along the borders of Ghanada and Myligian, strictly inspecting passing merchant caravans. How could you have overlooked these documents? Suppressing his anger, the war picked up the fallen papers and began to scan through them. The more he read, the more his complexion darkened, and his lips trembled as he stammered, "No way. These merchants and landowners dare to be so audacious? Lori, could there be a mistake?" Lori pointed to the documents, indicating two of them. The individuals in these two documents are among the top merchants in Al-Bada province. They are the ones who suffered the most losses after the order was issued. Henceforth, the Security Council must fully cooperate with the investigation team, meticulously uncovering their backgrounds. If I am not mistaken, the rat hiding in the shadows is concealed among them. Soon, we shall uncover him and avenge General Edmund. His expression turned ghastly, each word seeming to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. S.H.I.E.L.D. Island is one of the few supply points in the Pacific, and with the increasing prosperity of the Far Eastern trade routes, the number of vessels passing through has surged. Since the Great Dragon Gate was forcibly opened by foreign powers with cannon fire, the vast emerging market and new sources of wealth have brought in a torrent of riches. Its strategically significant location has attracted numerous European explorers and maritime merchants, capturing the attention of the recently independent Myligian. Through prolonged cultural and religious infiltration, a co-governance situation has emerged between the European powers and the local factions of S.H.I.E.L.D. The living space of the indigenous Beligia people has been incessantly diminished, as more and more resources are seized by missionaries, explorers, and merchants from the European region. The port is filled with vessels from Europe, ranging from grand wooden sailing ships to steamships belching smoke from their towering chimneys. However, the steam engine's power remains insufficient to entirely replace traditional sailboats. Lin Chen, adorned with a local straw hat and a garland of fresh flowers around his neck, leaned against the railing of the deck, observing the indigenous people resembling the Dalong as they transported goods. "Lin Chen, how much longer until we reach the Ghanada you spoke of?" A Dalong stood behind him, scanning the surroundings. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair and a prominent temple, whose broad palms spun two iron balls rapidly, almost merging into a single entity without ever colliding. Lin Chen stretched lazily, turning his head with impatience. "Old Tang, how many times have you asked that? Aren't you tired of it? If you regret coming, just jump off the ship and find someone to take you back." Old Tang's face flushed crimson as he clenched his hand around the iron balls. With a sharp crack, the metallic sound echoed as the iron balls were crushed into flat discs. He slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, gritting his teeth and admitting his fault. "I was too anxious, I apologize. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Lin Chen." A wave of snickers arose from the crowd, incensing Old Tang to the point where he nearly ground his teeth to dust. When had the Tang family ever been so subservient? Even the governor of Sichuan had to bow low before the Tang family. Yet, Old Tang swallowed his pride, leading his people into the cabin after the apology. There was no choice. He could not contend with Lin Chen, who could wield even his most concealed techniques with ease. "Alas, my tongue has betrayed me, bringing upon me these pesky followers. Upon returning, I shudder to think how the master will chastise me. Will it be a beating or confinement in a dark cell? Had it not been for your prior assistance, I would not have brought you along." The recent days in Dalong have been quite challenging for Lin Chen. As a descendant of palace builders, they had always been under close scrutiny by successive courts. Lin Chen had been unaware of the situation and had boldly sought information. Unfortunately, instead of gaining knowledge, he attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards. The initial few encounters were manageable. They merely possessed a mix of martial prowess. However, Lin Chen, with his exceptional skills and mastery of the third level of the I Ching Jing, could easily unleash several thousand pounds of strength with a mere tremor of his arms, rendering those adversaries insufficient for even a warm-up. However, as time passed, the experts dispatched by the Qing court grew increasingly formidable, some even being masters of the transformation realm who took to the field personally. Among them was one who practiced the luminescent elephant prajna technique, possessing physical strength rivaling that of Lin Chen. After a fierce battle, Lin Chen managed to slay several masters of the transformation realm, yet he himself sustained grave injuries, hanging by a thread between life and death. Nevertheless, this confrontation captured the attention of various sects and martial arts experts across the Jianghu, particularly those discontented with the Qing court, who admired the heroism of one daring to oppose them. After several discreet observations, confirming it was not a ploy by the Qin court, the Tang sect was the first to reach out to Lin Chen, with none other than the elder Tang himself leading the initiative. With the assistance of the Tang sect and other martial artists, Lin Chen located the renowned artisan family known as the Living Liu Ban. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally accomplished his mission. In a moment of elation, he indulged in drink and inadvertently revealed the existence of true qi within him to the elder Tang and his companions. Consequently, those who had initially offered assistance out of loyalty began to regard him as a true friend. Lin Chen wished to refuse their camaraderie, but found himself unable to voice his objections. The mere act of aiding him in locating the artisan family was a significant debt of gratitude. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, leading this band of heroes to the capital. Should the Lord refuse to shelter them, he was prepared to pay with his own life. At the Lin Manor, the steward Lin Chen organized the latest news and updates on various enterprises, timing his delivery perfectly for after the Lord's meal. He placed a letter from Aunt Xia atop the pile. As usual, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Lin Chen retreated to his study to attend to family affairs. Upon Lin Chen arrival with the documents, Lin Chen had just finished processing an application for factory expansion. "My lord, there is good news," Lin Chen exclaimed. "Aunt Xia has sent a message. Though the situation appears somewhat complex, perhaps you would prefer to examine it personally." Though Lin Chen concealed his concerns, a hint of worry lingered in his heart. The old companion Lin Chen had indeed made a misstep while the task was completed. It had also attracted a multitude of troublesome individuals, leaving him uncertain of the Lord's reaction. Lin Chen, casting his gaze upon the intelligence report from the manor's informants, replied without lifting his head, "If Chen finds the matter complex, I fear I may have stirred a significant hornet's nest." Lin Chen dared not speak further, respectfully offering the documents. Upon receiving them, a thick stack of written material unfurled before Lin Chen's eyes. "This old rascal truly does not value money," he mused, noting the lavish expenditure of ink. At that time, the practice of extensive correspondence was not yet widespread, and the European-inspired notation was rarely employed, reserved for distant communications requiring brevity. Chapter 12. My money is not easily acquired according to the current pricing standards. A single character cost £1. Thus, this correspondence had cost several £100s, enough to purchase several hundred acres of land in the remote regions of the capital. Lin Chen quickly perused the contents, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his irritation. A prudent and astute individual, he had initially sent himself to the Long, yet although the task was accomplished, he returned with a throng of hangers-on. What was the meaning of this? Indeed, within their ranks, Lin Chen referred to these followers as seekers of the path. This was not unfounded, as the elder Tang and his companions were indeed drawn by the allure of martial arts. "Prepare yourself and head down. They will be returning shortly. Send someone to the port to wait." The individuals accompanying Lin Chen are formidable, so it is advisable to summon our old brothers. Lin Chen is quite astute in his considerations. Warriors tend to be bold and temperamental. Thus someone must rein them in. It is imperative these men of the underworld understand that jhana is his domain, and they must abide by his rules, whether they are to stand tall or lie low. Lin Chen responded cheerfully, sensing no displeasure from the elder, just as he was about to depart to issue orders to the old companions. He recalled an important matter he almost neglected to mention. Slapping his forehead, he returned to the study. "Elder, I just remembered something. Last week, you agreed to take Richard's daughter as a concubine. Perhaps we should set a date?" Lin Chen paused momentarily, reflecting on the events of the previous week. He recalled a wealthy merchant named Richard, who had mentioned his beautiful daughter at the agricultural expo in Albata province, expressing a desire for her to wed him. Respond to Richard, "One day from now, I, Lin Chen, shall take her as my concubine. The arrangements should adhere to custom. Let's not be too ostentatious. It appears the Special Task Force has set their sights on Albata province, and I am certain my name is on their list." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The elder had already taken several concubines, and the Lin family was well versed in such affairs. One day would suffice for the preparations. A day later, the Lin Manor was bustling with guests. The wedding ceremony was grandly held in the main hall, with Lin Chen warmly welcoming the attendees while the ushers expertly guided them to their seats. The servants beamed with joy and even the darker-skinned slaves were particularly delighted, for their master was acquiring another concubine. To them, the master taking a new wife was the true cause for celebration. No more beatings from overseers, and they would enjoy a hearty meal. Indeed, they wished for their master to take a concubine every day. Lin Chen's wedding was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western traditions, organized by the steward Lin Chen, allowing him to remain unburdened. He merely awaited the arrival of the bride, Paulina, from Richard before participating in the ceremony. Notables from Edmont City and the 2 houses of the region were in attendance, including Mr. Howley T's steward, Jim from the Houghton family, and several distinguished guests. Many friends from the Lin family also arrived, with over 100 tables set for the feast. Although Lin Chen preferred a more subdued affair, the news had spread too widely, and the wedding had to be a resplendent celebration. By noon, the Lin family hall was adorned in vibrant red. Paulina, clad in a white wedding gown, walked slowly down the red carpet accompanied by Richard. Lin Chen, dressed in a red wedding robe, smiled politely as he took the bride's hand. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the officiant, they bowed to the high hall and to heaven and earth. Richard stood below the platform, observing his daughter as she took Lin Chen's hand and bowed towards the empty seats reserved for their elders, feeling no dissatisfaction. The Lin family, on the vast lands of Jiana, was a paragon of wealth and power. How many fallen noble families and affluent merchants yearn to marry their daughters into the Lin family as concubines, yet find themselves bereft of opportunity. To establish a connection with the Lin family through such a union is indeed a tremendous fortune. A modicum of prestige pales in comparison to vast wealth. The Lin family has never been unkind to their relatives. Numerous households with multiple concubines have risen again, all thanks to the Lin family's influence and connections. The concubines, Jenny, Alisai, Catherine, Angela, and Natasha, along with their children, have all gathered, their bonds akin to that of sisters. The atmosphere in the hall is one of joyous harmony. Just as Lin Chen and Paulina have completed their vows and are about to enter the bridal chamber, when Lin Chen approaches briskly, he whispers urgently in Lin Chen's ear, "Sir, a group has arrived at the entrance, each one looking menacing, brandishing weapons. Oh, they have chosen a most opportune moment. Have Lin Yud and his men intercept them." Lin Chen casually commands, though his mind is deep in contemplation. It is particularly troublesome that they arrive at such a critical juncture in his life. Had it not been for the lingering influence of the Eagle clan, they would have already met a swift end. Lin Chen hesitates, not out of fear of these individuals, but because today is a day of great joy for his master. If a skirmish were to ensue, resulting in bloodshed, it would be most inauspicious. "Sir, the leader appears formidable. He may cause a ruckus. Should I summon Shi-Chong and Yi-Chong for assistance? It might provide us with some leeway." Lin Chen furrows his brow slightly. A person who can evoke such caution from a master of the art of combat is certainly no ordinary foe. Are they hunters of demons? They do not resemble hunters, as their demeanor suggests a certain authority. However, their gaze bears resemblance to that of Jean Musi or Vic Duo, indicating they are likely not mere mortals. Lin Chen shakes his head, voicing his suspicions. Lin Chen snorts dismissively, replying coolly, "It seems the visitors are ill-intentioned. Those with good intentions do not come. Let us proceed as you suggested. Those 2 greedy officials, who extort over 100,000 pounds from me annually, should be made to contribute. My wealth is not easily acquired." Paulina, who stands nearby, feels a surge of anxiety, astonished that the esteemed Shi-Chong and Yi-Chong of Edmond City are so casually commanded by her husband, as if they were mere servants. After leading Paulina out of the hall, Lin Chen scoops her up effortlessly, striding confidently toward their new abode. At the entrance of the Lin Manor, guards are locked in a standoff with a group of strangers. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the Shi-Chong and Yi-Chong of Edmond City emerge. Lin Chen follows silently behind, his gaze fixed on the intruders. "What apartment do you represent? What business do you have at Lin Manor?" Shi-Chong Brider's eyes glint with coldness. The Lin family's power is burgeoning, and so too is his own wealth. To trouble the Lin family is to jeopardize his financial interests. Disrupting a person's livelihood is akin to severing a familial bond. If these individuals lack influence, tomorrow the sharks in the Pacific will surely feast. Parasites of the Eagle clan. You are the Shi-Chong of Edmond City, are you not? If you wish to remain among the living, I suggest you keep your distance. The leader, Laoluan shows no regard for courtesy. Whoever is implicated in the murder case of Edmund shall not evade justice. Whether motivated by duty or personal vendetta, he refuses to allow the perpetrator to roam free. As a distinguished detective appointed by the esteemed Eagle Tihua royal family, he shows no fear of any bureaucratic obstruction. The venerable Olinpu sneered, pointing at the group led by Leolunsi, and declared, "It is impossible for you, whether or not you hold the title of deputy leader in this murder investigation, to act recklessly in the city of Edmund. The Lin family is the wealthiest in our city and is certainly not entangled in this tragic affair." Leolunsi, taken aback, noted that these two individuals of considerable influence were willing to offend him in defense of the Lin family. "Very well, I shall uncover the truth today. If either of you dares to obstruct me further, do not blame me for reporting the situation to the royal family and the cabinet." Bridge and Olinpu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with hesitation. They harbored no fear of Leolunsi, for the investigation team possessed only the authority to investigate, not to dismiss officials. However, should this matter escalate to the royal family and cabinet, and if Lin Shuhua were to take notice of the situation, Leolunsi was oblivious to Shuhua's subtle gestures. But Bridge and Olinpu's eyes sparkled with determination. "We are here for the money. If we perform well today, the Lin family will undoubtedly reward us. What does it matter if it is merely a position of deputy and honor? I am willing to risk everything to secure my earnings." Today was a day of great celebration for the Lin family. Regardless of their reasoning, they could not search the estate, lest they disturb the guests and incite unfounded rumors. This was the first time Leolunsi had ever encountered such absurdity, and he was genuinely infuriated. Everyone at the governor's office treated him with utmost respect. How dare these lowly municipal officials act so brazenly? "Duval, we will enter. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be shot." Upon hearing this, Duval broke into a cold sweat. If he were to issue a command to shoot municipal officials, it would spell his ruin in the eyes of the public, making it nearly impossible for him to return home alive. "Leolunsi, calm yourself. Bridge and Olinpu have a point. There is no need to incite public outrage over this matter." Leolunsi chuckled coldly. "What? Are you afraid? No wonder such a significant murder case has arisen in Ghana. You parasites who feed off the state are eager to appease an outsider businessman. The affairs and laws of Tihua are being ruined by your incompetence. Humph. I will return tomorrow. Does he expect to marry every day?" With that, Leolunsi turned on his heel and departed, while Duval followed closely behind, profusely apologizing. Though Leolunsi paid him no mind, Bridge and Olinpu wiped the cold sweat from their brows, their garments soaked. It was not that they did not wish to confront Leolunsi, but rather that he represented the royal family and the cabinet, making it exceedingly difficult for them to sever ties with the Lin family now. "Steward Lin, you must speak favorably of us to Mr. Lin. Given our actions today, it seems our positions are no longer secure," they lamented as they encircled Lin Shuhua. "No problem. Leave it to me. The Lin's Ocean Shipping Company is about to commence production, and if you two are interested, you may consider investing. Furthermore, I have a secret to share. The Lin's High-Efficiency Power Energy Research Institute has developed an internal combustion engine to replace the steam engine. Once the technology matures, the speed of the ships will surpass that of any existing vessels, ensuring a leading edge for at least several years. Lin Chen has also provided some inconsequential intelligence. These two individuals performed admirably today, displaying unwavering conviction and clarity of purpose. They deserve some reward. With their example, the other officials should know how to make their choices. The vision of our esteemed patriarch is becoming increasingly lucid. One day, the Lin family will be the true rulers of this land. Leolunsi stormed off in anger, while Daver followed behind, repeatedly apologizing, but to no avail. As the deputy leader of the special task force, he had toiled day and night for months, yet all his efforts seemed futile. After finally uncovering new leads, he found his investigation obstructed by the interference at Edmund's location, preventing him from proceeding smoothly. Leolunsi was already seething with frustration. Time was of the essence, and he needed to identify the true culprit swiftly, with the Lin family being the prime suspect. The royal family and cabinet of the Eagle Kingdom were manageable. At worst, he could shift the blame onto Daver. However, the elder of Loxian could awaken at any moment, and if he were to discover that his pure blood lineage had been severed, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Neither Leolunsi nor Daver noticed that a few individuals were stealthily trailing behind them. As the group turned a corner, the wild grasses on either side transformed into well-tended farmland. Lao Lunsi, mounted on his steed, frequently glanced back, surveying the fields and the road behind them. Daver sensed his unease, assuming that the deputy leader had detected some issue. Lao Lunsi, is something amiss? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lao Lunsi tightened the reins and slowed his horse, responding cautiously, Daver, do you not feel that ever since we departed from the Lin estate, it seems as though someone is following us? Throughout the journey, Lao Lunsi had harbored a persistent feeling of being pursued, particularly after leaving the Lin residence. Yet every time he turned to discern the truth, he found nothing, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. Someone is following us. Daver glanced back, but the smooth road revealed no one behind them. A look around yielded no further evidence. There is no one. Should I have someone lay in wait to ascertain if we are indeed being followed? Lao Lunsi shook his head. With his keen instincts as a wolf and heightened sense of smell, he had detected nothing, rendering the idea of sending an ordinary officer to ambush pointless. No need for that. Let's continue on our way. Perhaps the pressure from the royal family and cabinet following Edmund's demise has made me overly anxious. He waved his hand, and the group quickened their pace, hoping to return to their lodgings before dusk. Once Lao Lunsi and his entourage had distanced themselves, several burly men emerged from the distant underbrush. The leader spat out the root he had been chewing, glaring menacingly at the receding figures. Over a distance of more than a kilometer, he nearly caught sight of him. He was surely no ordinary person. Lin Yue, return and inform the steward to summon Lady Jean. I have devised a new plan. A robust man took his leave, leaping forward with a powerful stride, alternating his legs as he forcefully swung his arms, utilizing the strength of his waist and legs, each step spanning over 10 feet. He ran with remarkable speed, his steps light as if he were traversing a mere inch. This lad is making significant progress. The Divine Martial Guard is about to be established, and perhaps he might gain entry. I find it hard to accept what Brother Jinan said. If Lin Yue can join the Divine Martial Guard, so can I. Enough with the chatter. Those few have already raced far ahead. Let us hasten our pursuit and not fall behind. A few exchanged light-hearted remarks. And under Lin Junnan's leadership, they continued their pursuit, now with heightened caution and at a greater distance, only able to discern a few distant figures. They were all skilled, their vision and perception surpassing that of ordinary men. As Lin Junnan and the others ran, their backs undulated like waves, their centers of gravity shifting with intent, every hair on their bodies standing on end, their lower abdomens filled with vital energy as if newly infused with strength. While racing at high speed, the energy within them surged, yet their skin's pores remained tightly sealed, fixated on their target, refusing to let it slip from their sight. However, this relentless chase was exhausting. After running several kilometers, they felt their internal energy boiling over, a sensation of fullness enveloping them. Fortunately, their cultivation was already quite refined, allowing them to conserve energy while running, sinking their vital energy into their lower abdomens, and employing the technique of the 11 Guardians to gradually distribute the boiling energy throughout their bodies, nourishing their flesh and bones, thereby enhancing their physical condition. Before long, the distant figures began to slow down as they entered the city of Edmont. The increase in foot traffic rendered their galloping inconvenient. Lin Zhenan and the others quickly adjusted their pace, gradually regulating their breathing, the sensation of fullness in their lower abdomens subsiding, while their tightly closed pores opened. Yet not a single drop of sweat emerged. Lao Luanxi and Air, accompanied by their guards, halted before a 4-story hotel, astonished to see the staff tossing their luggage onto the roadside one by one. Stop! What are you doing? Why are you throwing our luggage out? Air exclaimed, leaping off his horse and seizing a staff member by the neck, shouting furiously. Lao Luanxi's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes glimmering with a green light, his nails becoming sharp and elongated, a surge of ruthless, murderous intent welling within him. The Lin family had been forced back, and upon returning to the hotel, their luggage was again discarded. A multitude of grievances piled up in his heart, and he yearned to transform into a monster, to shred everyone in sight to relieve his frustration. Yet, recalling the presence of many demon hunters in Myligian and Ganeda, actively hunting vampires and werewolves, he could only suppress his fury for the moment, mindful not to reveal his true form lest he attract the hunters. Chapter 13. Do you still not trust me? Tonight, we shall go to the Lin family estate to ascertain whether they are the culprits. I must tear them apart. Once this matter is resolved, return to this establishment and deal with that insufferable waiter. Soon, the argument escalated, and De War, in a fit of rage, struck the waiter in the face and brandished his credentials as the chief of security. Open your eyes and see. I am a chief of security of Canada. Immediately return our luggage and summon your manager to apologize. The waiter, clutching his bleeding mouth, retorted with a sardonic smile. What, the chief of security? Our Latona hotel has no desire to accommodate you. Is that a crime? The manager has personally ordered us to dispose of your belongings. In Edmond, some individuals are not to be trifled with. With that, he disregarded the furious De War, re-entered the hotel, and tossed another bag onto the roadside before their very eyes. De War was seething, unable to bear the humiliation of being disrespected by a mere servant on his own turf as the chief of security of Canada. To the City Security Bureau, I will ensure his demise. Though he held the imposing title of chief overseeing Canada's law enforcement, apprehending someone necessitated collaboration with local security personnel. Otherwise, it would be an abuse of power, and should he be caught overstepping, it would lead to considerable complications. Lawrenson shook his head, unwilling to let such trivial matters hinder their plans for the evening. There were countless hotels in Edmond. If this one would not accommodate them, they could simply find another. The waiter was already dead to him. There was no need to bicker with someone on the verge of oblivion. Come, Dawar. Let's seek another hotel. Deep down, De War understood that reaching out to the Security Bureau would prove futile. Each city's bureau operated under local directives, maintaining a mere business relationship with the security officers, devoid of any hierarchical bond. Their audacity to act thus undoubtedly indicated the presence of powerful backing. The local council in Edmond would never risk antagonizing significant figures over a chief of security. The true puppet master behind this was not intimidated by his title. Lawrenson's words provided De War with an escape route, and he seized the opportunity. Krellin, gather the men and retrieve the luggage. We shall find another hotel. Make a note of this establishment. Inform the immigration office when next we conduct checks on illegal immigrants. A young officer reluctantly dismounted, beckoning his comrades to pack the luggage onto their mounts. After they had departed, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the hotel entrance, glancing at the sign. This Latona hotel belongs to Old Wearsey, does it not? Inform the master upon our return. That old man is quite fortunate. Perhaps, in a moment of goodwill, the master might take his daughter as a concubine. In such a case, what significance does a hotel hold? Unbeknownst to Lawrenson and De War, they encountered rejection at several hotels. Upon learning of their identities, not a single establishment was willing to accommodate them, all politely citing full occupancy as the reason for their refusal. Strikingly, those arriving behind them were permitted to check in, yet the receptionists adamantly insisted that the hotel was at capacity. Damn it, which powerful figure have we offended? Not a single hotel in the entire city is willing to accommodate us. This person wields immense influence. In Edmond City, their word is law. I can't help but wonder if this is the territory of the Great Eagle. The allure of the pound pales in comparison to a mere utterance from them. When did those money-hungry merchants become so indifferent as to forego even the money offered to them? Dahl was still pondering the situation when Leia Luncey had already surmised the reason. Ultimately, the weary and famished task force had no choice but to pay double the price to secure a meager room in a dilapidated inn. As the sun gradually descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the alley opposite the flying inn, Lin Chen and his companions took turns watching the entrance. Brother Chen, let me take over the watch. You should go eat. A burly man with a round face approached, wiping grease from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen declined. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I preferred to remain vigilant. How's that rascal Lin Yue faring? There's been no news, and it's exasperating. The burly man chuckled and teased. Brother Chen, you don't seem to fit the mold. You look so honest, yet you're quite astute. Lin Chen pretended to be annoyed and shot a glare at the man. Lin Xiaodong, stop rambling. Pay attention, or you might let that guy slip away without realizing it. My intentions were not to harm anyone. I merely sought to utilize their assistance in dealing with that scoundrel. After all, isn't that what monster hunters do? Lin Xiaodong remained silent, merely chuckling. Suddenly, both men perked up, exchanging glances before lifting their gaze to the left rooftop. A shadow darted with remarkable speed above them, soon descending over the alley, leveraging the walls to leap directly in front of them. Huff, huff. The newcomer gasped for breath and quickly relayed. Zanmusi has located the monster hunter's residence. He instructed me to return with the news. Within an hour at most, he will bring the monster hunter here. We must keep an eye on that individual and ensure he doesn't escape. Lin Chen approached, patting the newcomer on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "The ones ahead have been let go. He won't get away." The rooms at the Flying Inn were cramped and low, infused with an indescribable odor. Yet Leolunci sat with a stoic expression, meditating. Wolves are nocturnal creatures. The night had not yet fully descended, and it was not time to act. His mind was occupied with the intelligence gathered over the past few days. The first 9 suspects either complied with the investigation or protested their innocence, displaying expected behaviors. In fact, detailed inquiries had ruled them out as suspects. The Lin family's response was exceedingly peculiar, and they possessed the greatest influence. Leolunci suspected that the death of General Edmund was likely tied to the Lin family. However, he was puzzled. If the Lin family were indeed responsible for General Edmund's demise, their demeanor was too calm, with Zhao Dong even finding time to entertain concubines. Is it the audacity of confidence that renders their actions seamless, devoid of fear of exposure? Or does the Lin family possess formidable backing, emboldening them to act with such arrogance? Shaking his head vigorously, Lao Luanxi dispelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. This evening, capturing the Lin family's leader would unveil the truth. There was no need to squander energy analyzing the case further. In a quaint village on the outskirts of Edmont, a hunter of demons emerged from a thatched cottage, shrouded by trees and foliage. A demon hunter in his 40s spat with disdain, his expression darkened, and in a hoarse whisper, he cursed, "Another false lead. Not even a strand of wolf fur in sight. Had this been the Middle Ages, I would have hanged the scoundrel who spread such lies." An elder demon hunter furrowed his brow, sternly admonishing his companion. "Enough. Moralf is no longer the Middle Ages. Cease invoking those bygone tales. We have much to accomplish. Since no signs were found in Lably village, let us investigate Katna village. Did not our informant claim that his men had spotted werewolves there?" Moralf knitted his brow, retrieving a map from his pocket, meticulously examining it. "Katna village," he murmured, tracing his finger over the map. "Ah, found it. Approximately 10 kilometers to the northwest." He glanced at his companion, shaking his head with a wry smile. "That's too far. If we walk there, it will take us all day. Perhaps we should rest here tonight, then borrow 2 horses from the local church tomorrow to continue our journey." As they deliberated, a shadow suddenly darted from the woods. "Caution! Moralf, take cover." The elder demon hunter forcefully shoved Moralf aside, drawing his longsword as he charged forward. Clang! The white claws clashed with the longsword, producing a sharp sound. A tremendous force surged through the sword, twisting the elder hunter's arm, resulting in a grotesque fracture. As the shadow prepared to strike, the elder hunter quickly grasped his sword with his other hand, retaliating with a swifter, more ferocious thrust that compelled the shadow to retreat 2 steps, evading the attack. Regaining his senses, Moralf swiftly drew his crossbow, but the shadow was too close to his companion. He dared not release the bolt. Another younger hunter raised his staff. Casting a light spell, the shadow's speed rendered their vision inadequate, leading them to a precarious disadvantage. The staff's crystal emitted a soft white glow. At that moment, one of the hunters discerned the shadow's true form, a massive wolf's head cloaked in thick, dark fur, with a robust build and sharp white bone claws at the ends of its limbs. It was a werewolf. Yet, this werewolf appeared somewhat peculiar. Could it be a newly emerged mutant strain? The elder hunter pondered this in confusion, yet his movements remained relentless, deftly maneuvering to shield his companions from the werewolf's assault. In his grasp, the sword danced between reality and illusion, evading a direct clash with the werewolf's formidable claws. Each time contact seemed imminent, he would swiftly alter his technique, denying his adversary the opportunity for a frontal confrontation. However, the werewolf's strength was astonishing, and its speed breathtaking. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows a dozen times, leaving the seasoned demon hunter gasping for breath. "Farlam, have you completed your incantation?" In response, a blazing fireball surged forth as Farlam wielded his staff, directing the sphere of flames straight toward the werewolf. "Damnable fiend, may you be reduced to ashes in this sacred fire." The fireball, under his command, relentlessly pursued the werewolf, undeterred by its evasive maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Malfoy took aim at the beast. With a swift whoosh, the powerful crossbow released its bolt, slicing through the air towards the werewolf. Meanwhile, within the werewolf's form, Zanmusi was filled with anxiety, cursing Lin Chen in his mind. With his strength, dispatching a demon hunter should have been effortless. Yet the task required him to lead the hunter to the flying inn, restricting his full power. Just as Zanmusi leaped into the air to evade the fireball, a crossbow bolt whizzed towards him. In a split second, he ducked, the bolt narrowly grazing his head before embedding itself in a tree, quivering in place. It's time to retreat. These demon hunters are utterly shameless for their ambush. After landing, Zanmusi rolled away, the fireball and crossbow bolt missing their targets once more. Howling like a wild wolf, he feigned a four-legged stance before darting away with astonishing speed. Malfoy, holding the crossbow bolt in caution, observed as the werewolf truly fled into the distance. He hastened to the side of the old demon hunter, concern etched on his face. "Old Ickle, can you still move? This werewolf is formidable. We cannot let it escape, lest it incite another medieval wolf disaster." At the mention of a wolf disaster, Ickle shuddered, as though haunted by a dreadful nightmare. Werewolves were not merely products of nature. They could also be born from the infection of ordinary humans. The stronger the werewolf, the more potent its infection ability, resulting in even mightier offspring. Malfoy, assist me in realigning the bones. Farlam, prepare your healing light. Ickle decisively assigned tasks, aware that time was of the essence in capturing the fleeing werewolf. Malfoy supported Ickle's shattered arm, enduring the grating sound of bones grinding together as he forcefully reconnected the fractured limb. Farlam raised his staff, reciting a prayer. A beam of white light emanated from the staff, enveloping Ickle's injured arm, as if angels were singing in the void, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Moments later, Ickle tentatively moved his arm. Though still painful, it was functional once more. "Farlam, my dear child, which direction did that werewolf flee?" Closing his eyes, Farlam concentrated, attuning his senses. The faint aura of illumination magic distinctly emerged within his consciousness. It appeared to be heading toward the city, but fortunately, its speed was not overwhelming. If we push ourselves to the limit, we may still catch up with it. Upon hearing these words, S.H.I.E.L.D felt an even greater sense of doubt. Something seemed amiss. Werewolves were notoriously reckless, never fearing death in battle. This werewolf, having suffered a setback, fled, and its speed appeared deliberately slowed. Was it attempting to lure us into the city, where traps might await? He pondered the werewolf's intentions, as the recent events were entirely inconsistent with werewolf behavior. Morpheus sheathed his crossbow and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "S.H.I.E.L.D, do not overthink it. Even if it is a trap, we must proceed. We are demon hunters, following the will of our Lord to protect his people. It is our duty to eradicate evil and purify the world." With that, he strode confidently toward the city. Farman hesitated for a moment before hastily following, glancing back occasionally. This audacious youth dared to reprimand me. Though I, S.H.I.E.L.D, am aging, I can still wield a sword. The youth is overly impulsive. It is not that the old man fears death, but rather that he does not wish to die in vain. Cursing under his breath, S.H.I.E.L.D grasped his long sword and caught up with his younger companion. Jamsa, meanwhile, ran while using his beast-like instincts to sense the demon hunters behind him, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Upon entering the city, he leapt onto the rooftops, swiftly traversing the uneven terrain, fearful of losing the hunters, for that would render his plans futile. He nimbly jumped between buildings, his footsteps so light that even passers-by remained oblivious. Even if someone glanced up, they would only catch a fleeting shadow. As he neared the flying inn, Jamsa abruptly accelerated, doubling his speed, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the hunter's sight. S.H.I.E.L.D, watching the direction in which the werewolf had disappeared, reluctantly came to a halt. "Farlman, can you sense anything? The magical energy should still be lingering, correct?" Farlman nodded and closed his eyes once more. At this moment, the residual magical aura from the werewolf had diminished to almost imperceptible levels. Chapter 14. Let's return to the manor. After crossing this street and making a left turn, it seems to have halted there. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, not uttering a word as he dashed forward. If there were traps inside, let be his old bones to brave them. Even if it cost him his life, he would create an opportunity for his younger companion to slay the werewolf. Having evaded the demon hunter's gaze, Jamsa quickly arrived in an alley across from the flying inn. Lin Chen, upon seeing him, eagerly inquired, "How did it go? Did the fish bite?" Jamsa swiftly removed his werewolf hide, taking a deep breath as he exclaimed, "This hide is foul and suffocating. Jinan, do you even realize who is pursuing? A demon hunter is still behind us. It seems they have marked the hide. I've already shaken them off, yet that demon hunter continues to chase after me." Lin Jinan gave a thumbs up, praising, "Truly, Master Jamsa, well done." He turned to the few people behind him and shouted, with the specially crafted silver bullets loaded, "It is our time to shine." The strong men responded affirmatively, swiftly loading the bullets, each gleaming silver projectile being pressed into the chamber. With one hand gripping the werewolf hide, Lin Jinan gestured with a wave. The group, masked and armed, charged into the dilapidated flying inn. The plump proprietress, terrified, cowered behind the counter. Clutching her head and pleading in hushed tones, "I understand the rules. I shall not look upon the faces of such valiant heroes. I beg you, spare my life." Lin Jinan chuckled softly. Even the small fry possessed a certain cleverness. He paid no heed to the frightened innkeeper and made his way directly to the room where Leolunci was located. They were all masters, moving with utter silence. Bang! Lin Jinan kicked the door open with force. Leolunci, being a werewolf, reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the bed, attempting to roll beneath it. Yet, his adversaries were prepared, and they were experts in their own right. Bang! 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 A flurry of bullets rained into the cramped room. Leolunci leaped to evade, avoiding most of the projectiles, but a few struck his thigh and shoulder. The moment the bullets pierced his flesh, a searing pain radiated throughout his body. Silver weaponry. Are you hunters of demons? Leolunci's heart tightened as he surmised the identity of his attackers. So many demon hunters, wielding silver weapons capable of subduing werewolves, and their firearms could fire in rapid succession. If he did not flee, his life would surely be forfeit. With this thought, Leolunci dodged the bullets while edging closer to the window. Crack! Crack! As the masked men finished a magazine, they quickly replaced it with a fresh clip. The hail of bullets began to dwindle, and seizing the brief moment of respite, Leolunci lunged, shattering the window and crashing to the ground below. The hard earthen surface yielded beneath him, creating a sizable crater. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Jinan's eyes as he pretended to fire a few rounds at the fleeing Leolunci. These shots effectively blocked any potential escape routes, compelling him to dash towards the east. Run, run. The faster you run, the stronger the effect of the drug. Brothers, how can we not set fire to this place? Drench it in gasoline and cleanse the traces with flames. The masked men produced leather pouches, pouring gasoline into the room, the pungent odor rapidly permeating the air. Lin Jinan retrieved a lighter, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, then tossed it into the room, where it fell amidst the gasoline. He casually threw in the werewolf hide that Leolunci had worn, watching as the garment was engulfed by flames. Boom! The fire, fueled by the gasoline, surged upwards in an instant, quickly spreading throughout the premises. Outside, Leolunci sprinted down the street, feeling increasingly dizzy, the world around him warping and distorting. Suddenly, he clutched his head and let out a primal roar as his body underwent a violent transformation. Muscles bulged, hair sprouted rapidly, and his mouth elongated, revealing sharp teeth. The werewolf was here, drowsy and disoriented. Leolunci lifted his gaze, perceiving the speaker morphing in his eyes, first into an elderly swordsman, then into a vampire adorned with bat-like wings, ultimately solidifying into the visage of the vampire. With a primal howl echoing through the air, Leolunci charged towards the creature. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D intended to remark that this was not the previous werewolf, Leolunci, fueled by fervor, lashed out with his razor-sharp claws aimed directly at S.H.I.E.L.'s head. Hidden within the alleyway, Zanmusi observed the clash between the demon hunter and the transformed werewolf, unable to suppress a laugh. The scheme had succeeded. In the confines of the alley, upon witnessing Leolunci's neck severed and collapsing into a pool of blood, she cautiously retreated deeper into the passage, rejoining Lin Jinan and his companions through a rear door. Brother Jinan, that fellow has perished. Let us return to the manor. Lin Jinan replied with a mysterious smile. Glancing at Zanmusi, young one, the affair is not yet concluded. But indeed, we need not intervene any further. Lin Yue, you shall remain. Once the Public Security Bureau apprehends the demon hunter, report back to the manor. The rest of you, accompany me. The steward awaits our news. Zhan Musi trembled. As though meeting his elder brother for the first time, his eyes wide with astonishment. To utilize the demon hunter to eliminate Lei Lunci and orchestrate the Public Security Bureau to apprehend them was exceedingly ruthless. Observing his daze, Lin Xiaodong patted his shoulder and sighed. Do not linger in wonder. The world of adults is replete with schemes and machinations. Upon exiting the alley, they arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned house. Lin Jinan knocked thrice heavily, followed by 2 lighter taps. With a series of clicks, the heavy door creaked open. A head emerged, scanning them briefly before inquiring, "Come in. What do you seek?" Once inside, the man glanced around and promptly secured the door, locking it. The master never uses this place. Had it not been for the correct password, you would have perished moments ago. As he lit a lamp, the room illuminated, revealing Zhan Musi, the man's features: a bald head, a red nose, and a robust physique. Behind the thick door, the central panel was movable, entirely seamless to the eye. Behind it lay a row of mechanisms akin to crossbows, adorned with slender steel needles coated in a mysterious ointment, exuding a faint scent of bitter almonds. Upon sighting the ointment, Zhan Musi instinctively sensed danger. Despite his remarkable regenerative abilities, this would pose a significant threat. You seem quite inquisitive, young man. Do refrain from touching anything. This is high-concentration cyanide sealed with grease, the latest innovation from our family laboratory. Even a gram could prove fatal, exceedingly perilous. The man with the wine-soaked nose cast a warning glance at Zhan Musi, cautioning him against any reckless movements. Those who entered with the password were all core members of the Lin family, and especially given the youthfulness of his companion, he immediately discerned the identity of the visitor. Should the master's adopted son encounter misfortune here, he would bear an unbearable burden of responsibility. C.Q.R. Cease your prattle and remember your place. Prepare several fine steeds immediately. We are in urgent need. Lin Nan replied impatiently, wishing to depart from this location at once. Individuals of his ilk were abundant in S.H.I.E.L.D province. Over 1,000, in fact. And the notion of worming his way into the core of the Lin family through the guise of the Lord's adopted son was utterly preposterous. He had already resolved to return and instruct the steward to administer a proper reprimand to these lurking agents. It seemed that those who had lingered in the shadows for too long were beginning to harbor insidious thoughts. C.Q.R.'s fast tweeted, aware that his previous demeanor had been overly conspicuous, and he hastened deeper into the room. Follow me. The stable lies behind. The tack is well maintained, and the horses are robust. A few individuals trailed him, observing as he twisted a candelabrum affixed to the wall. With a series of clicks, the once sturdy wall gradually shifted aside. The sounds of whinnying and a waft of pungent air enveloped them. Zhan Musi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cramped chamber concealed an expansive stable, housing a dozen or so magnificent steeds. The group casually selected a horse to lead out of the barn, tossing a handful of broad beans to feed their chosen mounts while gently stroking their manes. Once the horses grew calm and acclimated to their new owners, Sika, bearing tack procured from an unknown source, tossed it beside them and declared, "These are all fine new items. Do you require anything further?" Lin Chen shook his head, casting a cold glance in his direction. "No need. Just attend to your own affairs, Sika." After outfitting the horses, Sika revealed a hidden passage within the stable. The group led their steeds into the tunnel, the entrance sealing seamlessly behind them, betraying no signs of irregularity. Oil lamps within the tunnel flickered to life as the flint struck, and after a brief walk, Zhan Musi quickened his pace to Lin Jianan's side, whispering, "Brother Jianan, do we have many such strongholds in this region?" Lin Jianan cast him a peculiar glance and gestured for the others to distance themselves. Indeed, there are numerous. Every significant town in Jinan now harbors at least one. I cannot specify their exact number, and we can only utilize these strongholds when undertaking special missions. The individuals responsible for these outposts were often adversaries of the Lin family. However, due to their unique skills, the Lord spared their lives and employed certain means to compel their loyalty. Zhan Musi fell silent, deep in thought. Having lived in the Lin household for so long, He was struck with the realization that he scarcely understood the true nature of his family. His adoptive father had never broached such matters with him. On the surface, the Lin family seemed to dominate half of Da's agriculture, commerce, manufacturing, and underground dealings, yet the extent of their clandestine power remained a mystery, even to him. Their adopted son, observing Zhang Muxi's silence, Lin Chen then recognized that he was grappling with this newfound information and could not suppress a smile. This is merely the beginning. If he were to learn that the Lin family possesses its own army, the boy might very well be frightened to death. Over the years, the fierce Fox team has evolved into the formidable Fox Legion, now comprising hundreds of fearless individuals, each a relentless warrior unafraid of death. Through the specialized training imparted by their master and years of grueling preparation, every member of the Fox Legion has honed their skills to become a sharpshooter with unmatched precision. Their close combat capabilities are formidable, reaching the pinnacle of Ming's strength, allowing them to take on 10 ordinary fighters simultaneously. When organized into tactical formations, even seasoned experts like Lin Chen would find themselves challenged. It is not an exaggeration to assert that against adversaries below the level of transformation, they could potentially escape. However, when faced with those above this threshold, their fate would be sealed. With the addition of firepower, a single member of the Fox Legion would dare to pursue transformation-level experts. Lin Chen reminisces about his early days as a transformation expert when several brothers who had also achieved this level participated in a drill under the master's command. Initially, they infiltrated the camp with confidence, triumphantly defeating hundreds of fighters, believing the Fox Legion was merely a shadow of their former glory. However, the fighters of the Fox Legion quickly adapted and ceased close combat. Under the command of S.H.I.E.L.D, the sharpshooters, armed with firearms, struck their targets with near-perfect accuracy. Even with training ammunition, they sent their opponents fleeing in disarray, visibly injured. The reaction speed of ordinary fighters could not keep pace with that of transformation experts. Although these fighters had trained in the Lin family martial arts and had only reached the peak of Ming's strength, their vision and reaction times were several times faster than those of ordinary fighters, as if they had specifically trained to counter swift opponents. Some maintained a barrage of fire to restrict their evasive maneuvers, while others focused intently on their positions for precise shots. After this drill, Lin Chen and his comrades were thoroughly convinced. Their pride as transformation experts shattered, and they no longer underestimated the fighters of the Fox Legion. From that moment onward, all underground forces in Jian'an surrendered, and the master was dubbed the Shadow Emperor of Jian'an by the leaders of these factions. Brother Jian'an, we have reached the end of the tunnel. Please activate the mechanism. Lin Xiaodong's voice interrupted Lin Jian'an's reverie. He stepped forward and pressed the switch on the wall at the tunnel's end, following the instructions given by Saiku. With a thunderous rumble, the wall split open, bathing them in the radiant moonlight. They led their horses out of the tunnel, glancing back to see the stones slowly closing. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves amidst dense jungle and overgrown weeds, having exited the urban confines of Edmonton and entered the wilderness. Werewolves, demon hunters. After transforming into a werewolf, Lin stood alongside Queer and other demon hunters on the streets, witnessing firsthand the astonishing sight that captivated countless onlookers. The entire Public Security Bureau was mobilized, yet they were powerless to control the multitude of witnesses. Any secret, once known by even a single individual, ceases to remain a secret. At least 100 people had witnessed the clash between the werewolves and demon hunters, and out of a sense of bragging rights, these individuals relayed the tale to their friends and family, who in turn spread the news further. Upon awakening, the residents of Edmont were informed of the shocking news primarily through the whispers of friends and family, leading many to believe they had traversed back to the medieval era. Newspapers inundated their pages with reports on the matter, rendering it the central topic of discussion during social gatherings. The Edmont murder investigation team found itself ensnared in a tempest of public opinion, as rumors spread that the deputy leader, Lin was a werewolf. If the detective appointed by the Great Eagle royal family and the cabinet was indeed a werewolf, could there be others within the investigation team as well? Under the influence of certain individuals, the populace began to riot, demanding the expulsion of the investigation team, with some even rushing to the church, hoping for a return to medieval justice by burning the team members alive. Amidst the chaos, Leader Mokkel endeavored to calm his panicked team while telegraphing the details to the Great Eagle royal family and the cabinet. To prevent the crowd from storming their headquarters, He had no choice but to mobilize hundreds of officers for protection. In stark contrast to Mockel's unease, Bishop Luowide of the Great Church was both astonished and elated. He was taken aback by the revelation that, even after the medieval werewolf plague had been quelled, there remained werewolves hidden among humans. Yet he was pleased that, since the royal authority had suppressed religious power, the populace had grown increasingly indifferent to faith, only to now return to seeking solace in the church. With the support of the people, Luowide first reported the emergence of werewolves to the Vatican on behalf of the great cathedral, subsequently adopting a firm stance by demanding the release of S.H.I.E.L.D from the local security bureau in Edmont. The church's involvement rendered the already intricate situation even more bewildering. Days later, Mockel received orders from the royal family and cabinet to return to the Great Eagle, and without hesitation, he departed aboard a merchant vessel, fleeing in disgrace. S.H.I.E.L.D, Fallman, and Morphew, having been inexplicably detained and then released, remained utterly bewildered, unaware that they had been manipulated as pawns in a larger game. Chapter 15. I have invested considerable effort in learning S.H.I.E.L.D emerge from the detention room to a rapturous reception from the crowd and the church. Luowide organized several speeches, the theme of which revolved around identifying werewolves, with S.H.I.E.L.D taking center stage as the main speaker. Upon learning that silver would inflict pain upon werewolves, friends and family began to fervently exchange silverware, igniting a fervor for silver throughout the Great Canal region. Almost all silver shops were emptied of their stock, leaving only the Lin Silver Company to reap substantial profits. Upon receiving this news, Lin Chen promptly decided to increase the output of the silver mine, ensuring that the Lin Silver Company would not face shortages. However, upon noticing that his concubine had replaced even their utensils with silver ones, he could not help but feel a mixture of amusement and despair, realizing that this trend had infiltrated his own household. Shu Hao, you have done quite well this time. Qing Miao's inaugural operation was a resounding success. Not only did you drive away the investigation team, but you also helped the Lin Silver Company earn a considerable sum. In his study, Lin Chen sat in a rocking chair, perusing the newspaper. Standing upright beside him, Lin Chen remarked, I do not presume to take credit, my lord. It was you who had the foresight to establish the Qing Miao, a dedicated entity for intelligence gathering. This matter is likely to encounter considerable complications. Lin Chen lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip, waving his hand with a smile. There is no need for such modesty in my presence. While Qing Miao is tasked with collecting information, it is indeed you who adeptly steers public sentiment in accordance with the situation. This issue is of significant magnitude. Instruct Qing Miao to momentarily cease their activities to avoid detection. Lin Chen nodded. Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Yet, he did not leave right away, remaining standing straight. His lord seldom summoned him for a single matter, indicating there were likely additional instructions to convey. This was a lesson learned over many years. It was prudent to wait a while longer to prevent being called back by his lord, thus saving time. Indeed, after finishing his tea, Lin Chen raised his gaze and solemnly stated, the situation in Meijian is rather unstable. There are numerous factions vying for power there. Although the Horden family keeps a watchful eye, some still aspire to take a bite. Jimmy approached me yesterday, requesting I send several skilled individuals to eliminate the new chief, Buchanan. I declined, for that individual still holds value. It would be a pity to kill him. Send someone to oversee our interests, and perhaps engage in a meaningful dialogue with Chief Buchanan. It would be ideal to cultivate a friendship. Oh, and ensure they carry silver weapons, as the opposition is another vampire faction. Lin Chen's words trailed off, yet he knew Lin Chen would comprehend. After waiting a bit longer, and seeing that his lord had no further commands, Lin Chen turned and exited the study. The newly appointed Chief Buchanan, representing the interests of the Nully Masters, had submitted the S.H.I.E.L.D proposal to the Supreme Court, advocating for the implementation of the Nully system across the entire region. Meijian, already in turmoil due to opposition from liberal factions against the Nully system, erupted into chaos upon the proposal's approval, akin to a spark igniting a pile of dry kindling. To confine the Nully, vast tracts of land are required, and the Lin family possesses tens of thousands of acres purchased across Meijian, which have become coveted assets in the eyes of certain powerful figures. They are poised to push a proposal for the uncompensated reclamation of idle land, and Chief Buchanan has privately expressed support for this initiative. The world is growing increasingly intriguing. Jimmy's assassination attempt on Buchanan was thwarted by bodyguards of the same vampire lineage. It appears that the vampire influence in Mei-Jian is substantial, with internal factional struggles at play. Jimmy hails from the Kiowani family, while those who obstructed him are from the Toledo family, one aligned with the Honey faction and the other neutral, yet both constrained by the Secret Alliance. These revelations did not originate from Jimmy, but were provided by the Qingyao organization, which was established merely 2 years prior. As Lin Chen perused the newspaper, he pondered the multitude of variables arising in Mei-Jian. In his previous realm, there had never been a proposal for the uncompensated reclamation of idle land. Could it be that his presence had triggered a butterfly effect? However, the Lin family in Mei-Jian did not engage in anything particularly extraordinary. They merely acquired some land, which, had they not purchased, would have inevitably been acquired by others. Logically, such action should not provoke such significant changes. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts, causing him to frown slightly. Kumin. With that, the door swung open, and Catherine entered, gracefully holding a blue and white porcelain bowl. Noticing the Lord's furrowed brow, her heart tightened, yet her face remained adorned with an enchanting smile. "My lord, no matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health. Do not exhaust yourself." She continued, "This is black-bone chicken ginseng soup that I learned to make from a recipe. Drink it while it's hot to nourish your body." She lightly approached him, scooping a spoonful of soup, blowing gently on it before bringing it to Lin Chen's lips. "Please, my lord, do taste it. We must not waste it." A warmth spread through Lin Chen's heart, and his brow gradually unfurled. Initially, he had taken this concubine merely to gain rewards from the system, ensuring his survival through various crises in the future. He had never contemplated the possibility of affection between them. Yet, Catherine genuinely cared for him, even mastering the complexities of Chinese cuisine with earnest dedication. The displeasure from her earlier intrusion into his study evaporated in that moment. Since his arrival in this world, he had felt a persistent sense of alienation from both the world and those around him. But at that instant, the barrier dissipated entirely. He truly felt as though he had integrated into this existence. After finishing the soup, he bid farewell to Catherine and resumed attending to the affairs of the Lin family. Once everything was in order, he retrieved a weathered notebook from the safe. As he flipped through the previous entries, he paused occasionally to reflect, deleting certain content while adding new insights. This notebook contained the strategies he had devised since realizing he had traversed into the Manway world, aimed at addressing the incessant crises that arose within this realm. Each time the Lin family's strength improved, he would revise the plans accordingly. The writing was inscribed in a popular internet slang from his previous life, ensuring that, even if someone stumbled upon it, they would simply perceive it as random scribbles. His gaze settled on a particular geographical name. The layout of Ganeda was nearly complete. There was no immediate urgency for Mei-Jian. Stabilizing the current territory was paramount, and the optimal moment would arise when the NNB-I station conflict ignited. The potential for altering the future hinged upon controlling this area. He forcefully circled 2 spots in the notebook. "My lord, you have purchased so many construction materials. Surely, even building a palace would leave excess." Lin Chen remarked to Lin Jinan, who had greeted him at the Edmont port yesterday. He sighed, reflecting on the situation. Had he not arranged for over 20 of his brothers to accompany him, he alone would have been unable to tend to the multitude of Dalong people who came along. The sheer number of individuals was a consequence of the Qing dynasty's own mismanagement. Externally, they displayed weakness and compromise, offering resources to foreign powers, while internally they exploited the populace, preferring to benefit outsiders rather than provide their own servants with a decent life. Naturally, the Dalong people, unable to endure such conditions, sought alternative paths. The family of artisans responsible for constructing palaces approached Lin Chen with a singular condition. They wished to take their entire family along. Similarly, the valiant allies from the martial world assisting him had the same request. Gradually, more individuals expressed their desire to accompany Lin Chen across the vast oceans, leading him to seek the help of Ambassador Tikwa of the Great Eagle stationed in Qinghua. After bribing a considerable sum of 100,000 pounds, the ambassador intervened, asserting the necessity of skilled craftsmen for the royal palace's construction, thus ensuring the safe return of these individuals. The master's new plan underwent further alterations. Not only would a grand palace be constructed above ground, but subterranean works would also commence, equally impressive in scale. Lin Quidong, a longtime subordinate of Lin Chen, had recently been promoted to the captain of the personal guard, often privy to information even before the steward. Having just celebrated his marriage last month at the tender age of not yet 10, his wife hailed from a once noble family now in decline. Were it not for the formidable influence of the Lin family, how could a rebel of the Qing dynasty possibly marry into nobility? Lin Quidong had long since resolved that his offspring would serve the Lin family, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to Lin Chen. With each passing generation, as long as the bloodline persisted, not only would his descendants continue to labor for Lin Chen, but even their progeny would be bound to serve him for eternity. The master's ambition was truly grand, layers upon layers above and below ground. It resembled a miniature city. Lin Chen mused to himself. Having searched extensively in the Qing dynasty for artisan families, he had encountered blueprints of palaces, tombs, and subterranean chambers crafted by their ancestors for various dynasties. Yet none could rival the master's vision. You should lead the artisans inside. The master is awaiting your arrival at the estate. Lin Quidong urged Lin Chen, momentarily lost in thought, offered an apologetic smile before beckoning a slender, yet sprightly old man to enter swiftly. At the entrance of the estate stood a handsome young man, his thick, dark hair contrasting with his brown eyes, reminiscent of a member of the Delong, yet his high nose, deep-set eyes, and fair complexion distinctly marked him as of Anglo-Saxon descent. "Young Master Jean, what brings you here? I am utterly astonished that the master has sent you to fetch me," Lin Chen exclaimed, both thrilled and surprised, for the master's adopted son naturally held a higher status than they. "Haha, there's no need for such formality, how go? My adoptive father regards you as brothers. If you hadn't insisted I refrain from calling you uncle, I would have long since addressed you as brother." Jean Musi stepped closer, embracing Lin Chen warmly, laughing heartily. "Come with me. My adoptive father awaits you in the drawing room. This must be Mr. Gong Shuao. Am I right? Please, enter." Releasing Lin Chen, he turned towards the elderly gentleman behind him, smiling as he extended his hand. Gong Shuao, somewhat anxious, glanced at Lin Chen, who nodded encouragingly. He quickly wiped his hands on his lapel and grasped Jean Musi's hand, exclaiming, "It is a great fortune for a humble villager to be personally welcomed by the young master." Lin Chen, observing this exchange, marveled at how the young man had matured, now shouldering responsibilities for the master, yet was met with a reprimanding glare from Jean Musi, prompting him to silently enter the drawing room. Gong Shuao lagged slightly behind, following Madame Jean into the living room. After the banquet, Lin Chen respectfully bowed and took his leave, then invited Gong Shuao to the study for tea, presenting him with the exquisite Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea leaves he had specially brought from the Qing dynasty. "Please forgive me, Mr. Gong Shu, for my ignorance of the tea ceremony. I fear I might squander such fine tea," Lin Chen humbly remarked as he set down his teacup. Curiously, while he once relished carbonated drinks, in this life he had developed an affinity for tea. The fragrant aroma and lingering sweetness captivated him. "Mr. Lin is far too modest. What you do is a return to simplicity, shedding the superfluous and embracing the essence," Gong Shuao exclaimed, savoring the tea with genuine appreciation. "This is tea from the mother tree of Wui Mountains de Hong Pao. Only the emperors of the Qing dynasty were privileged to taste it. Were it not for your kindness, I could live 18 more lifetimes and never experience such a delight." As he relished the tea, Gong Shuao expressed his gratitude with a hint of trepidation. Lin Chen listened with amusement, a smile gracing his lips. The old man was not as compliant as he appeared. His intentions were to assist the Lin family in constructing a palace, pocketing a handsome reward, and then breaking away to establish his own domain. How naive to think himself a stepping stone. Having once lived a wretched existence in the Qing dynasty, he now refused to bow down upon fleeing to Canada. Was this not a form of oppression against the honest? The world is rife with peculiarities. Why would Gong Shuao prefer to be a dog of the Qing rather than a member of the Lin family? Human hearts are like springs. They can endure pressure, but once released, the rebound can be formidable. Although Lin Chen could discern Gong Shuao's true thoughts through telepathy, he refrained from reacting immediately. Being one of the first wave of immigrants from the Qing, treating him with cruelty could not only hinder future recruitment efforts, but also displease his old comrades. Like a despite not being well-versed in strategies of power, Lin Chen understood from managing the Lin family for years that winning hearts required both benevolence and authority. The ancients taught that the path to conquer hearts lies in reason, emotional engagement, righteousness, and the display of might. Speaking of which, I have been away from my homeland for over a decade. Mr. Gongshu, I wonder how the common folk fare there now? Lin Chen mused, lighting a cigarette as he inquired. Gongshu Ao paused, taking a considerable time to respond. What can I say? It has worsened since 10 years ago. The situation remains dire, and the people's lives grow increasingly burdensome. My family specializes in constructing royal palaces, which at least keeps us afloat. Ordinary families struggle to put food on the table, burdened by endless labor and insurmountable taxes. During famines, families are forced to sell their children, and some even barter their offspring for survival. Lin Chen regarded him with a hint of intrigue. The old gentleman's complexion was rosy, not the countenance of a man who had endured a lifetime of poverty. Suddenly, Gongshu Ao felt a chill run down his spine. The amiable gentleman before him seemed to see through his thoughts, probing him with veiled inquiries. He hastily clasped his hands in a bow and offered a nervous smile. Thanks to the kind care of the master and Mr. Lin Chen, I have been well fed and warmly clothed aboard the ship, allowing my weary old bones to regain their strength, so I can serve the master diligently. Lin Chen offered no response, lost in contemplation for a moment. This old fellow appeared to yield. Yet Lin Chen's intuitive sense revealed that he had not relinquished his previous intentions. The old gentleman had traversed oceans and must surely be fatigued. He should return to rest for the night. Tomorrow, arrangements will be made for him to visit the city and procure some necessities to settle his family. As for the matter of constructing a palace, there is no rush. It is imperative that the old gentleman has no lingering worries, enabling him to focus on his tasks. Lin Chen emphasized the latter point. Gongshu Ao's expression shifted, and he forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Thank you for your concern, master. However, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, weary of engaging in such trivial banter. Tomorrow, he would allow the old man to witness the might of the Lin family, and he would understand how to properly align himself. Brother Shu Hao, the master summoned you to find me. Is that old fellow ungrateful? Lin Chen, having already surmised the situation, inquired directly. After concluding his conversation with Gongshu Ao, the master had sent Lin Shu Hao to seek him out, indicating that something must have gone awry. Lin Shu Hao leaned against the table, his fingers gently tapping the surface. Ha! He seems to understand the situation, but I fear he does not regard the Lin family with the respect we deserve. The master has noticed this and sent me to address it. It's no wonder. Having previously served the royal family, he naturally looks down upon us commoners who have risen from nothing. Bang! Lin Chen slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with fury as he exclaimed, "He has revolted. Brother Shu Hao, rest assured, I shall deal with him immediately. If I do not strip him of his skin, I shall not bear the surname Lin." With that, he stormed off, intent on confronting the traitorous Gongshu Ao. Lin Shu Hao raised his hand to halt him, calmly stating, Chapter 16, Help. I can hardly breathe. Take it slow. There is no need to act like a frog at the bottom of a well. If you kill him, who will dare to seek refuge with you in the future? Lin Chen, still seething with anger, sat back down. If I had not rescued him from Qingji, his family would have starved within a month. I had thought him to be grateful, yet he turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. The master is too lenient. Such a person deserves to be sent to purgatory, enduring torment until he learns his lesson. Lin Shu Hao shot him a disapproving glare, knowing that his mind was consumed only by thoughts of violence, unable to conceive of other solutions. He smirked and beckoned to Lin Xiaodong. That old fellow is merely a dying man. Listen closely to what I have to say. The following morning, in the city of Edmond, Gongshu Ao and his companions were left awestruck by the bustling atmosphere and the towering buildings lining the streets. Much like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything novel and fascinating. Lin Chen accompanied them for a while, no matter which shop they entered. The proprietors greeted them warmly, and without haggling, they paid for whatever caught their fancy, exuding an air of great affluence. Gong Shuio observed from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of envy. He mused that once he had amassed wealth from the Lin family, with the prowess of the Gong family, he too could carve out a name for himself in foreign lands, earning the respect of others. Lin Chen, noticing the myriad expressions on his face, secretly chuckled to himself. thinking the old man mistakenly believed everyone could achieve success in this place as he had. Soon, he would witness the arrogance of the Qianfang people. Mr. Gong Shuio, I seem to have overindulged in tea and need to visit the restroom. Please continue your exploration. All expenses shall be on me. Lin Chen smiled sheepishly, clasped his hands in a polite gesture, and dashed into a narrow alley. Before Gong Shuio could react, his son scoffed. What a nouveau riche. He knows nothing of decorum. How can he abandon his guests to attend to his own needs? The Lin family is simply too lenient with their subordinates. I was worried that my father's ambitions were unrealistic, but now it seems they are hardly worthy of consideration. The Gong family can surely take their place. Gong Shuio's expression wavered. Having experienced the ways of the world, he sensed something amiss. Yet, buoyed by his son Gong Qian's grandiose declarations, he dismissed it as mere nervousness from being in unfamiliar territory. Let us proceed. There's no need to wait for him. We still have 2 translators. Let them guide us to procure some fine garments and cosmetics for our wives. Gong Qian nodded, commanding the translators. You 2 lead the way to the finest tailor and cosmetic store. Should you dare to treat us with disdain, you shall regret it. The 2 translators exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's simmering ire. They had served the Lin family for over a decade, and even the master had never spoken to them in such a manner. How dare the son of a craftsman be so audacious? Fate seemed to have orchestrated this madness, allowing him to act so arrogantly. Suppressing their anger, the translators forced smiles. Please follow me. Just ahead is the Blur's Brothers clothing store, renowned for its diverse styles and superior quality. As the Gong family followed the translators to a shop on the street, they had not yet entered when a patrol of police officers approached. A group of several officers brandished their batons, surrounding the Gong family and demanding loudly, "Which household do you serve? How dare you wander without your master?" Unable to comprehend English, Gong Shuio and his family turned to the 2 translators for assistance. The officers, noticing the translators, had one of their ranks who recognized them. Soften his tone and inquire amiably, "Damas, are you not employed by the Lin family? What brings you out shopping today? Are they your vassals?" The translators shook their heads in unison. They are not the Lin family's vassals. Harboring resentment towards the Gong family, they intentionally conveyed only half-truths. The officers were pleased to hear this, since they were not Lin's vassals. According to the laws of Ghana, vassals without their master were deemed runaway slaves, and the officers had the authority to capture them and resell them, pocketing the profits. I knew it. Aside from the Lin family, which of these yellow-skinned individuals isn't a vassal? Gentlemen, let us take action and apprehend them, detain them for a few days to see if anyone comes to claim them. At the command of the leading officer, the other constables swiftly drew their clubs and, without hesitation, forcefully pressed the Gongshu family to the ground, their knees crushing down upon their necks. "Help! I can scarcely breathe." Gongshu Qian, having never encountered such ferocity, felt himself on the brink of suffocation, crying out for assistance from passers-by. Yet, the hurried individuals merely cast a cold glance at the yellow-skinned captives before turning away, indifferent to their plight. Gong Shuio, aged and sharp-witted, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He shouted loudly to the interpreters, "I wish to see the master. I recognize my errors." The 2 interpreters shrugged. It was too late to express remorse now. In a short while, the Gongshu family found themselves handcuffed and bound, subjected to the brutal kicks and punches of the constables, wailing in despair as they were ushered into the confines of the Public Security Bureau's cell. Inside the dim and foul-smelling dungeon, Gongshu Qian continued to curse vehemently. "Those damned scoundrels, this is intentional. Once I am free, I shall make them pay. Father, I cannot swallow this indignity. Perhaps we should take action in the palace. Eradicate the Lin family and seize control for ourselves." Seated on the ground with his head bowed, Gongshu Ao abruptly raised his gaze, fixing a fierce stare upon his son, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Were it not for this reckless son inciting him, he, an old man, would have harbored no such ambitions. He would have been grateful merely to have his fill of food. "It is all your fault, you fool, with your mind clouded by foolishness, still prattling on and inciting me. Now we find ourselves in this predicament, and you still cannot see reason. I shall strangle you today, as if you were never my son." With a thunderous roar, Gongshu Ao lunged forward, his hands gripping his son's throat with tremendous force. Having spent years in manual labor, his strength exceeded that of Gongshu Qian. No matter how hard Qian struggled, he could not pry loose his father's grip, and soon his eyes rolled back, breath fading, appearing as if he might perish at any moment. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chen, applauding, approached the cell and, standing before the iron bars, smiled as he spoke. Mr. Gongshu, sacrificing familial affection for the greater good is truly admirable. However, using a father to kill a son is indeed a tragedy of human existence. I trust the master. Being kind-hearted, would not wish to witness such a thing. As for your earlier reckless threats to seek wealth and murder, let us leave it to the authorities to decide. Upon hearing this, Gongshu Ao swiftly turned, releasing his grip and hurriedly advancing to the iron bars, grasping the thick metal with fervor as he shouted. That unfilial son possesses a wicked heart and deserves 1,000 deaths. As his father, I dare not plead for him. Please inform the master to spare my wife, daughter-in-law, and grandson, and I assure you that my descendants will serve him loyally. Seeing Lin Shuhai's mocking grin, he immediately fell to his knees, striking his forehead against the ground with great force. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead struck the earth heavily, leaving behind a trail of blood, a testament to the severity of his blows. In a matter of moments, Gong Shui's forehead was a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Yet he continued to endure the pain, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Enough, rise, Lin Chen said impatiently, tapping the iron bars to halt his incessant prostrations. Had you realized this sooner, when your son harbored treacherous thoughts, you would not have found yourself in such dire straits today. Ultimately, you have brought this calamity upon yourself. Remain here for a few days, do not forget this lesson, and when you emerge, do not repeat the same mistakes. Remember, no one can conceal their thoughts in the presence of the master. With that, Lin Chen turned on his heel, disregarding Gong Shui's pleas behind him. One must ultimately bear the consequences of their own words and actions. No one is obliged to tolerate your offenses. The cell was devoid of sunlight. Gong Shui recalled how, after his son Gong Shuqian was taken away, several burly inmates had been brought in. Each one was imposing and fierce in appearance, and the food and water delivered by the guards never reached him. It was all seized by these men. Occasionally, these hulking figures would rain blows upon him, cursing in a language he did not understand, but their expressions conveyed that they were not uttering kind words. Days turned into an indeterminate blur until Lin Chen returned to the cell once more. He found Gong Shuio lying motionless on the ground, his countenance dark as he stared at the nearby inmates. Have you killed him? Lin Chen inquired. The men shook their heads vigorously. Their garments bore golden embroidery. In the underworld, no one was unaware that this symbol represented the Lin clan. Realizing they had misjudged the situation, they understood that to strike an elder of the Lin family was tantamount to courting death. Only a fool would admit to such an act. Awaken, old man. One of the inmates kicked the dazed Gong Shuio. He turned his face toward Lin Chen, offering a sycophantic smile. Just a moment, the old man is deeply asleep. I shall rouse him at once. Stepping furtively, he crushed Gong Shuio's fingers underfoot, menacingly declaring, Old man, if you do not rise, I shall end you. Do you believe me? Though Gong Shuio could not comprehend the language, the torment he had endured had instilled a profound fear within him, prompting him to scramble to his feet in haste. I am awake. I am awake. Please spare me. Kind sir, I am awake. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Upon hearing the sound, Gong Shuio turned to see him and was instantly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees, weeping. Master, you have finally come. I nearly did not get to see you again. Had you arrived any later, I would have perished here. These ruffians beat me daily. As a member of the Lin family, their violence is an affront to the Lin name. At that moment, Gong Shuio was utterly drained, consumed by regret, his emotional state in shambles. Seeing Lin Chen was more stirring than encountering his own parents. He had long since cast aside any trepidation, yearning only for Lin Chen to rescue his family from this hell, vowing to serve the Lin family faithfully for the rest of his days. In recent days, the womenfolk had been confined in another cell, enduring unknown hardships. Gong Shuio longed to have his son before him, wishing he could personally tear apart that unfilial child. Lin Chen merely cast a glance and instructed the nearby constable, release him, and also bring forth the women who were imprisoned alongside him. I wish to take them all away. The constable nodded in compliance. Shortly thereafter, An elderly lady and a young woman holding a child were escorted over. Upon seeing them, Gong Shuio noted their tidy attire and well-kept hair, which reassured him that they had not suffered greatly in captivity. His heart eased slightly, and he found himself admiring Lin Chen even more. The two had met only briefly, yet Lin Chen had discerned all his thoughts. Such prowess was truly remarkable. Gong Shuio had foolishly believed he could conceal his intentions and disregarded the warnings from the family, only to realize he had brought this suffering upon himself. As Gong Shuio stepped out of the cell, it felt as though he had awakened from a dream. He halted the weeping of his wife and daughter-in-law and approached Lin Chen, bowing respectfully. "Please, Master Hao, allow me to go to the family and offer my apologies. I must also express my gratitude for your life-saving grace." Lin Chen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Do you believe this is the Master's doing? What a joke. You think you deserve to be schemed against by the Master? It is merely the steward who, knowing your treachery, fears for your life should you err again, and thus endeavored to impart some wisdom to you. Once back at the estate, go directly to the construction site and work diligently without idling your thoughts. If your son can truly reform, there may yet be a chance for his return." Gong Shuio smiled wryly, realizing he had misjudged the situation. After all, he was but a craftsman, hardly significant even among the Qing dynasty officials. In the eyes of those lofty figures, he was merely an ant, an existence that could be extinguished with a mere breath, utterly negligible. When Lin Chen returned to the estate with Gong Shuio and his family, he was astonished to find the gallant heroes who had accompanied him kneeling before the main building. He summoned a servant to assist Gong Shuio's family in settling down, then approached the kneeling throng. "Old Tang, what is the meaning of this?" Old Tang glared at him, visibly displeased. "How can you even ask? Brothers from the martial world risked their lives to save you, pleading for you to teach them the true essence of martial arts. Yet you claimed it was a legacy of your master that could not be shared lightly. We, fellow practitioners, understand this principle and did not press further. After crossing the sea to arrive here, we encountered the illustrious master you spoke of, only to be told our hearts were insincere, and thus the teachings would not be passed on. We, simple folk, do not grasp such nuances, so we chose to kneel before your door, to demonstrate our sincerity to your master." Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling quite conflicted. To assist his benefactor would mean going against his own master, yet to refuse would seem ungrateful. "You may rise. The sincerity the master speaks of may not align with your understanding," as numerous individuals kneel at the entrance. This gesture fails to convey sincerity. Rather, it appears as an act of coercion. Onlookers are likely to gossip, potentially tarnishing the Lin family's reputation and resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Upon hearing these words, the old man Tang felt a jolt of realization and quickly sprang to his feet, urging everyone to rise. Throughout his life, he had pursued the essence of martial arts. And prior to witnessing Lin Chen's display of true energy, his greatest aspiration had been to attain the stage of transformation. However, after experiencing the true energy martial arts, his mind became consumed with thoughts of martial prowess and the path ahead. He could not bear the thought of being excluded. "Brother, stop hesitating. Speak up about what constitutes sincerity. We are all ears." The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at Lin Chen. Feeling overwhelmed by their scrutiny, Lin Chen pointed at himself and stated, "It is quite simple. Just emulate my commitment to the Lin family. Be unwavering in loyalty and never betray." Naturally, this was merely my perspective. Whether you choose to embrace, it is entirely up to you. The patriarch has always been generous to his kin and has never shortchanged his brothers. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd erupted into joyous laughter. Having resided in the Lin family estate for a few days, they had enjoyed a life of leisure and had long harbored admiration, making them eager to serve the Lin family without any reservations. "Why didn't you say so earlier, brother? As long as I can learn the true energy martial arts, I would brave fire and forge. If I waver, may lightning strike me." Old man Tang declared emphatically, slapping his thigh. Others chimed in enthusiastically, "Indeed. Please, brother Lin Chen, speak to the patriarch. We are all willing to dedicate ourselves to him. Only a fool would hesitate. This is true energy martial arts, and the conditions are not excessive. Brother Hao, do us a favor. We rely on you." The commotion resonated throughout the estate. In the study, Lin Chen set aside the financial report in his hands and stepped onto the balcony, peering through the window toward the open space ahead, enveloping everyone in his mental perception. Chapter 17. Master of Transformation. The thoughts of hundreds flooded his mind like a tidal wave. It must be said that martial artists possess straightforward minds, rarely engaging in duplicity. Those who harbor excessive distractions inevitably progress slowly in their cultivation. The individuals before him exhibited pure intentions, displaying the potential to learn the I Ching Jing. Contemplating the prospect of the Lin family gaining hundreds of proficient practitioners of this art instilled Lin Chen with greater confidence in confronting the storms outside. However, easily obtained rewards are often taken for granted, which would be unfair to his old comrades. Although I seldom employ the techniques of Qi arts, they serve as a suitable means of testing them. Thus, only those who pass the trial will be granted the opportunity to learn the I Ching Jing, ensuring that his brothers are convinced and that these martial artists can better integrate into the Lin family. Lin Chen rang a bell, summoning a servant to fetch Lin Chen to the study. Shortly thereafter, the servant descended the stairs. She whispered a few words to Lin Chen before guiding him into the main building. Knock, knock. Lin Chen felt a twinge of anxiety as he gently tapped on the door. Guoming, it's unusual to see you so courteous. Why the formality today? Lin Chen chuckled playfully, gesturing towards the chair beside him. Please sit down. I didn't summon you here to scold you. Why the hesitance? Who are you trying to impress? Noticing that the elder was in good spirits, Lin Chen relaxed and boldly took a seat. I'm not concerned about the noise downstairs. They're my guests, he interjected, waving his hand to halt the elder's words and articulating his earlier thoughts. Inform them that surrendering their martial arts is not to be hidden away. This is a test of their loyalty. If they are unwilling to comply, that is acceptable, but the I Ching Jing will not be imparted to them, should they wish to return home. The Lin family will assist in purchasing their tickets and provide each household with a sum in pounds as a gesture of gratitude for their service. Lin Chen paused for a moment, contemplating, then nodded. Given his understanding of martial artists, such a trial was sufficient to reveal their allegiance. A martial artist values their skills above life itself. Those who are willing to relinquish them are far more sincere than 100 empty proclamations of loyalty. You may go down and announce this message. Once they have surrendered their martial arts, gather the brothers and clarify the situation. You shall be the one to teach them the I Ching Jing. Lin Chen waved his hand and lit a cigarette. After respectfully bowing, he returned to the main building. The elder just summoned me, and I have secured an opportunity for everyone. Those who pass the Lin family's test will be granted access to the true energy martial arts. Surrender your martial arts. Those who wish to remain may do so, while those who do not are free to leave. Upon hearing the demand to relinquish their skills, the crowd hesitated, whispering among themselves. Seeing their indecision, the old man, with a resolute heart, stomped his foot and retrieved 2 books from his bosom, presenting them to Lin Chen with both hands. What are you all hesitating for? True energy martial arts, in the past, was akin to celestial fortune. Do not let this opportunity slip through your fingers. Brother, look here. These are the hidden weapons and poison-making secrets of my Tang sect, complete and intact. With one taking the lead, the others grew anxious, fearing they might be perceived as lacking sincerity. This is the manual for my Xing Yi Quan. How go? Take note. I am entrusting you with my Bagua Zhang's secrets. The manuals in Lin Chen's hands piled higher and higher, eventually reaching over a person's height after everyone had contributed. Excellent. You have all passed the test. Tomorrow, after meeting with the brothers, I shall teach you the I Ching Jing, as long as you do not betray the Lin family. What I possess will also be yours. The crowd erupted in cheers, bowing deeply in gratitude. Before long, they each returned home, having traveled across oceans for the promise of true energy martial arts. With the assurance now in hand, what more could they desire? At dawn, before the roosters of the Lin family estate had crowed, the horizon shimmered like a golden expanse. The sound of drums resonated, urging everyone to rise and quietly make their way to the training grounds. The old man and others donned the Lin family's standard training attire and followed Lin Chen to the practice arena. The training ground was already meticulously arranged with dozens of rows of individuals, numbering at least several dozen. These individuals donned martial arts attire, with some sporting blonde hair and blue eyes, while others had brown hair and blue eyes. The warriors from Dalong speculated that this must be the renowned contingent of the Lin family from Jinnah, though they were puzzled as to why they had appeared at the training arena. Under Lin Chen's guidance, The group aligned themselves in formation. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. "Ah, little mouse, you have quite the entourage here. Are they warriors from Guju?" A few burly men strode into the training ground. Their steps firm and powerful, smiles upon their faces, yet an overwhelming presence emanated from them. Masters of the transformation stage, they were all formidable practitioners, and not merely ordinary ones. The leading figure exuded an aura so potent that it surpassed even Lin Chen's full strength. I felt a lethal pressure emanating from him, as if I could scarcely withstand a single strike in his presence. Lin Chen had claimed to have just entered the transformation stage, yet this individual eclipsed him in prowess. Surely, this was the oppressive force of the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The Lin family was indeed formidable. Transformation stage masters were already top-tier existences within our realm, and if the court were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Old Zhao, refrain from such reckless talk. Our realm is not solely defined by the transformation stage. There are also those who have reached the gang stage, and even a few who have attained the divine vision realm. It is understandable that you are unaware of the divine vision, for those individuals have secluded themselves to pursue higher martial realms. Only those from ancient families and sects, with legacies spanning millennia, possess knowledge of such secrets. Do not be so ignorant. Indeed, Jiang Leiguai is correct. A millennium ago, Dalong's martial arts flourished, with true Qi martial arts being the prevailing discipline. The techniques we practice now were merely lowly endeavors pursued by wandering practitioners at that time. But following the great Yuan's prohibition on martial arts, most ancient families and sects were obliterated, and texts on true Qi martial arts were lost amid the chaos. Subsequently, Liu Bowen severed the channels of Dalong, leading us warriors to our current plight, where even the once inconceivable heights of the supreme realm elude us. The sudden appearance of these transformation stage masters sparked fervent discussions among the Dalong warriors on the training ground, their gazes drawn to them, feeling an almost scalding sensation. The contingent, however, remained as steady as a mountain, their faces impassive, though their hearts raced with excitement. Silence. Lin Chen could no longer tolerate the disarray. The Dalong warriors were too disorganized, resembling a rabble. A voice imbued with true Qi reverberated in each warrior's ear, akin to the sounding of a morning bell or evening drum, leaving them in awe. A tremor coursed through the warriors' hearts as they caught a glimpse of the disarray in their ranks, realizing they had lost face, along with Lin Chen. They swiftly regained their composure, the previously chaotic formation reassembling in an instant. Soon, the few transformation stage masters approached the crowd. "I have summoned you here today to announce 2 pieces of news." The leading master narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as it swept across the assembly. Both warriors and attendants felt their hair stand on end, as if blades were being drawn, instinctively preparing to defend themselves. Yet they had all experienced the world. With a mere flicker of thought, they recognized this as yet another trial. They forcibly suppressed their instincts, standing motionless, their bodies becoming even more upright. Quite commendable. Although there were minor issues, I shall reluctantly grant you passage. The leader, a master of martial arts, glared at those few who had swayed earlier, silently committing their faces to memory, knowing that these individuals needed additional training. Some of you hail from the renowned martial artists of the past, while others have loyally served the Lin family for many years. But from this day forth, you shall all bear a singular identity, the sworn protectors of the Lin family, the divine martial guards. Upon hearing this, the reactions among the crowd varied greatly. The warriors from Dalong appeared bewildered, while the servants were filled with excitement. Lin Chen paused, having heard the elder mention the divine martial guards before. Yet whether they were martial artists or servants, their abilities seemed insufficient. Brother Yulong was certainly playing his usual game of intrigue. He was an old friend of the burly Lin Yulong, well aware that this man delighted in raising expectations before delivering a blow, deliberately tantalizing his audience. Indeed, he continued, stating, "You are far from being candidates for the divine martial guards." Observing the diverse expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yulong maintained a stern demeanor and spoke in a flat tone. "Do not be disheartened. If you wish to join the divine martial guards, you must first conquer your own weaknesses, mastering both ranged and close combat techniques. The so-called range capabilities refer to the adept use of firearms, artillery, and bows. while close combat skills involve mastering various techniques of hand-to-hand combat. Taking firearms as an example, one must achieve perfect accuracy, hitting the needle S-tip from 100 meters away without the aid of scope for close combat. As for martial arts, one must refine their punches to attain the second level of the Jing within a year. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos, unable to contain their agitation. Was not the standard set too high? The martial artists and servants exchanged glances, both feeling that these demands were utterly outrageous. The servants were particularly concerned about the close combat requirements, for they had already achieved perfect accuracy with firearms, needing only to enhance their eyesight and precision, which would rely on improving their physical fitness through martial training. Having spent many years within the Lin family, they understood the immense difficulty of refining their punches to such a level. Lin Yulong and his companions had practiced martial arts since childhood. After over a decade, they had merely reached the realm of dark strength, and only through following the elder had they acquired the Jing, managing to break through to the realm of transformation in recent years. Now, the time allotted to them was a mere year. Even if they devoted themselves entirely to martial training, it was uncertain whether they could achieve the transformation within this time frame, let alone maintain their proficiency with firearms, which would also require a portion of their training time. This year was truly insufficient. In contrast, the martial artists faced an even greater challenge than those focusing on firearms. Having never trained with firearms before, they were essentially tasked with simultaneously mastering both firearms and punches within a year, a difficulty several times greater than that faced by those training with firearms. Silence. The elder has set this standard for a reason. Surely, it is within your capabilities. Do you truly believe the elder is jesting with you? Lin Yulong summoned his internal energy, his voice resonating loudly, echoing throughout the courtyard. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him. The reason the master established this standard was due to the second piece of news I am about to share. You are indeed a fortunate group, far more so than we were in our time. Lin Yulong glanced at the skeptical faces surrounding him and continued. I say this because 2 years ago, the master successfully integrated the first 2 levels of the 10 Guardians horizontal training, Golden Bell Shield and Easy Muscle Classic, into a single entity, named the Supreme True Skill. Considering that many of you may lack a solid foundation in martial arts and might not grasp the intricacies of the various techniques, the master devoted 2 years to incorporating the essential principles of the 3 levels of both the bright and dark techniques into this practice. It is now much easier for you to cultivate, as the mysteries of various martial arts are encompassed within the Supreme True Skill, which is fundamentally a dynamic practice. By merely following the movements, your breathing, vital energy, and strength will naturally be mastered. The Supreme True Skill consists of 12 sets of movements, each exhibiting a coherent transformation, referred to as the 12 true forms. Lin Yulong paused for a moment, observing the excitement in the crowd, and smiled as he added, "Do not rush. Allow me to finish. Next, I will demonstrate for you." Each set of movements corresponds to a level of martial arts: the bright strength, dark strength, transforming strength, and dance strength. The final level is still in the process of development, so for now, you will primarily focus on the preceding ones. Furthermore, the first 6 groups of the 12 true forms correspond to the first level of the Easy Muscle Classic, while the latter 6 correspond to the second level. If you master all 12 forms, according to the Master S teachings, you will transcend humanity, surpassing the limits of ordinary beings. As for the Golden Bell Shield of the 10 Guardians, it has been entirely deconstructed and integrated into the 12 true forms, with each set of movements corresponding to a level of skill, yielding results far superior to the original pinnacle of the Golden Bell Shield, which was impervious to harm. Now, the techniques have become incapable of inflicting damage upon those who have mastered the 12 true forms. Even serious injuries are exceedingly difficult to achieve. Having concluded his exposition, Lin Yulong seated himself upon the ground, resting his hands upon his knees, closing his eyes slightly, and bowing his head in a contemplative posture. After maintaining this position for a quarter of an hour, he gradually unfurled his body, transitioning into the next movement. Without Lin Yulong's prior explanations, the onlookers were unaware of the deeper implications, perceiving the movements as nothing extraordinary, akin to street performances. However, upon hearing his elucidation, They understood that the first movement served merely to calm the mind and regulate breath, with subsequent movements becoming increasingly challenging. Each set of movements serves as a foundation. Neglecting the initial understanding may lead to complications in future cultivation. With a serene mind and composed spirit, Lin Yuelong executed each movement with natural grace. His internal energy and true qi flowing smoothly as waves of cosmic energy entered his body, gradually circulating within. With each breath, his sinews, bones, flesh, and skin harmonized rhythmically. Upon completing each set of movements, he seamlessly transitioned into the next, his expression becoming progressively tranquil and focused, emanating an enigmatic rhythm that slowly expanded around him. The 12 forms were originally structured upon the framework of the easy muscle classic, with the golden bell shield providing the substance, while the 4 levels of martial techniques served as the skin. The first set of movements is fundamental and the simplest to comprehend. As long as one possesses a sound body, following the prescribed methods can yield profound experiences, albeit requiring a greater investment of time. Moreover, the individuals present are not ordinary. They possess inherent talents, and thus, after merely a single observation, they unconsciously began practicing alongside Lin Yuelong. Upon completing the first set of movements, Lin Yuelong felt a gentle warmth emanating from his acupoints, the true energy within his meridians flowing vibrantly, and his vitality surged significantly compared to before. This indicated that he was poised to advance to the next set of movements, on the verge of crossing the threshold into the second tier of the Yi Jin Jing. Lin Yuelong was filled with exhilaration and was eager to continue his training, seizing the opportunity to break through his limitations. "Oh no, my leg has cramped. I can't continue. I lack the energy for this movement. Brother, lend me a hand. My joints are locked." Various cries of distress echoed around him, as the others faced an array of ailments. It turned out that Lin Yuelong had entered a state of enlightenment, executing movement after movement without pause. The others, not comprehending the situation, became engrossed and neglected the fact that their bodies had yet to meet the demands of the subsequent movements, hastily pushing forward and consequently injuring themselves. Only Lin Chen remained unscathed, bemused and exasperated, casting a sharp glare at Lin Yuelong and lamenting, "I say, brother, could you please take it easy? You've injured so many people at once. How do you plan to explain this to the master? Brothers, let us assist the boss in mending this mess. Use your true energy to help them heal more swiftly." Several old friends erupted in laughter, teasingly regarding Lin Yuelong. Typically, due to his steady demeanor and rapid progress, they held him in high regard, referring to him as their leader, second only to the master. Today, witnessing their leader in a predicament, even while helping him rectify the situation, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Lin Yuelong's face flushed crimson. He scratched his head and sighed. In a moment of carelessness, he had tarnished his years of reputation and caused a group of warriors and experts to sustain injuries, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days to heal. Even with the assistance of true energy, the recovery time would be considerable. The thought of seeking the master's aid for the other's treatment briefly crossed his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. What a ridiculous notion. If the master were to find out, he would undoubtedly lose all respect for him. Chapter 18. You all take the children home. Thus, for these warriors to recover within 3 months would be nothing short of a divine miracle. The divine martial guard is the future protective force of the Lin family. Yet, before its formal establishment, it had nearly faced complete ruin under his stewardship, leaving him a loss for how to report this to the master. In the underground training chamber of the Lin family manor, the walls were adorned with an array of weaponry, swords, spears, staffs, axes, hooks, and forks, all meticulously arranged. Lin Chen, clad in a white training uniform, was diligently practicing the 5 elements fist, entirely unaware that the divine martial guard he intended to establish had already sustained severe injuries among all its prospective members during a single lesson. His tall and robust physique, with taut and elastic muscles, made the training uniform fit him perfectly, appearing neither bulky nor cumbersome, in stark contrast to those brutish figures whose overdeveloped muscles hindered their agility. Lin Chen's physique was sculpted, muscles taut against his bones, a testament to strength that could not be achieved through mere brute force alone. At this moment, he retracted his aura, channeling his true energy into his dantian, relying solely on the power of his body to deliver his punches. Having thoroughly perused the martial arts manuals he retrieved yesterday, Lin Chen, drawing upon his previous life's mastery of martial arts, swiftly grasped the essence of each style. After attending to family matters today, he felt a stirring within his heart. Without hesitation, he descended to the underground training chamber, sensing that the culmination of his martial arts journey was imminent. With a series of grunts and breaths, he unleashed an array of techniques, each movement imbued with spirit and precision. The fluidity of his strikes was such that every punch resonated through his body, his bones and muscles contracting rhythmically, producing sounds that vibrated within and reverberated outward, revealing unfathomable mysteries. Suddenly, the grunting subsided, yet Lin Chen persisted in practicing various forms, the sounds within him akin to a ferocious roar, echoing mightily. With each breath, it seemed as if his internal organs quivered slightly, an infinite reservoir of strength coursing deeper into his being. His martial arts flowed seamlessly, one moment executing the bagua palm, the next transitioning into the huxing fist, harmoniously blending as if it were the most natural progression. The essence of his training manifested effortlessly, at times erupting into grunts, at others transforming into the resonant sounds of huxing, the fierce strength of the bull, and more, each following in succession. With a sudden strike, Lin Chen's fist collided with a colossal metallic sphere, 5 distinct forces, splitting, collapsing, drilling, blasting, and horizontal, fused into one. The lead, mercury, and silver within the sphere, once tranquil, erupted violently under the force of his punch, sending shockwaves reverberating back through his arm. A sudden chill swept across his face, and the pores of his skin tightened, a surge of energy escaping through them. At last, the final barrier within his body was breached, allowing his power to flow unimpeded. Thus, the mastery of martial arts in this lifetime was achieved. A month had passed. Steward Lin Shuhua contemplated. The master has been in seclusion for a month. Indeed, the food delivered remained untouched. The master must be famished. Please, let us in to see him. If the master is well, we can rest easy, and the children need not worry about their father. Daddy, I want to see Daddy. The steward rubbed his temples in frustration. For a month, he had effectively relocated his household to the door of the training chamber, managing family affairs from a table outside. The master's concubines and children were relentless, visiting daily to check on him. After a month of this turmoil, both his spirit and stamina were severely tested. Though his practice of the wuji true skill endowed him with greater resilience than the ordinary person, otherwise he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Alas, this is a true trial, he mused, torn between the master's explicit instructions to avoid interruptions and the deep affection of the lady and young masters for their father. No matter the course of action, it felt inherently wrong. While his mind wrestled with these thoughts, his expression remained stern and serious. Before his retreat, the master declared that no one should disturb his cultivation. Madam, please take the young master and the children back. There is no need to continue sending meals. My subordinates can go days without food or drink, drawing energy from the cosmos to remain invigorated. The master's cultivation far surpasses mine, and a month without sustenance will pose no challenge for him. The concubines surrounding the entrance of the honey chamber exchanged discontented glances and began to murmur among themselves. The master is known for his fondness for food, barbecued meats, hot pots, spicy noodles, and savory buns, with a daily rotation of sumptuous dishes, consuming no less than 4 pounds of meat at each meal. How could he possibly endure a month without eating or drinking? Cough, cough, Angela, Sisu chatter. Do you think the master is like you, a glutton? His ample consumption was merely a lesson for the children to avoid being picky eaters. All right. Let's not cause more commotion here. We must not burden the steward further. Let us establish a rule. 1 person shall come to check each day. And if the master emerges, the person on duty will promptly inform everyone. I agree. I shall take the watch today. You all may return with the children. No way. I must be the first. Why should it be you? The master married me first. What began as a quiet discussion erupted into a heated debate as the concubines vied for the honor of being the day's sentinel. Should the master happen to emerge, he would surely be touched to find one of them waiting at the entrance. The women grew increasingly animated, their voices rising in volume. Fortunately, the door and walls of the honey chamber were a full meter thick, or Lin Chen would have long been disturbed from his tranquil cultivation. The master's words rang true. One must never allow women to congregate. The clamor of two women is akin to a single duck's quack. Yet now I face the cacophony of thousands of squawking ducks. Lin Chen muttered softly to himself, continuing to manage the affairs of the ladies and their young masters. The steward, overwhelmed, felt as if he might collide with the wall in despair. Rather than fret over the master's well-being, he pondered if he might be driven to madness instead. Within the Lin estate, aside from the master's concubines and young masters, all others diligently fulfilled their roles as per his directives. The finance manager, Lin Yuanfeng, conducted inspections of the family's assets, ensuring that those in charge would not harbor any nefarious intentions in the master's absence. Lin Yuelong and his companions took the candidates of the Divine Martial Guard under their wing, diligently training, as they had already lost a month to recuperation and needed to hasten their progress. Madame Jean recently returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D estate to care for Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had fallen ill, attending to his daily needs. She would occasionally visit the Lin estate to check on her adoptive father. After the assassination of Edmund, Victor officially became a member of the Lin family. He had learned various martial arts from his master, including the 5 elements fist, the infinite stance, the essence transformation technique, and the golden bell shield, dedicating himself to rigorous training, returning home each evening with an unmistakable scent of blood clinging to him. In the lush summer of the Rage Forest, the greenery flourished, with towering trees swaying gently in the breeze, the air filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flora. Suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by the heavy thud of footsteps, akin to a lumbering bear pursuing its prey. In that moment, Victor seemed to have lost his sanity. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged into the forest, panting heavily. Once again, he had been bested by his half-brother. Despite his physical superiority and the fact that James was somewhat shorter, he invariably found himself the loser in their contests. Victor felt a profound sense of anger and humiliation at the helplessness of his inability to resist, his eyes wide open, veins bulging. He rushed toward the pine tree, large enough for two to embrace. Thud, thud, thud. His fist struck the sturdy trunk with relentless ferocity, the rough bark splintering under the force of his blows. His knuckles were bloodied, leaving deep crimson imprints on the white bark, each indentation a testament to his fury. He poured every ounce of strength into each punch, refusing to relent even as his fingers split open and bones threatened to protrude. James, why? I am clearly superior to you. It should be you who fails. Victor seemed to envision the pine as James, venting the tempest of his rage upon it. He unleashed the 5 elements fist with wild abandon, executing each technique with frenzied intensity, strikes, shatters, drills, blasts, and sweeps rain down upon the tree. The air crackled with the sound of impact, sometimes resembling thunder, at other times akin to tearing fabric. Each sound was a precious mark of his burgeoning prowess, a sign of his entry into the realm of true strength. His strikes were as swift as lightning, imbued with a commanding presence, initially adhering to the principles of the martial art. However, as primal instincts surged within him, he transformed. Shoulders collided, elbows struck, knees thrust, and legs swept. His entire being became a weapon, channeling the anguish and dejection that had consumed him into a torrent of unrestrained aggression. A fierce fire blazed within Victor, his fury escalating with each passing moment. He felt a fear of the wild and violent instincts that often surfaced in his mind, compounded by the despair of repeatedly losing to James, further fueling this inferno. He did not grasp the true essence of martial intent. Yet his movements were an authentic expression of his inner turmoil. Madness, brutality, and a desire for annihilation coalesced into his fists. The overwhelming intent seemed to have existed within him all along, only erupting when confronted by his innermost self. After venting his wrath repeatedly, all he had learned in the righteous ways of martial arts morphed into something sinister and ferocious in his hands. The 5 elements fist had transcended its structured forms, reducing to the most primal instinct of slaughter, akin to a beast hunting for survival in the harshness of nature. Victor distinctly sensed a power deep within him, poised to unleash itself at any moment, his every movement in sync with it. As he delivered his final punch, he instinctively adopted the stance of the Wuji posture. The last vertebrae of his spine emitted a crack, as if electrified, sending a jolt along his back, connecting his muscles, bones, and skin. Every pore, tightly sealing the boiling energy within. In a moment of clarity, he unleashed a devastating cannon punch. Bang! His fist penetrated the exposed tree trunk, burrowing more than an inch deep. The bone remained unscathed, yet the trunk began to fissure slowly from within, as if it had been struck by some unseen force. The cavernous hole was damp, and Victor discerned that it was not merely blood, but rather the manifestation of the dark energy that had erupted from within him moments ago. Crack! Crack! The fissures in the tree trunk widened, resembling the gaping maws of demons. A smile crept upon Victor's lips. He had finally mastered the dark energy. Indeed, I have surpassed my brother, Sir. It took him an entire year or two to achieve this, while I accomplished it in just a few months. Dear brother, soon you shall experience the care of your elder sibling. Gradually regaining his composure, he caressed the cracks in the bark. By relentlessly tormenting his own body and under the increasingly potent wildness surging within his mind, he had finally attained mastery over the dark energy. Suddenly, Victor's expression shifted. A peculiar itch and pain emanated from the depths of his being, radiating from each cell, affecting his bones, flesh, and blood. Particularly, his injured palms and fingers creaked ominously. With a sudden burst, his dark yellow nails elongated and thickened, reaching several centimeters in length, subtly gleaming with a metallic sheen, their edges and tips appearing exceptionally sharp. Victor squinted his bloodshot eyes, took a determined step forward, and pressed both hands deeply into the fissures of the tree, sweeping with force. Crack! The sharp nails sliced through, causing the tree trunk, which had been embraced by two, to splinter entirely and tumble askew. Victor slowly withdrew his hands, entranced by his indomitable nails, as the wounds on his knuckles healed at an observable pace. How intriguing, my brother Sir. Everything you possess, I now possess too. How can you possibly contend with me? He muttered to himself, brushing off the wood shavings from his attire, striding purposefully towards the Lin family manor. He intended to see if the master had emerged from his retreat. After all, with Sir and the Divine Martial Guard, how could he not be present as well? A month passed. Lin Chen awoke from a profound meditation. During this period, he had sequestered himself in the honey chamber, practicing various martial arts during the day and cultivating the Wuji true art at night, substituting sleep with diligent training. These 2 months of solitude, free from disturbances and familial concerns, allowed his cultivation to progress rapidly. When he initially created the Wuji true art, Lin Chen had absorbed the merits of the I Jing Jing and the S.H.I.E.L.D's horizontal training golden bell shield, amalgamating the methodologies of the 4 realms of cultivation. Now, the Wuji true art could sense cosmic energy, transforming it into his own vital energy, enabling a continuous flow of power, which possessed remarkable capacity for inclusivity and assimilation. Lin Chen employed a vital energy that embraced all, utilizing a method akin to the resonance of the leopard's sound waves to strengthen his body, enhance his vitality, fortify his bones, flesh, and internal organs. This method replaced the previous practice of being struck by instruments during training in the S.H.I.E.L.D's golden bell shield, endowing his body with formidable resilience against impact. The longer he practiced, the more seamlessly his internal and external being merged with the vital energy. Upon the completion of the 12 forms of the infinite true skill, not only does the vital energy flow ceaselessly and perpetually, but the body's strength and fortitude also escalate to remarkable levels, potentially reaching the indestructible state akin to that of a diamond, impervious to the flames of destruction. One can endure prolonged periods without sleep or sustenance, marking a profound evolution of the human form. In confrontations, the protective capacity far surpasses that of the 10 Guardians' golden bell shield. The greater the adversary's assault, the more formidable the rebound of one's own vital energy becomes. Furthermore, the true energy of the infinite true skill transcends mere defense. It serves as the impetus for various techniques and movements, engendering effects that transform decay into brilliance. In recent days, while practicing my boxing techniques, Lin Chen harnessed his vital energy, resulting in an exponential increase in the power of his strikes. The titanium alloy steel plate, designated for testing the force of punches, bore witness to the might of this energy through an array of varying depths of imprints. The faint marks were mere remnants of the Dan energy, while the punches infused with true energy created indentations nearly a centimeter deep, surpassing even the impressions left during artillery tests at the June factory. This period of seclusion yielded significant insights. Not only did it validate my conjecture regarding the fourth realm of the technique, the Dan energy, but I also successfully perfected the 12 true forms. It is now time to emerge. My concubines and children must surely be eagerly awaiting my return. During my 2-month retreat, the majority of my time was devoted to the study of Dan energy. Regardless of whether it stemmed from the theories of my past life or the 5 elements fist taught by my grandfather in this life, the knowledge available only extends to the transformation of energy. There are no precedents to refer to. The only somewhat useful insights came from the martial novels I perused in my previous life. In the writings of the divine strategist, the concept of compressing one's entire vital force into the Dan field to solidify into a tangible essence was elucidated. The more condensed the essence, the mightier the resultant force. This also represents a further evolution of energy transformation, amplifying explosive power. During my 2-month seclusion, significant events unfolded outside. The citizens of Canada erupted in fury upon hearing that the Eagle clan intended to dispatch a new governor along with a contingent of the Governor S.H.I.E.L.D. Fueled by the instigations of Qing, hundreds of thousands took to the streets in widespread protests. Despite assurances from the Eagle clan's royal family and cabinet that the new governor and station officials had undergone thorough vetting by the church to exclude any undesirables, the erosion of public trust only deepened. The more the authorities explained, the more the populace believed the rumors to be true. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen leveraged the influence gained over the past decade, persuading several officials and legislators to advocate for the concept of a Greater Canada autonomous territory, ultimately convincing the Greater Canada Assembly to pass a charter for autonomy. Although the Assembly approved the charter, numerous amendments were made. Consequently, while Greater Canada received autonomy over local governance, economics, and politics, the rights to foreign affairs and declaration remained temporarily with the Eagle clan's royal family. Chapter 19. A scene of bustling activity. The retention of a significant power by the Eagle clan was, in truth, a reluctant compromise. Many of the officials and legislators were descendants of the Eagle clan, harboring a sense of nostalgia, and they feared that overly radical policies might provoke the Eagle clan, potentially leading Greater Canada to repeat the protracted struggles faced by the Megwa for independence. In the Lin family, as Lin Chen had yet to emerge from seclusion, Lin Chen was left with no choice but to reluctantly accept the compromised charter for the autonomous territory of Canada. The recent actions of Canada had evidently crossed the bottom line of Ingzhua, prompting the royal family and the cabinet to issue stern statements, threatening Canada to relinquish the charter and return to Ingzhua's embrace. The administrators and legislators began to waver. After all, Ingzhua's overall strength remained unmatched globally, particularly with its formidable naval power. Although Megwa had triumphed in the land battles years prior, it had suffered significant defeats at sea against Ingzhua. Just as the pressure from Ingzhua intensified and the autonomy of Canada seemed on the brink of failure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Megwa took the lead in expressing its support for Canada's establishment of autonomy, declaring that if Ingzhua sent troops for suppression, Megwa would not stand idly by. At that moment, Ingzhua was entangled in combat with S.H.I.E.L.D in the Far East, striving to use its formidable naval capabilities to reopen trade routes, rendering it incapable of addressing Megwa's military threat. In a desperate move, the Ingzhua royal family announced that the charter for the autonomous territory would be jointly reviewed by both houses of parliament, thereby shifting the responsibility onto the legislature to preserve the last vestiges of royal dignity. Naturally, both houses were reluctant to bear the stigma of betrayal, but could not revert the burden back to the royal family, leading them to proceed with the review despite their reservations. With Megwa's military threat looming, the legislators believed that Ingzhua, lacking the capacity to fight 2 wars simultaneously, needed to impose a clause. Henceforth, the charter would be drafted by Ingzhua, and the autonomous territory would possess no right to amend it, which ultimately passed smoothly. When this news was formally conveyed to Canada, both the populace and the administrators erupted in ecstatic joy. Canada had achieved autonomy, with cheers resonating throughout. People rushed out of their homes, flooding the streets like a tide, singing and dancing in jubilant celebration. As the heavy doors of the honey chamber creaked open with a jarring sound, Lin Chen immediately turned towards it. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion. This is indeed a momentous occasion." His voice trembled with excitement, a relief from the incessant annoyances of the master's concubines. Lin Chen exhibited no signs of weakness from his 2-month fast. Rather, he appeared more invigorated, his skin glowing with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of jade. The debris stirred by the closing stone door was halted by an invisible force, an instinctive reaction inherent to a master of medicinal energy. Waiting for him at the entrance of the honey chamber was S.H.I.E.L.D, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed towards him. Lin Chen smiled warmly, embracing the weeping S.H.I.E.L.D as he gently remarked, "What's this? After a month apart, you miss me so dearly?" S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "I've been so consumed with thoughts of you that I scarcely touched food. I've lost so much weight. Just look." The atmosphere turned decidedly intimate, and Lin Chen felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, not wishing to play the role of an unwelcome third wheel in this tender moment. He had devoted himself to guarding this space daily, and yet, upon the master's arrival, he was inundated with such sentimental displays. "Ahem, the steward is still here. Please refrain from speaking in such a manner." Lin Chen gently patted her pert dairy and then addressed Lin Chen, saying, "You have worked diligently over these past 2 months, not only managing affairs on my behalf, but also ensuring that household matters are arranged with remarkable order. However, your decisiveness regarding the constitutional affairs of the Ghana Autonomous Territory leaves much to be desired. We're a few indecisive officials and council members. Let the Fierce Fox Brigade intervene and establish their authority. They will no longer dare to play tricks." Lin Chen lowered his head in silence. Noticing his reticence, Lin Chen shook his head. These old subordinates are entrenched in outdated thinking, making it nearly impossible to alter their mindset in a short span of time. The reason Lin Chen refrained from deploying the Fierce Fox Brigade was simply due to excessive caution. If one were to liken the Lin family to a family business, he currently holds the reins of executive power. If he were to intervene in the royal authority, would it not appear as an act of rebellion? While Lin Chen would not entertain such thoughts, others might misconstrue his intentions, igniting a desire for merit that could lead to internal strife. Let it be said that even if Lin Chen would not rebel, should others conspire against him, the Divine Martial Guards and the Fierce Fox Brigade could easily quell any uprising. In this world where power resides within oneself, his primary concern is to remain the strongest entity. Authority is merely an external possession. He strode swiftly towards the passage leading to the underground honey chamber, having not ventured out for several days. The other concubines also required some proper attention. It seemed he would be occupied until dawn. Lin Chen emerged from seclusion and returned to the estate, easing the anxieties of those who felt unsettled. Time passed slowly, and soon a week had elapsed. During this week, whenever the moon reached its zenith, the Lin family courtyard buzzed with activity. Even the servants and guards residing in the inner courtyard were left with dark circles under their eyes. The several concubines took turns attending to him. Without good health, one truly could not endure such demands. Fortunately, Lin Chen was in excellent health. After riding, he arose each morning brimming with vitality. Word of the establishment of the Ghana Autonomous Territory spread across the northern May continent. This was partly due to the citizens' exuberance, celebrating fervently, while merchants returning from abroad naturally relayed this news. On the other hand, Megwa was fanning the flames. This family, which harbored deep-seated grievances against the Eagle family, particularly relished disseminating this news to embarrass the great Eagle family. The prominent figures of Ghana were invigorated, and with Lin Chen's return, a series of decrees emanated from the Lin estate to various strongholds within the autonomous territory. Transforming the central government into the headquarters of the autonomous territory was not as simple as changing a sign. Various family institutions needed to be re-established, and the legal framework required refinement. As the masterminds orchestrating and propelling all these developments, the Lin family would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to further solidify their control over Ghana. The newly established Ghana Autonomous Territory adopted a structure reminiscent of Megwa, divided into federations, provincial regions, and municipal levels. The fervent reform movement unfolded amidst both overt and covert struggles for over a month. Ultimately, the Lin family succeeded in seizing control of several pivotal departments, including the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Defense, all populated by their trusted confidants. Most of the heads of the former government departments were replaced, with only the Minister of Taxation, S.H.I.E.L.D, remaining in his position due to his unwavering allegiance to the Lin family. After ensuring the affairs of his department were in order, he hastily traveled from Wotaiwa to the Lin estate to express his loyalty. "I, your most devoted servant, S.H.I.E.L.D, pay my respects to the esteemed Mr. Lin." The portly S.H.I.E.L.D disregarded his protruding belly, bowing deeply, his glimmering hair almost touching the ground. Among the former officials, he was the sole individual still occupying a ministerial role, lacking both the capability and reputation of those who had been dismissed. He understood the reasons for his retention. Thus, only a few days into his new term, he rushed to express his gratitude. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, refraining from an immediate response. Within a minute, beads of cold sweat began to form on S.H.I.E.L.D's forehead. His discomfort stemmed not only from his physical state, but also from the anxiety of potentially having offended this powerful figure. Without permission, he dare not rise, instead maintaining the most respectful posture to demonstrate his loyalty. Lin Chen lightly tapped the table, asking in a manner laden with significance, "S.H.I.E.L.D, I inquire of you, are you loyal to me?" Upon hearing this question, S.H.I.E.L.D momentarily froze, then without hesitation replied, "I, your servant S.H.I.E.L.D, am wholeheartedly loyal to Mr. Lin. With heaven and earth as my witnesses, I harbor no second thoughts." His voice was resolute, yet his legs began to tremble. He sensed an unsettling shift in Lin Chen's tone, realizing that perhaps a certain matter had been uncovered. "No, you are mistaken. Your loyalty has never been directed towards me, but rather toward yourself." Lin Chen firmly refuted S.H.I.E.L.D's declaration, his tone as calm as conversing with a friend. S.H.I.E.L.D's heart surged to his throat. It was over. Indeed, that matter had been discovered. As a successful opportunist, betraying his companions was almost instinctual. Yes, the old servant is at fault. You are wise and far-sighted. Please forgive this old servant, just this once. I should not have taken a few mercenary individuals as assistants to liaise with S.H.I.E.L.D from the Ministry of Defense for a meager sum. S.H.I.E.L.D reflected. Realizing this was the only transgression that could have triggered such a response. He was oblivious to how Lin Chen had acquired this knowledge, yet he understood that without confession, his life will be forfeit. The Lin family's ruthlessness was evident, as demonstrated by the mysterious demise of Edmund. Since you are aware of the fear, then refrain from overstepping your bounds. The mercenaries from the nearby faction had evidently harbored intentions of infiltrating Janeda, but alas, they arrived too late. To dare to engage in schemes on Lin territory was a blatant disregard for their own mortality. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his gaze imbued with a dangerous glint. All the secrets hidden deep within his heart had been unveiled, and his fear could no longer be suppressed. S.H.I.E.L.D fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Damn the old servant. Upon returning, I shall immediately eliminate those few Megwa individuals. Please spare my life. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Through his spiritual connection, he sensed that S.H.I.E.L.D had been thoroughly intimidated and would henceforth become a compliant and loyal dog. Excellent, S.H.I.E.L.D. I have heard your pledge of loyalty and trust that you will remain steadfast in your allegiance henceforth. Swiftly dispose of those Megwa individuals, and hang their corpses at the border as a warning to the newly masters, so they may cease their ambitions towards Janeda. No matter how grand the power or weighty the authority, it is only by living that one can savor the benefits that power brings. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D desired to live, to cling tightly to the Lin family's coattails, to be the most loyal of dogs, to ultimately receive everything through relentless devotion, perhaps even ascend to a position within the Janeda Council, commanding hundreds. To serve his master was an honor beyond measure. How could he not dedicate himself wholeheartedly, sacrificing everything in loyalty? Lin Chen's previous indifferent words struck him like a thunderclap, causing him to kneel immediately, fervently expressing his loyalty. Now, granted mercy, was it not a trivial matter? In the realm of mature officials, how could one expect their subordinates to be devoid of any wrongdoing? In any case, he need not dirty his own hands. The death of a few Megwa individuals might offend the newly masters, inviting potential retribution. But if the Megwa were to live, he would surely perish. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D's outwardly resplendent stature, wielding great power over the tax department and disregarding even the titans of Janeda, such as the vice president and the Senate elders, should he provoke Lin Chen. He would dare to defy commands without hesitation. Yet, before Lin Chen, he did not dare to utter a word. Whatever Lin Chen decreed, he would comply. The more he understood the Lin family S.H.I.E.L.D, the more humble and respectful Mi-Sibin became. Coupled with Lin Chen's revelation of his innermost secrets, he would never again entertain a single rebellious thought in his lifetime. After dismissing the trembling and subservient Mi-Sibin, the Lin family welcomed a continuous stream of important ministers from Jianna. The Minister of Defense, S.H.I.E.L.D, almost trailed Mi-Sibin into the estate, encountering him along the way. Upon seeing the pale yet relieved expression of the tax minister, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately realized he had been betrayed. This man, ostensibly the supreme commander of the Jianna army, collapsed to his knees as soon as he entered the courtyard, crawling to Lin Chen's study, clinging to his leg and weeping profusely, desperately seeking forgiveness. He had not grieved so deeply even at his father's death. It was truly remarkable how well the officials could act, even if they did not serve in governance. They could easily achieve fame in the theatrical arts. Lin Chen remained unmoved, kicking S.H.I.E.L.D aside, who was still sobbing uncontrollably. The sight of him, with snot and tears streaming down his face, was utterly repulsive, and he had even smeared his mess on a Lin Chen's trousers. Alas, this exquisite garment designed by the illustrious Armani would soon be consigned to the boiler as fuel. Mi-Sibin had already conveyed his orders. What more was there to discuss? This position grants me the ability to elevate you, or to bring you down, without even lifting a finger myself. Those who catch wind of the situation will do it for me. S.H.I.E.L.D, as the old saying goes, to wish for a secret kept, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Lin Chen rose and approached S.H.I.E.L.D, gently patting him on the shoulder with a knowing smile. The child in the womb of your subordinate Baron Qiao, NC's wife, I fear is not his. Consider this. If Qiao NC were to discover the truth, would he not be driven to eliminate you, as well as the child? S.H.I.E.L.D was immediately struck with terror. Only he and Jean Funi were privy to this matter. Not even his wife was aware. The thought of being watched while engaging in an affair with a subordinate's wife weighed heavily on him, a fear akin to a mountain pressing upon his chest. He finally understood why Mi-Sibin was so frightened. The reverence and dread stemmed not only from the Lin family's power, but also from the penetrating insight and pervasive intelligence network possessed by the man before him. With benevolence, he soothed. With threats, he subdued, effortlessly commanding the hearts of men. After a series of apologies and pledges of loyalty, S.H.I.E.L.D departed the Lin family estate with a mission, transforming into the subject of ridicule once associated with Mi-Sibin. Subsequently, the administrators from the alliance were tamed one after another through a combination of carrots and sticks, becoming loyal hounds of the Lin family, ready to pounce fiercely upon their prey at their master's command. As for the provincial and municipal administrators, they were not even granted an audience with Lin Chen, being received solely by the steward Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen lacked the ability to read minds, he controlled the Qingyao intelligence system, possessing a wealth of secrets and leverage over the administrators. A single revelation could bring ruin to these well-dressed beasts. Those who once believed that collaborating with the Lin family was a mutually beneficial arrangement now realized they were mere prey in the eyes of a predator. Yet extricating themselves was no longer an option. This year is one to be remembered, as Jianna emerged as a self-governing territory, shedding the tragic fate of relentless exploitation by the avaricious Ing Tizhua. From this year onward, the Lin family's influence enveloped half of the North May continent. The powers of the political, commercial, and sovereign realms were firmly grasped in Lin Chen's hands, making the control of the entire Jianna a logical conclusion. Time shows no mercy to the ordinary. Death is the ultimate destination for all. As winter drew to a close, the pillar of the S.H.I.E.L.D family, the elder Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D departed this world, leaving only a day after his son, Yuan Han S.H.I.E.L.D. Clad in formal attire, Lin Chen adorned himself with a white lily and held a bouquet of yellow and white chrysanthemums, accompanying his adopted son Zhang Mu-Si to the elder S.H.I.E.L.D's funeral. For the Lin family, who had long mastered greenhouse technology, off-season flowers were hardly rare. The blooms in the guests' hands were also sourced from the Lin family. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken by Shang-Ti. He was our esteemed, upright, and loyal friend. His life was filled with legacy. He harbored the most sincere intentions towards his family, friends, and every individual who loved him. The passing of Mr. H.I.E.L.D has left us bereft of a cherished friend, a beloved elder, and a steadfast companion, evoking an inevitable sense of sorrow within our hearts. Yet, we hold steadfast to the belief that as we traverse the path he once walked, we shall reunite with him in the heavens above. He shall find rest in the embrace of the Lord, as Father S.H.I.E.L.D solemnly and tenderly recites the eulogy, while the crows in the thickets of the mountains caw incessantly, deepening the atmosphere of somber grief. Lin Chen, who has long remained out of sight, appears pale and frail, leaning weakly against the maid, her flowing gown of white interspersed with delicate patterns billowing gently in the wind. Chapter 20. The sovereignty lies comfortably in our own hands. Madame Jeanne bites her lip tightly, striving to suppress the tears that threaten to spill forth. Having been raised by her grandfather, with both her nominal and biological fathers absent, and her mother, Lin Chen, in a state of poor health, it is conceivable that she may soon lose her last remaining kin. Beneath the relentless blows of fate, Madame Jeanne endeavors to appear strong, moving the servants and guards of the H.I.E.L.D estate, who feel a sense of admiration for the legacy of the late Mr. H.I.E.L.D. As the lengthy eulogy and ceremonies draw to a close, Madame Jeanne is the first to approach the burial site, gently placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums as her final gaze lingers upon the face of the late Mr. H.I.E.L.D. Lin Chen silently follows behind, offering a bouquet of yellow and white flowers, in gratitude for the assistance the elder had provided during the early days of the Lin family's endeavors. After emerging from seclusion, he had visited the H.I.E.L.D estate to persuade the elder to accept his treatment, yet Mr. H.I.E.L.D had resolutely declined. In life, he had been strong-willed and domineering, yet in his final moments, he would rather flee than succumb to cowardice, choosing death over a life of retreat. One by one, people stepped forward, presenting flowers in a final farewell. Once all had departed, Madame Jeanne picked up a shovel and slowly approached the grave, personally covering it with earth. Father, I shall remain at the H.I.E.L.D estate. I cannot accompany you back. The H.I.E.L.D lineage must not be without a master. However, should you ever need me, at any moment, I shall charge forth for you, even if it costs me my life. The successive losses of loved ones have fostered a maturity in Madame Jeanne. She surveyed the guards and servants around her, fully aware that from this moment onward, the lives and fates of these individuals would rest solely upon her shoulders. The H.I.E.L.D legacy must not extinguish. She would inherit the spirit of the late Mr. H.I.E.L.D, passing it down like a sacred ember through generations. Lin Chen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and sighed gently. I understand. This is your responsibility, your mission. Your adoptive father will not hinder you. Rather, he will take pride in you. In times of difficulty, do not forget, the Lin family will always stand as your support, and you're my child as well. Among men, parting is seldom steeped in excessive sorrow. Rosa O'Hara, observing the solitary figure of Madame Jeanne, hastened over, grasping her hand and whispering, Madame Jeanne, do not feel this way. You have a multitude of friends, and you have me. Madame Jeanne squeezed her hand in response, mustering a faint smile. Lin Chen stood beside them, teasingly observing as their faces flushed, yet their hands clasped more tightly. It seems, my lad, that you require no comfort from me. Pursue your desires unabashedly, for with your godfather by your side, none would dare to harm you. The affairs of the Lin family are numerous, so I shall not linger here. When you decide to wed Rose, do remember to inform me. I shall bestow upon you a generous gift. After patting the shoulder of Aunt Jeanne, Lin Chen mounted his horse, urging it forward with a swift crack of the whip, racing towards the Lin family estate, with the divine martial guards following in a tumultuous cloud of dust. Butler Lin Chen earnestly advised him to incinerate the attire worn to the funeral to avoid bringing home any ominous aura that might jeopardize the health of the madam and the young masters. Lin Chen, skeptical of such superstitions, recognized that some matters were not worth disputing and acquiesced to the council, changing his garments before entering the main building's study to attend to family affairs. Since assuming control of Ganeda, the influence of the Lin family had expanded rapidly, necessitating his direct involvement in numerous decisions pertaining to governance, which affected the development of the entire autonomous region. For instance, there were requests from the steel mill to increase production to accommodate the ambitious 4 horizontal and 1 vertical railway project connecting major cities. The Lahojin Corps sought to recruit new members to fill vacancies left by the reassignment of numerous officials to the defense forces. and the shipyard Shiwang required additional engineers and scientists to construct the newly designed steel station. Each matter bore significant implications, intertwining multiple departments and industries, demanding his final judgment. After lunch, Butler Lin Chen delivered a letter, dispatched from Qingyao at the base in Myligian, which provided a detailed report on recent developments in Myligian. In recent years, Misai had lived in constant fear, enduring numerous assassination attempts and assaults. Had it not been for the protection afforded by the guards sent by the Lin family, he would have perished at the hands of assassins sent by the slave masters. The previous year's uprising in the slave states stirred considerable turmoil, with the name of Yuhan Brown frequently uttered in the curses of the slave masters, diverting the ire of the Nanfang slave masters from the executions conducted at the Meijia border. This year, following the ascension of Lin, the Nanfang slave masters were gripped by anxiety, lacking the resolve to retaliate against the treacherous officials of Ganeda, and refrained from provoking new troubles at this precarious juncture. Upon finishing the letter, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before meticulously drafting a response, instructing Qingyao to continue concealing himself and to execute subsequent tasks with heightened caution. After handing the reply to Lin Chen, he retrieved the recruitment application for the Lahojin Corps, striking out the previously approved figure of 10,000 and amending it to reflect a total of 20,000. Chen, once you dispatch the reply, seek out Lin Chen. He must return to Guizhou and recruit individuals with clean backgrounds. The expansion of the Lahojin Corps cannot consist solely of mercenaries. We need our own talents. Lin Chen nodded, clutching the reply as he hurried away. He had long wished to propose such a course of action. When the Lahojin Corps was smaller, it was manageable. But now that it had grown to 10,000, composed entirely of mercenaries equipped with superior weapons from the Lin factory, should they be swayed, a betrayal from within could disrupt the Lin family's developmental momentum, even if the divine martial guards ultimately quelled the insurrection. The long-standing rivalry of the Myligian and Nanbei regions has been ignited by the Han Brown incident, and the ascension of Yabala Khan heralds the arrival of a fierce contest. A sweeping conflict across the entirety of Myligian is poised to unfold before Lin Chen. After years of meticulous planning, the moment to showcase their strategies has finally arrived. In this intricate game, both factions of Nanbei shall welcome a novel player, and the future remains uncertain. An air of tension envelopes the vast lands of Myligian, as the shadow of conflict looms. In the study, a colossal world map hangs on the wall, its regions marked in vibrant colors, evoking a multitude of thoughts. Lin Chen spoke slowly. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. This ancient adage from Dalong resonates with my unwavering belief. The essence of the Lin family lies in its talent, yet the true foundation rests upon the advancement of technology. We must attract exceptional individuals from around the globe to serve the Lin family, forever leading rather than following. Lin Chen, brimming with excitement, understood that the Master's words signified a departure from the confines of Ganeda, heralding a global expansion for the Lin family. Master, your wisdom shines through. I shall promptly respond to the Ministry of Defense, approving their request to retire the wind-powered stations and initiate plans for the construction of steam-powered stations. Following Ganeda's transition to a dominion, the Eagle Brigade withdrew its station troops, leaving Defense Minister Siederer with no choice but to resort to outdated wind-powered stations for maritime protection. However, these antiquated stations are slow and poorly armed, often falling prey to pirates, at times suffering significant losses. In a bid to suppress the increasingly rampant piracy and safeguard the territorial waters and merchant vessels of Ganeda, the Ministry of Defense was compelled to seek the Lin family's assistance, requesting a loan of £1 million to construct a steam-powered dreadnought-class warship. Yet, steam power is becoming obsolete. Investing such resources in this technology seems unwise. The internal combustion engine's disassembly technology has been perfected, and it is time to forge new naval equipment. Lin Chen shook his head, declining the proposal. Currently, the primary vessels of the Emegwo family are first-generation steam ironclads, and they have yet to produce high-capacity steam engines capable of powering iron warships. The internal combustion engine developed by the Lin family boasts several times the power of steam engines, and a fully steel-constructed dreadnought-class warship, weighing only a few thousand tons, comfortably falls within its operational capacity. Should these vessels be equipped with the latest automatic loading, breech-loading cannons, and rotating turrets, the Emegwo naval fleet would become an easy target upon the seas. Nonetheless, the manufacturing of internal combustion engines is significantly slower than that of steam ironclads, with a single warship requiring a year or even longer for construction. Hence, it is imperative to take decisive action, foregoing the production of steam ironclads and allowing the Lin shipyard to focus solely on the creation of new class warships. Yes, master, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Lin Chen bowed in compliance. After discussing a few trivial matters, their conversation concluded. Watching Lin Chen depart, Lin Chen let out a gentle sigh. Though he yearns to expedite technological advancement, the constraints of the era and the availability of talent render the successful creation of the internal combustion engine a serendipitous delight. Indeed, while it is effortless for him to propose technological concepts, delving into the underlying principles and theories requires an extensive duration, and the journey from theoretical validation to actual production is an arduous wait. This endeavor is merely one among the numerous plans envisioned by Lin, such as the thermal power generator, the miniaturization of internal combustion engines, the asphalt paving of highways, and the irrigation projects along the Heroines and Lagland rivers, none of which can be accomplished in merely a year or two. Although many of these projects progress at a languid pace under his leadership, the Lin family continues to thrive. Presently, the paramount concern is no longer internal development, but rather the consolidation and expansion of the Lin family's influence and power, compelling the Qianfang to acknowledge their legitimate political standing. He is contemplating adopting the clandestine methods employed by the Yute people to manipulate the world, aiming to strategize around Meijian and Qianfang, which may prove to be the sole approach to counter the impending crises posed by the mutant upheaval. At that moment, Lin Yuanfeng hurried into the study, his face alight with joy, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Master, the Daming Palace is complete. Gongshu Ao requests your presence for the inauguration. Since the inception of the Daming Palace, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night, waking each day to a plethora of bills, watching money flow out like water. Were this investment to yield substantial returns, Lin Yuanfeng would not be so troubled. However, constructing the Daming Palace was a sheer drain on resources, with the workers' daily sustenance alone costing over £12, not to mention the expenses for labor, building materials, and machine development. Nearly 5 years have passed since the project began, and the pound spent could encircle the city of Edmonton. He was tormented by sleepless nights. At last, there's some good news. Come, let's take a look. Lin Chen laughed heartily. The Daming Palace had been under construction for several years, yet he had not visited the site personally, having only observed from afar on a few occasions as the palace gradually took shape. Stretching his limbs and setting aside the documents in his hands, he strode out of the study. Excellent, master. Lin Yuanfeng smiled as he followed Lin Chen out of the main building, heading towards the Daming Palace. From a distance, Gongshu Ao spotted them and quickly approached with several foremen. We pay our respects to you, master. The group hastily knelt, bowing their heads in deference. Lin Chen waved his hand, permitting them to rise. I hear the Daming Palace is completed. You have accomplished a great feat this time. All past grievances are hereby absolved. Henceforth, work diligently. He gestured for the blueprints to be brought forth. Let's see the overall design. Gongshu Ao signaled to those behind him, and immediately someone stepped forward, cradling the blueprints. As the plans unfurled, the grand and magnificent architectural layout of the Daming Palace revealed itself. Lin Yuanfeng gazed at the blueprints in astonishment. As the family's financial overseer, this was his first glimpse of the palace's design. The plans showcased a series of multi-tiered palaces, artfully arranged and interconnected by aerial corridors, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations. The patterns of dragons and various avian and terrestrial creatures were sculpted into the stone pillars and eaves, while water pipes and electrical conduits were cleverly concealed within. All windows were fitted with glass. This is truly a magnificent fusion of classical magnesium and modern building materials, a spectacle that even the emperors of the Qing dynasty could scarcely have dreamed of regarding the grandeur of the Daming Palace. Lin Yuanfeng gazed at the blueprints, murmuring to himself, feeling that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. In contrast to his excitement, Lin Chen appeared remarkably composed, having witnessed numerous architectural marvels in his previous life. The Daming Palace did not strike him as particularly awe-inspiring. You have done well, remarked Gongshu Ao, feeling a tinge of disappointment as the master's tone was rather bland, as if the Daming Palace possessed no extraordinary features. Thank you for the praise, my lord. Would you like to enter the palace to see if any adjustments are needed for the layout of each level? He said, bowing respectfully and smiling obsequiously. Lin Chen nodded, waving his hand casually. Lead the way. Let us have a look. Before long, under Gongshu Ao's guidance, they arrived at the front of the Daming Palace. The central edifice was undoubtedly the Qiankuan Hall, which would serve as Lin Chen's future venue for managing family affairs, containing various fully equipped conference rooms and grand halls for convening significant meetings and banquets. After an engaging tour of the Qiankuan Hall, it was already afternoon, showcasing the palace's vast scale and multitude of pavilions. Lin Chen did not take the time to explore other palaces, as his leisure was limited. After overseeing the project's conclusion and distributing bonuses to the workers, he returned to the main building of the ancestral residence with Lin Yuanfeng, knowing that they could not move into the Daming Palace until the paint fumes dissipated, as the conflicts between the northern and southern factions grew increasingly intense. The supporters of the southern faction's masters became more aggressive in the council and parliament. The noble Tongan Khan had repeatedly invited Lin Chen to Megliagian to discuss important collaborative projects. Lin Chen was well aware of the circumstances on both sides. Although the northern region boasted a larger population and a higher degree of industrialization, the preparations for conflict were inadequate. In contrast, the southern faction was well prepared, benefiting from the recently concluded Megmo conflict with competent officials and experienced commanders, along with covert support from the Great Eagle and the Blast Furnace. The reason Lin was so eager to meet Lin Chen was due to the influence of the Lin family in the current political landscape and their possession of numerous modern weaponry, which the North lacked. The invitation from the palace was crucial for future arrangements. Lin Chen not only intended to attend, but also sought to leverage this opportunity for substantial gains. He found himself nostalgically yearning for the high-speed trains and airplanes of his previous life, realizing that the journey from Edmonton to Washington by ship would take several days. He needed to accelerate the miniaturization research of internal combustion engines in the laboratory. At the very least, they should produce automobiles, which would be significantly faster. While the internal combustion engine ships were still under construction at the shipyard, Lin Chen could only travel to Megliagian by steamship this time, and he had no desire to take the steam train, as it was both noisy and filthy. After a lively Christmas spent at the Lin estate with his concubines and children, Lin Chen set off for Megliagian with Lin Xiaheo and Lin Yuanfeng, with the brothers of the Shenwu Guard eagerly vying to accompany them. Upon reaching the land of Magillian, they divided into two routes. Lin Yuanfeng took charge of inspecting the various plots of land already acquired. Should he discover any nearby vacant spaces, he would procure them in abundance. This time, Lin Yuanfeng truly experienced the exhilarating sensation of spending lavishly. For the financial overseer, who typically disburses millions of pounds with a mere wave of his hand, personally expending a significant sum to acquire vast tracts of land and locations such as Nyoya, Luoshanji, and Dite was particularly gratifying. Due to the ongoing turmoil within Magillian, land prices had plummeted, and no one contested Lin Yuanfeng's acquisitions. Even his protective elite guards found themselves with little to do. The sights and experiences along the way provided Lin Chen with a deeper understanding of this era's Magillian. No amount of detailed intelligence could compare to personally traversing the land. The abolition of the serf system was never a matter of political necessity, but rather a response to the demands for labor in the northern factories and mines. They sought to liberate those bound to farms and ranches, directing them towards more valuable work in manufacturing, textiles, and metallurgy. While the serfs in the free states removed their shackles, true freedom and equal rights eluded them. Even now, some serfs remained within the confines of the free states. Those who had escaped from farms and ranches faced rampant discrimination in the cities of the free states. All public facilities and entertainment venues distinctly delineated areas accessible to serfs. Any individual inadvertently trespassing into prohibited zones would be apprehended by the constables. Absurdly, some places even segregated bathhouses, restrooms, and roads into separate zones for serfs and whites, separated by tall fences or earthen walls. The living conditions for whites were particularly stringent. Once a serf entered, they risked being fatally assaulted by the residents within. In the free states, serfs faced tremendous hardships. Conditions in the slave states were unimaginably dire. The depth of human prejudice based on skin color was starkly evident to Lin Chen. He realized that when the mutation tide strikes and a multitude of mutants emerge, the discrimination and animosity they would face in human society might be 100-fold more severe than that faced by those of different races. Despite his extensive preparations for this terrifying future, striving to enhance the economic strength of the Lin family, broaden their political influence, and bolster their military power, he still felt it was insufficient. The Lin family was not yet powerful enough, their status not sufficiently illustrious, and their influence not great enough. Lin Chen envisioned not only that the Lin family would possess the political clout to advocate for the rights of mutants in the future, but also the military strength to protect them. Furthermore, he sought to cultivate sufficient personal power to lead and restrain them. As the recently appointed 11th Magillian Chancellor, Abraham Lin was a capable and seasoned politician. Although he hailed from a humble background and encountered numerous hardships in life and work, these experiences shaped him. Everyone who met Abraham Lin praised his charisma and leadership qualities. The industrial capitalists and factory owners are inclined to invest substantial sums to support his candidacy for the presidency, partly for their own benefit, but also because they are moved by his campaign slogan, urging the nation to embrace the ideals of a great liberator. This man, hailing from humble beginnings, has, since the onset of his campaign, swept through his opponents like a whirlwind, ultimately claiming the highest seat of power with the backing of many. To the astonishment of the guards, the president himself stood at the entrance, anxiously awaiting, undeterred by the snowflakes drifting from the sky or the biting cold. What manner of individual necessitated such a personal reception from the president? The guards were not the only ones puzzled. The advisory council was equally bewildered. This was the first time the president had rejected their company, opting instead to personally greet an unidentified guest. Abraham Lin paced nervously, as the individual he was to greet had been strongly recommended by the Houghton family, who claimed that, should conflict arise, the Lin family was the only force capable of swiftly overcoming the formidable Nanfang slave lords. According to intelligence gathered by his agents at the Alliance Bureau, the Lin family, though established for only a few years, had already acquired numerous farms, ranches, factories, shipyards, trading companies, and banks throughout the province and neighboring regions. The economic output generated by their assets alone accounted for a significant fraction of the province's total production. Even more daunting was the fact that the establishment of the province as a dominion was largely propelled by the Lin family's endeavors. Key figures in all vital power sectors had allied themselves with the Lin family. It is no exaggeration to assert that a mere gesture from the Lin family could send ripples through the entire commercial landscape of the dominion, causing many to lose sleep over the implications. First Lady Marita Lin emerged from the bustling palace, where preparations for a banquet were underway. A handful of maids, clad in flowing palace-colored gowns with white half-caps and white aprons cinched at their waists, busily tended to refreshments and food, oblivious to the presence of a few unfamiliar tall maids among them. Has the guest not yet arrived? Marita gently linked her arm with the president's, following his gaze toward the end of the road. Coming from a banking family, her refined upbringing had shaped her into a gentle and virtuous woman. In terms of lineage, Marita surpassed her husband significantly. In her youth, she was not lacking in suitors from noble families. It is difficult to fathom how Abraham Lin, a poor lad who juggled self-education and law while working, managed to stand out among the elite and win the heart of this wealthy heiress, ultimately building a life together and residing in this grand palace. Oh, Marita, you ought not to be out here. It is far too cold. The president enveloped his wife's small hand in his own, using his warmth to dispel the chill from her fingertips. The letter from Mr. Lin indicated he would arrive tonight, though delays due to icy roads might have hindered his journey. Is he truly the one recommended by the Houghton family? You are placing your hopes in a stranger. This is not the Abraham I know. Marilyn rested her head upon her husband's shoulder, expressing her surprise. Mr. Zontone chuckled softly and leaned down to his wife, saying, "No, I am merely preparing for the worst. Having an additional friend is always advantageous." Marilyn nodded, feeling the need to return and check on the banquet preparations. Given her husband's evident regard for this guest, it was imperative that she assist in hosting him properly. Upon returning to the warm embrace of the palace, she observed the bustling maids and sensed something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate the nature of her unease. At 9 o'clock that evening, A formidable contingent of knights galloped forth and came to a halt before the palace. Lin Chen dismounted, gazing at the palace that mirrored his memories, his expression somewhat dazed. This was the political heart of Myligian, from which countless influential policies and orders emanated, propelling the nation toward an unassailable hegemony. However, at this moment, the palace belonged to Abel Hanlon, and it had yet to reach the point where its commands were unassailable. Lin Chen smiled inexplicably and gestured for the steward, Lin Chen, to converse with the guards. Before Wei Bin could enter and announce his presence, the tall figure of Mr. Zongtong spotted the distinguished guest he had long anticipated and strode purposefully to the entrance. Esteemed Mr. Lin, I truly did not expect you to be even younger than what Jimmy described. Abel Hamlin extended his large hand enthusiastically. Lin Chen exchanged a gentle handshake, replying nonchalantly, Mr. Zongtong, I have long admired you. To be honest, I did not foresee you to be so affable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zongtong took Lin Chen's hand and led him toward the palace. Lin Chen had only seen Zongtong's photograph before, and he had once doubted the claim of his towering height of over 190 centimeters. Walking side by side now, he realized that either Zongtong had grown taller during his seclusion, or he himself remained just slightly shorter. This is indeed a splendid meeting. I am profoundly grateful for the Lin family's investment in Myligian, alleviating my worries regarding the plummeting tax revenues, Abel Hamlin remarked with a smile. Before the banquet commences, might I have the honor of presenting you with a small gift? He beckoned to a maid in the distance, who approached bearing an exquisite wooden box. Abel Hamlin accepted the box and, upon opening it, revealed a resplendent golden ring. Dear Lin, I have heard of your keen interest in mythological tales, and I specifically acquired this ring from the Mi-Lei family. Legend has it that this was a gift from the dwarves to the god Odin. Of course, the Mi-Lei family has never witnessed its divine essence. Nevertheless, its symbolism is quite remarkable, is it not? You have traversed oceans to establish a grand family. Even the people of Canada refer to you as the Shadow Emperor. This ring is evidently more befitting of a ruler, such as yourself, than to be stored within the vaults of those decaying aristocrats. Lin Shan was taken aback to discover that the Lin family's endeavors to procure mythological artifacts had been so swiftly unveiled to discerning eyes. However, he maintained a courteous smile, concealing his surprise. Mr. Zongtong is indeed meticulous. You are well aware of my humble hobby. As the saying goes, the guest follows the host's lead. So I shall graciously comply. He fixed his gaze upon Yabalaulan, betraying no signs of surprise, indicating that the recipient remained oblivious to the simplicity of this gift. Lin Chen calmly lifted the golden ring, placing it upon the middle finger of his left hand. The ring's design was rugged, imbued with a Nordic flair, yet the engravings on its surface were exquisitely intricate. A menacing dragon opened its maw, spewing flames in a futile attempt to scorch the roots of the world tree entwined around it, while the surrounding area was inscribed with enigmatic symbols, none of which belonged to any known human language. Delapuner. Curiously, although Lin Chen could not decipher these symbols, upon his mental engagement with the ring, he instinctively pronounced its name, as if the ring possessed a spirit that willingly acknowledged its master. Bravo, dear Mr. Lin. Your erudition is indeed impressive, as you have discerned the identity of this ring at a glance. Indeed, it is the fabled treasure of Odin. Though these are merely mythological tales and should not weigh heavily on one's mind, Yabalaulan applauded, his tone genuine and markedly different from his previous pleasantries. Mr. Zongtong, I am profoundly grateful. I truly cherish this gift. Lin Chen replied earnestly. Yabalaulan smiled with satisfaction, contemplating that by first bestowing a favor, the ensuing discussion would unfold more smoothly. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed to dinner? The banquet was held in a quaint dining room located in the northwest corner of the second floor of the palace. This intimate setting was reserved for distinguished guests, ideal for gatherings of limited numbers. Once Lin Chen, Yabalaulan, and Lady Molly were seated, the maid served a succession of exquisite dishes, including steak, lobster, caviar, and golden seared sashimi, each paired with appropriate wines. Do savor this golden seared sashimi, freshly plucked from the sea and delivered with utmost haste. Preserved on ice throughout its journey, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. Mr. Zongtong enthusiastically pointed to the dish, fervently recommending it to his guests. A few tall, pallid maids approached, carrying the last of the courses. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, observing the approaching attendants. Their scent bore a striking resemblance to Jimmy's, yet with a subtle distinction. Before anyone could react, amidst the astonished gazes of Yabalolin and Lady Molly, several maids suddenly hurled their trays, sending dishes crashing onto the table. In the next instant, they drew blood-red weapons from their bosoms and lunged at those seated. "Assassins!" Lady Molly screamed, while Yabalolin remained remarkably composed, swiftly pulling his wife down while shouting loudly. The maids' assault was sudden and ferocious, their movements surpassing the capabilities of ordinary humans. Yet in that perilous moment, Lin Chen sighed, dashing forward with a speed that eclipsed that of the maids. The wooden floor splintered beneath his feet, a resounding crash echoing through the air. As the weapon wielded by the tallest maid was about to pierce the neck of the esteemed Lord Tong, a heavy kick landed in her abdomen, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds, rendering her immobile upon the ground. The other two maids stood frozen, unable to react in time, as Lin Chen seized them by the necks, forcefully throwing them aside with a sickening crunch, their necks twisted at unnatural angles. "My heavens! What manner of creature is this?" Yabalolin Lin exclaimed in terror as she helped the incapacitated Madame Molly to her feet, retreating behind Lin Chen for solace. A vampire servant. Technically, it was not a genuine vampire, merely a being whose physical form had been altered to resemble one. Most of them were fallen and avaricious humans, envious of the vampire's immortality, willing to barter their flesh and souls. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Bang! The grand doors of the banquet hall were violently kicked open, with officers brandishing weapons, mistaking them for assassins. "Freeze! Raise your hands, or we will be compelled to fire." Lord Tong, witnessing the officers aiming their weapons at his savior Lin Chen, felt a surge of anger and fear, unable to restrain himself from shouting, "You rascals! Mr. Lin has just saved both me and Madame Molly. How could he possibly be an assassin? Seize those maids and interrogate them thoroughly to ascertain who sent them." Having sensed that the immediate danger had passed, he stepped out from behind Lin Chen, not wanting his subordinates to perceive his fear, for it might jeopardize his political aspirations. "Be careful. Get down." As Yabalolin Lin stepped over the fallen maid and approached the guards, she noticed their expressions shift dramatically, eyes wide with terror. The maid behind her had somehow risen again, weapon in hand, poised to stab Lord Tong in the back. In an instant, a shadowy figure interposed itself between them, cleaving the bloody blade with a swift strike, then reversing the motion to plunge the weapon into the maid's skull. A smile graced Lin Chen's face as he gently pushed her aside, her limbs twitching, still not entirely lifeless. Drawing from his earlier experience, Lin Chen approached the remaining two maids, decisively severing their cervical and spinal vertebrae, ensuring that even with a vampire's resilience, their recovery would be severely hindered. With the threat neutralized, he lifted the maid whose head was impaled by the weapon, intrigued by her rapid recovery despite her grievous injuries. Employing his gravitational electromagnetic abilities, he probed her body, discovering a semblance of the regenerative capabilities akin to that of a vampire, albeit significantly diminished. Rapid recovery? What an aberration. Reduced to serving as a lackey for vampires, not even worthy of lament upon death. He pressed his hand beneath the maid's sternum, channeling a force that shattered her heart, causing her limbs to cease their convulsions, rendering her utterly still. Yabalolin Lin, having narrowly escaped death once more, felt a shiver of apprehension as she exhaled a heavy breath. "Mr. Lin, I am once again grateful for your salvation. You seem quite knowledgeable about these creatures. Perhaps we should engage in a thorough discussion." Following Yabalolin Lin to Lord Tong's office, Lin Chen took a seat as Lord Tong lit a cigar, casually offering him one as well. "Mr. Lin, are you referring to the blood-sucking creatures mentioned in the Bible?" Lin Chen imitated the manner of the general and took a puff. Compared to the taste of tobacco, it possessed a richer essence. As the two engaged in conversation while smoking, the office quickly filled with a haze of smoke. "My knowledge in this area is somewhat limited. Yet according to the biblical methods for dealing with these creatures, one is likely to suffer greatly. Wooden stakes are ineffective against them, and garlic merely elicits their disdain. Sunlight is lethal to blood slaves, but true bloodsuckers abhor sunlight because it diminishes their power. Of course, prolonged exposure to sunlight can destroy lower-tier bloodsuckers, who will seek cover. As for the higher-tier ones, the effects of sunlight are nearly negligible." Lin Chen exhaled a ring of smoke and continued. The only reliable means of countering bloodsuckers is through silver. They cannot recover from wounds inflicted by it. Weapons made of other materials lack this efficacy. Oh, and burning them with torches proves quite effective as well. Lin flicked the ash from her cigarette, her expression darkening as she inquired, Mr. Lin, can my guards combat these monsters? They will undoubtedly return, and I need to ascertain this. Chapter 22. Choosing the right moment with caution, Lin Chen stood up to retrieve the ashtray, flicking the ash while he spoke. During the day, it is manageable. Sunlight weakens their strength. As long as your guards possess silver weapons, they can fend off blood slaves and lower-tier bloodsuckers. They also possess a peculiar ability to distort human perception, causing individuals to subconsciously overlook their presence, which is why your maids failed to notice the intruders. You can imagine that at night, this ability becomes even more challenging to counteract. Coupled with their speed that surpasses that of horses and strength greater than that of bulls, ordinary people stand no chance. Mr. Zongtong displayed a troubled expression. The mere thought of silver weapons was daunting. The organization would certainly not allocate funds to forge pure silver weapons specifically to combat legendary bloodsuckers. Those hedonistic individuals, having never witnessed the terror of bloodsuckers, might even consider him mad. Then, aside from silver, can decapitating them kill them? Lin Chen regarded him, recognizing Zongtong's acute focus on the crux of the matter. You are correct. Decapitation will indeed slay them. However, it is a formidable task for ordinary individuals, and even elite guards may struggle to sever the head of a bloodsucker. After stating this, he observed Zongtong's distressed countenance with interest, and after a moment, he earnestly added, if these creatures pose a challenge for you, as a friend, I would be more than willing to assist, provided you agree to a few conditions. I shall send capable individuals to ensure your safety against the bloodsuckers. A document filled with stipulations was pushed before Lin. Lin Chen wore a sly smile, rising slightly to bow. By signing this agreement, you will become a strategic partner of the Lin family. Anyone who seeks to harm you will find themselves crushed to dust by the Lin clan. Lin Chen departed from the Lin Palace early the following morning. He had engaged in discussions with Lin until the early hours, ultimately persuading his counterpart to accept the agreement under the pretext of support from the vampiric forces. The terms regarding how to confront the vampiric representatives, the distribution of benefits post-negotiation, and the collaborative efforts with the Megligian League were all established after countless intense exchanges. Lin was profoundly impressed. He had never encountered a young individual with such profound insights and foresight, possessing over 2 centuries of historical memories from another realm. Lin Chen exhibited a unique and visionary perspective on the future of Megligian affairs during the negotiations. The esteemed Chancellor of Megligian even suggested that he hoped Lin Chen would consider immigrating to Megligia, rather than squandering his talents in the sparsely populated lands of Jana. Lin Chen dismissed this absurd proposal with disdain. He was flourishing in Jana and would be mad to relocate to Megligia as a servant. Firmly rejecting the Chancellor's ludicrous request, he secured the signed agreement and left the Lin Palace, entrusting the Divine Martial Guard with the protection of Lin and his wife. Master, you truly have a keen intuition. That morning, the butler, Lin Chen, hurriedly approached Lin Chen, holding a letter in his hand. What do you mean I have a keen intuition? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed as he set down his milk. Since returning from the Lin Palace, his life had become increasingly vibrant. Casey, being the niece of the Chancellor, had absorbed much of the intricacies of Megligian high society. Lin Chen glanced around and leaned in to whisper, a message has arrived from Qingyao in Washington. The internal conflict in Megligia that you previously mentioned has indeed erupted. After saying this, he smacked his forehead and produced a somewhat crumpled letter, placing it on the table. Lin Chen swiftly picked up the letter and began to read. It's not the strength of the opponent that one fears, but the incompetence of the allies. I had already hinted at the actions of the vampiric states, and Lin concurred with my assessment, yet his proposal was rejected by the council. Lin Chen understood why his master was upset. The members of the Megligian Council were utterly inept, missing the optimal moment, allowing the vampiric leaders to seize the initiative. 11 slave states, including Louisiana and Virginia, had seceded from the Union, forming the so-called Megligian Alliance, proclaiming the protection of private property from infringement and igniting a large-scale anti-abolition movement. Should we proceed with our plan and send the fierce Fox Legion in now, capitalizing on the situation while reaping some benefits? We cannot allow that bearded man to monopolize everything. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. For now, hold off on sending them in. Otherwise, it will provide an excuse for the vampiric leaders, and the Northerners may become reluctant. I had initially intended for Yabella Hamlin to utilize the 2 captured blood slaves to persuade the council to take proactive measures against the human traitors colluding with the vampiric forces. This would have given us a legitimate reason to intervene, but that group of fools has ruined everything. The conflict has erupted, and the previously effective strategies have lost their potency. The Nanfang Nully Master could easily accuse us of slander. Should we really expose each vampire hidden within the June team to enlighten the deceived officials? If the conflict had not yet ignited, the North could have taken the initiative to label the Nanfang Nully Master a traitor to humanity, and Lin Chen would undoubtedly have acted without hesitation. However, with hostilities now underway, any attempt at intervention must be executed with utmost caution. The fierce battle between the Megwa and Nanbei factions leaves little room for a third party to intrude unless one side falters significantly or a stalemate is reached, providing an opportunity for involvement. He does not wish to encounter trouble before even tasting victory. Patience is key, with the presence of those incompetent fools in the council. The North will continue to face setbacks. Sooner or later, Abalakon Lincoln will persuade the council, allowing for a legitimate incursion into the Nanfang Nully Master's estate to seize the wealth amassed over decades. For years, the Megwa-Nanbei conflict has persisted. During this time, advocates of more aggressive strategies like Abalakon Lincoln have faced multiple assassination attempts, orchestrated by both assassins sent by the Nanfang Nully Master and infiltrating vampires. Yet, under the protection of the Divine Martial Guard, he has narrowly escaped peril. Nonetheless, the situation on the battlefield appears grim for the North. Although the June team of the Nanfang Alliance is equipped with inferior weaponry, their combat effectiveness remains formidable. In contrast to the complacent troops trained in the comfort of the North, the June team comprises seasoned veterans forged in the fires of battle. Their commander, General Robert, has distinguished himself in previous conflicts and has devised a targeted strategy to exploit the significant disparity in equipment. General Robert leads a cadre of experienced veterans, employing small, elite units disguised as the main force. They engage the North's June team on the plains, feigning retreat into the jungle, thereby hindering the North's advanced weaponry from unleashing its full potential. Through a series of offensive maneuvers that lure the enemy deeper, they concentrate their forces to annihilate the encircled Northern troops. The Nanfang June team has captured a substantial cache of new weapons, and, with the assistance of engineers and scientists from Ingzhua and Faju, has managed to replicate slightly inferior versions of advanced firearms and artillery. The re-equipped Nanfang June team has grown significantly stronger, causing the tide of battle to shift in their favor. Meanwhile, the Northern Coalition not only suffers from inadequate preparation, but is also hindered by the foolish constraints imposed by the Council, which has appointed the conservative General Scott to command. Under his orders, the Northern June team has executed the so-called Long Snake Plan, with naval forces blockading the coastal regions of the Nan faction to sever their ties with Europe, while land forces advance along the Mississippi River to seize control of key towns along the route. Tens of thousands of troops are dispersed along a nearly 1,000-mile front, compounded by frontline commander Mike Lylon's lack of support for abolition, leading to an extremely passive strategy that results in repeated defeats and the loss of critical strategic positions. My lord, if this continues, the North will be unable to contend with the Nan faction, and our previous investments will be in vain, Lin Shuhua said, glancing anxiously at Lin Chen, who was engrossed in the newspaper. Do not rush. If the master is not anxious, why should we be? Let them fight. The fiercer, the better. There are far too many obsolete artillery pieces in the factory. We can seize this opportunity to sell them, allowing us to profit while we recline in comfort. Lin Chen leisurely sipped his coffee, his mindset having undergone a profound transformation. The Northern Alliance had hindered him on several occasions, draining his patience to its limits. This time, it was not others seeking him out. Rather, he awaited the 3 visits from Yale-Balon Lincoln before making his move. This arrangement stemmed from Lin Chen's hard-earned wisdom after experiencing a few setbacks, leading him to establish an unyielding rule. Any child possessing mutant abilities must fully master the second set of movements in the Infinite True technique to swiftly control their powers upon awakening. With a brief period of practice, they could adeptly manage the intensity of their abilities. The cost of enforcing this strict rule was the destruction of a grand hall in the Daming Palace, which had to be rebuilt, and he himself had lost an arm, which regrew thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities. The thought of his 2 children, who could aptly be termed as harbingers of destruction, gave Lin Chen a headache. Lin Anjing and Lin Anshan, his son and daughter, possessed extraordinary powers. One could trigger vibrations at will, while the other could replicate the characteristics of any object they touched, remaining impervious to harm. The collapse of the Mingwei Hall was a direct consequence of Lin Anjing's uncontrolled abilities, while Lin Chen's first instance of limb regeneration was inadvertently caused by Lin Anshan's awakening. According to the classification of mutant abilities in the Manwei world, their powers fell under the beta tier. If they could perfect the 12 true forms of the infinite true technique and experience a secondary evolution of their abilities, they might approach the omega tier. Whether they could genuinely attain this level would depend on numerous factors. Upon their awakening, they would initially fall within this tier, but with diligence in developing their powers and a serious commitment to scientific knowledge, combining their extraordinary abilities with technology, they could still have a chance to reach that tier within their lifetimes. On the verge of a breakthrough, Lin Chen felt akin to the ancient King Wen, who was said to have 100 sons. He was nearing that milestone himself. This is merely the beginning, as more children would bring him greater rewards. Though Lin Chen was still relatively young, the addition of his 2 newly born children brought him closer to the 100-child mark. Beep! Congratulations to the host. Concubine Jillian has given birth to a daughter, earning the reward. Design blueprint for the Type 1 submarine, beauty, endurance. Beep! Congratulations to the host. Concubine Lan Duo has given birth to a son, earning the reward. Design blueprint for the Yi aircraft, Changchun pill, length physique. The system issued 2 notifications simultaneously, with the rewards being quite similar. The Type 1 submarine and the Yi aircraft had long been subjects of research in the Lin factory. Unfortunately, constrained by the era, despite accumulating numerous new concepts and technologies through the development of modern artillery and internal combustion engines, the finished products were only at a late-stage level of advancement. In his study, Lin Chen claimed his rewards. Beauty, physique, and endurance were merely embellishments to his already substantial capabilities. His profound mastery of martial arts, combined with the effects of the Wuji true skill that encompasses the principles of the I Ching Jing, has led to a remarkable transformation in both his appearance and physique over time. Furthermore, as the esteemed heir of the Lin family, does he truly need to pursue romantic conquests? The beautiful women sent by wealthy merchants have undergone rigorous selection before being deemed worthy to marry into the Lin family. Their beauty pales in comparison to the power and wealth he possesses. In terms of physical prowess, Lin Chen felt a slight increase in strength, estimating a gain of several kilograms. Among his attributes, he took particular satisfaction in his newfound height, as he officially stepped into a new phase of existence. Additionally, he received a reward in the form of a Changchun pill, marking the first occurrence of a medicinal reward. 1 Changchun pill is sufficient to be shared among all his concubines, with some remaining. There are various types of Changchun pills, but the system has bestowed upon him a high-grade one, capable of preserving one's youthful appearance until the end of life, eternally maintaining the peak condition of a 20-year-old. If word of this were spread, the noble women would surely go mad in their desperation to obtain even a single pill, willing to sacrifice everything for it. In the household of the Qianfang family, such a potion has never been heard of, and even a century later, the value of the Changchun pill would soar. Having perfected the 12 forms of the Wuji true skill, it is now time to continue practicing the first level of the I Ching Jing. I shall skip over the acupoint section since my formidable self-healing ability allows me to experiment without fear of succumbing to madness with enough attempts. I will surely discover a safe path. It is imperative to cultivate the red-level pagoda realm swiftly and subsequently refine the 10 Great Protectors Golden Bell Shield from a higher vantage point, striving to enhance my defensive capabilities further. During this period of cultivation, Lin Chen has successfully perfected the 12 forms of the Wuji true skill. At this point, the Wuji true skill can no longer augment his physical strength or improve his attributes. His body's resilience is such that it cannot be shattered even by the weapons manufactured in his own factory. Yet it remains unable to withstand the full explosive energy of the miniature star within his brain. Even now, as long as he does not harm himself. He has yet to access even a minuscule fraction of its energy. The sun releases approximately 10-26 joules of energy every second, and it is merely a minor player among countless stars. Every time Lin Chen introspects into the miniature star in his brain, he feels as though it exists in a higher dimension. Its current form is merely a projection of the higher dimensional world into a lower one. Its true volume is likely at least comparable to that of the sun, but the exact magnitude remains unknown until he transcends into a higher dimensional being. In the autonomous region of Jinnah, the Lin family has grown into a colossal entity. Just Lin Chen's direct descendants number in the thousands. When including servants, slaves, the Divine Martial Guard, and the Fierce Fox Legion, the total exceeds 10,000. The eldest child is now 70 years old and is currently attending university at the Jinnah Family Institution. At this age, it is time for him to leave the family residence and witness the realities and harshness of society, lest he become like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand even the slightest storm. Master, a call from Washington. On this day, the butler, Lin Shuhai, burst into the study, clutching a letter. Lin Chen took the letter, glanced at it a few times, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The moment he had awaited had arrived. The Lin family could now seize the opportunity to appropriate the wealth of the Mei Li Jian plantation owner, thereby enhancing the family's strength and increasing its political influence. On April 12, 1861, over 10,000 newly formed volunteer soldiers from the Northern Alliance, under the command of Yao Hanbo Pu, surged towards the Nanfang Alliance's position along the Benyo River, intending to capture the stronghold and subsequently launch an offensive against the main forces of the Nanfang. Unfortunately, they encountered the formidable defensive tactics of General Jackson, renowned for his defensive prowess, resulting in heavy casualties throughout the day. The Nanjun stronghold changed hands multiple times but was ultimately reclaimed, inciting Yao Hanbo Pu to express his frustration vocally, asserting that even a wall of stone should have been breached. Unbeknownst to Jackson, he had garnered a nickname likening him to an impenetrable wall, as he valiantly held his ground. His tenacity was not in vain. Reinforcements led by General Robert Lee soon arrived, altering the tide of battle. Exhausted from their relentless assault and demoralized, the northern troops found their morale dwindling, while the Nan forces received additional support, leading to the northern troops' swift collapse in the face of their adversaries. Following this engagement, during the Second Battle of Manasa, the northern forces suffered significant losses, while the Nan troops also endured casualties. In a state of trepidation, Yao Hanbo Pu still commanded a force of 10,000, bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements from the Ma Kulai Luan Regiment, bringing their strength nearly on par with that of the Nan forces. However, when the officers eagerly anticipated revenge, Yao Hanbo Pu unexpectedly ordered a retreat to Washington on a specified date. In an instant, the Nan forces pressed their offensive towards the northern capital of Washington, causing an uproar among public opinion following this humiliating defeat. Various media outlets flocked to the palace, demanding explanations for the devastating loss suffered by the alliance. Conflicting rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed betrayal among the frontline troops. Others spoke of indomitable creatures among the Nan forces, and there were even whispers of hundreds of thousands of Nan troops arriving in Washington, poised to encircle the capital. Amidst the chaos of rumors, panic ensued, leading many citizens to flee in haste. Chapter 23. The Great Stand approaches. The road from the city center to the train station was congested with carriages, stretching for miles as people sought to escape Washington. In this climate of fear, the Northern congressmen fell silent, while Abraham Lincoln's prior orders appeared particularly sagacious, silencing any dissent regarding the decisions made by the general. Consequently, a letter, ostensibly a contract yet effectively a collaboration, was dispatched from Washington to the Lin family estate. Are the Divine Martial Guards and the Fierce Fox Legion prepared? Lin Chen inquired, his bright eyes gazing towards the distant horizon, his tone serene, as if inquiring about a neighbor's meal rather than a matter of great import. Lin Chen nodded solemnly in response, stating, in accordance with the Master S' wishes, both the Divine Martial Guards and the Fierce Fox Legion stand ready at all times. Awaiting your command. The weapons and logistical arrangements have been meticulously organized, with dozens of the newly developed Xuanwu heavy transport vehicles prepared, sufficient to meet the needs and provisions of our soldiers. Lin Chen was quite satisfied and decisively commanded, convey my royal decree. The Divine Martial Guard and the fiery Fox Legion shall march forth. At the very moment he issued this command, Lin Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him incapable of resistance, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Nestled between the towering peaks of the Himalayas, an ancient temple shrouded in a magical barrier stood quietly on the mountainside, as the cool mountain breeze carried the melodious chime of wind bells. Within the temple's courtyards, cultivators wandered about. Some muttered incantations while performing peculiar gestures, while others were engrossed in their scriptures, deep in contemplation. In the grandest hall of the temple, a female sorceress clad in white robes, with long hair cascading down to her waist, sat in meditation with her eyes closed. Her skin radiated an ethereal glow, and her delicate features exuded a sense of valor. Before her, a peculiar pattern and runes composed of swirling green light materialized, continuously rotating. This verdant luminescence mirrored the glow emitted by the pendant she wore around her neck. Suddenly, the sorceress furrowed her brow, retracting her hand seals, while the metallic shell of the pendant spun to secure itself, enveloping the mysterious object that emitted the green light. As she slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the crimson-tinged sky, she murmured, "Fate has become elusive, and the future is enshrouded in mist. The mundane conflicts may be bearable, but the mutants, history's will has collided with a formidable obstacle, veering into the unknown." The Fiery Fox Legion divided its forces to launch assaults on North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Virginia, Tennessee, and Arkansas. The Divine Martial Guard also deployed a substantial force, distributing their troops according to each battalion structure, while simultaneously attacking the enslaved territories of the South. The enslavers of the South were caught off guard, having believed they had the upper hand against the Northern Alliance, only to find themselves suddenly besieged by a large contingent of soldiers from the Fiery Fox Legion invading their vulnerable stronghold. Initially, the Southern Alliance was struck with panic, but upon realizing that each detachment of the Fiery Fox Legion comprised only about 1,000 men, they began to relax their apprehensions. The Southern Alliance's commander, Jefferson Hamilton Davis, even arrogantly proclaimed that there was no need for formal reinforcements, asserting that the local garrisons and militia could easily annihilate these audacious invaders. However, as the battle commenced, reality delivered a harsh blow to their arrogance. The local garrisons and militia proved woefully inadequate against the better equipped, physically superior, and more rigorously trained forces of the Fiery Fox Legion. Within half a day, the local troops and militia were utterly routed, with a significant portion surrendering in terror and despair. The blood slaves and low-level vampires lurking within the Southern forces were caught off guard as well. While they were not afraid of ordinary bullets, the soldiers of the Fiery Fox Legion, upon detecting any irregularity, swiftly switched to silver bullets within moments. Even though the vampires possessed remarkable vitality, they could not withstand the concentrated firepower, ultimately being shattered into fragments and reduced to ashes by the silver projectiles. The extensive casualties among the blood slaves and low-level vampires enraged the vampire nobility supporting the Southern enslavers. A number of barons and viscounts from the vampiric nobility attempted to infiltrate the camp of the Flame Fox Legion under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to them, within each battalion of the Fierce Fox Legion dwelled the formidable Divine Martial Guard. The warriors possessed exceptionally keen senses, rendering them incapable of evading the vigilant eyes of the Divine Martial Guard. The illusions cast by the vampiric nobility might deceive ordinary individuals, but they held no sway over the resolute wills of the warriors. In a contest of similar stamina, the Divine Martial Guard, well-versed in combat techniques and wielding exquisitely crafted silver-bladed long knives, dispatched those self-proclaimed noble vampires with ease, akin to slicing through melons. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the vampiric barons and viscounts managed to escape the camp. Those who overestimated their capabilities were swiftly cut down by the Divine Martial Guard, while those who returned were either cautious or timid. The surviving vampires exaggerated the terror of the Divine Martial Guard at a high-level meeting, prompting the rotating Elder Marcus to release all blood slaves to delay the advancing Flame Fox Legion. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the vampiric nobility hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to retrace their steps back to their origins in the Great Eagle territory of Magnesia. Simultaneously, The vampiric council ordered the recall of elite troops stationed with the Northern Lord, aiming to bolster their defenses at headquarters and secure additional time for evacuation. In an instant, both the northern and southern factions focused their attention on the unstoppable Flame Fox Legion and the Divine Martial Guard, yet their sentiments were markedly different. Ebola Hamlin experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. On one hand, he was relieved by the diminished pressure on the Northern Lord, while on the other, he lamented the vast treasures, including gold and jewels, being transported to the Lin family estate in Grenada, which had been seized from the slave territory captured by the Flame Fox Legion. In stark contrast, Jefferson Hamilton Davis was engulfed by anguish and despair. The Northern soldiers, initially lacking in combat prowess, had become more evenly matched with their Southern counterparts after numerous skirmishes, which tormented him further. What caused him the greatest despair, however, was the immense wealth being swept away by the Flame Fox Legion and the destruction of numerous factories in the Southern Territory, severely crippling their capacity for sustained resistance. The capital of the Southern Territory, Richmond, had become the final battleground, with a great conflict looming. After gathering nearly all available forces, the Southern soldiers established a formidable defensive line in Richmond, fortified with countless explosive traps designed to impede the rapid advance of the Flame Fox Legion and the Divine Martial Guard. The trap arrangement was the most effective strategy they could conceive, successfully slowing the onslaught of the Flame Fox Legion and the Divine Martial Guard. For both ordinary soldiers and the elite warriors of the Divine Martial Guard remained vulnerable in their mortal forms. Although the elite of the Divine Martial Guard possessed formidable strength and could withstand most projectile attacks, even heavy artillery could scarcely harm them. They were unable to endure the explosive traps filled with volatile powder. Even if they survived, they would sustain severe injuries. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of their training, achieving the 12th true form, could they hope to traverse the trap-laden defenses with minimal cost and eliminate the cowardly Southern troops lurking within. However, their participation in the campaign was driven by avarice. They came seeking fortune. It was not they who were eager to vanquish the Nanfang Alliance. For the Liu Legion and the Divine Martial Guard could afford to wait for the Northern Monarch to pave the way before they leisurely joined the fray. The capital of Nanfang, Richmond, was swarming with the elite, and one could only imagine the immense wealth contained within, likely rivaling that of all the slave states combined. This delectable prize would not escape the grasp of the Liu Legion and the Divine Martial Guard. A mere 20 kilometers from Richmond, trenches and barbed wire were ubiquitous, with the last remnants of the Nanfang monarch's elite forces stationed in the defensive fortifications of this vicinity. Pontuasi meticulously polished his sterling rifle with an oilcloth. The end of its wooden stock was adorned with intricate letters, while smaller characters were engraved on the side. He was oblivious to their meaning, as he had been merely a farmhand prior to the campaign's commencement. They had only just arrived near Richmond that morning, having traveled tirelessly for dozens of kilometers with scarcely a quarter hour's rest. According to his commanding officer, they were hurrying in order to outpace a mysterious and formidable force. Regrettably, upon their arrival, they found a massive encampment already established, with alert sentinels patrolling the entrance, their weaponry appearing more advanced than their own. Pontuasi swore he heard the commanding officer curse under his breath, after which they set up camp to rest. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, his anxiety mounted, leaving him with no recourse but to continue tending to his rifle in an effort to assuage his inner turmoil. "Do you know who those people over there are?" A fellow named Jack leaned in, conspiratorially whispering to the others in the barracks. Pontuasi perked up, for although he had little fondness for this inquisitive fellow, he had to admit that Jack always managed to uncover information that others did not. "Jack, stop keeping us in suspense. I've heard that our commander has brought in reinforcements, supposedly from Canada. They fight fiercely. The Nanfang monarch is as nothing before them." Someone nearby murmured in a tone that was both incredulous and admiring. And Pontuasi recognized the voice of Patov, who always had a tendency to interject. "Isn't it perfectly normal for them to be stronger? Just look at how we've fared on the eastern and western fronts. How many times have larger numbers lost to smaller forces?" Upon hearing this, the barracks fell momentarily silent. Jack scanned the room, attempting to identify the speaker, but since they were all mere strangers thrown together, no one knew each other. He glanced towards the entrance and lowered his voice, saying, "Our inability to prevail is not due to a lack of courage, but rather because the Nanfang Alliance possesses indomitable monsters. Those people seem to have the means to deal with such creatures, but it requires silver bullets. The Alliance, fearing expenditure, has not provided us with any. Otherwise, we too could emerge victorious. The surrounding men grew tense at the notion of silver bullets, which far exceeded their wildest imaginings. A single battle could demand tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of rounds. Who were these people, and how could they be so affluent? After a moment, someone scoffed. You must be joking. A single bullet weighs only a few grams, and even without the primer, it's still a few grams. The cost of using silver bullets in battle is exorbitant, so even the bravest dare not engage in such folly. Jack, in a fit of urgency, retrieved a flattened bullet glimmering with a silvery sheen from his pocket. Do you not believe me? Behold this, he proclaimed, brandishing the curved silver bullet he had discovered while leveling the ground at our campsite after a minor skirmish. Skeptical eyes turned bright as they focused on the radiant bullet. Based on its color and texture, it was undoubtedly a silver bullet. Observing the mixture of astonishment and greed on their faces, Jack swiftly tucked the bullet away, a smug smile gracing his features. You have all seen it. I did not deceive you regarding the silver bullet. I believe those indestructible creatures must be the legendary vampires, as only such beings would fear silver bullets. His voice rose too high, attracting the attention of the patrolling captain. What is all this racket? Rest well before the standoff. And if you cannot sleep, clean your weapons like he is. These new models are quite precious. The captain scolded, gesturing towards Pan Tuo-Si, who was diligently polishing his weapon. Pan Tuo-Si immediately stood at attention, offering a somewhat clumsy salute, which elicited laughter from the group, even causing a slight smile to break on the captain's lips. In the face of those immortal beings, we find ourselves at a loss. I suggest we let others lead the charge while we follow behind, ensuring our safety. Once the captain had departed, Jack lowered his voice. Pan Tuo-Si's expression flickered. He truly believed others to be fools. The higher-ups had already stated that we must seize Richmond before the fierce Fox Brigade, ensuring everyone would reap considerable rewards. He shot Jack a sidelong glance, dismissing his nonsensical chatter, and resumed his focus on maintaining his weapon. Across from him, an elderly soldier pulled a silver cross from his pocket, fervently clutching it in prayer. May the Lord protect us from those creatures, he murmured. Pan Tuo-Si, listening to the old soldier's incessant prayers, wondered from which defeated unit he hailed. He contemplated advising him to cease, but feared inciting trouble, which only added to his irritation. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and the command rang out, "All troops assemble." Soldiers echoed the order loudly. In a flurry, hundreds of tents erupted with activity as individuals hastily donned their clothing, some even mistakenly putting their trousers on inside out, grabbing any nearby weapon before rushing out. Pan Tuo-Si and the others formed ranks, following their captain to assemble into a square formation. The night had fully descended, and it was well understood that this was not the optimal time to engage. Those creatures became even more formidable in darkness. Tension hung thick among the soldiers as they scanned the surroundings, finding solace in the familiar faces around them, exchanging furtive glances, eager to glean fragments of information from one another. Crack! The sharp crack of a whip sounded, causing one soldier to stifle a groan, too frightened to cry out. Under the stern admonition of the commander, the soldiers stood in formation according to the established drill. Pan Tuo-Si nervously gripped the weapon, his palms damp with perspiration, mingling with the residual grease on the barrel, rendering it somewhat slippery. After a brief tumult and chaos, the formation fell eerily silent. Following the commander's orders, they readied their weapons in the direction of Richmond, as well as towards the left where the fierce fox banner of the fierce Fox Battalion fluttered. Pan Tuo-Si glanced to his left, where the loquacious Jack stood, and to his right, where the incessantly chattering veteran resided, both sharing his bewilderment. The Northern Army and the fierce Fox Battalion were engaged in combat with the whispering commander. Were they not supposed to be allies? A resounding rumble emanated from behind the fierce Fox Battalion's barracks, reminiscent of a giant's footsteps, causing the ground to tremble slightly even from several hundred meters away. The massive fierce Fox banner began to sway, and although the barracks were shrouded in darkness, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. In the Northern Army's ranks, every soldier at the front raised their hands, and with a series of clicks, all weapons were aimed forward in unison. The fierce Fox banner emerged from the barracks, held aloft by a soldier whose muscular arms bore the weight effortlessly, as though the flagpole, exceeding 100 kilograms, were but a feather. Behind the flag-bearer marched rows of neatly arranged soldiers, each shouldering a weapon unlike any Pantois sea had ever seen. Above their barrels, a circular apparatus brimming with ammunition hinted at an overwhelming firepower. As the lengthy procession exited the barracks, they formed a semicircle along Richmond's first line of defense, with thousands nearly filling half the defensive zone. Following them were the Divine Martial Guards. Though fewer in number, their presence exuded a far greater intimidation. Each warrior donned heavy titanium alloy armor, their visors crafted from thick, transparent bulletproof glass, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each step. Commander Chartison of the Fierce Fox Battalion rode a magnificent steed, flanked by a contingent of guards as he approached the Northern Army's formation. He surveyed the densely packed ranks with a derisive smirk. "Where is General Bopu? We have awaited your arrival for so long, only to find you nestled in the barracks. Asleep. Is this battle truly for the Magenta, or for us of the Fierce Fox Battalion? I am utterly perplexed. My lord is correct. One must rely on oneself, for others cannot be trusted. I am here to inform General Bopu that he need not trouble himself with the deployment of the Earth Array. We have already devised a solution. To be frank, if you have not exerted effort in arranging the Earth Array, do not presume to reap the rewards ahead of us." Chartison sneered, revealing his stark white teeth, his gaze fixed on a middle-aged major general at the forefront of the ranks. "General Bopu hides quite well. Remember my words. Should anyone dare to disobey, do not blame me for not forewarning you." With that, he drew a uniquely shaped weapon and fired a round into the sky, a shell trailing a crimson tail that exploded into a luminous sphere several meters wide. Chapter 23. Stopping the enemy's charge even from several kilometers away, the sight was unmistakable. Heavy transport vehicles emerged from behind the barracks, their bodies forged from steel several centimeters thick, their headlights encased in bulletproof glass, and their towering tires resembling small hills, faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. The soldiers of the Northern Realm trembled in the cold, having never encountered such iron behemoths, which bore some resemblance to horse-drawn carriages. The enormous engines roared with a thunderous sound, reverberating in their ears. The spacious and lofty compartments housed equally peculiar machinery, with a steel wheel measuring a meter in diameter at both the front and rear, elevated high by hydraulic jacks, the sturdy springs connecting the wheels quivering slightly. Before long, the heavy transport vehicles reached the front line, and the soldiers of the Fierce Fox Legion rushed forward to lower the rear compartment doors. A thin, half-meter metal plate extended from the side, resting on the ground, as the steamroller rumbled out. Surely, they wouldn't dare to charge through the lengthy minefield with these monstrous vehicles? Many soldiers of the Northern Realm harbored such disquieting thoughts. While steel may be impervious to mines, the drivers were flesh and blood. Indeed, it was not long before the Fierce Fox Legion sounded the horn of attack. The thunderous roar echoed. The onlookers were left aghast as the densely packed mines before the front line were effortlessly crushed and detonated. The 2-meter steel wheels merely swayed slightly amidst the explosive flames, with shrapnel striking the cabin glass, leaving only faint white marks. The commanders of the Southern Realm were stricken with terror, frantically waving their arms to order a concentrated artillery barrage. Yet most of the shells merely struck the steel wheels of the steamroller, causing it to pause momentarily. Before they could adjust their angles to target the cabin, the Fierce Fox Legion launched a fierce counterattack. The flames spewing from the cannons of the Southern Realm became prime targets, with hundreds of shells whistling down. In an instant, the cacophony of explosions erupted, and amidst the soaring flames, smoke billowed as dismembered limbs scattered like rag dolls. The first defensive position of the Southern Realm's artillery was obliterated before it could withstand a single round of bombardment. As the artillery of the Fierce Fox Legion pressed onward to the second line, with advanced artillery extending the range, leaving the Southern Realm's forces utterly beleaguered. The soldiers fled in disarray, bullets pattering against the steamroller, leaving a patchwork of scars. 10 Titan steamrollers advanced steadily, paving a broad path for the soldiers of the Fierce Fox Legion, annihilating the mines along the way, while many bullets were obstructed by the colossal vehicle body. Rows of soldiers from the Fierce Fox Legion, armed with Sturmgewehr rifles, took shelter behind the steamrollers, inching closer to the trenches of the Southern Realm. as barbed wire was effortlessly crushed beneath the massive steel wheels. This exemplifies the reason behind the Lin family's unwavering commitment to research and development, employing more advanced weaponry and engineering equipment to clear all obstacles. It is a triumph of technology, a relentless crushing of the outdated by the advanced. Robert Lee would certainly not stand idly by, allowing the Fierce Fox Legion to breach his meticulously prepared defenses under the cover of a steamroller. He observed the strategic map for a while before summoning his aide, issuing a critical command to be relayed to the rear lines. With determination, Robert Lee drew a deep trench in the direction of the advancing steamroller, recognizing its vulnerability. It could only operate on flat terrain. If he could excavate a trench sufficiently deep and wide, the Iron Beast would be unable to cross. Armed with a clear plan, Robert Lee decisively ordered the abandonment of the second and first lines of defense, instructing his men to dig a wide and deep trench beyond the artillery range of the Fierce Fox Legion, capable of obstructing the steamroller's advance while also shielding them from artillery fire. As the valiant soldiers of the Fierce Fox Legion prepared to breach the first line, movement began to stir in the nearby woods, shadows flitting between the trees. The footsteps were faint but growing increasingly concentrated. Raising their hands, a squad of soldiers promptly took position, collectively aiming their weapons at the forest. The enemy drew closer, their figures becoming more distinct. Their speed rivaled that of the soldiers from the Fierce Fox Legion, and their physical prowess far surpassed that of the soldiers from the Southern Kingdom. Switched to silver bullets. The foremost soldier, possessing the keenest eyesight, discerned the enemy's faces. Like the countless monsters they had slain before, their veins bulged, and fangs protruded from their snarling mouths. The soldiers swiftly replaced their standard ammunition, drawing magazines filled with gleaming silver bullets from their belts and inserting them into their firearms. With skilled warriors present, no matter how fierce the monster's assault, they would have ample time to reload. This thought gradually eased their nerves. Fire! At the command, flames erupted from the barrels, illuminating the scene ahead in the darkness. Emerging from the woods were a swarm of figures clad in the uniforms of the Southern Kingdom. Yet they bore no semblance of humanity. Their attire was tattered and disheveled, their faces contorted in rage, wide mouths revealing sharp fangs as they charged forward. Lin Ruixiong clearly observed as the soldiers' bullets struck true, finding their mark in the monsters' mouths. Sparks erupted from the bullet holes, and gray smoke spread rapidly across the enemy's bodies. After sustaining several hits, the foes howled in agony, transforming into mere ashes. Bah! He removed his mask and spat. The creatures now rushing forth were nothing but cannon fodder. Hastily produced blood slaves by the vampires, their only purpose to deplete the silver ammunition of the Fierce Fox Legion. Only when these pawns drew too close would the hidden vampires reveal themselves to ambush the soldiers and warriors. As anticipated, when the blood slaves closed in under fire, a third of the soldiers began to reload. Suddenly, several figures leaped from among the enemies, darting forward with the speed of lightning, covering a distance that would take an ordinary person several seconds to traverse. Just as he finished reloading and lifted his head to continue firing, an enemy soldier from the Alliance lunged directly at him. In a moment of desperation, he swung his weapon in an attempt to thwart the enemy's assault. Before me, a monstrous creature let out a chilling scream, its upper and lower halves cleaved apart by a cold glimmer, turning to ashes before it even reached the ground. A heavily armored warrior leaped forward, swiftly severing another vampire's head, his gaze icy as he surveyed his next target. "Quit dawdling. Keep firing at these monsters," he admonished, delivering a sharp kick to the dazed companion beside him. This time, the ambushing vampires were far more cunning than before, understanding that attacking the elite of the Blaze Fox clan from a distance was futile. They sacrificed thousands of blood slaves, battered by silver weaponry, in a desperate bid to eliminate a few of the elite. Yet, they grossly underestimated the warriors of the Divine Martial Guard, even clad in armor weighing dozens of pounds. The warriors moved with agility and swiftness. Most vampires barely approached their targets before being dispatched with ease. The few that managed to breach the warriors' defenses found themselves incinerated under the concentrated fire of the elite. Their comrades' presence deterred the elite from firing, but once a companion fell, all restraint vanished. It was rare for a vampire to survive after claiming its first victim. The warriors dashed across the battlefield, rushing to support whenever a hidden vampire was detected. Their attacks were straightforward and brutal, either decapitating or bisecting their foes, as vampires fell like chaff beneath their blades. Coupled with the elite's superior equipment and rigorous training, their precise attacks and silver ammunition effectively cleared the battlefield of monsters. In stark contrast, the Northern Alliance's blood thralls and vampires rampaged uncontrollably, ordinary bullets merely puncturing their forms, while a single bite could swiftly restore a thrall's vitality. Many members of the Alliance witnessed their comrades fall prey to the monsters, sending them into a panic, abandoning their weapons to flee in disarray. Despite having dispatched numerous fleeing foes, Johann Bopu could not halt the Alliance's rout, ultimately finding himself overwhelmed and fleeing in disarray through the wilderness. Incompetence. You're nothing but a nuisance. These Northerners would have been better off not showing up. Charterson cursed vehemently. Compelled to dispatch the reserve forces to eliminate the blood thralls and vampires within the Alliance, unwilling to be ambushed from behind. Except for a few elite warriors of the Blaze Fox clan who were held back by the vampires, the majority of the elite had successfully advanced behind the steamroller, breaching 3 defensive lines to arrive at the first massive trench. Robert Lee gazed triumphantly at the halted steamroller, already contemplating how to present his achievements to the commander. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Heavy transport vehicles, having dismounted the steamroller, raced quickly to the trench's edge. The elite climbed aboard, swiftly dismantling the side panels to construct a makeshift bridge across the trench. The steamroller, weighing dozens of tons, traversed the hastily erected bridge, bending the panels slightly, yet returning to their straight form once the steamroller had passed. As the road rollers passed sequentially over the hastily constructed bridge, heavy transport vehicles followed in their wake. Once all the vehicles had crossed, the laborers lifted the side panels and returned them to the truck beds. Robert Lee, in profound anguish, closed his eyes, feeling utterly despondent. Since the first trench had proven ineffective, the ongoing excavations were rendered meaningless. Inform the general that we cannot win this battle. I have decided to surrender. I cannot allow more lives to be sacrificed in vain. Robert Lee, as if he could no longer feel his legs, trembled and sank to the ground, softly issuing his final command. With a resounding bang, he withdrew a weapon and resolutely ended his own life. As the messenger arrived in Richmond, chaos ensued among the Confederate ranks. And soon the frontline soldiers received the disheartening news, prompting a flurry of white flags to rise across the battlefield. The conflict in the region swiftly approached its conclusion following the intervention of the first faction. The reputation of the Fox Legion soared as their exploits reached far and wide. In the White Palace, Abraham Lincoln gazed thoughtfully at the letter in his hand, murmuring to himself, "The hope of the Confederacy will always be your friend, dear Mr. Lin. But who can predict what the future holds?" On this day, the Union forces decisively eliminated the remaining pockets of resistance unwilling to surrender. While they were busy confiscating the properties of the rebel slave owners, they discovered only dilapidated farms and deserted factories. The Fox Legion had long since taken all the valuables from the slave owners' estates, leaving the Union with only fixed assets that were challenging to relocate. Despite the objections of his advisors, Abraham Lincoln chose to send a letter to the Lin estate. "Dear Mr. Lin, with your generous assistance, the Union has swiftly triumphed over the traitors. The victory at Richmond has solidified the situation in this conflict, and I am profoundly impressed by the valor of the Fox Legion, which has made the subsequent battles for the Union considerably easier. On behalf of the Union government, I sincerely invite you to Washington by the end of the month to celebrate our shared victory and fulfill the remaining terms of our agreement. Additionally, there is an important matter to inform you of. We have captured a gravely injured vampire during the conflict, and through the use of silver instruments, he divulged critical information. Most of the vampire nobility fled to Europe under the protection of a high elder, but they have released a rogue from their ranks, reputed to surpass the elder in strength and possessing the unique ability to absorb blood, thereby gaining the memories and altering the appearances of others. We must exercise extreme caution, as he may pose a covert threat." After reading the letter, Lin Chen nodded slowly. The outcome of the conflict unfolded precisely as he anticipated. The Fox Legion did not disappoint, dominating the battlefield. The wealth transported back by heavy vehicles was so abundant that the warehouses could not contain it all, necessitating the repurposing of several grain silos to accommodate the mountainous piles of gold and silver. "Master, we must remain vigilant regarding the matters the bearded man mentioned. Lin Chen urged earnestly. The lady and the young master can no longer reside in the Daming Palace, unless we eliminate that bloodsucker. I propose that we gather both the lady and the young master together. The Daming Palace is too vast, and our manpower is insufficient to oversee it effectively, making it easy for nefarious individuals to take advantage of the situation. Lin Chen retracted his thoughts and concurred with the suggestion. Let it be as you say. If any lady is reluctant, you may attribute it to my will. After ensuring the guards at the Daming Palace were settled, accompany me to Washington. This visit to meet Yabo La Con Lin serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to discuss the distribution of benefits with the chief copper merchant and to address the complexities of establishing factories and companies in Myjijian, which are rather cumbersome matters. Furthermore, we must not be overly passive in dealing with that bloodsucker. Rather than waiting for him to approach us, it would be more prudent to draw him out. Hence, I shall only take Lin Chen, as I trust the enemy would be reluctant to breach the heavily guarded Daming Palace. 2 individuals acting alone would facilitate a more advantageous approach. Lin Chen intended to act as bait, luring him into action on the way to Myjijian, and then swiftly eliminate him to alleviate concerns regarding the safety of his concubine and children. That afternoon, at the entrance of the Lin Manor, the concubines, adorned in vibrant attire, wept as they bid farewell to their husbands, while the children, oblivious to adult emotions, incessantly called for their fathers to return with gifts. The girls predominantly desired beautiful dresses and dolls, while the boys yearned for swords and knives. Lin Chen graciously acquiesced to the children's requests, waving goodbye to his reluctant family. Approximately an hour later, Lin Chen drove the first car of the Manway series to the Edmond port, where he and Lin Chen would board the cruise ship St. Paulo bound for Washington. At that moment, the port entrance was unexpectedly surrounded by the Municipal Security Bureau, and the awaiting passengers complained vociferously yet refrained from confronting the officers. Esteemed Mr. Lin, we have secured the port and dock entrance. No one will be allowed to board the ship before your departure. We have thoroughly checked the crew of the St. Paulo, and their identities pose no issues, stated Director Richard, as he respectfully presented a boarding pass inscribed in pure gold on sturdy cardstock. Lin Chen accepted the ticket and replied coolly, "Remove the barricades and officers. I summoned you to inspect the crew, not to seal the port. Your actions are a disgrace to the Lin family." Richard smiled awkwardly, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He regretted heeding that ill-conceived advice. "My lord, we are merely concerned for your safety. Perhaps we have been overly cautious. Rest assured, such an oversight shall not occur again. We shall comply with your instructions." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, calmly stating, "Very well, carry on. This time I shall let it pass, but do not presume it will be the last. Do you understand?" Richard acknowledged and hurriedly retreated to the entrance, loudly instructing the officers to disband. "My lord, let us proceed." Richard's well-meaning actions have only backfired. His commotion will undoubtedly heighten the bloodsucker's vigilance, and he may retreat even further. Lin Chen tucked away the boarding pass and gestured politely with a bow. He cast a glance back at the chaotic dock, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. There was no need for me to explain Richard's intentions. I bore him no ill will. In fact, his overreaction might inadvertently cause that blood-sucking gem to lower its guard, thinking we were merely ordinary citizens. The two made their way to the boarding area of the cruise ship, where Lin Chen waved the ticket in front of the ticket inspector. Immediately, a service staff member approached with a flattering demeanor, guiding them towards the direction of the cruise liner. To their surprise, a red carpet had been laid from the waiting area to the ship, with a hostess in a fitted gown standing every few steps. Upon reaching the staircase, a burly man with a prominent nose, dressed in a captain's uniform, approached them eagerly before they could draw near. "Esteemed Mr. Lin, the entire crew of the S.H.I.E.L.D is at your service. May I inquire if you are satisfied with the welcome ceremony?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded gently. He had not anticipated that they could gather so many beautiful and well-proportioned girls to serve as hostesses in such a short time. This was not something an ordinary luxury cruise could manage. Perhaps even the administrators of the Greater Canada Dominion had intervened. However, graciously accepting their goodwill could foster greater loyalty, and there was no need to decline such kindness. The captain, displaying keen insight, accompanied them up the staircase and respectfully explained, "Esteemed Mr. Lin, I must excuse myself. There are numerous matters aboard to attend to." I wish you a delightful time on the S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, he stepped back a few paces before hurriedly entering the control room. The hostess took the captain's place, linking her delicate arm through Lin Chen's while cheerfully saying, "Dear Mr. Lin, I shall be at your service throughout your stay. You may call me Billy C. Allow me to escort you to your suite. Your presidential suite occupies the top floor, an entire level reserved solely for you, so you need not worry about any disturbances." Naturally, Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, listening to her sweet voice whispering in his ear, though his mind was elsewhere. Ever since boarding the cruise ship, it felt as though a thin veil had obscured his spiritual perception, a sensation he had never experienced before. Lin Shuhai seemed to sense this as well, standing still and scrutinizing the magnificent vessel with sharp eyes. The St. Paulo, constructed by the Lin shipyard, measured several hundred meters in length, with multiple decks soaring high above. "Don't dawdle. Let's move, for there is still ample time," Lin Chen remarked casually, guiding Billy C. as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top deck of the cruise liner, they discovered a breathtaking scene. The expansive corridor was adorned with luxurious carpets, flanked by a plethora of vibrant flowers, while a medium-sized yacht hung, suspended on either side of the railings. The sea breeze, mingling with the fragrance of flowers and a hint of feminine perfume, brushed against their faces, offering an enchanting experience. Upon entering the grand suite, Lin Chen could not help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed, this room, worth a staggering 10,000 pounds, was resplendent in opulence. The decorations in the living room rivaled even those of the illustrious Ming Palace. Although he had previously encountered numerous lavish palatial abodes, the sheer luxury of the grand suite left him utterly astonished. If he was not mistaken, the two towering blue and white porcelain vases in the living room were likely the famed Guan Kiln's Yuan dynasty pieces, potentially valued at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. Observing his astonishment, Lin Chen offered a subtle smile. Antiques can evoke vastly different sentiments. Some deem them priceless enough to sacrifice everything for ownership, while others regard them merely as decorative objects. The vessel we are aboard was acquired by the royal family of Eagles to Loan, who possess an abundance of treasures pillaged from their colonies. These vases were either overlooked or dismissed by them, thus relegated to mere adornments in the cruise's grand suite. Lin Chen, coming to a realization, nodded and turned to his companion, Billy C. "You are correct, but has our guest not yet arrived?" Lin Chen gently patted Billy C.'s arm, its softness smooth to the touch. "You should freshen up and await me in the master bedroom." Billy C., with a blush, obediently nodded and retreated into the depths of the suite's bathroom. Once she had distanced herself, Lin Chen settled onto the sofa, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Chen, you two sense an unsettling feeling since boarding. Our guests have arrived ahead of us. It appears this sanguine predator has long been fixated on us. I hastily opted for the St. Paul, and only you, I, and Minister Stellar from the Department of Marine Affairs are aware. If he has just arrived, it is impossible for him to be waiting for us on board." Meanwhile, in the cruise ship's bridge, the captain was seething with rage. Almost all passengers had boarded, yet his first mate was nowhere to be found. "Who among you knows where S.H.I.E.L.D went last night?" he inquired of the crew, his impatience palpable. The second mate, Canner, promptly spoke up. "Captain, I know that S.H.I.E.L.D went to the Le Mans brothel on shore last night. He claimed he couldn't touch the women on the ship and sought to relieve himself elsewhere." The captain slammed his hand on the table, his voice echoing like thunder. "Find him at once. If he is not here in half an hour, let him swim to Washington." The second mate summoned several burly crew members, armed with old-fashioned harpoons, their expressions brimming with schadenfreude as they rushed out of the bridge. Just outside the bridge, a handsome young man with golden hair, reeking of alcohol, staggered toward them, slurring. "Canner, is your backside on fire? Do you need me to summon a few strong men for you?" The second mate's face turned a shade of thunderous gray. Wishing he could silence him with a harpoon, but remembering the furious captain, he retorted coldly, "S.H.I.E.L.D, your tongue is truly insufferable. Were you busy with it all night last evening? That thing has lost its charm, hasn't it?" The two had always been at odds, their encounters rife with barbed exchanges. "The captain has been searching for you. Hurry inside. I can't wait to see how you stumble." The golden-haired youth staggered over, deliberately colliding forcefully with the second mate's shoulder, causing him to stumble back several steps. With a mocking tone, he retorted, "No need for your concern. You worthless fool who can't even stand straight. Go back and drink your milk." As he spoke, he wobbled into the cockpit. The captain, upon noticing the stench of alcohol emanating from him and his unsteady gait, was infuriated. He stormed over and delivered a sharp kick, admonishing, "Get back to sleep and return for your shift tonight. If you dare behave like this again, I swear I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks." The golden-haired youth cried out in pain, clutching his rear as he jumped up. "All right, Captain, I promise I won't tear again." He saluted awkwardly and limped out of the cockpit. A flicker of dark crimson light flashed in his eyes, only to be concealed moments later. "Excellent. I have deceived these foolish mortals. Once I eliminate my target, I shall flay you alive, leaving you to wail in helpless despair. Such is the price for offending the great Ragusa." He extended his blood-red tongue to lick the traces of blood from his fangs, and the crimson glint returned to his eyes. A frenzied thirst for blood surged within him, almost overwhelming his self-control, urging him to return to the cockpit to unleash a massacre and indulge in the taste of blood. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. It was the curse set by the elders, a restraint that instantly quelled his bloodlust. This was a brain-eating curse, specifically designed to punish the most heinous of vampire transgressors, those who dared to partake in the blood of their kin, subjecting them to eternal suffering. The golden-haired youth staggered a few steps, leaning against the bulkhead to catch his breath as the pain, akin to a red-hot iron stirring inside his brain, gradually subsided. Drawing from the memories embedded in his vampiric blood, he navigated skillfully back to his quarters, responding naturally to those who greeted him along the way. None suspected that this first mate, standing before them, was no longer the man they once knew, but rather a masquerader burdened with the vengeful wrath of a vampire elder. He was the infamous bloodthirsty impostor, Ragusa. The luxurious super yacht, St. Barlow, sailed through the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean. The Lin shipyard had equipped this colossal vessel with a state-of-the-art internal combustion engine, enabling a cruising speed of 30 knots, nearly 50 kilometers per hour. The massive hull floated upon the sea like a moving city, allowing passengers to enjoy entertainment and rest without feeling the slightest tremor or sway. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief discussion between Lin Chen and the steward, Lin Chen, a knock resonated from outside the suite. "Sir, I have arrived." The voice of Miss Belisa soon followed. The steward, sensing the moment, bowed slightly and remarked, "Sir, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lin Chen nodded. "Miss Belisa, the sir has been waiting for you inside." The steward, Lin Chen, opened the door, allowing Belisa to enter first. He then thoughtfully closed the door behind him and hung the Do Not Disturb sign. An hour later, Lin Chen, clad in his pajamas, stepped into the opulent bathroom of the grand copper suite, where the space was astonishingly vast, almost suitable for hosting a party. A bathtub measuring 1 meter in width and 4 meters in length could easily serve as a small swimming pool. On the wall beside the pool hung an expansive floor-to-ceiling mirror, reflecting even the finest strands of hair with crystal clarity. The wall to the left of the pool was also a large mirror, while to the right stood a half-height sink with a diameter of 1 meter, perfectly accommodating various small items. Yet, peculiarly, 2 brass handles rested upon the countertop, their purpose elusive and puzzling. This was the most luxurious bathroom Lin Chen had ever encountered. Even the bathing facilities in the Daming Palace paled in comparison. He mused to himself that upon returning, he must send someone to learn from Marquis Yonai, the owner of the cruise, how to enhance one's quality of life. After a brief wash, Lin Chen exited the bathroom, only to be greeted by a new commotion outside. A gentle knocking resonated. "Knock, knock, knock." It was Lin Chen voice from beyond the door. "My lord, have you finished? Someone has delivered 2 invitations, personally brought by the head of the Great Eagle Circus. There is a spectacular magic show at 9 o'clock tonight." Lin Chen found this somewhat strange, as Lin Chen never sought him out for trivial matters, let alone during his private affairs. "Please wait a moment. I will be right out." Lin Chen glanced at Bai Lizi, who was still asleep, then stepped out of the bedroom, casually closing the door behind him. Approaching the entrance, he opened it and discreetly removed the Do Not Disturb sign, softly inquiring, "Shaheo, what is it? You are usually so cautious. Have you noticed something amiss?" At that moment, upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Shaheo promptly produced 2 red invitations from his pocket, respectfully presenting them with both hands. "You are correct, my lord. There is indeed something unusual. Please take a look at the signature on the invitation. It is from the Great Eagle Circus. According to their customs, They would never deliver invitations without the master's consent. Should you decline, it would be quite embarrassing for them and could tarnish their reputation. Lin Chen cast a glance at the exquisitely crafted red invitation, where the name of the invitee was inscribed in golden letters, Great Eagle Circus. This circus was renowned for its thrilling performances, often featuring dangerous beasts and eerily realistic human dismemberment tricks. With over a century of history, its founder was a gentleman who would not ordinarily engage in such indiscreet invitations. Observing the expression of his master, Lin Chen noted the contemplative look on Lin Chen's face, indicating he had grasped the situation, and continued, "Not only has there been an irregularity in the invitation process, but it is also peculiar that the person delivering the invitation is not the head of the circus, but merely an ordinary sailor." His complexion was pale, and though his uniform was neatly worn, he deliberately flipped up the collar to conceal his neck. His demeanor resembled that of the ghastly creature who had visited the estate before, quite possibly a blood servant newly created by the vampire murderer. Lin Chen accepted the invitation, and his keen senses immediately detected a lingering aura upon it, a chilling and sanguine scent reminiscent of the blood slaves he had encountered before. However, this essence was notably stronger, almost approaching that of a low-level vampire noble. In the realm of vampires, nobility is ranked according to titles, while ordinary vampires derive their status and power from lineage. Given the extraordinarily prolonged lifespans of vampires, nearly immortal in nature, those who appear youthful may not necessarily be young in age. Naturally, just as there are anomalies among humans, so too do vampires occasionally manifest as aberrant entities, whose strengths defy conventional assessments. It was evident that this vampire's killer possessed formidable power, with reports from Abalahan Lin indicating that its strength surpassed that of a senior elder among the vampires, rendering its blood slaves comparable to low-level vampires. Lin Chen returned the invitation to Lin Chen, straightened his suit, and smiled. "Since the guests have already been arranged, it would be quite impolite for us not to attend." He hoped that those engaging in such devious machinations would not regret their decisions today. Upon exiting the grand suite, he encountered a striking woman in the corridor, her beauty rivaling that of any renowned actress. Upon seeing Lin Chen in his impeccably tailored suit, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. She gracefully approached, her long legs gliding effortlessly as she drew near. "Esteemed guest, may I assist you in any way?" Lin Chen pointed to the invitation in the butler's hand, and the woman, smiling brightly, exclaimed, "The performance of the Golden Circus? Oh my, it's in the VIP suite." Her astonishment was palpable as she covered her mouth in disbelief and then naturally entwined her arm with Lin Chen's, pressing closely against him. Such a golden opportunity, she thought, must not be missed. "Dear Mr. Lin, my name is Carabina. Those attending the performance typically bring a companion. Might I have the honor of joining you?" Lin Chen shook his head, aware that this particular circus performance was likely to be far from ordinary and could potentially lead to bloodshed. Though he was not a virtuous man, he had no desire to entangle the innocent in his affairs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Carabina's eyes, but being both beautiful and astute, she quickly devised a new approach. Lowering her gaze momentarily, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear," in feigned helplessness as she raised her eyes to him, pleading, "I'm sorry, my shoes have gathered some dust. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" Before Lin Chen could respond, she bent down, using a handkerchief to wipe her high heels. Lin Chen regarded her coldly, fully aware of her pretenses, his telepathic abilities allowing him to perceive her ulterior motives. "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. If it's not too much trouble, here is the key to my room. Could you please take care of the bedroom and the mess inside? I'll return to the suite after the circus performance." He declined Carabina's company, handing her the key to the grand suite. "It seems a bit disordered, and it would be beneficial to have your assistance." Carabina accepted the key, her shoes now free of any dust, and responded with a smile. "Darling, I shall ensure the room is immaculate." As she swayed her hips and entered the luxurious suite, Lin Chen shrugged, pondering the tedium of the affluent lifestyle. Were it not for the occasional variety of physical tasks, enduring an era devoid of the internet would indeed be quite challenging. Following the address on the invitation, Lin Chen led the way, swiftly ascending the spiral staircase. The illustrious performance of the Huojinsi Circus was set to take place in the Grand Theater on this very floor. The winding staircase of the suite revealed no one until they reached the corridor, where a few individuals were seen making their way to the theater. Lin Chen presented 2 invitation cards to a middle-aged security guard stationed at the entrance. After examining the invitations with scrutiny and confirming their authenticity, the guard opened a separate gate for their entry. Those queued behind, eager to switch to this entrance, soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument with the guard. "On what grounds do you allow them to pass while barring me? Do you look down upon me?" bellowed a burly man with a rugged appearance. Seizing the guard by the collar, his spittle flying as he shouted, causing those nearby to hastily retreat. "Sir, if you possess a supreme invitation, you too may utilize this passage. We do not discriminate against any guests. Kindly refrain from causing a disturbance here," the guard replied coolly, suppressing his inner fury. The target for the master S.H.I.E.L.D had arrived. It was crucial not to alarm the prey at this juncture, for failure would bear consequences he could not afford. "My lord, it seems that security guard poses a problem. It appears the guests have made considerable arrangements behind the scenes. He has set a trap that suggests their intentions extend beyond mere assassination," Lin Chen observed, nodding with a nonchalant smile. "Huh, the self-important beast always seeks to toy with its prey. However, this time he has miscalculated. Let us see if he possesses the capability to enact his lethal designs." The theater was filled to capacity, for no one wished to miss the captivating performance of the S.H.I.E.L.D circus. From the moment of entry, the organizers had shown great attention to detail, adorning the entrance with a crimson carpet that led to each row of seats. The stage was shrouded in a closed curtain, while the performers backstage anxiously prepared their props, their eyes glimmering with an ominous red glow. Lin Chen, consulting the number on the invitation, located the Supreme box directly opposite the stage on the 2nd floor. The opulence of the suite's decor rivaled that of the luxurious suite itself. Adjusting the angle of the sofa's backrest, Lin Chen reclined comfortably. Before long, the previously raucous chatter within the theater gradually subsided as a host clad in a tailcoat stepped onto the stage, a tin megaphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live performance of the S.H.I.E.L.D circus. This show features bears, lions, and other animal acts, along with thrilling displays of metamorphosis, aerialists, death-defying stunts, trampoline performances, and the most exhilarating of all, cutting magic." The audience, packed tightly in their seats, erupted into resounding applause as the host concluded, clearly indicating the circus had invested considerable effort in arranging a lively atmosphere. The host raised his hand and waved, holding the megaphone as he proclaimed, "Now, let us welcome Pelusi to present the enchanting performance of the beast tamer dancing with the majestic prairie lion." With that, he jogged off the stage, as if a lion were truly pursuing him from behind. Laughter erupted in the theater, a testament to the host's clever antics, maintaining a vibrant atmosphere. As the curtain rose, a brawny man clad in a short, open bear shirt strode onto the stage, wielding a 2-meter-long whip, which he cracked with a resounding flourish. The sound echoed, causing a lion in a nearby cage to shudder involuntarily and emit a deep, rumbling growl from its throat. After showcasing his whip skills, the beast tamer wasted no time in swiftly opening the cage door. The lion hesitated momentarily before stepping out, exuding a fierce and untamed aura that left the front row spectators pale with fear. Fortunately, the stage was surrounded by a makeshift wire fence. Otherwise, they might have fled in terror. Lin Chen stifled a yawn, his eyelids growing heavy. For the other audience members, the perilous interaction between the tamer and the lion was nothing short of riveting. After all, a lone man dancing with the king of beasts, the prairie lion, without any protection, was a spectacle fraught with danger. Should the lion act unpredictably, the tamer could be torn apart at any moment. This tension quickened the audience's breaths and sent their adrenaline surging. Yet for Lin Chen, it was merely a display of ordinary ferocity. Any member of the fierce Fox Guild could subdue such a beast with ease, failing to pique his interest. As one act concluded after another, the theater was filled with gasps, screams, and thunderous applause. Almost all the spectators deemed the performance exceptional, feeling their ticket prices were well spent. In the luxury box, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. What exactly did that bloodthirsty killer intend? Was he merely flaunting the numerous blood slaves he had created? Or was he deliberately allowing his prey to revel in joy before subjecting them to his cruel slaughter? Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence, a fleeting gaze filled with bloodlust and fury, as if a hidden hunter were displeased by the prey's unexpected reaction. Lin Chen straightened his posture, his eyes sharpening as he gazed into the shadows across from him. The ominous glance had emanated from a dark corner, yet now it was empty, leaving only cold steel supports in its wake. The individual had vanished. Anger? Fury? Such emotions were unbecoming of a true hunter. If the appetizer lacked flavor, it was time for the main course. Speaking to himself, Lin Chen turned his attention back to the stage, where the previous act had hurriedly concluded and the host reappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, next we present the most thrilling and anticipated act of all, the magic of human dismemberment. The magician will slice his assistant into 8 pieces. Let the anticipation build. Let the screams arise. With this introduction, the host dashed off the stage even quicker than before. As the curtain lifted once more, a man in a lavish top hat and a dark red tailcoat stepped onto the stage, his pale complexion contrasting with the vibrant attire. Behind him, his assistant wheeled in an array of props. Among the items present were a chest of considerable height made of a peculiar wood, a large container filled with a pale green liquid, and an odd contraption resembling a small coffin, yet featuring large openings at both ends. Additionally, the assistant brought forth a cart laden with an assortment of tools, a massive blade, a spear, and a long saw, enveloping the theater in an atmosphere both eerie and tense. Lin Chen observed the diligent assistant for a moment, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since the assistant's arrival, the telepathic force had intensified, transforming from something as fragile as gossamer to a solid barrier akin to heavy cotton. However, compared to the miniature star within Lin Chen's mind, this was merely a trivial distinction, akin to the disparity between dust and the cosmos itself, hardly worthy of comparison. He meticulously controlled the power of the miniature star. For a moment's negligence could shatter the veil, obscuring his telepathic abilities. The hidden perpetrator had finally revealed themselves, and the true protagonist had emerged. He was curious to see what further tricks awaited him. Observing the traps set by those self-satisfied hunters would undoubtedly prove entertaining, especially when he tore apart their meticulously laid plans, their expressions sure to be most delightful. Lin Chen regarded them with a hint of malicious amusement, akin to a jester flaunting before an expert. Boom! 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 Several enormous braziers ignited simultaneously, casting brilliant flames that illuminated the theater even further. Beneath the flickering light, shadows elongated and twisted, heightening the already surreal tension in the air. The sound of clattering echoed as several concave mirrors were arranged in a triangular formation, their intermingling light converging at the center of the stage. A singular beam of intense light fell upon the magician, who removed his hat and bowed deeply, rising to enter the realm of formal performance. The oblivious audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their hearts racing with anticipation, eyes fixated on the magician's every movement. In the premiere box on the second floor, Lin Chen's gaze remained locked on the assistant, standing in the dim shadows. He could sense the assistant's body trembling slightly. Could it be that a vampire would feel fear? No, that did not seem correct. Rather, he appeared to be exhilarated. What scheme was this fellow concocting? The performance of a human dissection magic trick should not incite such enthusiasm from a vampire. This magic must possess some effect that allows him to relish in the torment of his prey. A wave of invisible energy emanated from the miniature star in Lin Chen's mind, enveloping the entire audience without triggering the telepathic shield. Gravitational electromagnetism scanned the spectators' minds, the eerie energy gradually corroding their thoughts and spirits. With each moment of tension or fear, this erosion accelerated. With a few more profound manipulations, that strange energy could fully seize control of the audience's consciousness, transforming them into puppets at the mercy of the vampire's whims. Is your intention to compel me into an act of mutual destruction with these manipulated marionettes before I intervene, thus satiating your depraved and twisted soul? Lin Chen had already discerned the mad scheme of the blood-sucking rose, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. Even when ordinary individuals fell under his control, they could only unleash their utmost potential, while the manipulation of gravity allowed him to command the entire stage with ease. As the series of escapology tricks and the astounding transformation act concluded, the audience erupted into fervent applause, their hands reddening from the fervor. Though their expressions bore a hint of distortion, and their gazes appeared somewhat vacant, clearly, their minds had been further eroded, and they were not far from becoming mere puppets. When the applause momentarily subsided, the assistant pushed a coffin-like prop to the center of the stage, adeptly unfastening the locks before lying rigidly within. One by one, the magician secured the locks on the coffin, producing a massive brass padlock that he thrust through the hasps. With a forceful press, a resounding click echoed as the lock was firmly secured. To assure the audience of his integrity, he tugged at the brass lock with determination. Below, the audience held their breath. The timid covered their eyes, peeking through their fingers. The magician selected a sharp blade from an array of intricate tools, tossing an apple into the air. With a glint of cold steel, the apple was cleaved in twain, landing on the floor, a clear testament to the knife's authenticity. With a sudden flourish, he raised the knife high, inhaling deeply before bringing it down with force. A crisp crack of bone reverberated as the blade sliced through the assistant's midsection, a torrent of crimson gushing forth, the scent of blood saturating the air. "He is dead," gasped the audience, the pungent aroma of blood a stark reality. They collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts racing as if about to leap from their chests. Under Lin Chen's omnipresent gravitational electromagnetic scan, the last flicker of light in the audience's minds extinguished, plunging them into a dismal haze of anomalous energy. Yet the performance was far from over. The magician continued to produce spears, axes, and saws, mercilessly dismembering the assistant's form. The assistant's visage betrayed only a S.H.I.E.L.D, a mask of terror and agony. Yet no matter the extent of his injuries or the volume of blood he lost, he remained alive. Meanwhile, the now unconscious audience could only mechanically applaud, their screams and cheers rising in a relentless cacophony. On stage, scenes of unimaginable brutality unfolded, every prop pushed to its limits. The floor awash with blood, reminiscent of slaughterhouse, while the theater echoed with the assistant's heart-wrenching cries. Suddenly, the assistant turned to gaze at the opposite balcony, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red intensity. Hundreds of spectators, in sync with his movement, turned to look at the esteemed box, their eyes inexplicably shrouded in a layer of white substance. With a thunderous crash, the assistant effortlessly broke free from the confines of the coffin-like prop, the severed chains soaring like projectiles, tearing through the backdrop to reveal a multitude of crimson eyes lurking behind. With a powerful leap onto the prop, the assistant bellowed toward the box, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can escape my blood puppet control technique." Lin Chen, who had initially found the situation mundane, suddenly stood up. The assistant's tattered clothing revealed the harm inflicted by the magician. Yet at this moment, he had fully recovered. The blood on the ground had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Intriguing, the rapid healing coupled with the ability to manipulate blood, along with the blood puppet control technique, indicates a plethora of methods at his disposal. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, even offering a symbolic round of applause. The assistant's previously contorted expression twisted into a more grotesque grimace as he opened his mouth to emit a deep, guttural roar. Hundreds of dazed spectators in the theater seemed to hear an unspoken command, collectively letting out a howl towards the heavens. "Go forth, my minions, and tear apart this blasphemer. Offer his heart to me. I, Ragusa, shall bestow the honor of eternal life upon the bravest of my servants." With expressions of rage, hundreds of frenzied spectators scrambled over the seats, like beasts, propelling themselves towards the second floor. "Shu-ho, deal with that clown. Do not let him die too swiftly." Lin Chen's body ascended slowly, his hands pressing upwards. He simultaneously employed his gravity manipulation ability, not only allowing himself to float, but also imposing several times the gravity upon the hundreds of spectators. Thud! Thud! The puppets in mid-leap instantly froze, plummeting from the air like lifeless wood. Ragusa's meticulously prepared spectacle ended before it even began. Meanwhile, Lin Shuho extracted 2 submachine guns from the folds of his loose coat, forcefully stomping on the floor of the private room, leaping to the second floor and shattering the glass to gain leverage on the steel frame. Bang! Lin Shuho descended from the steel frame, intercepting Ragusa, who attempted to flee and without a moment's hesitation, opened fire. The bullets surged forth at a velocity exceeding hundreds of meters per second, rendering both humans and lowly vampires unable to evade, destined to be riddled with holes. Yet this time, Lin Shuho's otherwise unerring shots missed their mark for the first time. Ragusa swiftly twisted his upper body with a speed that dazzled the eyes. as if he executed countless evasive maneuvers simultaneously. Crash! Numerous stage props were shattered, yet the target remained unscathed. Lin Chen uttered not a word, merely observing the duel from his elevated vantage point, his mental focus tightly locked onto the vile vampire. He sensed that Ragusa was unlike any vampire he had previously encountered. A formidable power lay concealed in Ragusa's left arm, yet it seemed he had not yet fully mastered it. Lin Chen discarded the submachine guns, swiftly drawing the silver-inlaid soft sword from his waist, charging towards Ragusa. In the face of the impending thrust from the soft sword, Ragusa did not flinch. Instead, he leaped upwards, aiming directly for Lin Chen. He despised being looked down upon, reminiscent of the times he was treated like an ant, a feeling that conjured memories of past humiliations and bullying. His profound hatred for his previous weakness and inferiority surged within him. His veins bulged ominously, transforming his once handsome visage into that of a malevolent fiend, bereft of its prior enchanting allure. His fingers, tipped with blood-red claws, lunged fiercely towards Lin Chen's heart. Yet, before those sharp talons could graze the soles of Lin Chen's shoes, an immense force from the ground yanked him back violently, sending him crashing down. A resounding thud echoed as a deep pit formed in the hard floor of the arena, the bones of Ragu's body cracking audibly, only to swiftly mend again. To think he could confront the master with such a disgraceful demeanor. Lin Chen face flushed crimson. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to barely intercept Ragu. He understood that the master had refrained from intervening out of consideration for him. The formidable practitioner of the infinite true technique had nearly allowed a mere vampire to escape his grasp, a clear indication of carelessness and underestimation. Emerging from the pit, Ragu seethed with rage as he charged at Lin Chen, intent on dealing with the obstacle before him. With a clash, the two surged toward one another, the ground beneath them shattering instantaneously. Ragu, with a slight edge and speed, parried Lin Chen long sword with his crimson claws, though the silver blade seared his talons. Emitting a hissing sound, his right hand clawed toward Lin Chen heart, aiming to extract it. However, Lin Chen countered with swift retaliation. His empty hand shot forward, delivering a mighty punch. Having mastered the art of transformation, his technique had amalgamated various martial arts, rendering the original form of his strikes unrecognizable. Each blow, imbued with colossal force, produced a thunderous crack as it connected with Ragu's blood-red claws, which shattered into fragments, forcing Ragu to stagger back several paces. Seizing the momentum, Lin Chen pursued relentlessly, his sword weaving like a serpent, obscuring the target of his final assault. Although Ragu, like other vampires, was proficient only in Western combat and fencing, his speed and peculiar strength allowed him to momentarily match Lin Chen prowess. Enough of this trivial test. It appears he possesses no new techniques, Lin Chen observed from above, his patience waning as Ragu had yet to utilize the power of his left arm. Indeed, my lord, I shall bring this to a conclusion. Ragu, who claimed divine prowess, demonstrated such limited skill. Lin Chen had anticipated greater abilities. His lord was growing impatient, weary of this tedious game. Lin Chen had previously refrained from using true energy to draw out Ragu's hidden cards. Now, realizing the adversary had exhausted his options, it was time to send him to his demise. The infinite true chi surged within him, and the wind whipped his cloak dramatically. The sword in his grasp vibrated with a low hum, its tip slicing through the air as Lin Chen movements quickened, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as he unleashed his assault. The blade's edge appeared almost tangible, striking with the swiftness of lightning, rendering even the mutated vampire Legacy unable to defend itself. What devilry is this? Lin Chen remained silent, his toes barely grazing the ground as he leapt into the air, his long sword descending with ferocity. Legacy, perceiving the distance of a few meters, swung his sword with a smirk of derision. Bang! Just as he sensed the intangible sharpness, it was too late to evade. He was cleaved in two. As the afterimage coalesced, Lin Chen sword hummed ominously in his grip, while his adversary lay lifeless on the ground. With a flick of his left hand, Lin Chen employed gravitational control to draw Legacy's left arm toward himself. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, akin to shattering glass. The interior of the venue began to warp, morphing into a kaleidoscopic space. It was a mirror realm, Was this some jest from the master of Kamatage? Lin Chen scanned the distorted space using gravitational electromagnetism, directing his gaze toward the left side of the inverted stage. I presume you are familiar with me. In countless possible futures, each time you encounter me, you call out my name. Now take a guess. The voice resonated from all directions, yet Lin Chen remained composed, gazing upward. Among the masters of Kamatage, there were only two he could recognize at first sight, Dr. Strange or the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi. Judging by the current timeline, the identity of the visitor became clear. So it was Gu Yi, the supreme sorcerer. To think Kamatage had fallen to the point of seizing other spoils. As Lin Chen's thoughts trailed off, a figure emerged from the warped void, forcing him to swallow the scornful words he had intended to utter. It was not due to the striking appearance of the individual, nor their extraordinary allure, but rather because Gu Yi's bald visage had been etched into his memory prior to his journey through realms. The person before him, however, possessed flowing black hair cascading gracefully to her waist. Most importantly, while the Gu Yi in the films was rather unremarkable, the real Gu Yi standing before him exuded an ethereal presence, her fair skin radiating a divine aura of magic. She was undeniably beautiful, and coupled with her grace and stature, she could easily receive a perfect score. Lin Chen momentarily paused, then steadied his mind. Addressing her earnestly, "Might I inquire why the Supreme Sorcerer has taken my spoils? I demand a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, while I may be unable to confront you, I am not powerless against Kamatage." Gu Yi arched an eyebrow, her gaze piercing as she sternly replied, "In the myriad futures I glimpsed, one possibility revealed you as the Demon King bent on world destruction. Hence I cannot grant you that object." With a swift motion, she sealed Legacy's left arm within layers of magical energy. Lin Chen shrugged. He held no particular concern for that power. Compared to the miniature stars in his mind and the latent power within the unawakened orifices, that ominous and formidable energy was but a mere hair. "Well then, at least tell me, what is this thing?" Gu Yi nodded slightly, softly elucidating, according to the ancient records of the Kamatage. "This arm conceals the left hand of Cain, a supreme artifact of blood and arrows. However, it appears to have been sealed by other ancient blood-sucking treasures before. Had Ragu obtained the unsealed artifact, your subordinates would have long since perished." With that, she concluded her words, suggesting it would be best for them not to meet again. As her voice faded, she waved her finger, igniting a blaze in the air that formed a circular spatial portal, the other side revealing a tranquil temple. "Wait, Gu, it should be your title. Then what is your true name?" Lin Chen called out as she stepped into the portal. The passage gradually began to close. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, faint voices echoed from the portal. "Zhu Mingwei! Zhu Mingwei!" With those words, the spark-laden portal sealed shut, and the figure of the formidable sorceress vanished. Lin Chen felt a pang of regret for not having conversed with her longer. It was unexpected that a supreme sorceress was actually a member of the DeLong people, a surprising revelation indeed. Yet, recalling that before his crossing, he had heard rumors that Snow White was quite the plump woman. This seems somewhat reasonable in comparison. The Zhu surname is a prominent clan among our own, and given her age, she may very well be connected to the Ming dynasty royalty. Shaking his head to dispel such distractions, Lin Chen waved his hand, releasing a surge of true energy to disperse the ashes left behind by Ragu's demise. He glanced at the crowd, still unconscious under the weight of gravity, many of whom were blood slaves created by Ragu. Though innocent, their bodies were gradually transforming into blood-sucking fiends, and if left unchecked, they would undoubtedly cause trouble. Blood-sucking fiends could only thrive on blood. Normal food was nearly impossible for them to digest. While substituting animal blood for human blood was an option, they found it far less palatable. The craving for human blood among blood-sucking fiends was 100-fold stronger than any addiction. Nearly impossible to resist unless one's will was as unyielding as steel. Lin Chen doubted that those from the circus could restrain themselves from consuming human blood for a lifetime. "May your lord forgive your transgressions. All I can do is lead you to him." As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous force of gravity twisted and shattered the steel framework above, crashing down along with the large fire basin, obliterating the blood slaves in a brutal display of carnage, while the kerosene and flames from the basin rained down upon them. Instantly, dozens of human-shaped torches ignited in the theater, motionless as they endured the searing flames. their cries stifled by the immense weight pressing down upon them. Lin Chen had previously witnessed the master vanish into a realm of distorted space, his heart racing with anxiety as he yearned to rush in, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Once the environment returned to normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning a blind eye to the deaths of those blood slaves. "My lord, it is truly a blessing that you are unharmed. I was nearly terrified to death when you suddenly vanished. What on earth happened?" Lin Chen chuckled softly and recounted the events surrounding the mirrored space. "Is it the supreme sorcerer? Or perhaps Zhu Mingwei from Delong?" Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Good heavens, this world is becoming increasingly absurd. Creatures like vampires and werewolves, sorcerers, none of these were ever mentioned back home." Reflecting on Lin Chen's words, Lin Chen found himself somewhat bewildered. Isn't this a good thing? Previously, we were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, perceiving only a sliver of the sky and mistaking it for the entirety of existence. Now, having leaped beyond that circle, we have the opportunity to glimpse the deeper, more authentic facets of this world. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, understanding the steward's sentiment. Although Lin Chen had watched numerous movies and was a traveler from another realm, accepting these supernatural entities all at once proved to be a formidable challenge. Lin Chen nodded, glancing at the nearly destroyed theater and the hundreds of dazed spectators on ground. With a slight headache, he remarked, "Ragus is indeed dead. Yet he has left behind such a mess that is truly difficult to rectify. These spectators are even more innocent than the blood slaves. They came joyfully to witness the circus, only to find themselves inexplicably turned into puppets of the vampire Ragus. And when they attacked Lin Chen, they were crushed by gravitational forces, falling as hard as they leapt. It was impossible to directly inform them. Their memories remained frozen in the moments before they were controlled, and convincing them of the existence of vampires was an insurmountable task. Haha, fret not. Leave the cleanup to Marquis by Naxi. We shall merely state that the steel frame atop the theater collapsed, causing the fire when the braziers fell. They fell while trying to escape," Lin Chen said with a smile, gesturing toward the raging inferno on stage, the thick smoke wafting through the air, carrying the aroma of roasted meat. Lin Chen and Lin Chen mingled with the crowd as they fled the theater. The panicked spectators severely hampered the firefighting crew on the cruise ship from reaching the blaze, which was intensifying, threatening to engulf other floors. If the so-called floating paradise was not extinguished promptly, it risked being reduced to ashes. The captain, drenched in sweat, was frantic. He could not bear to witness such a tragedy unfold, and had to find a way to extinguish the flames on the third level. As captain, this was an inescapable responsibility, a crisis he must confront. Should the St. Barlow be destroyed, over 1,000 passengers would perish, and his family would be torn apart by the bereaved, not to mention the many dignitaries and celebrities aboard. The repercussions of any incident would be unbearable, even for Marquis by Naxi. "Captain, there is only one way to extinguish the fire, but it may cause significant damage." The second officer, Connor, hesitated. The captain, agitated, removed his hat and raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, exclaiming, "No matter the cost, it is far better than losing the entire ship. Speak quickly, and if you have something to say it now." Observing the captain's somber countenance, the second mate did not hesitate and promptly responded. "The only course of action now is to sever the water supply to these 2 decks, blast the deck open, and allow water to flow into the 3rd deck to extinguish the flames. However, this will entail substantial costs, potentially amounting to hundreds of thousands of pounds for the repairs to the pipes and deck alone. In addition, considering the losses incurred from the 3rd deck's decor, equipment, and furnishings, the total could exceed 1 million pounds. The audacity of the second mate's proposal left the captain momentarily speechless. Yet, upon reflection, the plan indeed appeared feasible. With hundreds of tons of fresh water in the tank, pouring it into the 3rd and 4th decks would undoubtedly quench the raging inferno. Although the destruction of the deck, the severed pipes, and the losses from the 3rd deck could result in damages exceeding 1 million pounds, such costs paled in comparison to the value of the passengers' lives. "You take a team to cut the pipes, and I will arrange for explosives to blast open the decks of the 3rd and 4th levels," the captain grimly resolved. This decision might offend Marquis by Naxi and could even cost him his life. But failing to act would surely result in the annihilation of the entire vessel amidst the fury of the victims' families. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, He felt compelled to proceed. News of the fire in the third deck's theater had already spread throughout the ship, prompting passengers from the upper and lower decks to flee, thereby avoiding the chaos of evacuation. The second mate led a team to sever the water pipes, and the main supply line erupted in a half-meter-wide jet of water, quickly flooding the floor and soaking their feet. Boom! With two resounding blasts, the deck was torn apart, creating large, gaping holes. Water from above cascaded down like a waterfall onto the blazing deck below. Hundreds of cubic meters of water plummeted, crashing onto the deck and producing a deafening roar. The surging waves colliding with the flames, hissing and rising in billowing clouds of white smoke. The once uncontainable fire that had baffled the firefighting crew was swiftly extinguished. As the crisis subsided, the captain barely had a moment to catch his breath before he was confronted with the issue of displaced passengers below decks. He engaged in extensive negotiations with those on other levels, promising numerous benefits to quell the ensuing turmoil. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, amidst this chaos, even the boldest captain would not dare to usher anyone into the grand suite. After escaping from the theater, he had parted ways with Lin Chen and returned to the grand suite. Upon awakening, Billy C. was quietly conversing with Kaburina when she saw Lin Chen return, and the two women approached him with smiles. Kaburina adeptly assisted him in removing his coat, wrinkling her nose slightly at the thick scent of smoke clinging to the fabric. "Dear Mr. Lin, weren't you off to watch the circus performance? Why do you smell so strongly of smoke?" Billy C. gently wiped Lin Chen's face with a damp towel, and upon hearing her words, she too detected the acrid odor. Despite the commotion following the fire, the two women in the grand suite had remained blissfully unaware, demonstrating the remarkable soundproofing of their surroundings. Lin Chen shrugged and pointed toward the window, asking, "Did you not hear any of the commotion?" The fire broke out, and the captain detonated 2 layers of the deck, severing the water supply between the upper and lower levels. Who would have thought he possessed such audacity? Truly a remarkable individual. The two women, upon hearing this, turned pale and hurried to his side to check for injuries. Heavens, how could such a terrifying event occur? "Mr. Lin, are you unharmed?" It was no wonder they had felt the vessel sway earlier. The captain had set off explosives, which was indeed frightening. Thankfully, Mr. Lin was safe. Although the flames outside had been extinguished, Lin Chen's fury only intensified. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. The warmth of the hibiscus tent graces the spring night. The spring breeze carries the swift hooves of the horse. In a single day, one can behold all the blossoms of Chang'an. After countless storms and sorrows, one must strike at the heart of the troubles. The universe plays tricks with treacherous mountains and rushing rivers, cascading 3,000 feet. After enduring various trials, the St. Bolo finally docked in Seattle. Lin Chen disembarked with the 2 diligent and eager women, while the steward, Lin Chen, followed closely behind with their luggage. "Mr. Lin, ladies, please follow this way." A respectful attendant from the White Palace guided Lin Chen and the 2 women to a luxurious birch carriage, opening the door while shielding the top with one hand. "We shall take this carriage to the train station and then board a train to Washington. Mr. Tong has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Cabulina and Billis were quite pleased with the attendant's address, beaming with radiant smiles as they each linked arms with Lin Chen and stepped into the carriage. After placing their luggage, Lin Chen joined the attendant in the spacious front compartment of the carriage, which was fortified with heavy one-way, bulletproof glass. They could see the scenery ahead, yet the front offered no glimpse of the rear, nor could they hear any sounds from behind. Chapter 27. Offending Mr. Tong is not a wise course of action. After a brief yet bumpy carriage ride, they embarked on a day-long train journey, arriving at the capital of McGilgean, Washington. Awaiting Lin Chen was Mrs. Mary, who, after warmly greeting them, summoned an attendant from the palace. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. My husband is currently in a meeting with the Minister of Defense, and I must attend to other guests here. This attendant will escort you to the banquet hall. I hope you will excuse any shortcomings in my hospitality." Upon realizing that it was Mrs. Tong who had come to greet them, the 2 ladies nestled close to Lin Chen like startled birds, fearing to utter a word lest they embarrass him. Seeing Mrs. Mary apologize to her beloved man, their eyes sparkled with heart-shaped admiration. In this world, who besides this man could elicit such a humble apology from the esteemed wife of the McGilgean, Mr. Tong? At that moment, Billis and Cabulina comprehended the formidable power and unparalleled status of the golden son-in-law they had so willingly embraced. Lin Chen exchanged polite pleasantries, then wrapped an arm around each of them, following the palace attendant into the banquet hall. This grand celebration was initiated by northern factory owners and prominent merchants, united for a momentous event. Despite Ebola Hamlin's repeated assertions that the remnants of the Nanfang forces have not yet been entirely eradicated, and that it is premature to hold a banquet, the Zibin families were eager to partake in the spoils of victory. Ultimately, succumbing to various pressures, he reluctantly consented to host the grand feast ahead of schedule, intended to express gratitude to the factions that supported the alliance in the conflict at Nanbei Station. Billy C. and Kaburina, both elated, linked their arms with Lin Chen, their faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and anxiety as they entered the banquet hall. "Dear Lin, you have finally arrived." Upon receiving the news, Ebola Hamlin immediately interrupted his meeting with the Minister of Defense and hurried to the banquet hall, waving enthusiastically. "At last, you are here. Those fellows are indeed insatiable, eyeing numerous ventures." Mr. Zongtong's expression grew troubled, and a heaviness lingered in his gaze. "The projects we previously discussed may face alterations." Lin Chen shook his hand, then smiled and replied, "Is that all? Aside from a few core projects, as long as they can meet the price, I am amenable to conceding the rest. However, if they think they can take advantage of me, they are gravely mistaken. The Liahu Jun Corps will teach them a lesson in humility. When the time comes, Yebolahan, you can mediate, ensuring both substance and appearance are preserved." With that, he embraced the two girls and introduced them to Mr. Zongtong. "On my left is Billy C., and on my right is Kaburina. You two should quickly greet Mr. Zongtong." Billy C. and Kaburina, interrupted by his words, felt their faces flush crimson, their hearts racing, astonished that Lin Chen would openly acknowledge their identities in front of Mr. Zongtong. "I have met Mr. Zongtong before. The master often praises you as a wise man and holds you in high regard," Billy C. remarked. "Indeed," Kaburina added, "sister is correct. The master greatly admires your ability to stabilize the northern situation so swiftly." Ebola Hamlin chuckled, affectionately patting Lin Chen's shoulder, and joyfully led them to the center of the banquet, introducing Lin Chen and others to the leaders of the industrial and commercial sectors, governmental departments, legislators, and social elites. The influence of the Lin family far surpassed that of ordinary aristocrats, as they were the ruling family of the Greater Ganeda Autonomous Region, akin to a royal lineage among those present. As the head of the family, Lin Chen wielded significant power, overseeing both the family's affairs and the business and governmental realms. The elite of the upper echelons understood that, in the face of an overwhelming force, a humble demeanor was paramount. Some, with extensive connections and keen insights, even had ties within the ruling faction, possessing a deeper understanding of the formidable power underpinning this young Eastern figure, and thus held Lin Chen in profound respect. Once all the guests had arrived, Madame Molly also entered the banquet hall. Under her guidance, the female guests were escorted to a smaller hall to engage in conversations of a more private nature. Following Ebola Hamlin's impassioned speech, the grand feast, centered around the substantial benefits of the aftermath, swiftly progressed to its critical phases. In a quaint banquet hall, the women sipped coffee and indulged in exquisite pastries, comparing the opulence of their jewelry while discussing the latest celebrity gossip. Billy C. and Cabulin found themselves quite at ease in this environment, as they had long coveted the lavish lifestyle of the upper echelons of society. Their initial motivation for joining the St. Paula as etiquette ladies was to secure a wealthy husband and gain entry into the circles of high society. Fortunately, they encountered no acquaintances in the banquet hall, and Madame Ma Li, the host, took special care of them, shielding them from sharp remarks. The two ladies received preferential treatment, drawing the attention of several influential matrons. Meanwhile, in the grand banquet hall, the men who truly wielded power discreetly set down their glasses and followed the host into the meeting room. Although modest in size, the room exuded a sense of security and comfort. Each individual took their seat, leaving the prominent position beside the host vacant, which Lin Chen unreservedly occupied. The attendants in the meeting room were few, yet each was highly efficient and attentive. Ebola Hamlin lightly tapped the table, prompting an immediate hush among the attendees, silencing their hushed conversations as if they were children in a kindergarten. "I initially had no intention of organizing today's banquet, but some individuals are overly eager. The remnants of the Nanfang forces are still active, and some of you pretend to be unaware. A palpable silence followed, with no one daring to contradict the host. With interests yet to be clearly delineated, offending the host was far from a prudent decision. Lin Chen surveyed the room, noting approximately 20 individuals, all key figures in the realm of commerce and power. Ebola Hamlin rose, leaning on the conference table, and gazed down at those present as he articulated the matters that warranted discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the developments following this conflict, I surmise you are not particularly concerned. It is only I, the old man, who remains preoccupied. Let us now address what truly captivates your interest. Firstly, everyone has contributed, and Mei Lijian will not shortchange anyone who has aided our cause. Commensurate rewards shall be bestowed. At this juncture, the atmosphere shifted, excitement palpable among the attendees. The conflict ostensibly revolved around the issues of emancipation and enslavement, yet in truth, no one genuinely cared about the rights of the oppressed. They merely served as a convenient pretext. The crux of the matter lay in vested interests. Ebola Hamlin pointed towards Lin Chen, his tone tinged with fervor. I trust everyone here is familiar with this gentleman. He is the founder of the Lin family, the most formidable dynasty in the autonomous dominion of Jinnah. While our forces in the Nanfang remain at an impasse, his Legion of the Fierce Fox has made remarkable advances, directly capturing the headquarters of the Nanfang states. Thanks to Mr. Lin's assistance, this conflict will conclude within a year and a half. Upon my assumption of office, he foresaw this strife and exposed those who colluded with the enslavers. Undoubtedly, the foremost credit for this conflict's resolution belongs to Mr. Lin. According to the pre-conflict agreements, I shall entrust the management of Mei Lijian's petrochemical, production, pharmaceutical, and educational industries to the Lin family. As the words of General Tong echoed in the room, they fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tremendous ripples. Discontent simmered among the assembly, yet voices were hushed, murmurs exchanged discreetly amongst companions. Occasionally, furtive glances were cast towards Lin Chen, eyes evading his piercing gaze, hesitant to meet his stare. "Ah, Bolan Han, you are well aware of our desires," exclaimed one man, a middle-aged figure with a rounded belly and thinning hair, who took a deep drag from a cigarette, his arm trembling slightly. "To bestow such a multitude of industries upon Mr. Lin, is it not exceedingly unjust to us? It is not that I harbor disrespect for Mr. Lin. However, we have all risked everything to support the alliance, and it cannot be that one man reaps all the benefits while the rest are left to merely savor the aroma." As his words lingered in the air, the room buzzed with hushed conversations. Some nodded in agreement while others frowned, discontent etched on their faces. Lin Chen's keen eyes swept over the corpulent man, the name A.O.C. Ben Jiazhu resonating faintly in his mind, perhaps from past life. General Tong appeared somewhat exasperated, surprised that the first to speak out was A.O.C. Ben, whose clan was rather inconspicuous among the crowd. "I apologize, Mr. Terry A.O.C. Ben, but consider this. During the conflict, did exorbitantly pricing medicines truly serve the alliance's interests?" Unexpectedly, before Lin Chen could respond, someone else rose to counter the claim. This individual stepped forward, unperturbed by the cold stares of the assembly, bowing deeply to Lin Chen. "Though I have only been in my Jijian for a year, I have long heard of Mr. Lin's illustrious reputation. Had it not been for your valiant team, the Fierce Fox Brigade, my Jijian might have languished in ruin." The member of the C-Tak clan continued, "We shall forever remember how you halted the spread of conflict throughout the entire realm, vanquishing those treacherous human collaborators who consorted with the bloodsuckers. My support for the alliance extends beyond mere immediate gains. It is also a quest for retribution against those shameful human traitors and bloodsuckers. My own parents perished at a bloody feast staged to appease the bloodsuckers." The eyes of the C-Tak clan member burned with fury as he interrogated the assembly. "In light of Mr. Lin's monumental contributions to the salvation of my Jijian, who among you is not guilty of proclaiming support for the alliance while secretly seeking personal gain? How can any of you now stand before him, attempting to usurp what rightfully belongs to the benefactor of the people of my Jijian?" Once again, silence enveloped the room. Aside from the audacious A.O.C. Ben, the others relinquished their claims to the various industries. They were acutely aware of the Lin family's formidable power, and while they might have followed the lead of the emerging A.O.C. Ben, openly opposing the Lin family would be a fool's errand. Thus, without lifting a finger, Lin Chen found that the issue had been deftly resolved by the impassioned C-Tac. Thank you, Mr. Konasatake. I would like to extend an invitation for you to enjoy a delightful time in Ghana. I wonder if you would be interested. A smile graced Konasatake's face as he nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for holding me in such high regard. I shall certainly bring my wife along to visit you." Lin Chen acknowledged Konasatake with a nod and then turned his gaze towards Ebola Conlin, inquiring with a touch of boldness, "Forgive my impertinence, Mr. Tong, but how did this foolish pig manage to infiltrate our gathering?" The nouveau riche, oblivious to the prevailing circumstances, audaciously stepped forward. Trio's Ben glared at Lin Chen, his face contorted with fury, and retorted, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that?" As he spoke, he pounded the armrest, his belly quivering, and added, "I." Lin Chen's eyes emanated the formidable aura of a master, casting a fleeting glance at Trio's Ben, causing the latter's words to falter in his throat. His gaze became vacant as he sank back into his seat. The onlookers were taken aback, fearing he might suffer a heart attack, and were poised to summon a doctor for assistance. After a brief pause, he took several deep breaths, gradually regaining some color in his face. When he glanced at Lin Chen once more, fear and trepidation filled his eyes. The pressure of that gaze was something an ordinary person could scarcely withstand, and a disheveled Trio's Ben, drained by indulgence, found himself utterly incapable of bearing it. Confounded, he believed Lin Chen had employed some form of Eastern sorcery, and from that moment, he dared not demand a share of the Lin family's fortune. The discussion regarding the distribution of benefits swiftly bypassed the industries controlled by the Lin family, causing a pang of regret among the attendees, for those were inexhaustible gold mines. Yet, they were acutely aware that since these resources bore the Lin surname, any attempt to seize them would be futile. Even if they managed to acquire something during the meeting, the probability of making a profit was slim, let alone spending money. The remaining northern aristocrats could only negotiate the removal of trade barriers set by the southern factions, advocating for the establishment of more factories, increased sales, and favorable tax incentives from the alliance. They tacitly avoided any mention of the Lin family's industries, ensuring that even the topics related to these enterprises required Lin Chen's approval before daring to approach Mr. Tong. "My dear Lin, I never anticipated Trio's Ben would exhibit such audacity." Ebola Conlin sincerely apologized. After the meeting concluded, Mr. Tong sought out Lin Chen, concerned that this farce might jeopardize their collaboration. "You need not feel overly responsible. After all, how could we foresee the folly of foolish individuals?" Lin Chen and Ebola Conlin conversed at the entrance of the banquet hall after bidding farewell to the others. Not far away, Mrs. Molly was engrossed in a lively conversation with Billy C. and Cabulin. "You are right. I appreciate your understanding," Ebola Conlin remarked, gazing wistfully into the distance. With a sigh, he continued, "I am acutely aware that from the moment I entered the race to ascend to this position, it was entirely due to the support of these aristocrats. In the future, they will undoubtedly demand tenfold or even 100-fold in return. On the surface, it appears that the people have elected me, but in truth, it was merely the aristocrats who chose me. Collaborating with those insatiably greedy capitalists pales in comparison to joining forces with you. This is precisely why I agreed, as per our agreement, to entrust you with those promising industries and vast tracts of resource-rich land." Lin Chen stood beside him, exchanging a resolute glance as he declared, "Trust me, Abala Khan, you shall become a magnificent chief. We have eradicated the blood-sucking fiends from the majority of the Megu region, dismantled the slave masters who conspired with them to oppress the people, and have propelled the abolition of slavery, granting millions their freedom. These accomplishments will indubitably be etched into the annals of history, and future generations will hold you in high esteem." Upon hearing these words, Abala Khan burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Mr. Lin, you truly know how to console a person. Thank you for your kind words. Should that day ever arrive, do come and inform me at my grave." After bidding farewell to the chief couple, Lin Chen, accompanied by Billis and Cabulin, departed from the palace, boarding the luxurious carriage that had brought them. Once again, they were escorted to the Queen's Hotel by the palace attendants. Lin Chen lowered the bulletproof glass window. "Shuhua, have you heard about the events at the meeting?" Lin Shuhua, seated in front, nodded. He had been waiting outside the conference room, and the thin concrete walls could not muffle the keen hearing of a master of transformation. The audacity of Trio's man to provoke the Lord's authority was a grievance that could not be resolved without bloodshed. Does the Lord wish for me to eliminate him? The attendant from the White Palace stood nearby, drenched in sweat, to discuss murder in front of this esteemed attendant of the Melee chief. Especially involving a wealthy individual from high society was nothing short of audacious. However, when Lin Chen fixed his piercing gaze upon him, the attendant promptly resolved to feign ignorance, preferring to appear foolish. Proceed with it. You are aware of the location of the Clearbird's base in Washington. They specialize in gathering information on those prominent figures and influential businessmen. After conveying his instructions, Lin Chen rolled down the car window and closed his eyes to rest. He had unwavering faith in Clearbird's intelligence capabilities. No matter where Trio's man chose to hide, he would not escape their watchful eyes. And should Lin Shuhua take action, even if he had hundreds of bodyguards at his disposal, they would be mere lambs awaiting slaughter before a master of transformation who had cultivated the ultimate true skill. The dignity of the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to provoke them must have all they possess obliterated at the earliest opportunity. To serve as a warning to others. In the Columbia District, Washington Police Headquarters Building. Chapter 28, Chief Edmund, Constitutional Law of the Dominion. Inside the office of the Chief of Police, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle slammed his hand down upon a folder on the desk, reprimanding his subordinates with utmost severity. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that we have just suffered a disgrace. This incident can be likened to the year when the palace was burned down by the citizens of Guyana. In Bridge City, the entire household of the Osborne estate was massacred, and you have not uncovered a single clue. A group of senior police officers standing opposite displayed disdainful expressions. The nouveau riche had often been a source of trouble for them, and the pile of cases concerning Teriosima in the police department towered over a foot high. Yet, it was this righteous and imposing chief superintendent who ultimately suppressed those heinous cases. With piercing emerald eyes, the chief superintendent surveyed the assembly with an icy glare. The absence of agreement mattered not, for only those with thick skin could occupy such a position. Indeed, this was a disgrace. In a city touted as the safest in Magillion, how could a murder of such grotesque nature transpire? Do you comprehend how the White Palace will perceive us? Murmurs arose among the crowd, prompting the chief superintendent to impatiently rap his fingers on the table and declare loudly, "Silence. Silence. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the elite. Maintain your composure. I wish to spare us needless chatter. For the sake of the police department's reputation, and to prevent our peers from mocking us, let us all work diligently to uncover clues and apprehend the perpetrator. Each department must fulfill its duties and collaborate. I care not how you achieve this, but the case must be solved by tomorrow to provide the White Palace with an account." He gradually rose, leaning on the table, his tone grave as he continued. "Whoever captures the murderer shall be granted a rare promotion of 2 ranks. Is that understood? Now go forth and work. I refuse to be ridiculed before our colleagues, accused of being mere idlers." A senior detective hastily exited the conference room, well aware of his superior's fury. Although the adage about higher-ups in Magillion may not hold true, the principle remained. They had no desire for this matter to ensnare them. Once Harry exited the meeting room, he promptly returned to his office, drew the blinds, and locked the door. After ensuring his privacy, he opened the drawer and retrieved a stack of special paper, inscribing the meeting's contents with a specially formulated ink pen. He folded the notes and placed them into a small bamboo tube, then opened the window facing the street. With a flourish of his hand, Harry drew an unusual symbol in the air. A falcon, adorned with a plume of azure feathers upon its head, swooped down and landed on the open windowsill. "Coo, coo, coo." The falcon tilted its head, inspecting Harry, gently pecking at the window frame with its sharp, curved beak. What a gluttonous little creature. As Harry spoke, he produced a few morsels of beef jerky, roughly the size of soybeans, placing them before the falcon. When the falcon bent down to feast, he secured the small bamboo tube to its leg with a leather strap. The portions were meager, and once the falcon had finished, it again cocked its head at him. "All right, little one, it's time for you to work. I shall provide more sustenance next time," understanding that no further treats awaited. The falcon flapped its wings and leapt from the windowsill, soaring into the sky until it vanished among the white clouds. Having dispatched the intelligence, Harry exhaled in relief. With this piece of information accounted for, I should be eligible for a promotion in the Clearbird division. A monthly salary in pounds is indeed quite generous. After toiling for over a decade in the police department, earning such a meager sum, merely pounds each month. Goodness, Chief Superintendent David, do not blame me. If there is blame to be laid, it lies with your insufficient compensation. At the Queen Grand Hotel, the door to the executive suite on the 9th floor still bore a do not disturb sign at midday. In the spacious bedroom of Hao Hua, after Lin Chen had presented his gifts, he stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. He made sure to cover the two individuals with blankets. The autumn chill in Hua was still quite biting. Once he donned his attire, he tidied himself before the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, Tiffany's designs were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably comfortable. As he exited the room, the butler, Lin Chen, stood at the doorway with a tray in hand. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, he respectfully announced, "Sir, everything has been taken care of regarding S.H.I.E.L.D." Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupting him with a smile. "Come in. Let us dine together and discuss matters over a meal. I'm not accustomed to receiving reports on an empty stomach. I trust you to handle your duties well." With that, he proceeded to the dining table in the living room. Lin Chen offered a wry smile, carrying the tray over and gently placing a variety of delectable dishes on the table before pulling out a chair to sit across from Lin Chen. "Sir, all the individuals from the Aspen estate have been eliminated, including S.H.I.E.L.D. However, I'm concerned about his mistress in the Great Eagle territory. There may be future repercussions. The defenses on that side are quite stringent, and it may be difficult for Qing Yao to infiltrate. I propose that I personally pay a visit to resolve this matter entirely." Lin Chen set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow. If I recall correctly, did not the royal family of the Great Eagle grant him a title of nobility? Surely our relations with them cannot have deteriorated to such an extent. Lin Chen hesitated before uttering a few words. "Edmund, the governor, has taken action against us." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lin Chen lightly applauded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Look, as soon as one acquires a modicum of power, there are those who wish to bite the hand that feeds them. How intriguing. Why would they act thus? Is what the Lin family has provided not sufficient, or do they feel discomfort under the shadow of a higher authority? Never mind. I am not interested. As per our usual practice, traitors shall be fed to the sharks. Let the officials of the territory go to the scene and reflect on who afforded them their current fortunes. If I could berate them a bit more, there might still be a chance for these individuals to preserve their lives. However, it merely indicates they have run afoul of the situation. The matter concerning Trilio Aspen remains unresolved, and I am quite displeased." Lin Chen was acutely aware that although Lin Chen wore a smile, it was in fact the most terrifying of expressions. "Very well, sir, I shall arrange for the Divine Martial Guard to deal with the traitors." "And what of Trilio Aspen's mistress in the Great Eagle territory?" Lin Chen expressed indifferently. "Ghana is our domain, and Malian will soon be under our control as well. Missing a few insignificant fish is of little consequence. If someone chooses to present themselves, Victor will be quite pleased. The blood-sucking vermin that fled during the skirmish have likely returned to the Great Eagle territory. Their hatred for the Lin family runs deep, and should they discover Qing Yao's informants, they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. Furthermore, the cabinet in the Great Eagle territory, upon learning of the traitor S.H.I.E.L.D. leaked secrets, will not miss the opportunity to retaliate against the Lin family. It is hardly worth sending Qing Yao's informants to their demise over a few mistresses of Trilio Aspen and an uncertain illegitimate child. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the copper suite was knocked upon, and a voice from outside proclaimed, "Dear guest, I bring you a letter." Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Lin Chen, and upon receiving a nod, approached the door, blocking the entrance of the eager attendant. "Just hand it to me. I am the steward of the master." The attendant hesitated, clutching the letter tightly. Lin Chen produced a pound note, waving it enticingly before him. "Is it now possible for me to receive it?" The attendant, instantly grinning, accepted the tip and handed over the letter. After closing the door, Lin Chen returned to the dining table, holding the envelope without immediately presenting it to the master. Over the years, the Lin family had made numerous enemies. One could never be too cautious about potential tampering with the envelope or letterhead, employing such despicable tactics against the master. It was better to err on the side of caution, he reasoned, deciding to hold on to it for half an hour before revealing it to the master, assuming no incidents occurred. Lin Chen, understanding his thoughts, retorted with annoyance, "You lot are truly thick-headed. Clearly, You are weaker than I, yet you insist on charging forward recklessly. Do I truly need your protection? There is not a poison that could take my life. None have yet managed to concoct it. I trained you for grand endeavors, not to serve as palace poison testers. Lin Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his head and, with a resolute tone, replied, Master, this item's origins are unknown. It's prudent for me to test it first. I am the one suited for this task. Your safety concerns the lives of hundreds within the Lin family. One cannot belittle others merely because of their unique abilities. In this world, where strange phenomena abound, I dare to advise you, Master, without offense. His earnestness compelled Lin Chen to relent, and he began to reflect on himself. Ever since acquiring the remarkable ability of rapid healing, he had expanded the Lin family's influence to dominate the region of Ganeda, successfully developed the ultimate true skill, and achieved perfection in his cultivation. However, with increasing strength came a sense of arrogance. This was a world teeming with demons and gods. Superheroes and villains were as common as dogs. Was his power truly formidable enough? Setting aside the 5 primordial deities capable of creating or annihilating universes, or the cosmic repairman, the celestial assembly, there were several mutants of staggering capabilities. Names like Apocalypse, Phoenix, Franklin, and others each possessed extraordinary mutant powers, capable of world destruction, with some even capable of creating or obliterating entire universes. In contrast, his own strength fell woefully short of invincibility. You are right. I have been too complacent. Lin Chen admitted candidly, quietly biding his time. Half an hour later, after a full cycle of circulating his internal energy, Lin Chen detected no abnormalities, thus feeling assured enough to open the letter. Yet, upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly moved to the window, peering out onto the street, then gravely reported, Master, someone has set their sights on us, and they possess both skill and audacity. I caught sight of them, but they were astute and swiftly vanished. After speaking, he meticulously inspected the letterhead before handing it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen received it calmly, unfolding the paper to reveal a bold, elegant script. Dear Mr. Lin, the Shadow Monarch of the Hellfire Club, your subordinates have slain 2 of our members, inflicting significant losses upon our organization. However, considering that they were the initial aggressors, I have quelled the other members' desires for retribution. Here, I must earnestly caution you against further actions towards the Hellfire Club members. Simultaneously, after discussions among the club's higher-ups, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our ranks. Each member here is among the most exceptional talents in the world, their abilities and social standing far surpassing the ordinary. To become a part of the Hellfire Club is the utmost honor in elite society. I urge you, Mr. Lin, to contemplate this seriously. Joining our family would bring countless benefits to you and your lineage. Together, the Lin family could seize control of this world, shaping it to our vision and creating an ecological system that answers to us. Lin Chen glanced at the flame insignia at the bottom of the letter, slowly crumpling the paper in his hand, a brilliant white flame erupting from his palm, instantly reducing the letter to ashes. The letter mentioned the demise of 2 individuals at the hands of his subordinates, presumably Edmund and Tryon. It seemed that the Hellfire Club was still composed of mere mortals, at best a collection of celebrities and influential figures, boldly claiming they could control the world. What a narrow-minded perspective, utterly oblivious to the depths of this world. It is better left to me to handle. Donning another S.H.I.E.L.D will facilitate matters in the future. In a narrow alley on the western side of the Chaoji urban district, there existed a bar with an ominous name, the Abyssal Messiah Club. This establishment operated on a membership basis, refusing entry to non-members, and ordinary members lacked the privilege to bring guests. The membership symbol was a ring adorned with the image of a hellhound in flames. A burly security guard stood at the entrance, wielding a baton, meticulously scrutinizing each individual who approached. Lin Chen observed a middle-aged man attempting to enter with a counterfeit ring, only to be swiftly recognized and dealt with by the guard. TSK, what lawlessness! It appears I have not erred in my choice of venue. Lin Chen chuckled, knowing better than to respond to his elder's words. If they were to engage in violence openly, that would indeed be chaos. Those they had previously dispatched were far more formidable than the unfortunate man just now. Surely, the higher-ups would not remain indifferent? Approaching the guard with an impassive expression, Lin Chen stated, Go inform your superior that the Lin family has arrived for the appointment. Let him come out to greet my lord. Put away your baton. I assure you, should you strike first, I would have no qualms about eliminating you first. Embarrassed, the guard lowered his baton, his face flushing crimson. Just as he made a move, a hand suddenly seized his throat. I beg your pardon, sir, but who invited you? I am merely the gatekeeper. Failure to clarify such matters could lead to being fed to the dogs by the boss. Lin Chen regarded the security guard with suspicion and inquired, "Are you certain that you can ascertain what I say? Quickly notify the higher-ups. Do not squander our time." The guard exhibited a perplexed expression, awkwardly tapping on the iron door behind him. With a creak, a small window in the middle of the door opened, and an impatient voice emerged. "What business do you have? You'd best be urgent, or I shall send your head where the sun doesn't shine." The guard trembled in fear, stammering, "There are 2 individuals here, claiming they were sent by the emperor, and that you should welcome them." Upon hearing this, the voice inside fell silent for a moment before the iron door creaked open. A burly man stepped out, scrutinizing Lin Chen from head to toe and inquiring, "Is it you? Where's the invitation from the emperor?" Lin Chen shrugged dismissively. "Listen, my lord assumed it was of no use and burned it long ago. Your emperor failed to clarify, and his reputation is worth less than a scrap of paper." The burly man turned crimson with anger, gritting his teeth. "Let them in. If they are impostors, the boss will surely rage, and the consequences will be dire. If we deny them entry, and they are indeed sent by the emperor, then our lives will be forfeit. Let them in. The emperor awaits within. If you dare to deceive me, I shall ensure your demise before my own." Lin Chen arrived at the Hellfire Club with the intent of commandeering the organization. His goal was not merely to control the ordinary members currently, but to seize the potential of the formidable mutants who may join in the future, such as Sabretooth, Magneto, Mystique, and others. Some among them harbored grand ambitions to usurp humanity's dominion over the world. Others, marginalized and oppressed due to their mutant status, sought to employ violence to claim equal rights. These individuals, endowed with formidable abilities and unwavering convictions, could pose significant challenges to his plans in the future. It would be prudent to take control of the Hellfire Club before it attracted these mutants. Once Sabretooth and his ilk joined, he could monitor their movements at all times, thereby averting potential chaos that could ensnare not just himself, but the entire mutant community as well. Chapter 29. Such a charming and handsome man. How could I not be drawn to him? Lin Chen recalled that it was Mystique's assassination of Bolivar Trask, the architect of the Sentinel program, at the Paris Peace Conference that led humanity to conclude the necessity of launching the Sentinel program to create robots designed for the extermination of mutants. Following the burly man into the club, the sounds of a band playing mingled with the primal noises of men and women engaged in debauchery, creating an atmosphere of utter depravity. The doorway bore an inscription urging indulgence in unbridled desires, while the surrounding walls were adorned with sculptures of audacious Cupid, Bacchus wielding a spear, and nymphs in compromising positions. The tables and bar were adorned with suggestive phrases such as "enjoy to the fullest here," "unlimited kisses." The ceiling was painted with exaggerated and comical depictions of the 12 apostles. The ambience of the foyer was dimly lit, filled with a multitude of patrons, many of whom hid in the corners, delving into the mysteries of human procreation. A robust man accompanied Lin Chen to the bar, raising his chin towards the bartender and requesting, "2 Bloody Marys, please. I shall go and inquire whether these 2 are guests of His Excellency." The bartender nodded, skillfully mixing various spirits in a metallic container, and after a few deft movements, poured out 2 cups of crimson drinks. "Please enjoy, and thank you for the pounds. Taro has a rather irritable temperament. Should you deceive him, dire consequences await." He smirked, accepted the pounds from Lin Chen, and turned to flirt with a recently seated married woman. After a few moments, the robust man hurried back, his expression tense, and bowed respectfully to the 2. "His Excellency requests your presence. Please follow me." To enter the chamber of His Excellency Kai Irwin Dashwood, one must traverse a labyrinthine passageway filled with numerous turns and hidden doors. This intricate design is so clever that even those with a strong sense of direction would find themselves disoriented after several attempts. However, the designer likely did not anticipate that someone like Lin Chen, possessing telepathic abilities, would venture in. The robust man's mental map of the route was quietly accessed. His feigned ignorance of the path was merely a tactic to avoid arousing suspicion. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at a small room. The robust man pressed a few keys on a piano in the corner, triggering a mechanism that caused a section of the wall to rotate and reveal a staircase leading downward. Please proceed. At the end lies the chamber, where His Excellency awaits you. Lin Chen and Lin Shuhai exchanged glances and stepped into the dim passage. As the wall sealed behind them, lights on either side illuminated automatically, casting eerie shadows in the flickering glow. Upon traversing this moderately lengthy underground corridor, they entered a spacious and brightly lit hall. At the center stood a medieval-style altar, flanked by a statue of a demon on the left and a wall inscribed with dark prayers on the right. At the back of the hall was an enormous round table, with 11 seats in total, 10 of which were already occupied, leaving one vacant. The murals previously observed and the hall's decor exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. Closest to the altar was the most prestigious seat, occupied by a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, sitting upright upon a throne of the same hue. This was His Excellency Kai Erwin Dashwood, who regarded the two newcomers with a gentle smile. Opposite him, on a slightly lower throne, sat his wife, the Empress, whose pale skin and flowing golden hair, combined with her enchanting demeanor, exuded an air of aristocracy. The core members of the Hellfire Club utilized chess pieces from the international chess realm as their code names, such as the King, the Queen, the White King, and the Red Queen, among others. Mr. Lin, you have made a commendable choice, remarked Kyer Windashaiwode, a slight smile gracing his lips. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, sporting short, auburn hair and a stern visage with distinct features. Even when smiling, he exuded an air of superiority, as if he were gazing down upon mortals from a celestial realm. Lin Chen regarded him with a frosty demeanor, displaying no inclination to advance. It seemed that Kyer Windashaiwode had just realized that the man before him was not merely an ordinary tycoon or administrator, but a formidable figure who had risen from nothing to command the vast expanse of Ganeda in just over a decade. Instantly, he rose from his seat and approached the two, bowing slightly in deference. My apologies, Mr. Lin. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. This way, please. Lin Chen scoffed softly and proceeded towards the round table. Kyer Windashaiwode's expression shifted dramatically. He suppressed his emotions and forced a smile. Beside him, Lin Shihao cast a cold glance at him and sneered quietly. How hypocritical. With that, he quickly stepped forward, positioning himself just a step behind Lin Chen. The Red Queen licked her lips and remarked with amusement, "This man is quite intriguing. He possesses a strong character, and I find such men appealing." The woman seated below her, the Black Queen, nodded in agreement. Indeed, a man so captivating and handsome is to my liking as well. Their playful banter irked the White Queen, who retorted with a cold smirk, "I have heard that people from Dalong have tendencies towards same-sex attraction. You should not indulge in fantasies. I, Bajinsi, am not so particular." While they engaged in their hushed discussions, Lin Chen had already approached the throne of the White King. Kyer Windashaiwode promptly interjected, "Mr. Lin, this is your position, the White King, who sits on equal footing with me." Yet, before he could finish, his demeanor darkened, his eyes aflame with indignation. For Lin Chen had not paused, but instead walked directly to the most esteemed, towering seat, confidently settling down and resting his hands on the armrests. He surveyed the assembly with a chilling gaze, exuding a commanding presence, as if he had become the master of the domain. Julius Caesar once uttered an intriguing phrase. "I came, I saw, I conquered. Since you have invited me, you ought to have anticipated my actions." In your correspondence, you mentioned that every member is an elite among humanity, possessing immense wealth or political power capable of influencing or even altering the global landscape. You are correct. However, you have consistently failed, merely lacking a supreme sovereign capable of commanding respect. And I am the most fitting candidate. Instantly, all those seated at the round table rose, casting scornful glances at Lin Chen, clearly unconvinced. They were all individuals wielding significant power, holding themselves in high regard, and did not even deign to regard the upper echelon. In their quest for the supreme throne, they had engaged in countless clandestine skirmishes. Ultimately, no one managed to overpower the others, leaving that position perpetually vacant as each occupied their own thrones, 2 emperors and 2 empresses. How could they easily bow to a stranger? Mr. Lin, descend from your perch. Otherwise, You shall become the enemy of all within the Hellfire Club. Do not think that having taken the position of the great emperor grants you the audacity to look down upon us. You are utterly unaware of the Hellfire Club's might. The face of Empress S.H.I.E.L.D turned completely pale, as he never anticipated trouble would arise, nor did he foresee anyone daring to covet the supreme throne. Lin Chen regarded them with a faint smile, entirely unperturbed by their wrath. The Hellfire Club is formidable. How many monarchs do you possess? Were it not for the potential future value of this insignia, I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered freely. With a wave of his hand, he continued, now, I present you with an opportunity, indeed, your final chance. Submit to me, and you shall witness my leadership transform the Hellfire Club and the world. Should you miss this opportunity, I can only send you to meet the Almighty. He surely has much to say to you. The Red Empress's eyes flickered as she gracefully descended from her throne. Alicia, I pay my respects to the Supreme Mr. Lin. The two clasped their hands before their chests, slightly bending their knees in a low bow. Their elegant attire revealing ample skin. Poof! The Empress S.H.I.E.L.D, incensed, spat a mouthful of blood. Even before a confrontation began, their ranks, just beneath the Supreme Monarch, had already betrayed them. With the position of the White Monarch vacant, all eyes turned towards the Empress. Such audacity! To attempt to annex the Hellfire Club with mere words is unacceptable. The Empress is right. Let him receive an unforgettable lesson. Is that not enough? We must kill him. He must be slain. As S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forth, the others found their resolve and roared their defiance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to the already treacherous Red Empress, gesturing towards the raucous crowd below. If I were to eliminate them, would you too be able to seize their influence? The Empress Alicia nodded vigorously, and Red Empress Licia also acquiesced. S.H.I.E.L.D, eliminate them. They are far too noisy. Lin Chen decisively commanded their annihilation. Since they refused to surrender and continued to taunt from below, there was no need to leave any survivors. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd, feeling deeply humiliated, hastily drew their weapons, eager to capture the leader first. Since you refuse to heed my words, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After Lin, S.H.I.E.L.D declared. His foot propelled him forward, causing the ground to explode into a large crater as he shot forth like lightning. Those 8 who would not yield, intent on resistance, barely had time to aim before their throats were met with a single touch. With the sickening sound of shattering bones, they painfully discarded their weapons, clutching their throats as they struggled for breath, soon succumbing in their throes. Lin S.H.I.E.L.D sensed that his final strike had not landed as intended, encountering a mere veil of ethereal resistance. At that moment, the Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D was stricken with fear, one hand clutching his throat while the other retrieved a golden chain from the bear's mouth. This heirloom of the S.H.I.E.L.D family, a legendary pendant safeguarded by the Merlin Mage, astonishingly withstood a lethal blow. He aimed the weapon at Lin Chen, laughing triumphantly. Did you expect this, Mr. Lin? Your subordinate failed to harm me. I concede that he is indeed formidable, stronger than any warrior I have encountered, but under the protective magic of the Merlin Mage, no one can injure me. The situation had turned dramatically, and Arwa's pupils dilated as he stealthily retreated. Yet, Xia stepped forward, positioning herself before Lin Chen, derisively taunting. I have also heard the legends of the Merlin Mage. If his magic were truly so powerful, his master, Danduluo, would not have perished on the battlefield. How laughable! Furious, Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D shot a fierce glare at Xia and barked, Silence, wretched woman. He swiftly redirected the weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! Xia's complexion turned pale. Believing her end had come, she slowly opened her eyes after a moment, feeling no pain. To her astonishment, it was Arwa who had shielded her from the deadly strike. The two often undermined each other and had even fought over the Crimea gold mine. Blood gushed from Arwa's mouth as she struggled to speak, only able to point weakly toward the throne. As she lay on the ground, her breath gradually faded, yet her eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D observed with clarity. In that fleeting instant, Arwa seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, placing herself in front of Xia. Look at you, poor thing. You merely danced before my weapon, and your new master unhesitatingly discarded you. I harbor no resentment towards you now. It is utterly unnecessary to hold a grudge against such a fool. As he spoke, He aimed the weapon at his own head. You have won, Mr. Lin. The Hellfire Club is yours, and you're the supreme ruler. Mortals cannot contend with the divine. I accept my fate. Bang! Without hesitation, Kyer Wenda Schwood pulled the trigger, the bullet penetrating his chin and shattering a palm-sized portion of his skull. In his final moments, he exhibited a hint of courage. Yet there exist many sorcerers capable of extracting secrets from the minds of the deceased. It would be a disservice to leave you with a complete corpse. Seated upon the throne, Lin Chen emitted several streams of white fire. The 9 deceased swiftly turned to ash. The Hellfire Club maintains rigid protocols. Subordinates must execute superior orders without delay or negligence. Thus, following the deaths of Kyer and the others, those unable to contact their direct superior had no choice but to obediently gather in the club's hall as commanded by the Red Queen, S.H.I.E.L.D. When Lin Chen arrived at the hall, over 100 official members of Hellfire were already present, their eyes betraying a sense of wariness upon seeing a stranger. S.H.I.E.L.D. sensed something amiss and stepped forward, raising her voice. Esteemed members of the Hellfire Club, let us extend a warm welcome to our supreme ruler, Mr. Lin from Ganeda, who shall assume the position of the ultimate commander of the Hellfire Club. You have all heard of Mr. Lin, who, through sheer determination, established the Lin family enterprise in just a few years, now dominating all of Ganeda. Under his leadership, we shall truly guide the world, transform it, and create an ideal realm that belongs to us. The direct subordinates of the Red Queen, led by the Red Car, began to applaud fervently, with Red Elephant, Red Horse, and Red Guest joining in enthusiastically, fearful of incurring the Queen's wrath. The members of other factions exchanged glances. Seasoned veterans knew all too well the brutal nature of internal strife. The absent Huang Emperor and Empress had evidently become casualties of this struggle, their fate all too predictable. Clap, clap. Most members from other factions were astute enough to offer a warm round of applause in welcome to the supreme leader of the Hellfire Club. Among them were a few die-hard loyalists, harboring thoughts of enduring humiliation for the sake of avenging their former masters. Lin Chen stepped to the forefront, pressing his hands down to quell the applause. You need not applaud. Your loyalty is not measured by mere clapping, but rather by the sentiments within your hearts. I am aware that some of you have risen in rank under the Huang Emperor or Empress and remember their favors. This is commendable, and I admire those who value loyalty. However, I must inform you that the Huang Emperor and Empress have betrayed you. This revelation fell like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in shock, the room enveloped in a profound silence as thoughts swirled. The mission of the Hellfire Club is to unite the finest talents among humanity, scientists, merchants, administrators, and more, to collectively steer the world towards a brighter future, transforming the current backward state of affairs and creating an advanced, harmonious, and united society as envisioned. However, look at the current state of the club, corrupt, decadent, and indulgent. The Huang Emperor and Empress have long forsaken the original aspirations of the club, abandoning our shared ideals. Since the inception of the Century Club, those in power have merely used the mission as a ruse to deceive you into joining, exploiting your intellect and wealth for their own hedonistic enjoyment. Lin Chen's thoughts were straightforward. He aimed to shatter the blind trust in the Huang Emperor and Empress and to reshape their perceptions. If anyone insisted on remaining loyal to them, they could only be urged to follow their old masters, clinging to the belief that those who have perished are still nearby. As he sought to take control of the Hellfire Club, he would certainly select formal members and prepare to guide the elite cohort of the Firefox Legion. Chapter 30. We vow to follow in your footsteps, pledging our lifelong loyalty to the club. The martial prowess was unleashed. Those unwilling to change need not remain here as eyesores. Upon joining my ranks, you shall receive superior training, glimpse a broader world, and acquire advanced technological knowledge. All these preparations are aimed at realizing the club's mission for the future, guiding the direction of world development, and transforming the current state of affairs. This is also my commitment as your supreme leader, Lin Chen. However, before that, I must eliminate some traitors clinging to the outdated ideologies of the sovereign and the sovereigness. Only when the ranks are purified and the hearts of the people unified can we accomplish our tasks more effectively. After Lin Chen spoke, his piercing gaze swept across the crowd, landing on a few individuals. These individuals emanated strong hostility in his mind's eye. He clapped his hands and pointed at the first member on the right in the front row, saying, "You, step forward, and you step forward, you and you." Those who were called stood there in confusion, unaware of why the supreme leader of the Hellfire Club had summoned them. In no time, more than 20 individuals stood alone in a line, their expressions changing as they realized they shared a commonality with each other. They were the most ardent supporters of the sovereign and the sovereigness, indulging in hedonism. These individuals must perish. S.H.I.E.L.D, take action. Instantly, the group of over 20 became agitated, cursing as they rushed towards Lin Chen, their weapons having been confiscated upon entering. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen moved. He unleashed his most formidable strike, harnessing the true energy of Wuji Zhen Gong, combined with the techniques of Zhao Shu. With the enhancement of true energy, a thick barrier of air formed before him in an instant, and his leg muscles bulged with power. Boom! He broke through the sound barrier, his figure vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. The only one able to discern his movements was Lin Chen himself. Consequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, all 20 individuals rushing towards Lin Chen fell to the ground, their bodies contorted beyond recognition. Yet no one witnessed how Lin Chen had executed a strike. This series of events instilled great terror in the remaining 80 individuals, who looked at the Red Queen, Yalakija, with fear and anger. Do not be afraid, everyone. These individuals are irredeemable. It was Mr. Lin who decreed their demise. Mortals, before the majesty of the divine, can never conceal the filth of their hearts. Having witnessed Lin Chen's divine ability to manipulate gravity, Yalakija had long believed the words of the sovereign before his death. In her and his eyes, Mr. Lin had become a godlike figure. At this moment, there was not a trace of pity in Lin Chen's eyes. You have all passed my test. As long as you do not betray the club in the future, I will send someone to teach you the Wuji Zhen Gong demonstrated by the steward just now. Upon hearing that they could also learn the ability to break the sound barrier, the remaining 80 individuals immediately expressed their gratitude, realizing that the benefits before them outweighed the loss of their fallen comrades. We vow to follow in your footsteps, pledging our loyalty to the club for a lifetime. The crowd's voices resonated from the depths of their hearts, echoing thunderously. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance, and the crowd immediately fell silent as if struck by an icy chill. Since you have all pledged your loyalty to me, you shall henceforth follow the Red Queen in her endeavors. Of course, should anyone discover her treachery, you are permitted to eliminate her without hesitation. I trust you are not foolish enough to resort to such underhanded tactics. After arranging the Reformation training for the Hellfire Club, Lin Chen and the steward returned to the Grand Hotel. It had been some time since they left Ghana, and it was time to bring his newly acquired concubine back to Edmund, as his first child was on the verge of being born. Lin Chen wished to witness the arrival of this child personally, for the rewards bestowed by the system for 100 offspring would surely be far superior than before. After all, throughout history, only King One of Zhou and himself had fathered 100 children. This time, accompanied by Billy C. and Kablina, he entered the White Palace. After bidding farewell to the couple, Yabala and Lin Chen chose not to sail back to Ghana, but instead boarded the latest model from the Lin Automobile Factory. As the vehicle sped away amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the journey back was remarkably smooth, a stark contrast to the troubles faced on the way there. A day later, the car pulled into the Lin Manor, halting at the entrance of the Daming Palace. Lin Yuanfeng enthusiastically opened the car door, beaming as he exclaimed, "Master, you have finally returned. Madame Maria is due to give birth any day now. She was just mentioning you." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful to have returned in time. Summon a few maids to attend to my new concubine. She is feeling a bit queasy from the ride. I shall go check on Maria first. Inside the Daming Palace, in the Yufu Palace, Lin Chen supported Maria as they walked, employing his healing abilities to stabilize her condition. Normally, a pregnant woman should rest before labor, but prior to Lin Chen's return, Maria had already been confined for over half a month. The doctor and maids had forbidden her from stepping outside, yet she could no longer contain her restlessness and pleaded with her husband to take a stroll in the garden. "Your condition resembles that of Zhen and I during her first pregnancy," Lin Chen remarked. "The doctor suspects it may be twins, which is why they were hesitant to allow you outside. With such a prominent belly, you could give birth at any moment, and it is indeed a bit perilous. However, with me by your side, you can walk without worry. A lightened heart will benefit the health of the child." Lin Chen gently embraced her waist. his heart brimming with joy. The rewards for twins were already greater than those for ordinary children, and considering these would be the 99th and 100th offspring, it would be unreasonable for the system not to grant a superlative reward. He recalled the doctor's earlier words, grateful to have returned in time. Maria had been in poor spirits prior to his arrival, easily irritable and sometimes sighing deeply, showing signs of prenatal depression. The female doctor had suggested that Lin Chen devote more time to engaging her in activities she enjoyed, to uplift her mood and ensure the healthy development of the child within her. After strolling a few laps in the garden, Maria's spirits significantly improved, her smile outshining the blossoms around her. Upon returning to their chamber, she thoughtfully remarked, "Master, you need not hover around me constantly. Otherwise, the other sisters may feel neglected. Just seeing you is enough to bring me great contentment. It is simply uncertain when these two children will emerge, which would alleviate my concerns." Lin Chen placed his hand upon her round belly, feeling the children within move and kick, and he could not help but marvel at how deeply he was intertwined with this world. He comforted Maria for a while longer before departing from the Yufu Palace. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with accompanying his new concubine, leaving the affairs of the household to the steward, Lin Chen. One could only speculate that this workaholic had abandoned his home for the office, unbothered by the potential grievances of his wife upon returning. Upon entering the wooing hall, Lin Chen indeed found Lin Chen diligently engrossed in work. He cleared his throat softly. "Ahem, Chen, how long has it been since you returned home? Are you not afraid that your wife will deny you a place in her bed?" He jested, feeling at ease with old friends. Formalities were reserved for outsiders. Lin Chen looked up at the sound, his eyes slightly reddened. Fortunately, he had cultivated the second level of the Wuji true skill to perfection. Otherwise, he might have collapsed after a day and night of unrelenting labor. "My lord, you jest. My position at home is quite secure, and my wife is gentle and virtuous. How could it be as you say? You arrived just in time. There are several congratulatory letters from dignitaries that require your attention," he continued, extracting a few letters marked with red dots from a pile of documents on the desk and respectfully presenting them with both hands. Lin Chen took the letters and perused them briefly. Indeed, they were from notable figures. The Baron Yabala Hanlin had sent a formal congratulatory letter in his capacity as the Grand Copper, lengthy in content, primarily extending his congratulations on the birth of Lin Chen's first child, with the hope that the friendship between the Lin family and the Meili clan would endure. The private letter, however, was much more cordial, with the Grand Copper expressing envy at Lin Chen's fortune and his flourishing family, concluding with a playful remark that Maria was also pregnant and that his future children would not be inferior. This old man possesses quite the sense of humor. However, one might surmise that you will not be able to embrace both sides in this lifetime. The official replies can be handled as per our usual protocol. As for the personal letter, once I draft a response, you may send it to Yabala Hanlin. Lin Chen instructed Steward Lin Chen casually, tossing aside the formal correspondence from the Grand Copper while carefully folding and storing the personal missive. The subsequent letters included correspondences from the Grand Eagle-Taidan and the Lord of the Autonomous Dominion of Ghana, all of which contained similar formalities. He glanced at them and handed them over to the steward for processing. However, the final letter took Lin Chen by surprise. It was from Queen Victoria of the Grand Eagle-Taidan. The initial part was filled with customary congratulatory phrases, but the latter half contained the crux of the matter. The Queen had conferred upon him the title of Baron, and even more astonishingly, she had bestowed upon him the entirety of Ghana as his fief. This meant that from this moment forth, he was not only the de facto ruler, but the true master of this vast expanse of land. This signified that he possessed complete governance over his fief, becoming the substantive sovereign. Previously, the stewards who had allied with the Lin family enjoyed a degree of autonomy. Yet their relationship resembled that of unequal partners. From this day forth, their destinies lie firmly in Lin Chen's hands. It is believed that upon receiving this news, they will exhibit greater loyalty and exercise heightened caution in their dealings with the Lin family. Furthermore, he possesses the authority to adjudicate both civil and criminal matters within his fiefdom, can summon the local populace to form his own standing army, and establish a private court independent of the Canada judicial system. Most gratifying for Lin Chen is the fact that all mineral resources, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna within the fief belong solely to him, granting him ownership of an expansive tract of Canada's land, along with rights to extraction, taxation, exemption from fiscal duties, assessment, and approval of taxation, thereby bestowing upon him nearly the same autonomous powers as the governing authorities. S.H.I.E.L.D, take a look at this letter. Has that old hag, Victoria, lost her mind? Does great eagle tigress no longer wish to live, bestowing upon me such extensive territory and authority, yet imposing but one condition, that the Lin family endeavor to align with the royal family? Lin Chen pondered for a considerable time, unable to discern whether this was a trap. However, Lin S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been preoccupied with family affairs in recent days, spoke up regarding the current geopolitical circumstances. My lord, you may not be aware, but Great Eagle Tigress is engaged in conflict with our old neighbors. It is said that many lives have been lost in the region of S.H.I.E.L.D. The royal family and the cabinet are currently overwhelmed, striving to appease the families of the fallen officials while also addressing inquiries from the burgeoning Eastern power. Moreover, after completing the Industrial Revolution, Great Eagle Tigress has been busy exporting industrial goods globally, and their relations with the furnace and the Germans are rather strained, with trade disputes intensifying. At this juncture, they can only seek to stabilize our situation. Otherwise, should further turmoil arise in Canada, their reputation would be utterly tarnished. Upon hearing that Great Eagle Tigress was embroiled in conflict with the Easterners, Lin Chen suddenly felt invigorated. He picked up a map to examine it closely and inquired, "Do you think we should send some envoys to offer gifts to the Easterners and express our gratitude for the Queen's favor?" Lin S.H.I.E.L.D looked at him incredulously. Why does my lord seem more elated at the news of the Easterners' troubles than during the New Year? Please, remain composed. We are still quite distant from them. By the time our envoy arrives, they may have already resolved their issues. Lin Chen sighed, recognizing the validity of the steward's words. Canada is several thousand kilometers from the east, given the current capabilities of internal combustion engines. Traveling without rest or resupply would still take several days. Great Eagle Tigress has not engaged in a full-scale war with the East, but rather in limited skirmishes that are nearing an end, making it indeed impractical to extend warmth to a neighbor in need. It would be more disheartening to suffer a loss of 100,000 pounds than to strike the Easterners when they are down. Do you have any other matters at hand? I'm feeling rather unwell today and wish to rest. Lin Chen asked wearily. To his surprise, Lin S.H.I.E.L.D produced a stack of documents and placed them heavily before him. My lord, you cannot afford to be idle. These matters are urgent, of significant importance, and require your personal decision. He then retrieved the most critical document, marked with a conspicuous red label, designated as an urgent priority. Under the coordination of the esteemed Consul General Maerdeo of the Great Eagle, the Qing court has finally acquiesced to the request for the recruitment of refugees. However, their terms are rather excessive. They demand $2 silver for each person from Daling, and without payment, they refuse to release the captives. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen slammed his hand on the table, seething with indignation as he exclaimed, "Those barbaric individuals with their braids trailing behind them. What do they take our Daling people for? Do they believe that the noble descendants of the Yellow Emperor can be bought and sold like mere commodities? Send them a letter. They must either release the captives or establish a station." Fu Hai, having trained the troops for half a year, felt it was time to put them to the test. Giving them a semblance of respect only emboldens their arrogance. Lin S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, marking an asterisk on the document to record his earlier remarks. Engaging in battle is indeed beneficial. Our family's prowess on land is already well known. Yet, our reputation at sea remains unestablished without a confrontation. I agree to this conflict, not out of anger like the old master, but because our family's maritime trade has been consistently marginalized and oppressed by those maritime powers. If we do not make our mark in these waters, this situation will remain unchanged. Those powers are accustomed to resolving matters with cannon fire, indifferent to the merits of right or wrong. While Lin Chen continued to fume, Lin S.H.I.E.L.D seemed oblivious, handing over another document. I realize now that I should not have come here today. Even the donkeys of the production team need a respite, and you have an unending stream of matters to attend to, not allowing anyone a moment's reprieve. Despite his words, he took the document and glanced at it, quietly inquiring, I thought I had already arranged for the establishment of the immigrant village. Why are you? Lin S.H.I.E.L.D pointed to the subsequent content, somewhat resigned, my lord. The rules you established were set before you attained your noble title. Now, all of Ghana is your territory. Distributing land further would be a significant loss. The method of immigration must also be revised. We cannot accept immigrants in the form of clans. We shall only receive single households of Qing people. You are well aware of the chaos among those established families. Ultimately, we must mix immigrants from all corners to avoid allowing any one locality's influence to grow too powerful, jeopardizing our favorable situation. Each of his proposals struck at the heart of the matter, derived from historical experience with a strong focus on relevance. Some things the old master could not articulate himself, necessitating that his subordinates bring them to light. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, patting his shoulder in commendation. "Shuhei, you are indeed a remarkable son, with you at my side. I can rest easy. Tomorrow, once I am in the law, I shall grant you a concubine as a reward." Chapter 31. Clearly, it is my family's seed that is superior. As soon as he uttered these words, Lin Shuhei's face paled in fright. The lady of the house was notoriously fierce. No matter how enticing the prospect, one must endure. "Please, my lord, spare me. I have been feeling rather weak lately. It is not that I fear my wife, believe me." Lin Chen snorted in disdain. For a martial artist who has mastered their skills, to claim weakness is nothing short of absurd. The boundless true skill amalgamates the essence of the I Jing Jing and the Ten Tai Bao's horizontal training golden bell shield, rendering the body as resilient as iron and brimming with vitality. Who would not wish for such a blessing? Well, I shall refrain from jesting. Let us proceed with the immigration arrangements as you suggested. Is everything settled now? Lin Shuhai let out a sigh, resigning himself with a nod. He dared not keep the elder here any longer, having been nearly frightened to death moments ago. "Please, seek your own amusement. I shall manage the remaining matters." Setting down the documents in his hands, Lin Chen hummed a tune as he departed from the Wuying Hall, making his way towards the Jinyu Palace. He had not had the chance to attend to Bai Li Si and Kabu Lin since their arrival a few days ago, so it was timely to visit them and assess their singing prowess. The news of Lin Chen's impending fatherhood and his elevation to the title of Baron by Queen Victoria of the Eagle dynasty swiftly spread throughout the northern Mei region, creating quite a stir. Many were filled with envy, and the simple folk of Ganeda were particularly exhilarated by these two joyous announcements. The innovations introduced by the Lin family significantly enhanced the lives of the people of Ganeda. Their factories and enterprises provided employment for hundreds of thousands. Compared to the previous government, which merely focused on taxation, the Lin family was a remarkable improvement. Trudy, à momentous occasions. Lord Lin's benevolence and virtue naturally beget blessings and progeny. Such extraordinary achievements have transformed Ganeda into Lord Lin's domain, ensuring prosperity for generations to come. The foundation for an enduring legacy has been laid, and the Divine Martial Guard and the Fierce Fox Legion need no longer fear disbandment in the future. Not only were the citizens elated, but members of the Divine Martial Guard and the Fierce Fox Legion also celebrated with laughter and fireworks upon hearing the news. The stability of a power is not solely determined by the groundwork laid by its first ruler, but also by their strength and the presence of heirs. For contemporary Ganeda, the descendants of the Lin family hold greater significance than the Eagle royal family. After all, the fief is to be passed down through generations, and the heir's capabilities will directly influence Ganeda's future. Maria was yet unaware that the twins she carried had already become the object of public anticipation in Ganeda. "Daddy, are we going to have a brother or sister?" asked Lin Only, returning joyously from Ganeda's Chiuje University. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she had grown increasingly graceful and poised with age, her skin fair and her hair lustrously dark. She inherited both the beauty of Zhenni and the gallantry of Lin Chen, embodying the finest qualities of her mixed heritage, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her appearance was no less striking than that of Angela and her companions, and her disposition was particularly endearing. At this moment, Lin only blinked her eyes, gazing at her Aunt Maria with keen interest, fixated on her burgeoning belly. This could very well mean one brother and one sister. Lin Chen teased with a smile, delighting in his daughter's excitement. In his eyes, whether son or daughter, they were all extensions of his bloodline, cherished equally without distinction. In his previous life, he had never experienced the role of a father, and now, with the imminent arrival of his child, a myriad of emotions surged within him. "However, your brother or sister will not be born for a few more days. It is rather inconsiderate to visit Aunt Maria immediately upon your return, as it may disturb her rest, you know?" Lin Chen gently tapped his daughter's head with a smile. "Why, I heard Dr. Cayley say it could be any day now. Lin only asked, tilting her head in confusion. It is perfectly normal for a child to take a bit longer to arrive when their father possesses such advanced cultivation. Your aunt is an ordinary woman. Yet the child's extraordinary talent may extend her pregnancy. While conversing with his children, Lin Chen did not shy away from revealing his unique circumstances. Some truths, like those regarding marriage, were appropriate for Lin Only's age to understand. As he contemplated the future weddings of his children, a twinge of worry crept in. His son would be fine, being a man, but the thought of his daughter's marriage truly troubled him, fearing she might encounter undesirable suitors or be mistreated by scoundrels. Father, what are you thinking? Your expression seems fierce. Did I say something wrong? Lin Only asked softly, noticing the stern look in her father's eyes. She had never seen him like this during all her years of growing up. Lin Chen, of course, could not reveal that he was pondering how to ensure his future son-in-law would be utterly devoted and obedient. Haha, it's nothing truly. I was merely reflecting on some family affairs that remain unresolved, which has put me in a somber mood. It has nothing to do with you, my dear. Upon hearing her father mention family matters, Lin only nodded in understanding. Then, Father, you may continue your work. I've just returned from school and have yet to see Mother. Aunt Maria, I shall take my leave now and return to see my siblings next time. She waved goodbye to Maria and made a cute face at her father before exiting the Yufu Palace, heading towards the Longji Palace where Zhen and I resided. After Lin Only departed, Maria leaned against Lin Chen, expressing her envy. I truly envy Sister Zhen and I for having such remarkable children. Bang is kind-hearted, handsome. And Li is innocent, beautiful, and adorable. They're truly a blessing for Sister Zhen and I. No sooner had she finished speaking than she felt a gentle pat on her backside. Looking up at her husband, she saw his eyes narrowed in mild reproach. What is it, my lord? Lin Chen gave her another light pat before responding earnestly. Regardless of how exceptional Bang and Li may be, it has nothing to do with G. It is clearly the quality of our lineage that shines through. You ought to learn more about proper conduct and watch less of those frivolous shows. Maria, bemused yet unable to argue with her husband, complied. Very well, my lord. I shall refrain from watching them in the future and will instead read more classical texts. The warmth of the family was truly intoxicating, yet Lin Chen, responsible for managing thousands of subordinates, was destined for a life of toil, unable to relinquish the burdens of family affairs and fiefdom. He spent a brief time with his concubines who had children, chatting about their lives and studies, before he reluctantly returned to the tedious matters that weighed heavily on his mind. He stood in the garden for a moment, admiring the flowers, before entering the Wuying Hall to attend to household affairs. His first task was to review the 5-year development plan drafted by the autonomous governorate. He eliminated several inappropriate elements and added a few projects essential for enhancing the industrial system, before affixing his baronial seal. Many of the current officials in the governorate were remnants from previous administrations, lacking both vision and capability. Their plans were devoid of foresight and understanding of sustainable development principles. The proposals they formulated were rough around the edges, cluttered with redundancy and outdated initiatives, focused solely on industries that promise quick returns, while neglecting pollution issues. This oversight would burden the region of Jian'an with a century's worth of environmental damage to rectify. The 5-year plan spanned hundreds of pages, and by the time Lin Chen finished his revisions, it was already noon. He stretched, loosening his limbs, as a symphony of cracks echoed from his joints, dispelling the weariness that had settled from prolonged sitting. In truth, he did not feel physically exhausted. Rather, it was a mental fatigue from overexertion. It seemed evident that once he concluded this 5-year plan, he would need to establish a modern civil service system, selecting a new batch of visionary and energetic officials. As for the old guards, it would be best to retire them, as they were idly wasting time, ultimately leaving the heavy lifting to him. Resolving in his mind, he decided to grant these aging bureaucrats 5 more years. Should they fail to keep pace with the times, they would be compelled to retire. A series of knocks interrupted his contemplation. He steadied himself and called out, "Come in." Upon opening the door, 2 individuals entered. "Ah, Shi-Chi, Shu-Hao. It is rare for you and Yuan Feng to come together to see me. Speak, what is the matter?" Lin Shihao and Lin Yuan Feng exchanged glances, each hoping the other would take the initiative. The issue at hand was significant, and the first to speak might attract trouble. Neither wished to incur the master's ire. Lin Chen observed them with keen interest for a moment, gesturing to the chairs opposite him. "It appears this is no trivial matter. Please, take a seat and elaborate. Shu-Hao, you may go first. What is the issue? The two pulled out their chairs and sat down. Lin Chen presenting a stack of documents. Madame Maria is nearing her time, and some families have sent envoys to Jiana to extend their congratulations. Among them are envoys from Danmai, Danyang, and Xionyali, including their princess. Given that members of their royal family are visiting, we must extend them due courtesy, ensuring they feel at home. Do you not agree, sir? Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Isn't this rather normal? You seem quite serious. I thought perhaps some family was preparing for war. Arrange for the best hotel to host them. They are familiar with Western etiquette and should not cause any disturbances. Just ensure everything is well organized. There is no need for you to oversee every detail personally. Seeing that the master still did not fully grasp the situation, Lin Chen offered a wry smile and continued. Sir, the princess is coming specifically to see you. Staying in a hotel is hardly sufficient. For what I can discern about their itinerary, it seems they will not be returning home anytime soon. This is quite evident. After speaking these few words, Lin Chen fell silent. Although they maintained a close relationship with the Lord, it was somewhat inappropriate for outsiders to interfere in the affairs of the harem, which is why they deferred to one another. To his surprise, the Lord had actually mentioned his name. Now, he could only speak candidly and accept any rebuke that might follow. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, uncertain if he had misheard. Wait, are you saying that those princesses from the Zhao family wish to become my concubines? This is rather bizarre. During the zenith of the great eagle Zhao dynasty, I have never heard of seeking other princely daughters as mistresses. What on earth are they thinking? He found it incomprehensible that, as merely a baron, he had become such a coveted figure in the eyes of Danmai, Danyang, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Yuanfeng cleared his throat, coughed lightly, and spoke. My lord, I believe I understand the rationale. The Danmai Zhao dynasty is in decline, with the royal family so impoverished that they are nearly destitute. Our technological superiority has resulted in a staggering trade surplus, with hot money flowing into our territory from the great eagle, Zhao, exceeding 1 billion pounds. The Danmai royal family merely sends a princess for a marriage alliance in hopes of borrowing money from us, likely with no intention of repaying it. If you were to marry their daughter, one cannot expect to continually press the father-in-law for repayment. As the financial overseer, Lin Yuanfeng was well acquainted with the status of all the Lin family's enterprises. Since the great eagle, Zhao, became Lin Chen's fiefdom, he had taken command of the entire territory's financial authority. The economic conditions of various regions could often be inferred through commercial interactions, supplemented by intelligence from King Niami, providing a rough overview of the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but commend the Danmai royal family for their astuteness. What a clever calculation. Here I am, the great eagle Zhao across the Pacific, and they still have the audacity to think of me. He waved his hand wearily, signaling Lin Yuanfeng to continue. The East Asians have a straightforward objective. They wish for you to advocate with the great eagle Zhao for a reduction in compensation for station disputes. They are recklessly building stations, but are reluctant to pay compensation to the eagle Zhao. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, their aim is simple. They are a small nation, weak and poorly governed, seeking a strong ally to deter their troublesome neighbors. After Lin Yuanfeng's explanation, Lin Chen finally grasped the situation. It turned out that these families were aware of his fondness for concubines, calculating that they could exchange a woman for substantial benefits. Shu-Hao, inform those families that I accept the princesses from Danmai and S.H.I.E.L.D, but matters cannot proceed as they desire. Danmai must provide collateral to borrow a maximum of 100 million pounds, and we shall offer them a slightly reduced interest rate of 5% annually. As for the East Asians, they can take their leave. Do they believe they can use me as a mere tool? The next time they are attacked, we shall send assistance. Otherwise, I shall not swallow this slight quietly. S.H.I.E.L.D's demands were modest, yet I shall not acquiesce without conditions. Tell them that my child with the princess of S.H.I.E.L.D must have a claim to the throne. Lin Chen decisively determined the fates of those princesses. Feeling parched, he took a sip of tea and turned to Lin Yuanfeng, inquiring, Yuanfeng, you surely haven't come merely to provide cover for Shu-Hai, have you? If there is something to discuss, let us address it together. Once we conclude our business, I intend to seek out my wife for a song. Lin Yuanfeng handed him a stack of documents, chuckling awkwardly as he replied, in truth, it is not a significant matter. It pertains to what was mentioned earlier. An influx of hot money has surged, Yet the economy's scale remains insufficient, causing prices to escalate rapidly across various regions. After conferring with the Minister of Finance, we believe it prudent to intensify infrastructure development to absorb this excess liquidity. However, this raises a crucial question. How do we attract foreign investment for infrastructure projects? Many initiatives are hindered by existing legal frameworks, and to circumvent the expansive legal system, it would require you, as a baron, to issue a special decree. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before extracting the finance minister's document from the pile. Upon reviewing its contents, he found them strikingly familiar, consisting merely of franchising, investment subsidies, and service procurement. Was this not the very strategy he had employed to attract foreign investment before his transmigration? Judging by the outcomes, these policies yielded more benefits than drawbacks, and their application in this context posed no issues at all. With a ready template at hand, he felt no need to overthink the matter. Your proposed policies are commendable. Let us proceed with their implementation. I shall arrange for the drafting of the special decree, so do not fret about existing legal constraints. Having received Lin Chen's approval and assurance, Lin Yuanfeng departed with the endorsed documents. Observing Lin Shuhai still lost in thought, Lin Chen cast a quizzical glance his way. My lord, once those envoys arrive, accommodating them at the hotel may not be appropriate. After much deliberation, I propose repurposing the old building into a pavilion for foreign envoys to reside in. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. Enough of these trifles. Handle it as you see fit. Since you choose not to depart, I shall take my leave. With that, he disregarded the bewildered Lin Shuhai and exited the Wuying Hall. After a day fraught with overwhelming tasks, he thought it better to seek solace in the imperial harem for a light-hearted chat with a few concubines. On this day, Lin Chen was engaged in discussions regarding a 5-year development plan with the administrators of the autonomous region, finalizing the details only by midday. Thank you all for your hard work. Stay and share a meal before you leave. Lin Chen was not a stingy man. Recognizing the efforts made by these administrators for the advancement of the region, he felt it necessary to extend his hospitality. Thank you, my lord. I shall not refuse, replied Misai, the Minister of Revenue, an old friend of Lin Chen, who readily accepted the invitation. The Lin family's cuisine was renowned for its variety and flavor, and opportunities to indulge were rare. With a lengthy meeting coinciding perfectly with mealtime, it was the ideal occasion to partake in a feast. As one person led the way, others eagerly expressed their gratitude, their spirits lifted. The administrators of the great autonomous region understood that being invited to dine at the Lin residence signified the baron's endorsement, elevating their status in contrast to colleagues who could not even gain entry. As Lin Chen led the attendants into the Linda Hall, a sudden brilliance illuminated the sky, casting the clouds in a resplendent golden hue. Energy swirled above, converging like a funnel upon a grand hall in the rear palace. What could this phenomenon signify? Lin Chen gazed upward, calculating the direction, and discerned that the source of the energy was directly above the Yufu Palace. Within, Maria was on the verge of giving birth, attended by 2 female physicians awaiting the arrival of twins. Such extraordinary signs had never accompanied the births of concubines before. What implications did this hold for Maria, who was about to deliver? You all go ahead and have your meal. I must excuse myself. Lin Chen, in a state of urgency, activated his martial prowess and vanished from sight in an instant. The administrators of the autonomous region stood frozen, their expressions blank, utterly astonished. The swiftness of the Lin family's divine martial guards was one thing, but even the baron exhibited such remarkable abilities. It was no wonder he had managed to annex Jian'an in merely a year, establishing himself as the true sovereign of this land. Misi coughed lightly, a seasoned veteran unperturbed by the spectacle. Let's not overthink this. The baron is likely gone to attend to the lady. Let us proceed to dine, and should he require us, he will summon us in due time. The attendants nodded, their minds elsewhere as they ambled into the dining hall. Although the meal was a feast for the senses, they found themselves unable to savor its flavors, preoccupied with their own thoughts. In the Yufu Palace, Lin Chen traversed the distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving at the main chamber where Maria resided. Catherine, Jenny, Alice, and Angelica, all with slightly rounded bellies, anxiously awaited by the entrance. They shared a close bond with Maria, being among her most concerned companions. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they rushed forward. Master, you have arrived. Maria has yet to give birth. Her waters have just broken, and now this disturbance in the sky. What does it mean? Lin Chen shook his head, equally perplexed. Changes in celestial phenomena are governed by natural laws. There is no need for undue concern. Maria is in good health. This delivery will proceed without incident. You should return to rest and avoid disturbing the fetus. Alice bit her lip, casting a worried glance towards the chamber doors. Master, I wish to stay here and witness my sister's safe delivery. Catherine, Jenny, and Angelica nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her apprehension for Maria. Seeing his concubines in such harmony brought joy to Lin Chen's heart. Since they all wished to await the good news together, he consented to their vigil. As they conversed, a sudden, resounding cry of an infant echoed from within the hall, soon followed by a softer, melodious wail. The twins, upon their birth, announced their arrival with distinctly different cries. Lin Chen was overjoyed and promptly led Catherine, Angelica, Alice, and Jenny towards the main chamber. As he pushed open the grand door, two female physicians emerged, each cradling a swaddled infant in their arms. Congratulations, my lord. A pair of young masters, identical in appearance and exceedingly charming. Lin Chen was overjoyed, cradling one child in each arm. The two infants had rosy faces, slightly wrinkled, their eyes fluttering as they attempted to open them, though they were still unable to do so soon after birth. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that their noses, eyes, and mouths were mirror images of one another, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Alas, future troubles would surely arise, should one of them misbehave and warrant a reprimand. How could he be certain he would chastise the correct child? Upon hearing his musings, the two female doctors stifled their laughter, with the elder among them remarking, "My lord, observe the crowns of their heads. The larger one has a single swirl, while the smaller one bears two. Remember this distinction, and you shall not err." Lin Chen glanced up at the infants' heads and noted the difference. He held the children for considerable time before turning to the pale-faced Maria lying on the bed. "Maria, you have endured much, bringing forth two plump boys for the Lin family. You are indeed a great benefactor. Please rest well, while I entrust their care to Catherine and the others. I shall visit often." Catherine beamed with delight, feeling the weight of trust placed upon her, as the Lord entrusted her with the care of the other concubines' children. Meanwhile, Angela and Alice pouted, feeling a tinge of discontent. After all, they were also close friends of Maria. Why had the Lord not considered them? Maria offered a faint smile, weakly extending her hand as she softly requested, "My lord, I wish to see the children. I have yet to lay eyes on them since their birth." Lin Chen approached the bed, gently placing the infants beside her. Maria struggled to lift her head, her gaze radiating a profound maternal warmth. She tenderly caressed the children's faces, tears of joy welling in her eyes. The hardships and tribulations of her pregnancy evaporated in an instant. For her children, she felt she could endure any suffering. "My lord, you have yet to name the children. Now would be the perfect time." Catherine interjected quietly, noticing that the two were engrossed in their playful interactions with the infants. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the celestial phenomena witnessed earlier, and an idea took shape in his mind. The extraordinary occurrence at their birth heralded their arrival, suggesting they were destined for greatness. He decided to bestow upon them names of historical sages from the realm of Delong. The elder would be named Lin Anyao, and the younger Lin Anchuan, both commemorating ancient luminaries and embodying his hopes for their futures. Maria, still grasping the nuances of language, did not fully comprehend the significance of the names. Having only recently begun her studies and not yet completed the 1,000-character classic. Conversely, Catherine, an avid reader with over a decade of experience in learning Chinese, understood well the cultural importance of Yao and Shun within Delong heritage. "My lord, how biased you are. While our children's names sound acceptable, they seem to pale in comparison to those of Maria's offspring." Angela's lips curled higher in protest, almost resembling a bottle hung on a hook. She tugged at Lin Chen's arm vigorously, as if refusing to relent until her concerns were addressed. Alice and Jenny widened their eyes, blinking with anticipation as they gazed at him. Lin Chen, with a resigned smile, patted Angela's head. This girl had always been clever and quirky since her childhood, and even now, as a mother, she had not changed. All right, you all have it." Lin Chen had no choice but to soothe them, urging them not to disturb the children and Maria. Fortunately, Throughout the 5 millennia of Dalong's history, there had been many sages, so even if he had children quickly, they could still manage for a year or two. Just after he finished naming them, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your concubine Maria has given birth to twins, and you have received the following rewards. Blueprints for the Glory-class aircraft carrier, the Golden Bell Shield, Long Human version, mind control, longevity pills, enhanced strength, and a ton of diapers. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Chen was instantly filled with joy. The rewards from the twins were indeed substantial, and the system provided an impressive array of items. While the strength and diapers were not particularly remarkable, the other rewards were crucial. The Glory-class aircraft carrier had once been the mainstay of the Great Eagle's fleet. If Lin's shipyard were to construct it, a few vessels, complemented by battleships, destroyers, cruisers, and battleship cruisers, could form a formidable aircraft carrier battle group, dominating the world's oceans. The enhancement of the Wujizhen Gong was progressing at a sluggish pace, and the Golden Bell Shield, Long Humin version, was a timely boon, able to replace the 10 Taibao's Golden Bell Shield and integrate into the Wujizhen Gong for an upgrade. As for his subordinates, after cultivating the upgraded Wujizhen Gong, their strength would significantly increase, enabling them to confront low-level mutants. The longevity pills were also commendable. The system's elixir could extend life by several years. Lin Chen planned to distribute them among his concubines, and, combined with the previous Changchun pills they had consumed, they would be able to accompany him for a few more years in their finest forms. Upon receiving the enhancements of strength and mind control, Lin Chen immediately felt a faint warmth coursing through his body, swiftly absorbed by his cells, resulting in an increase in his strength by several dozen kilograms. His mind underwent a remarkable transformation. The miniature stars within him flickered in a unique rhythm, and his mental acuity soared. When utilizing his newfound mental abilities, he could not only probe into others' memories and emotions, but also directly enter their minds, forcibly controlling their bodies or implanting thoughts loyal to him. After testing the rewards bestowed upon him from the twins, Lin Chen tucked away his thoughts, suddenly sensing something amiss. Lin Enyo, being his disciple, had achieved some accomplishments. Why had the system not yet issued a reward? System, where is my reward for the 100 Suns achievement? Are you stuck? Ding. The system has met the upgrade conditions. The 100 Suns achievement reward will be issued after the upgrade. Please be patient, host. Lin Chen stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Having utilized the system for nearly a year, this unexpected upgrade today could be triggered by the increase in the number of his sons. An upgrade to the system was undoubtedly a good thing. Perhaps future rewards would be even more splendid. Yet, the timing of this upgrade was rather troublesome. In the Himalayas, within a magnificent Taj Mahal, the Supreme Sorcerer Gu Yi and Zhu Mingwei opened their eyes, gazing in the direction of the Lin Manor. What? Agamotto has delivered a divine decree. Within the Lin family lineage lies a prodigious talent for the mystical arts, with innate mental acuity 100-fold that of an ordinary person, and comprehension akin to Agamotto himself. Such an extraordinary genius is rare in a millennium. It seems the sage intends to take him as a disciple. The future indeed remains unpredictable, for even after glimpsing countless threads of that man's destiny, I could not have anticipated the emergence of this child. Contemplating this, the Supreme Sorcerer waved his hand, conjuring a circle of sparks in the air, opposite which lay the illustrious Daming Palace of the Lin Manor, far away in Ganeda. As Lin Chen sensed the first ripple of spatial disturbance in the void, his keen gaze immediately shifted toward that direction. His internal energy of the Wuji true skill surging to full strength. Who approaches? Whether friend or foe remains uncertain. I must first ensure the safety of my woman and child. Though the spatial passage had opened, he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. While many sorcerers of the Kamataiji exist, not all are virtuous. The traitor Cassilia, who turned against Gu Yi, is but one of many nefarious figures. Indeed, the ranks of supervillains emerging from Kamataiji are far from singular. Within the Daming Palace of the Lin Manor, before the main hall of the Yufu Palace, the passageway in the void fully unfurled, and Gu Yi emerged. Ah, it is you, Mingwei. What brings you here this time? Lin Chen felt a measure of relief upon recognizing her presence. The Supreme Sorcerer has always prided himself on righteousness, and he should pose no threat to his concubine and child. Zhu Mingwei's gaze turned to the hall, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Such a rich concentration of magical elements. The energy of the mystical arts, typically dormant within the universe, now swirled around that child, with other energies seemingly transforming into magical energy. No wonder Agamotto traversed countless dimensions, expending immense power to issue this decree. The child's talent for the mystical arts is truly astounding. If the shadowed realm were to acquire him, it could spell disaster for the entire universe. Upon her arrival, she was struck by the anomaly surrounding the child, her feet moving involuntarily toward the grand entrance of the Yufu Palace. Mingwei, hey, wake up! Lin Chen interjected, blocking her path and waving his hands before her. Absorbed entirely in thoughts of the child, Zhu Mingwei instinctively struck out her palm. Simultaneously, her long hair billowed dramatically, and the surrounding space emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, as the magnificent Daming Palace and the resplendent royal gardens appeared to fold and contort, ensnaring the handsome figure before her. Just as Lin Chen raised his hand to shield himself from the impending strike, he was swept away by the distorted space, his surroundings spinning chaotically as if the very heavens were twisting and changing at a rapid pace. His eyes flared with intensity, and the boundless power of his blood surged forth, merging with his profound, true energy, coalescing into a vast, tangible golden bell. The tumultuous blood force and true energy intertwined, repelling all other energies as they valiantly resisted the fierce spatial distortion, struggling to maintain stability in the void. Bang! With the distortion of space, Zhu Mingwei suddenly materialized behind Lin Chen, her hand striking his back. A resounding thud echoed as the immense golden bell rippled slightly, a feeble force bouncing back. Zhu Mingwei's eyes widened as she unleashed several more strikes, yet they were still repelled by the golden bell. You have actually mastered the true energy martial arts? This is the legendary golden bell protection of the DMO, but it seems somewhat different, ah? It must be a flawed version of the golden bell infused with the I Jing Jing. A flush crept onto the elegant face of the supreme sorceress as she awkwardly recalled her original purpose for being here. She had been so engrossed that she hadn't even seen the child before engaging in combat. Lin Chen observed the blushing sorceress with intrigue, initially assuming she had witnessed some catastrophic future where he had brought about the world's destruction, prompting her to eliminate this great demon. The force of the golden bell, as rebound, felt akin to a friendly pat on the shoulder, and he quickly realized this might be a misunderstanding. This supreme sorceress was not here to vanquish evil. Zhu Mingwei withdrew her hands, brushing aside the hair that fell over her forehead, and dispelled the mirrored space, bringing both of them back to the entrance of the Yufu Palace's main hall. With her hands clasped behind her back, her fingers fidgeting nervously, she said, "I apologize. Mr. Lin, my earlier actions may have led to a misunderstanding, but I assure you that I harbor no ill intentions towards you or your family. I was merely too absorbed in thought earlier." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, relieved as long as she was not an adversary. Otherwise, with her mastery of various arcane sorceries, he would likely stand little chance, and even a single move employing the mirrored space could strip him of any initiative. "All right, Mingwei. No need for such elaborate explanations. What brings you to me?" Zhu Mingwei let out a breath of relief, the blush on her face gradually fading. "Since you are aware that I am a supreme sorceress, you should understand the origin and mission of the Kama Taiji. The Kama Taiji, drawing upon the unified power of S.H.I.E.L.D, has established a magical barrier in a sacred place to protect Earth from the incursions of dimensional demons, lords of the underworld, and malevolent spirits from other realms. However, this magical barrier is ineffective against tangible matter. It specifically targets ethereal and energy beings that exist in dimensional forms. Therefore, the Kama Taiji seeks individuals with innate magical talent to join and learn the white sorcery derived from S.H.I.E.L.D, in order to combat those dimensional entities that breach our world in corporeal forms." At this point, she paused, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, who was listening with rapt attention. She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, I am not spinning a fairy tale. Do you not grasp my meaning yet?" Lin Chen shrugged, responding with a hint of exasperation. "Mingwei, if you don't clarify, how can I understand? Perhaps you should elaborate further. I might just comprehend." The opportunity to hear the supreme sorceress recount the secrets of the Kama Taiji was not one to be squandered. Seizing this chance to glean more knowledge could prove invaluable for future encounters with master sorcerers, allowing him to mitigate losses and strategize targeted offensive maneuvers. Zhu Mingwei's face flushed anew, this time in indignation. She inhaled deeply, striving to quell her rising frustration. The voluminous robe of the master artisan billowed at that moment, revealing her curvaceous figure, which was surprisingly more ample than that of the childbearing Angela. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her. Yet in the next instant, he silently chanted to himself, dispelling any unwholesome thoughts from his mind. She is a person from a Ming dynasty, centuries older than I. Zhu Mingwei, as the supreme artisan, could not escape the subtle scrutiny of her keen perception, her fair complexion flushing a deeper shade. She felt an inner tranquility akin to a serene lake, disturbed by the faintest ripples, as a warmth akin to flames surged within her. After years of diligent cultivation and silence, her heart quivered ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Casting a fierce glare at the oblivious instigator of her fluster, Zhu Mingwei resolved to address the matter directly, choosing to minimize further interaction with this individual. While meditating in the sacred halls of Kamataiji, one of the holy spirits, Agamotto, unexpectedly bestowed a divine revelation upon me. His sacred gaze perceives all things in existence. And for the first time in millennia, he exerted immense, divine power across countless dimensions for the sake of a single individual. Among the twins born today, one child possesses extraordinary talent. Agamotto even remarked that this child is not inferior to himself, inherently destined to be intertwined with the magical arts, harboring the potential to ascend as a deity of magic. Chapter 33. The Golden Inlaid Bracelet of Magnesium Jade. Thus, I have come at the behest of the Holy Spirit Agamotto, inquiring if I may enter to observe your two sons. Agamotto embodies the essence of a dimensional deity, intertwining spiritual essence with dimensional energy. Having resided on Earth, he has upheld righteousness, earning the reverence of the artisans of Kamataiji as a holy spirit. Prior to my transference, I took the liberty to research Agamotto's history. According to my findings, Agamotto is the progeny of the ancient god Oxeter, born eons ago, who forged the sacred artifact Agamotto's Eye for Kamataiji and was the earliest possessor of the time gem. Among the prehistoric Avengers, he was the most astute, having unveiled the truths of the cosmos, revered by ancient heroes as the all-seeing eye, one of the deities of the Vasuni unity, an omniscient and omnipotent being. From the information divulged by Zhu Mingwei, it appears Agamotto harbors considerable interest in the newly born child, being the omniscient entity he is. He would not resort to treachery against his own progeny. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before gesturing invitingly. Please, enter Mingwei. The child is beside his mother. Do not display such excitement as before, lest you frighten the child and his mother. Zhu Mingwei stamped her foot in frustration and followed him into the main hall of the Jade Fu Palace. Upon entering, her eyes were magnetically drawn to the sleeping child upon the bed. The supreme artisan's probing magic revealed that this infant was indeed born with an affinity for magical arts, prompting her to hasten to the bedside. Maria, equally weary and slumbering, seemed to sense someone approaching and abruptly open her eyes, regarding the newcomer with caution. Who are you? How did you enter my chamber? I implore you, leave at once. My husband is quite formidable. She resembled a lioness fiercely guarding her cub, her gaze infused with bravery and resoluteness. Zhu Mingwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could vanish into thin air. As the supreme mage of Kamataiji, her situation today was utterly dismal, being scrutinized by an ordinary individual with the eyes typically reserved for thieves. This was undoubtedly her most mortifying moment in centuries. Fear not, Maria, Lin Chen reassured, stepping forward to grasp Maria's hand gently, soothing this distressed young woman. Zhu Mingwei nodded at Maria, offering a soft smile in an attempt to alleviate her concerns. Madam, I am the supreme mage of Kamataiji. Your eldest son possesses remarkable magical talent, and I wish for him to study under my guidance. He is destined for greatness. The Archmage Agamotto holds a particular fondness for him and wishes to take him as a disciple. Would you consent to this? What? Lin Chen's heart jolted. He had presumed Zhu Mingwei merely sought to take his son as her apprentice, only to discover that it was the descendant of the ancient god Agamotto, known as the omniscient and omnipotent spirit, who desired to accept him as a pupil. Maria, oblivious to the significance of kamataji or Agamotto, only comprehended that this beautiful woman sought to take her son away. "No, I cannot agree," she declared vehemently. "The Lin family has its own martial legacy. We have no need to learn your magic. Leave my home at once. I will never consent to this." Zhu Mingwei sighed, her brow furrowed with concern. It appeared that the task set forth by the spirit Agamotto would not be easily fulfilled. With the child's mother opposed, she would have to persuade the obstinate man instead. For he was indeed the head of the household. "Esteemed Mr. Lin, I understand that you will be incredibly powerful in the future, perhaps even rivaling Agamotto himself. However, the path you tread now is fraught with peril and challenges, likely to offend many formidable adversaries, before you attain invincibility. Allowing your child to study under Agamotto would be a far safer option." Lin Chen nodded, fully anticipating this predicament. The endeavor to achieve harmony between mutants and ordinary people, to coexist openly in the same world, was exponentially more challenging than destroying the Earth itself. The prejudices harbored in people's hearts were more unyielding than vibranium, heavier than the total mass of the universe. He understood that to realize this vision, he would face increasingly powerful foes, not only those among humanity who harbored animosity towards mutants, but also the madmen within the mutant community who aspired to dominate the world. Some of these adversaries were so weak that a mere swipe of his hand could dispatch them, while others were powerful enough to obliterate planets. Potentially even celestial beings of fatherly caliber or universal magnitude standing in his way. From this perspective, securing a strong ally for his child, while he himself was not yet sufficiently powerful indeed, seemed a prudent choice. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen smiled faintly, lifting his eldest son, Lin Enyo, and declared, "I consent to my child becoming Agamotto's disciple. But he must wait until he turns 10 before he can accompany you to Kamataji to learn magic. Until then, I shall impart our family's martial arts to him." Maria opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, reluctant to see her child depart, yet unwilling to defy her husband's decision. Zhu Mingwei, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. She raised her hand, revealing a golden bracelet inlaid with magnesium jade, which she gently placed onto the child's small wrist. The bracelet magically shrank to fit snugly. "It is settled then. When this child turns 10, I shall return to take him for training. This bracelet is imbued with the shield of Terraphin and the bloom of Bozat, the former being the strongest defensive magic, and the latter the most formidable offensive spell. With this enchanted bracelet personally blessed by Agamotto, no being below the celestial level can harm this child. This is a master's gift from Agamotto. Should danger arise, I will sense it immediately and come to his aid. Farewell." With that, Zhu Mingwei drew a circle with her right hand, and a space portal crackling with sparks materialized before her. She stepped into the portal, the magic still lingering in the air. "Wait, can this thing have a white list?" Lin Chen interjected, preventing the supreme mage from stepping through the portal, pointing at the magical bracelet on the child's wrist. Zhu Mingwei turned back, her face a mask of confusion as she softly inquired, "What do you mean by white list? I did not comprehend your words. What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Without modern technology or the internet, the words that emerged centuries later were utterly foreign to the ancient mage. After all, time magic was employed to observe significant events that could lead to global destruction, and its use inflicted harm upon the user. She would not waste it on trivial matters. How to explain the concept of a white list to someone from ancient times? Lin Chen scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. He decided to state his intentions plainly, hoping the supreme mage would grasp it immediately. "You may not have experienced parenthood, so you might not understand. Sometimes mere admonishment is insufficient for a child's misdeeds. I must employ a firmer approach to instill a true understanding of right and wrong." Zhu Mingwei's lips twitched. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap the man before her. After dedicating hundreds of years to her craft and never having engaged in romantic pursuits, how could she possibly have a child? Such an inappropriate topic. You speak so eloquently. Yet what you truly desire is to discipline the child physically, is it not? Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. As a fellow of the long lineage, you should know that sometimes discipline is necessary. I wish to provide the child with a complete childhood, allowing him to feel a father's love. Do you understand now? Could you possibly adjust the settings so that these enchantments do not interfere while I educate the child? Zhu Mingwei gritted her teeth, forcing out, If he were not your child, I would have cast you into the chaotic realm to ponder how to converse with women for centuries. She approached the bedside, adjusted the magical bracelet, and shot him a cold glare. Come here, infuse your energy into it. Thus, the bracelet will recognize your essence, and when you discipline the child, the defensive and retaliatory magics will remain dormant. Lin Chen smiled as he infused the bracelet with his life force and true energy, entirely disregarding the fiery gaze of the supreme talismancer. Moments later, a small likeness of his head emerged from the magical bracelet. Zhu Mingwei formed a talismanic gesture, causing the magical array on the bracelet to gradually dissipate. Well, all is well now, right? I shall take my leave. With that, she lingered no longer, swiftly crossing the passage, her figure vanishing along with it. After Zhu Mingwei departed, Lin Chen picked up his eldest son, Lin Anyao, and planted a kiss on his cheek. To his surprise, the little one disregarded his affection, glaring with wide eyes and pouting his lips, erupting into a loud wail. Maria shot him an exasperated glance and gently took the child, rocking him softly. Darling, do not cry, do not cry. Let's ignore him. You were just born, and your father has already sold you off. We, the three of us, shall not pay him any mind. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. Although he typically exuded dominance and felt justified his actions, he could empathize with Maria's frustration. After all, less than an hour after the child's birth, he had promised to allow the child to accompany a stranger to an unknown place to study magic. What mother would not feel angered and disheartened by such a promise? Catherine, Angela, Alice, and Jinni, who had been rendered speechless by Lin Chen's earlier actions, could not help but stifle their laughter at seeing him at a loss for words under Maria's reproach. Catherine, being wise and considerate, recognized the need to avoid truly angering her husband, who was the pillar of their family. If she were too audacious, the consequences could entail losing their lavish home, exquisite garments, comfortable lifestyle, and possibly even the children themselves. Thus, she quickly shifted the topic, quietly inquiring, "Darling, who was that woman just now? Why would you send Anyao to be with her? And who is Agamotto?" Lin Chen glanced at her, a smile of approval gracing his lips as he replied. "Her name is Zhu Mingwei, also from the Great Long, and she is quite a significant figure in this world. The place, Kamataiji, to which Anyao will go, is under her jurisdiction, and she is currently the supreme talismancer. As for Agamotto, he is even more formidable. He is the terror of the ancient god S.H.I.E.L.D, a descendant of the ancient deities and the original supreme talismancer of the 5-4. The secretive talismancers of Kamataiji are all his disciples." Upon hearing this, Catherine and the others were left in stunned silence. Supreme talismancer? Ancient gods? Was this still the world they recognized? It felt as though they had stepped into a mythological tale. The revelations Lin Chen shared were entirely unfamiliar to them. In the modern world, no one had truly encountered gods or demons. Lin Chen's lips curled upwards slightly, seizing this opportunity to enlighten his concubines about the true nature of the world. In truth, the deity worshipped by the Catholic faith, the Holy Spirit, does indeed exist. However, he and the angels have long since refrained from descending to the mortal realm. Similarly, figures from Norse mythology, such as Odin and the Lord of the Underworld from European lore, Mephisto, along with Set, the desert god from S.H.I.E.L.D mythology, have also ceased to make appearances for various reasons. Humanity thus denied their own existence, believing themselves to be the sole intelligent life amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. Catherine widened her eyes, her mouth agape, her rosy lips appearing even more alluring. Angela and Elise adapted relatively quickly. After their initial astonishment, they regained their composure and began to pester their husband, inquiring whether, since deities truly existed, there was indeed magic that granted immortality. Janine, a devout believer, was overjoyed upon hearing her husband affirm the existence of the divine, immediately drawing a cross and clasping her hands in earnest prayer. At this moment, Maria also grasped why her husband had consented to their son becoming an Agamotto, a being of ancient divinity on par with the divine. Good heavens! Her ordinary son had become a god. Perhaps in the future, her son would ascend to divinity as well. After becoming a mother, a woman's heart revolves entirely around her child, and recalling how she nearly jeopardized her son's destiny filled Maria with dread. "Dearest, I was wrong. I shall heed your words from now on, if not for your intervention. I might have delayed Anyao's future. Had that occurred, I would have been too ashamed to face him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a rather mischievous thought surfacing in his mind. Maria's words reminded him of the large-scale event he had proposed several times, which his other concubines had shyly declined. Perhaps he could find an opening with her. Leaning close to Maria's ear, he whispered a few words, his gaze drifting toward Catherine, Angela, Elise, and Janine, who were fervently discussing mythological tales, utterly unaware that they had been drawn into a scheme. How embarrassing! Is it really so shameless? Maria blushed profusely, her breath quickening, her heart racing as if struck by a fawn. She did not mean to lose her composure. It was simply that her husband's plan was too mortifying, especially as it required her to involve her sisters. Lin Chen grinned mischievously, his gaze lingering on her. You just said you would listen to me from now on. Were you deceiving me? She lightly punched her husband's arm, whispering, I will try to persuade them, but I cannot guarantee success. Catherine and Janine are fine, but Angela and Elise are too naive. They may not accept it. Very well, I shall hold you to this. You can attend to your other matters now. Lin Chen nodded, placing his hand on her shoulder. Inner strength activated. The healing ability was triggered, and soon Maria's physical ailments from childbirth were restored to their former state, her complexion becoming rosy once more. Tonight, we shall host a banquet for the envoys to welcome them and cleanse their weariness. Tomorrow, I will hold a grand celebration for the children. You, and they shall be the stars of the event. Observing Maria's astonished expression, Lin Chen chuckled playfully. Do not be so surprised. I possess many more talents, which you will gradually come to appreciate. After saying this, he embraced their two sons, departing from the Jade Lotus Palace amidst her bashful irritation. The Lin family's Daming Palace is vast, opulent, and resplendent, leaving an indelible first impression on the minds of the visiting envoys, a quintessential example of the grandeur of the Huaxia royal architecture, imbued with exotic charm. My heavens, this is nothing short of miraculous, exclaimed the envoy S.H.I.E.L.D, dispatched by the Pulu's faction, as he sang praises while fixating his enamored gaze on the lantern-shaped illuminations lining the path and the vibrant neon lights adorning the eaves of the Daming Palace. The electric lights and neon displays are the latest innovations from the Lin Institute of Scientific Research, completed just in time for the celebratory banquet following Lin Chen's return from Emegwa. The initial batch of these inventions was employed to embellish the Daming Palace, enhancing the splendor of this magnificent edifice. While the envoys found themselves captivated by these technological marvels, they understood that it was futile to glean any information from the laborers or the accompanying officials. The advanced technology possessed by the Lin family was astonishingly ahead of its time, incomparable to anything known to the world. It became evident to me that the purpose behind the Eagle King's decision to confer the title of Baron upon Mr. Lin and designate the territory of Ghana as his fief was merely a superficial gesture to mask the prevailing tranquility. Standing beside S.H.I.E.L.D was a man with a prominent hooked nose, his close friend Tang Nade, who was also an envoy sent by the Gaolu faction to extend their congratulations. Thus, we find ourselves here, both sent by our respective factions to offer our well wishes. Tang Nade, do you recall any historical figures who were similarly celebrated by envoys from all factions? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired casually. Tang Nade's expression shifted slightly. Being the envoy of the Gaolu faction, he was well-versed in history and immediately thought of the legendary King Arthur. Are you referring to the one who drew the sword from the stone, the pupil of the great mage Merlin? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, reflecting on the marvels he had witnessed along the way, such as steamships powered by internal combustion engines, gasoline-powered automobiles, and the astonishing illumination that made night seem like day. The plethora of technological inventions, far beyond their era, all emerging from the Lin family, evoked thoughts of the extraordinary powers depicted in mythological tales. In contrast to the male envoys, who wore expressions of concern or melancholy, Princess Dama, Marisol Frederick Dagmar, simply reveled in the beauty of the Eastern Palace. Occasionally glancing at Princess Zainali, Louise Maris, not far off, she understood that they shared a common ambition, to find a way to become a mistress of this splendid palace. Under the guidance of the steward, Lin Chen, the envoys proceeded to the Linda Hall in the northwest corner of the palace, a venue designated for banquets and the reception of foreign dignitaries. Once all the envoys had gathered and settled as per Lin Chen's arrangements, Lin Chen finally made his leisurely entrance. Esteemed envoys, having traveled from afar, I ought to have greeted you personally as your host. However, my newly conferred baronial territory is vast, and I am compelled to attend to numerous matters. I humbly ask for your understanding, gentlemen and ladies. The insincere apology was utterly devoid of genuine sentiment. However, the ambassadors did not dare to show any negligence, rising in unison to pay their respects. They incessantly extolled the Baron for his diligence and duty, proclaiming him a paragon of virtue. This illustrates that when an individual's power and status ascend to a certain pinnacle, all transgressions may be overlooked, and some may even transform one's flaws into commendable traits. Lin Chen cast a glance over the assembled ambassadors, his gaze lingering on Princess S.H.I.E.L.D and Princess Dampe for a few moments before he raised his goblet and declared, "Today marks the birthdays of my son and daughter, and I am profoundly grateful for your long journey to celebrate with us. However, before the festivities commence, I must clarify one point. Please indulge in merriment and revelry. For tonight, we shall speak of nothing but leisure and romance, and I implore you not to dampen my spirits." Though the assembly was somewhat reluctant, they nonetheless lifted their cups in agreement, showering him with well wishes. Regrettably, the cultural refinement from Europe was lacking, leading to repetitive sentiments. Lin Chen took a gentle sip of his wine, smiling as he gazed at the gathered diplomats. "I'm not one for heavy drinking, so I shall refrain from joining you. Shuhei-o, please summon the kitchen to serve our distinguished guests a taste of our grand culinary delights, ensuring they are well treated." With that, he held his goblet aloft and approached Princess Dampe and Princess S.H.I.E.L.D. to preserve the royal dignity. The two young and beautiful maidens did not don royal regalia, but rather wore elegant evening gowns of modest design. It was evident that this was likely their first gathering with the ambassadors, and they were both anxious yet unable to suppress their excitement. This was entirely natural. They were still young and, even within the more liberal courts of Qianfeng, had not yet reached the age for widespread social interaction or dealings with ambassadors. The arrival of Lin Chen left the two princesses slightly flustered. They gracefully lifted the hems of their skirts and bowed respectfully, their enchanting faces and elegant figures, accentuated by alluring curves, reminiscent of characters sprung from a fairy tale. "Greetings to the esteemed Lord of Ganeda, Baron of the Great Eagle, His Excellency," they each said in turn. They had both inherited the admirable lineage of their respective houses. Princess Gisela Louise Molly possessed a pair of azure eyes that sparkled with the allure of sapphires, while Princess Marie-Sophie Frederica Dagmar had subtly pointed ears, reminiscent of the fabled elves. Intriguingly, both were preoccupied with the same thoughts. Under Lin Chen's perceptive influence, he sensed their inner musings. Princess Gisela Louise Molly fretted over the size of her bosom, attempting to accentuate her long legs in hopes of capturing the Baroness' attention over Princess Marie-Sophie Frederica Dagmar. He could not help but smile at her adorable and clever demeanor. As for Princess Marie-Sophie Frederica Dagmar, she longed for her beauty to be even more striking, wishing to monopolize the Baron's affections entirely. In response to this, Lin Chen could only marvel at the fact that she was indeed a woman of royal descent. Such intrigues of vying for favor within the harem had been ingrained in them since childhood, becoming an instinctive behavior. However, since she intended to marry into the Lin family, this detrimental habit must be amended. He had no desire for the currently harmonious harem to devolve into a brutal struggle akin to those seen in Qing dynasty dramas, where today, Li Guifei conspired against Sun Guifei's son, and tomorrow, Empress Wang would do the same to Li Guifei's offspring. Such tragic moral dilemmas made Lin Chen feel utterly uneasy. After the formalities, the two women stood there anxiously, resembling prisoners awaiting judgment, hesitant to move for fear of inciting the wrath of this influential figure who could determine their fates. Indeed, he was a person of great consequence, one who held the power to shape their destinies. The two princesses understood that while they enjoyed a certain level of prestige within their respective families, before the sovereign of the great nation, they were merely ornamental figures of modest standing. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating how to rid these two women of the harmful habits they had acquired in the royal court. Heavens, what have I done wrong? He pondered, bewildered by his own frown. The moment the two princesses witnessed this, their expressions shifted to one of panic. Ignoring their internal turmoil, Lin Chen lightly tapped his wine glass with his right index finger. Ding, ding, ding. The rhythm of the sound resonated deeply within the royal princesses, causing their hearts to race in unison. After some contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to abandon the moral constraints he had adhered to before his transmigration, finding it more convenient to employ mind control. The most challenging endeavors in the world are twofold. One is to transfer another's wealth into one's own possession, and the other is to implant one's thoughts into another's mind. Yet for him, both tasks posed no difficulty, particularly the latter, which had become considerably simpler since acquiring the ability of mental control. His prior hesitance to reform them through conventional means stemmed from the inertia of over 2 decades influenced by laws and morals before his crossing. Now, he had utterly cast off those constraints, truly embracing the awareness of a powerful being who could dominate all. Subtly, Lin Chen utilized his mental control to implant thought imprints within the minds of the 2 princesses. Malie Sophie Frederick Dagmar and Gisela Louise Malie exchanged knowing smiles, feeling an exceptional affinity toward one another, as if they shared a deep-seated connection. The previous rivalry seemed to dissipate into oblivion. Observing their newfound camaraderie, Lin Chen burst into hearty laughter. He wrapped one arm around Malie Sophie Frederick Dagmar and the other around Gisela Louise Malie, and amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the various envoys, he strolled out of the Linda Hall, venturing deeper into the Ming Palace. One must savor life's pleasures to the fullest, lest the golden goblet remain empty beneath the moonlight. When power is in hand, one can command the world. Lin Chen felt immense gratitude toward these 2 princesses, for they had bestowed upon him the opportunity to overcome his mental barriers, allowing him to comprehend fully that in a world where power reigns supreme, a true invincible force must possess a heart unencumbered by reservations. The following morning, within the confines of the Yufu Palace, Lin Chen awoke surrounded by a throng of maidservants. With the weight of an important announcement on his mind, he cautiously slipped out of bed. Catherine, a light sleeper, stirred at the slightest movement and promptly attended to his grooming and dressing. "You young maidens, take good care, Catherine. I must attend to pressing matters," he instructed. Upon leaving the Yufu Palace, Lin Chen felt invigorated as he made his way to the wooing hall. In the main hall, the various department heads of Jian'an had gathered, and the senior members of the Lin family were already present, awaiting his arrival. As he entered, the assembly rose in unison, bowing in respect. "We pay our respects to the Baron. We pay our respects to the Master." Lin Chen, in high spirits, raised his voice slightly. "I have summoned you all today to share a momentous announcement. With the birth of Lady Maria's twins, my lineage can now be compared to that of the esteemed King One. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Therefore, I wish to celebrate together. Joy is best when shared. This year, as a special decree, all individuals with assets not exceeding 10,000 pounds shall have their commercial, land, and agricultural taxes halved. Those with assets below 10,000 pounds shall receive corresponding tax reductions. For nonviolent felonies, sentences shall be mitigated, and minor offenses may be replaced with labor in order to allow the people of Jian'an to rejoice in the birth of my progeny. This policy shall be enacted for 1 year. Remember, there shall be no exceptions." The arrival of twins prompted Lin Chen to reflect deeply, coinciding with the first year of his baronial title. In his joy, he sought to win the hearts of the populace, thus emulating a royal amnesty. Yet, as a time traveler, he understood that any policy must be flexible, tailored to specific circumstances. Hence, the tax reductions for varying asset scales and the leniency for nonviolent offenders. As for those guilty of violent crimes, he resolved to grant no clemency. When Lin Chen made this declaration, some officials felt discomfort. Those they held in esteem were excluded from the benefits, while individuals they detested or had offended might find themselves favored. However, the senior members of the Lin family did not dwell on such matters. Upon Lin Chen's conclusion, they chorused, "Congratulations, Master. Your wisdom and benevolence shine brightly. The people of Jian'an are truly fortunate." The officials, caught in their own thoughts, reacted a moment too late, bowing with trepidation. "Congratulations, Baron. Your concern for the populace ensures that Jian'an will surely prosper." Lin Chen pressed his hands down, his gaze piercing as it swept across the assembly. "This is my first decree benefiting the people. I trust that no one will dare to undermine it. The tangible benefits must reach those deserving. Should I learn of any deceit, you all know the consequences." His voice resonated like the tolling of bells, echoing throughout the hall. commanding an imposing presence that left all present breathless, instilling a profound sense of authority. The weight of his dominion, particularly the palpable pressure of life and death, rendered the officials of Jinnah silent, their hearts racing in fear. Even the high-ranking warriors of the Lin family felt discomfort. It was their first time witnessing the patriarch in such a grave demeanor, his imposing presence akin to a mountain, overwhelming to bear. Observing the pallor of their faces and the trepidation in their hearts, Lin Chen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. His ability to exert mental control was as gentle as a spring breeze, effortlessly inscribing notions of loyalty and diligence into the minds of each individual while they were ensnared in a tumult of confusion. This was knowledge gleaned from his experiments with his concubines the previous night. Controlling those in a state of mental disarray proved significantly easier than governing the rational. The officials and warriors, possessing psychological resilience and willpower far superior to that of ordinary individuals, required only a fraction of the effort for mental domination, initially demanding 1% of energy, but after instilling fear, merely 1,000 sufficed, rendering the endeavor both efficient and effortless. Imprinting their thoughts would only augment their loyalty and diligence, without detriment to their intellect or judgment. The ensuing discussions bore testament to this, as the absence of selfish motives resulted in a remarkable increase in efficiency, transforming a day's worth of affairs into a matter of mere hours. A new king ascends, invariably treading upon the remains of the old king to claim the exalted throne. Within the four barbarians' pavilion, the Pluris envoy Kobasissa stood by the window, gazing at the magnificent Daming Palace in the distance. He observed the hurried stride of the officials, their expressions imbued with an invigorating spirit. Such vitality was a rare sight among the officials of various European powers. He could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for the future of Pluris. The emergence of a new, formidable force would inevitably encroach upon the interests of established powers, and he pondered whether Pluris could unify its territories before the grasp of the Grand can extend it. Tang Nade held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it before consuming it in one swift motion. I reckon this is not a concern for us, at least for now. That noble baron does not appear to harbor ambitions of world domination. Perhaps we could emulate the practices of Donma and Xiangeli, selecting some young and beautiful royal princesses to marry the master of the Grand Khan, thereby fostering a closer relationship. A glimmer of hope flickered in Kobasissa's eyes as he recalled the unmarried Princess Louise. Indeed, the hope of Pluris rested solely upon her. Thanks to Prince William's affection for his daughter, Princess Louise remained unwed. A sudden idea struck him, and he continued, "By the way, today marks the Baron's centennial celebration. We must consider how to arrange a private meeting with him. If we could negotiate a marriage alliance, it would greatly benefit us. Tangnade, you are truly my lucky star. Should I succeed in this endeavor, the royal family will undoubtedly reward me handsomely upon my return." Tangnade, note that. His agreement stemming not only from a solid friendship with Kobasissa, but also from a desire to probe the Baron's sentiments. Should the noble Baron harbor no objections, the royal princess of Gaolu far surpassed those of Pluris in number. It would be prudent to send a selection directly to the Grand Khan, confident that the Baron would not refuse. Residing above the envoy of Pulu and the envoy of Gaolu are the Dutch envoy Rogers and the Eagle envoy Count Mingtaw, both of whom are keenly observing the bustling Daming Palace. The rapid development of Ghaneda has caught the world off guard, unprepared for their entry into the global division of interests. Count Mingtaw, now the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Eagle Kingdom, upon returning to Ghaneda and witnessing dozens of shipyards tirelessly constructing vessels, comprehended that the once humble farmer-turned-leader of Ghaneda has now set his sights on the vast oceans as part of their future aspirations. In a few years, the ships under construction will replace the invincible fleet of the Eagle Kingdom, emerging as the most formidable maritime power in the world. I have known Baron Lin Chen for over a decade and am well acquainted with the character of the leader of Ghaneda. He is not one easily satisfied. Concessions from Tiong and the royal family will only amplify his ambitions. Regrettably, I have been unable to persuade the royal family and the cabinet, those fools, and can only watch helplessly as he grows stronger, ultimately jeopardizing the interests of Tiong. Count Mingtaw's expression turned despondent as he sighed softly. Rogers displayed a look of disdain. Historically, Heilin and the Great Eagle have clashed on numerous occasions, maintaining a strained relationship. The Heilin people, unless confined within the Four Barbarians' pavilion, would never agree to meet with Count Mingtao. Their predicament is self-inflicted. History has long proven the short-sightedness of the Great Eagle royal family and cabinet. Nevertheless, Count Mingtao, you are correct. In the face of the increasingly formidable Ganeda, we must set aside past grievances and unite to curb that ambitious baron. At this juncture, he paused, furrowing his brow, and continued, yet we are currently too weak. In terms of population, economy, land, and military, we are incapable of contending with him. My genuine concern lies with the Heilin royal family and parliament. They're as short-sighted as the Great Eagle, potentially aligning with that baron for immediate gains. A flicker of fear crossed Count Mingtua's eyes. Should that occur, it would spell disaster for both our realms. Rogers, with a shifting gaze and serious tone, replied, indeed, before Ganeda fully rises, we must make a choice. Therefore, let us contemplate how to persuade the fools within our ranks to abandon compromise and forge a cooperative relationship. Just as he finished speaking, Count Mingtao was about to respond when suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the direction of the Daming Palace. Initially taken aback, they soon discerned the content of the cheers. Long live the Baron! Long live the Baron! Long live the Lord! Chapter 35. A wink and a nudge. The cheers resounded in waves, unceasing. Simultaneously, officials emerging from the Daming Palace wore expressions of excitement as they boarded the official vehicles provided by the Baron, preparing to swiftly announce favorable policies that would allow all citizens of Ganeda to benefit from the Baron's generosity. Count Mingtao and Rogers exchanged astonished glances, their minds reeling. Both seasoned politicians, they possessed a deep understanding of the bureaucratic system. The unwavering collaboration among the administrators signifies a minimal internal strife within the governance of Jianna, allowing for the utmost focus on economic development, effective governance, and the enhancement of royal affairs. The high efficiency and integrity of Jianna's administration will naturally garner the support of the populace, leading to an increasingly formidable future. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the sea as the briny breeze brushed against his sun-kissed face. He had stood in this manner countless times, yet the longed-for coastline remained tantalizingly out of reach. A whole year had passed, and how he had endured it was a blur even to him. Since receiving the mission to embark on a quest overseas for artifacts and relics imbued with supernatural powers, inspired by various local myths, he had endured endless trials and tribulations that left him utterly fatigued. Over the years, he had traversed numerous nations, witnessing many astonishing and chilling worlds, each step soaked in the sweat and blood of valiant warriors. Apart from himself, several comrades from the Divine Martial Guard had accompanied him. However, that expeditionary team had long since been buried in some subterranean tomb or perished in confrontations with local tribes. After a moment of respite in the sea breeze, Lin Chen returned to the cabin and retrieved a rubber box. He slowly opened it to reveal a silver metallic object, shaped like a rectangular prism with one end embedded into a rhomboid, thus earning the title of obelisk. For the sake of this object, they had lost dozens of elite members from the Fierce Fox Legion, only to discover that ordinary individuals would perish upon contact. Even the adept warriors of the Divine Martial Guard could only hold it briefly, or they would suffer immense pain, unable to release their grip. As Lin Chen recounted this, he recalled how the surface of the obelisk would manifest mysterious runes upon being touched, and he immediately recognized this as the item the master sought. However, the cost of locating it and identifying materials capable of neutralizing its bizarre powers had been exorbitant, resulting not only in the deaths of several elite members from the Fierce Fox Legion, but also in the regression of a skilled practitioner from the Divine Martial Guard due to damaged meridians, a price far too steep. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoed at the cabin door, causing Lin Chen to rub his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Upon opening the door, a robust man with an imposing stature stepped inside, exclaiming in astonishment, "Captain, are you once again examining the obelisk? Mr. Lin Jimming instructed me to summon you. They are engaged in an arm wrestling contest. Bluris has already won over 10 matches, and several masters from the Divine Martial Guard suggest that the lad might have awakened a superpower. You ought to come and see." Lin Chen was taken aback. As one of Lin Chen's oldest subordinates, he was privy to many secrets of the Lin family. For instance, the master possessed several superpowers, and some of the young masters and mistresses had also awakened formidable abilities. However, Blurus was over 30 years old, and it was generally believed that he had surpassed the prime age for awakening powers. It was unexpected that he could suddenly manifest such abilities. He securely locked the box once more and readily replied, "Knights, let us go and witness Blurus's current prowess." The two made their way to the entertainment room on the second floor, where the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Blursa was exuberantly shouting, "None of you can compare. Who dares to challenge me? Today I shall take on 10. Lin Chen pushed open the door to the entertainment room and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Blursa, have you become overconfident? Did you not say you would only face one? Come, let us compete. Rest assured, I shall rely solely on my physical strength, without employing any internal energy." As he spoke, he scrutinized Blursa. The once robust giant now appeared even more muscular, as if he had awakened the ability to enhance his strength. Blursa, with a simple grin, scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I cannot compete with those experts from the Divine Martial Guard. They have mastered the supreme, true skill created by the Lord. I stand no chance against you. My strength is but that of an ant shaking a tree, a mantis blocking a chariot." Though he seemed somewhat foolish, he was not truly dim-witted. He understood that those who perfected the supreme, true skill could unleash immense power, and his own strength was insignificant in comparison. Lin Chen took a seat opposite him, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his solid muscles, and said, "Let us compare. A true man should not fear." Upon hearing this, Blursa felt he could not back down, lest he be ridiculed for lacking manhood. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arm, and the two clasped wrists, holding them vertically above the table. The onlookers from the Divine Martial Guard, who had been observing with crossed arms, now showed interest and gathered around to discuss. "Brother Bao, how much strength do you think this giant can withstand against Brother Jingluen?" A tall, slender young man asked, admiringly eyeing Lin Jingluen. Lin Baoyu slowly extended a finger and replied succinctly, "At most, 1 point." The young man scoffed, dismissively curling his lips, and confidently pressed down the finger, laughing, "Huh? Brother Bao, your judgment is lacking. It's at least 2 points, at most 2 points. Brother Jingluen is among the first to master the 12 true forms, ranking high amongst the hundreds in the Divine Martial Guard." Lin Jingluen allowed one hand to dangle before him, gripping Blursa's wrist with his right hand and gradually applying pressure. Initially, Blursa remained composed, even managing to exchange playful glances with his friends. However, as Lin Jingluen increased the force, Blursa began to struggle, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut, and the once jovial demeanor faded as he focused intently. "Very well, can you withstand this much weight?" Lin Jingluen taunted, just as the words left his lips. Blursa felt the force on his wrist double, gritting his teeth and letting out an anguished roar, his face reddening as he barely managed to stabilize his arm. Noticing that Blursa had yet to reach his limit, Lin Jingluen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If Blursa could endure this round, he planned to recommend this good-natured giant to Lin Jiaodong, the commander of the Divine Martial Guard, to learn the deeper intricacies of the supreme true skill. As the pressure reached a critical point, Blursa gasped for breath, his heart pounding like a drum, audible even to those nearby, while his rigid arm began to shake violently. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Lin Jingluen, who remained unfazed, displaying an effortless demeanor. Suddenly, the sound of a loud clap resonated through the room. With a resounding defeat, Blursa found himself heavily pinned to the table. Gasping for air, he conceded, "Indeed, the captain of the Divine Martial Guard possesses unfathomable strength. Without even employing true energy, I am utterly no match for you. If I may be so bold, how much effort did you exert during our earlier contest?" He had listened intently to the conversation between Lin Baoyu and the others, unable to suppress his admiration. "Perhaps 2.5 points. Your foundation is commendable. I shall recommend you to the Divine Martial Guard." Lin Jingluen patted his shoulder, withholding the truth to spare Blursa's feelings. Time flew by, and before long, the afternoon arrived. Various envoys gathered at the Ming Palace to congratulate the Baron on the joyous occasion of his son's birth. The Linda Hall was adorned with colorful decorations. Red flowers and lanterns hung everywhere, creating an atmosphere of celebration. Lin Chen and Maria donned solemn and elegant attire, prepared to receive the envoys, the chief steward, and the upper echelons of the Lin family. The senior members of the Lin family had already changed into the red ceremonial garments bestowed by their lord. which were far more splendid than their usual attire, resembling tributes that could only be obtained from the former imperial court. The garments fit impeccably, exuding an air of grandeur that made them appear even more dashing. Steward Lin Chen was responsible for the entire banquet's preparations. He instructed his servants to remember the seating arrangements and the timing for gift presentations while surveying the hall's decorations. Arriving early, he found that the other envoys had not yet arrived. Only the servants were bustling about, transporting the necessary items for the celebration. Upon seeing the steward, they greeted him with respect. The seasoned servants knew well that although Lin Chen held the title of steward, appearing as a subordinate, none dared to underestimate him. The over 1,000 servants of the Lin family were acutely aware of his relationship with the Lord and recognized the contributions he had made to the household, holding a deep respect for his extraordinary mastery of true energy. Lin Chen made a round of the hall, correcting the servants on misplaced items, and then proceeded to the kitchen to ensure the safety of the banquet's fare. Before long, the attendees for the evening began to arrive, including the chief steward from the Ghana region and various envoys. The stewards exchanged greetings, their faces beaming with pride, guided by the servants. The envoys took their seats in accordance with their designated arrangements. The stewards from the Ghana region and the various envoys occupied opposite sides of a wide red carpet that separated them, gazing across at one another. Though their smiles were warm, their eyes darted around, suggesting that each harbored ulterior motives. As time drew closer, nearly all had arrived, save for the envoy from Osmandic, whose seat remained empty. Upon inquiring, Lin Chen learned that this envoy refused to take his seat until after the gift presentation. Such a rarity! What gift could the envoy from Osmandic have prepared that would compel him to delay his seating until the offering was made? The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. A resounding cannon fired, and Lin Chen, disregarding the peculiar envoy from Osmanti, adjusted his elegant attire and stood at the entrance of the grand hall, awaiting the arrival. As the appointed hour arrived, Lin Chen entered the crimson carpeted passageway, cradling Lin Anyao in one arm while holding the hand of Maria, who was carrying Lin Anchuan. At the entrance, Lin Chen inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "The Baron has arrived." The assembly rose in unison, bowing in reverence. "We warmly welcome the Baron and Baroness." The various envoys called out in their respective tongues, expressing their respect. With steady strides, Lin Chen approached the throne in the center of the hall, surveying the gathered envoys of various nations, provincial officials, and the upper echelons of the Lin family. Maria, moving to a slightly smaller seat nearby, quietly accepted the bows while cradling Lin Anchuan. "Please rise, everyone, and take your seats." Once he and Maria were seated, the assembly resumed their places. Subsequently, servants began to present the specially prepared ceremonial dishes and poured the finest wine for everyone, even attending to the vacant seat of the Osmanti envoy with meticulous care, leaving the guests puzzled. The ministers from Canada, led by the provincial lord, extolled the Baron, praising the prosperity and stability of the region over the years, lauding the significant changes and glorious achievements brought about by the Baron. The various envoys also presented gifts from their respective nations, an array of precious and rare treasures unfolding before the assembly, eliciting gasps of admiration. Soon, all the envoys had presented their tributes, leaving only the envoy from Osmanti. With an air of arrogance, he surveyed the room and scoffed. "What you have offered are mere trinkets, hardly worthy of mention. It appears you have not put forth any genuine effort, yet you revel in your own delight. How laughable! I have heard that the Baron has a keen interest in the supernatural. Our entire nation has scoured the land and finally captured a living treasure. May I present this treasure for the Baron's approval?" He bowed with an air of self-satisfaction, seeking the throne's permission. His words struck like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples of discontent. The other envoys' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes narrowing in anger toward the Osmanti envoy, fearing that this Baron might be swayed by his words and jeopardize relations between their nations. Fortunately, Lin Chen had never placed much value on these gifts. Upon hearing the envoy, he remained unfazed, unlike what others anticipated. Seated high upon the throne, he inquired with an air of ease, "Osmanti envoy, I have yet to learn your name. What gift have you brought that you deem superior to those of the other envoys?" The Osmanti envoy straightened his posture, shedding his earlier arrogance, and respectfully replied, "I am Mipajila, here to wish the Baron good health, akin to the esteemed king, one of DeLong." Revered as a sage of our time. To everyone's astonishment, Mipagila demonstrated a remarkable understanding of the history of Dalong, even mentioning that King One of the Zhou dynasty fathered 100 sons, one of whom is revered as a sage of Dalong. His flattery was delivered with such elegance that it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Baron, may I invite my attendant to enter? Lin Chen, increasingly intrigued, gestured for the butler, Lin Shuhai, to inform Wei Bin to allow Mipagila's attendant entry. Shortly thereafter, four robust Usiman warriors, bearing iron rods and carrying a cube draped in red cloth, made their heavy-footed entrance into the grand hall, their burden clearly substantial. Upon presenting the gift before Mipagila, they bowed deeply and then turned it apart. My lord Baron, behold my offering, a living demon. To capture it, several valiant Usiman warriors perished. He forcefully yanked the red cloth away, revealing an iron cage. As the onlookers beheld the sight, gasps of horror escaped their lips, and some even shrieked in terror. Amague, truly Amague, with horns protruding from its head, a tail swishing behind, and skin as red as flames, it indeed resembled a denizen of hell. Heavens! How dare you bring a demon into the palace? Baron, you must slay it at once. Lin Chen sprang up from his throne, entrusting Lin Anyao to Maria, and strode over to Mipagila, his gaze fixed intently on the captive within the cage. I have received the envoy's intentions. I wish to examine this gift closely. Please, let the envoy take a seat and partake of the refreshments. Mipagila, somewhat perplexed, acquiesced to the Baroness' request and returned to his seat. The creature appeared to be a child of approximately 14 years, its skin more crimson than the garments it wore, as if drenched in blood. Its head was disproportionately large for its frail body, and its eyes, filled with fear, were a striking shade of pale. Its long, thin arms and legs were shackled by iron chains as thick as a wrist, desperately clawing at the chains in a futile attempt to escape, even at the cost of drawing blood. The child wore no clothing, his body marred by lash marks, and a slender tail thrashed incessantly behind him, the pointed tip sparking against the iron bars, suggesting it was his most fearsome weapon. Lin Chen reached out in an attempt to soothe him, but the child emitted a piercing cry, trembling violently as he rattled the chains, striving to evade Lin Chen's hand. Unfortunately, the chains bound his limbs and neck tightly, leaving him no avenue for escape. His small frame shook with desperation, and suddenly, dense smoke began to emanate from him, his figure flickering in and out of visibility, as if on the verge of breaking free from his restraints. As the smoke enveloped him, it appeared to sap his strength. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, his head drooping in exhaustion, ceasing his struggles. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am merely here to heal your wounds. Lin Chen placed his hand upon the child's head, channeling his healing abilities into the frail form. His internal injuries healed rapidly, yet the welts from the lashes and the self-inflicted wounds on his wrists only mended superficially. The expended energy was replenished entirely, given the throng of people surrounding him. It was imprudent to heal all his wounds at once, lest rumors arise of collusion between Lin Chen and the demon. He lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes, rendering him unexpectedly endearing. Chapter 36. Is it truly necessary to harbor such regret? You see, I have not deceived you, have I? Let's become acquainted. What is your name? Aware that the other might not comprehend Chinese or English, he employed telepathy during his inquiry, perhaps owing to Lin Chen's prior assistance in healing him. The individual felt a modicum of trust, and thus did not recoil in fear from the voice resonating in his mind. In a feeble tone, he replied, Asazuo. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen nodded, confirming his suspicions. This little demon bore a striking resemblance to Asazuo, the red-skinned minion of Magneto from the movies he had watched before his transcendence. One a youthful version, the other an adult. I'm a master here, Lin Chen. Please wait a moment, Asazuo. I shall release you once the banquet concludes. After uttering these words, Lin Chen withdrew his hand, intending to return to his throne and continue the festivities. Mipagila had already presented Asazuo to him. There was no rush to cultivate their bond, and exercising mental control in such a public setting was rather inconvenient. Unexpectedly, just as he withdrew his hand, Asazuo laboriously nudged his head against Lin Chen's palm. Lin Chen smiled at him, stood, and approached the envoy from Osmandia, patting Mipagila on the shoulder with a grin. Your thoughtfulness is apparent. I am thoroughly pleased with this gift. The sincerity of Osmandia gleamed like gold, evident to anyone with sight. Should your esteemed house have any requests, feel free to approach the Grand Lord, Jinnah. Pajila's eyes squinted with delight. This Lord of Jinnah was indeed as enraptured by tales of gods and demons as the legend suggested. The loss of a few elite servants was insignificant in comparison to the rare treasures brought by the envoys. Unbeknownst to him, the gentle pats on his shoulder had stealthily infused dark energy mixed with true chi into his body. Upon returning to Osmandia, he would face the end of his life. Reflecting on his treatment of S.H.I.E.L.D, Lin Chen's thoughts drifted to the extreme human supremacists intent on exterminating mutants, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Thus, he casually bestowed a small gift upon Pajila. Thank you, Baron. We are pleased that you appreciate our family's offering. Subsequently, Lin Chen returned to his throne, and the banquet continued. The guests cast envious glances at Pajila, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions as they pondered their thoughts. As the evening drew to a close, everyone bowed in farewell to the Baron. Kobos and Tangade attempted to engage in conversation several times. Yet upon witnessing the Baron's displeased countenance, they refrained and exited the grand hall. Maria, take the children home first. I have matters to attend to. Book Hao, please escort the lady and the young master. Lin Chen waved his hand to summon the butler, Lin Chen, watching as he escorted Maria and the children away. Only then did he make his way to the treasure vault where the gifts were stored. With a gentle tug of his thumb and forefinger on the copper lock of the iron cage, a crisp snap echoed as the lock disengaged, and the iron door swung open. S.H.I.E.L.D, witnessing Lin Chen break the lock, erupted in an excited outburst in an unfamiliar tongue, his voice resonating with a complexity akin to reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land. Lin Chen, attuned to his thoughts through a psychic connection, could not comprehend the words, but clearly sensed the thrill and joy emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. Ah, S.H.I.E.L.D, my kin, poor child. Indeed, we are alike, born of humanity, yet distinct from the ordinary. Each of us possesses unique aberrational abilities, a hallmark that separates us from common humans. We are mutants, albeit a term that future generations may use derogatorily. I prefer to refer to us as superhumans, an evolved new breed that transcends the mundane. As Lin Chen spoke with fervor, flames of brilliant white ignited in his hands. As he directed the flames onto the iron chains binding S.H.I.E.L.D's hands, feet, and neck, a hissing sound filled the air as the chains vaporized and broke apart. The temperature of the flames soared to several thousand degrees, sufficient to cause steel to evaporate instantaneously. Remarkably, this terrifying heat did not harm S.H.I.E.L.D in the slightest. His control over the flames was exquisite, more precise than a CNC machine. Once the chains fell away, a wisp of smoke enveloped S.H.I.E.L.D, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Moments later, he reappeared perched on Lin Chen's shoulder, affectionately nudging his face with his head. What a mischievous child you are. Don't sit on others' shoulders. It's quite impolite. From this day forth, you shall accompany me and be my son, Lin Chen said, lifting him gently from his shoulder and smiling down at S.H.I.E.L.D. Through their psychic bond, language was no longer a barrier. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded obediently, burrowing into Lin Chen's embrace and clutching his red robe tightly, much like a frightened puppy fearing abandonment. Time flew by, and a month swiftly passed. After bidding farewell to the various envoys, Lin Chen returned to the port of Edmont. Today marked the return of the Lin family's expedition team, and the port buzzed with excitement. The Public Security Bureau managed the outer roadblocks, while the members of the Fierce Fox Legion secured the interior. According to news relayed by Lin Jinglun during Aunt Xiaowei's resupply, they had discovered an object imbued with strange powers in a remote part of Africa. Several expedition members had suffered injuries or even death from contact with it, perfectly aligning with the Master's quest for supernatural forces. As the sun climbed to its zenith, a steel vessel appeared on the horizon, the Lin family flag embroidered with golden edges glimmering in the sunlight. Once the ship docked, Lin Jinglun and the others embraced Lin Chen, exchanging pleasantries and recounting their respective experiences. What did you say? The Master's disciple and child have been born? Good heavens, we missed the celebration because of that storm. On the carriage ride back to the Lin family manor, Lin Jinglun nearly spat out the fruit wine from his mouth, frantically patting his thigh in frustration. Lin Chen looked at him with a puzzled expression and leisurely remarked, "Is it truly necessary to feel so regretful? Given our master's rate of procreation, we shall soon welcome more children into the world. The master has established a tradition. Each time a child is born, a celebration shall be held. With our longevity attained through the practice of Wuji Zhengong, who knows, we may live to witness the birth of the 10th child, which will surely be a grand affair. Oh, and there's another matter. The master has adopted a new son. When you meet him, do not be taken aback. This young master is rather unique in appearance, quite unlike others." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, unimpressed, poured himself another glass of wine, downing it in one gulp, and replied with a peculiar tone, "Ha, you underestimate me, S.H.I.E.L.D. The things I've encountered over these past few years are far more intricate than you can imagine. I've seen all manner of bizarre and peculiar creatures. Even if you were Cyclops with one arm, I would not bat an eye." Lin Chen cast a glance at him, hoping that he could maintain this composure when he met the young master S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Grand Ming Palace of the Lin family manor, a red figure darted about, appearing on the left one moment and on the right the next, leaving behind a swirling cloud of smoke with each vanishing act. Had the sun been high in the sky, any ordinary person witnessing this spectacle would surely think they had encountered something extraordinary. "Young Master S.H.I.E.L.D, you are misusing your abilities again. The Master has explicitly instructed you not to use teleportation recklessly, lest outsiders learn of our affairs," Lin Chen chided, stepping down from the carriage and sighing as he observed the scene from earlier. He turned to see the remarkable expression on Lin Zhengluan's face. At that moment, Lin Zhengluan's eyes were wide with astonishment, his mouth agape, struggling to swallow as he processed the revelation that this child was indeed the master's newly adopted son. He certainly is a bit different, yet thankfully he still resembles a human to some degree, far better than the serpent people I encountered in the Amazon jungle. He mused aloud, oblivious to the playful glint in his friend's eyes. Suddenly, the red figure flashed before him, a slender hand wielding a paintbrush aimed at his face. Reacting instinctively as a martial artist, he instinctively tilted his head and threw a punch. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the force of his punch shattered the stone slabs beneath him, but the red figure vanished once more, leaving Lin Zhengluan's fist striking air. Hee. Uncle Hao, who is this fellow? Quick reflexes, and using the energy of those divine martial guards as well. If he speaks out of turn again, I shall surely paint a turtle on his face. A S.H.I.E.L.D materialized beside Lin Chen, making a comical face at Lin Zhengluan, pouting in dissatisfaction. In the span of a month, with Lin Chen's telepathic guidance, he had become proficient in speaking Chinese, though his handwriting remained crooked and unsightly. As Lin Chen would put it, even teaching a monkey would yield better results in penmanship. Lin Chen gently patted his head, imparting earnest advice. "Young Master S.H.I.E.L.D, one must not be so impolite. If the master finds out, he will surely have you transcribe the family rules again. This gentleman is your uncle Zhengluan, who has just returned from abroad and is quite astonished by your appearance." He winked at Lin Zhengluan, signaling him to cooperate and provide the young master with a graceful exit so as not to dwell on this matter any longer and hinder the important tasks at hand. Ahem. Yes, I have just returned after all. Young Master S.H.I.E.L.D, once I see the master, I shall bring you some gifts from my travels. I assure you they are unlike anything you have ever seen. Upon hearing of the gifts, S.H.I.E.L.D grimaced in feigned agony at the mention of the family rules. But the prospect of presents immediately dispelled his earlier displeasure. In an instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Lin Zhengluan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on the young lad's vindictive nature. His ability to teleport was indeed quite remarkable. He mused that had it not been for his cultivation of the infinite true skill, which allowed his reflexes to surpass his consciousness, he might have fallen prey to S.H.I.E.L.D's antics. It would have been utterly embarrassing to be marked like a turtle today. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, chuckling as he teased, I had warned you long ago, but you didn't take it to heart. Come now, the master awaits us." The two exchanged banter as they made their way to Wuying Hall. Ding ding ding. The newly installed doorbell at the entrance chimed. A sample sent by the Lin Institute of Technology for Lin Chen's trial use. Whenever the administrator of the autonomous region of Jianna had urgent matters to discuss, a simple press of the doorbell would grant him immediate access. This was Lin Zhengluan's first encounter with such an electrical device, the last time he had departed. The Daming Palace had lacked even basic lighting, let alone neon lights or doorbells. At this moment, he felt as though he had stepped into a dream. Sensing that in just a year, the Daming Palace had transformed into a strange place, requiring some time to acclimate. Creak! The door swung open from within, and Lin Chen stepped forward, clapping Lin Zhenglun on the shoulder and pulling him inside. Lin Chen followed without needing an invitation from the host. Zhenglun, you've worked hard. It's been a year since we last met, and your skills have evidently deepened. You must have perfected the 12 true forms by now. I had thought you might lag behind while away, yet you have surpassed even Lin Chen and the others in reaching the perfected state. After they took their seats, Lin Chen personally poured him a cup of tea. Lin Zhenglun accepted it respectfully, offering a wry smile as he replied, in this past year, I have faced life-and-death battles on numerous occasions. Had I made no progress, you would not be seeing me here today. Skill is honed through combat. Didn't the old masters of the transformation of energy say that technique is cultivated through hardship? A decade of diligent practice pales in comparison to a single life-and-death struggle. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. The infinite true skill, which merged the techniques of energy transformation, embodied this very principle. It was only natural that through countless life-and-death encounters, he had attained his current level of cultivation. Now let us discuss the matter of the obelisk. The information provided was rather cursory. Lin Zhenglun responded with a nod, recounting in detail his discovery of an ancient relic in the African savanna. After vanquishing numerous serpent men, he retrieved an obelisk from an altar-like ancient structure. These serpent men possessed their own societal systems and languages, appearing less like wild beasts and more akin to humanity. However, their strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The warriors of the Fierce Fox Legion were no match for them in one-on-one combat, unless they utilized explosive measures for a swift resolution. Initially, he intended to capture one alive for scientific study, but the serpent men, fiercely spirited, broke their own venom sacs upon being captured, turning their flesh and bones into a pool of toxic liquid. Lin Chen, deep in thought, lightly tapped his fingers on the table and inquired softly, do you still remember the precise location and the routes for entry and exit? He recalled that there seemed to be a branch of that was the product of genetic experiments conducted by the Eternal Bow over 10,000 years ago. Although it remained unclear why the serpent men had not inherited the technology of they had possessed the obelisk for a considerable time, likely mastering numerous techniques. At that time, the expedition team was too few in number, and they could only seize the obelisk and flee. If they could remember the location and the route, Lin Chen would dispatch more divine warriors and members of the Fierce Fox Legion next time to acquire the techniques utilized by the serpent men with the obelisk. Lin Zhenglun hastily removed his backpack, rummaged through it, and produced a hand-drawn map along with a rubber box. Of course, I have carried them with me all along. I was so excited to see the old master earlier that I almost forgot about them, he said with a hint of annoyance as he placed the items on the table. Lin Chen did not rebuke him. It was only natural for old friends to feel joy upon reunion, and there was no need for reproach. He slowly unfolded the map, noting the clearly detailed route marked in red ink, and he satisfiedly stored it away. He did not immediately open the rubber box, which merely contained a tearine crystal, capable of activating abilities when touched by but of little use to mutants. Nevertheless, this was still a supernatural artifact, and from a certain perspective, it might prove valuable in fostering relations within the future. He placed the items back in his backpack and recalled the mention of Bluru, an individual who awakened his power-type ability after touching the obelisk, possibly indicating a hybrid lineage between thee and humanity. When Bluru has the time, bring him to see me. His bloodline holds significant research value. I intend to have him visit the biological laboratory for blood and bone marrow samples. At that moment, Bluru, who had returned to the dormitory of the Fierce Fox Legion, suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. However, upon surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he attributed it to a psychological stress response from his earlier stance, contemplating a visit to the psychological counseling center to chat with the attractive psychologist. Lin Chen then inquired further about the challenges they faced during their expedition, as well as the current shortages in weapons and tools. Subsequently, he generously awarded them 100,000 pounds as a reward, instructing Lin Zhenglun to distribute it according to each individual's contribution upon his return. Lin Zhenglun calculated that the expedition team consisted of over 10 individuals, each poised to receive nearly 10,000 pounds. This sum represented merely the bonus. Once at sea, their monthly wages would multiply several times over, culminating in earnings that could surpass hundreds of thousands of pounds within a year. Thank you, my lord. Serving you is truly dependable. The bounty is enough to make one's hands weary from counting. With a large bag of cash in hand, he was brimming with excitement, eager to set sail again the very next day, having long dismissed the prior dangers and hardships from his mind. As the leader, Lin Chen faced a multitude of responsibilities each day. Shortly after meeting with the expedition team, a commissioner from the Autonomous Dominion of Canada arrived bearing a stack of documents requiring his approval. Many believed that the leader of the country enjoyed a relaxed existence, delegating tasks to secretaries when busy and merely listening to reports, offering guidance, writing articles, and deciding significant matters when not. However, such notions were merely misconceptions held by the common folk. Lin Chen had indeed appointed a few secretaries. One, erudite and diligent, handled various affairs with utmost responsibility. Another, charming and alluring, assisted him in alleviating stress during his leisure time. Yet, despite his focus on the overarching direction and critical decisions for the nation, the sheer volume of tasks he faced was as numerous as the hairs on a cow's back, leaving him perpetually overwhelmed. This was not solely due to societal unrest within Canada, but rather a consequence of the rapid advancements in economy and technology, outpacing the capabilities of the commissioners and the governmental institutional framework. Today, the Wuying Hall was embroiled in heated disputes, ultimately leading Lin Chen to decisively instruct the commissioners of the Autonomous Dominion of Canada to send a telegram to the palace and cabinet of the Great Eagle Kingdom, demanding the reclamation of diplomatic rights and decision-making authority. This latest quarrel was ignited by the returning envoys who, upon their return, relayed their observations from Canada to their respective royal families and cabinets, garnering significant attention. Persuaded by the envoys, various nations sent letters requesting the establishment of embassies in Canada to maintain amicable relations and enhance friendship and exchanges among their peoples. Yet, it became awkward as the diplomatic rights of the Autonomous Dominion were held by the Great Eagle Kingdom, which, legally speaking, precluded them from engaging in formal diplomatic activities. The previous envoy's congratulatory visit did not constitute formal diplomacy, as there had been prior instances of foreign envoys extending congratulations to the nobility, thus not contravening the Dominion's constitution. Conservative commissioners argued against provoking the Great Eagle Kingdom, while the radicals contended that it was an opportune moment to demand complete autonomy, given Canada's rising international stature. The two factions passionately debated within the parliament, each garnering their supporters. Yet neither proposal could secure a majority vote. After more than a month of contention, the matter escalated to the Wuying Hall. Once the noisy commissioners had departed, Lin Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Being a wise ruler is exhausting. How comfortable it must be to be a foolish one. If the future mutants were not so grim, I would yearn to simply lie back and disregard it all. Stretching languidly, Lin Chen pressed the yellow button on his desk, and shortly thereafter, his alluring secretary entered the room. I am currently quite irate. The secretary shot him a flirtatious glance before becoming engrossed in her tasks. After a considerable amount of time, Lin Chen slowly exhaled, feeling rejuvenated. The secretary licked her crimson lips. Master, Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating the documents on the table, and stated with a serious tone, "No, you do not wish for that. Please go now. Once you've finished, I shall reward you." The secretary pouted playfully and swayed her hips as she exited. Ding! The multitude blessing system upgrade is complete, introducing 2 new features. Feature 1. The offspring of the host children will also receive system rewards, with the reward magnitude diminishing with each generation. Feature 2. It assists the host in eliminating reproductive isolation with other species, regardless of the species. The host can induce pregnancy and childbirth. Just as Lin Chen entered a moment of contemplation, the system's voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement, he could scarcely believe it, standing frozen in place, internally questioning, what madness is this dog of a system up to? The first feature is acceptable. Endless progeny and limitless rewards are quite satisfactory. However, I have no need for the second feature. I am a connoisseur of beauty, and I cannot possibly endure such a heavy taste. Swiftly replace it with another feature. Lin Chen harbored doubts that the system sought to steer him toward the path of a debauched individual, and the thought of the system's audacity made him shiver. He firmly believed that his tastes were confined to beautiful women, showing no interest in the newly introduced feature, resolutely rejecting the system's temptation. Ding! The host's body is rapidly evolving, leading to reproductive isolation from ordinary human females, resulting in an exponential increase in fertility challenges. Does the host wish to disable this feature? Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Failure to respond will default to executing the host's previous command to disable the feature. The human will is often swayed by various influences, and a moment of carelessness can lead to the breaking of one's own resolutions. Hearing the system declare that he would find it increasingly difficult to impregnate ordinary women while watching the countdown numbers dwindle, Lin Chen hastily retracted his impulsive decision. No, I choose no. Ding. The host's command has been confirmed. The feature is now active. Please continue your efforts to acquire more rewards to enhance your abilities. It is a proven fact that no one can escape the allure of the truth, not even mutants. If he cannot impregnate ordinary women, Lin Chen would have to seek out those who were extraordinary. However, he recalled that most suitable candidate from his memory had yet to be born, with even their grandfathers and great-grandfathers still absent. Without the ability to bear children, there would be no system rewards. No one would willingly forego such rewards, not even a fool. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered that the system still owed him a reward for the achievement of having a multitude of offspring. System, where's my reward for the achievement of having 100 children? It was promised to be given upon reaching level 1. You are not truly going to swallow my reward, are you? This inquiry pertains to the achievement reward linked to the birth of Lin and Yao, marking the number of descendants attained. Had it not been for the sudden system upgrade, this reward would have been credited months ago. Instead, this troublesome upgrade delayed it for a full month. Now that the upgrade is complete, he naturally seeks to claim the rewards for his achievement of 100 offspring. Ding! The system lacks intelligence and would never withhold the host's rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching 100 offspring. You have received the following rewards: Formula and Principles of Atomic Fission, Design Blueprints, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, the S.H.I.E.L.D Method, for female practitioners only, Enhanced Perception, Immortal Spirit Elixir, Longevity, and Beauty. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The achievement of 100 offspring has only been accomplished by him and King, one of Zhou, throughout history. And the rewards bestowed by the system are of exceptional quality and quantity. The enhancements to longevity and beauty are trivial in comparison. He barely glanced at them before turning his attention to the other rewards. The formula and principles of atomic fission form the foundation for researching mushroom clouds. If the scientists at Lin's Research Institute master these, the Lin family will soon possess nuclear weaponry, a significant bargaining chip in countering superpowers. Coupled with the design blueprints for advanced weaponry, the Lin family will not only be able to manufacture, but also deploy such weapons, ultimately achieving global delivery capabilities through continuous research and upgrades. Should they face another crisis of mutant extermination, they could ensure the safety of mutants within their borders. No family or faction would dare risk igniting a global nuclear conflict to eliminate the Lin family's mutants. A weight in Lin Chen's heart was thus lightened by a fraction. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree is also a remarkable reward, ideally suited for comprehending the previously acquired Golden Bell Shield, Longhu Gay version. This will hasten its integration into the Wuji True skill, further enhancing the strength of the Divine Martial Guards and the Fierce Fox Legion, thereby bolstering the overall power of the Lin family. The leaves for brewing the Enlightenment tea are ample, with just one leaf required for each session of contemplation. Lin Chen may not need to use all the leaves during his cultivation of Wuji True skill, leaving the surplus to be distributed among his subordinates. When the new manuals and Enlightenment tea leaves are disseminated, their strength will undoubtedly surge. Crucially, the leaves of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree are renewable. As long as energy is sufficient, new leaves will continually sprout. This marks the system's first sustainable reward. As for the Xian Yulong method, at first glance, Lin Chen assumed it pertained to taming wild beasts, worrying about the availability of suitable creatures in the MNWI world for his concubines. However, after reviewing its contents, he was enlightened. The term long here refers not to actual beasts, but rather to men. The manual contains numerous innovative postures and corresponding cultivation techniques. When women practice according to the manual, they can absorb the essence and energy from their partners, elevating their own cultivation and realm. Of course, this form of cultivation is not merely one-sided. As a woman's cultivation advances and her realm breaks through, the process of yin-yang union generates innate ancestral qi, replenishing previous expenditures and strengthening her foundation. It can be said that this is a formidable dual cultivation method. The higher a man's cultivation, the greater the benefits a woman receives, thus accelerating her cultivation speed. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one's prowess rivals that of the nine heavens Xian-Nu, hence the appellation Xian-Nu Yu Long-Ju. The nine heavens Xian-Nu is indeed a formidable being of the great Luo golden immortal rank, having transcended the confines of the three realms and existing beyond the five elements. Even as the heavens and earth face annihilation, the great Luo remains imperishable, capable of transcending the linear flow of time, becoming the singular entity among the myriad heavens. The extent of her strength is beyond measure, possibly having ascended to the tier of the infinite cosmos. Such a being, even in the realm of Man-Wei, where celestial fathers walk the earth and individual universes tremble, is truly a grand power. Lin Chen, having stored away the ancient tome, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The might conferred by the system is indeed unparalleled. Next came the final reward, supersensory perception. Upon receiving this boon, Lin Chen immediately activated it. A unique perception transcending the five senses radiated outward like radar waves, instantaneously enveloping the entirety of Edmont. Within the scope of Lin Chen's perception, dozens of stars, varying in luminosity, emerged. The brightest among them shone resplendently. Akin to the midday sun, a gaze upon it would be discomforting. Surrounding this luminary were several dimmer stars, some with brightness akin to that of the moon, others slightly lesser, reminiscent of the morning star, and some even fainter than Uranus. Cross-referencing with the mental map, Lin Chen discerned that the region with the highest concentration of stars was none other than the Lin family estate where he resided. The most luminous star, undoubtedly, represented himself. The few lunar figures trailing behind were easily identifiable. Intermittently vanishing and reappearing was a Sizhou. From Yuchuan Palace was Lin Anjing. From Fengyi Palace was Lin Anshan. And from Yufu Palace were the newly born Lin Anyao and Lin Anchuan. The other, weaker stars within the Lin estate were all his descendants. The Uranus, not located within the Daming Palace, belonged to the half-breed Brucey, stationed at the camp of the fierce Fox Lord, further afield in the Halite estate. A bright moon flickered, that of the indomitable Wolverine, Jean Halite. Surprisingly, at the Edmont port, a morning star caught Lin Chen's attention. This was, thus far, the only unfamiliar entity outside the Lin estate that elicited a response from his supersensory perception. It appeared imperative to establish an organization dedicated to managing mutants or other supernatural forces to address these spontaneously emerging anomalies. If left unchecked, the uncertainty of whether they are friend or foe could pose a latent threat. Thus, it seemed fitting to name this body the Department of Special Affairs. Lin Chen casually dubbed this institution, unaware that decades later, it would stir monumental upheavals across the world, instilling fear and loathing among countless criminals endowed with supernatural powers, while simultaneously offering hope to many supernatural beings yearning for light and stability. In the myths of Shifeng, numerous tales recount mortals in pursuit of immortality, often encapsulated by the phrase, "Immortality is both a blessing and a curse." At the funeral of his wife, Rose, James Mather remained utterly silent, contemplating the myriad of mythological tales he had encountered in his youth, and recalling the words spoken by his adoptive father on the occasion of his wedding. Now, he finally grasped the essence of those sentiments, yet the cost of this understanding was unbearably steep. No heart, no matter how resilient, could withstand the anguish of witnessing loved ones perish before one's eyes while being condemned to continue a solitary existence. Thus, immortality indeed felt like a curse. At 80 years of age, he had begun to embrace the role of an elder since the start of the year, meticulously crafting his speech, demeanor, and appearance to present an impeccable facade, revealing no signs of vulnerability. Perhaps the length of one's life truly influences one's thoughts and temperament. Performance is ultimately just that, performative. While he bent his back and delicately controlled the sagging skin and wrinkles, concealing the sharpness in his gaze to create an impression of muddled vision, he occasionally feigned forgetfulness, deliberately misplacing items. Even on her deathbed, Rose remarked, "James, you still appear so youthful. I do not know how long I shall wait for you in heaven. Perhaps eternity is the best promise." Father Bill Bird, solemn and compassionate, recited the eulogy with a microphone in hand, his voice amplified by speakers, ensuring that all attendees could hear him clearly. He no longer needed to exert his voice as he had in the past. Nearby, reporters in a news van were restless. Although intimidated by the law enforcement officers stationed around the funeral, they longed to thrust their microphones into Mather's mouth, hoping to elicit an explosive story that would please their superiors and secure promotions and raises. Suddenly, a convoy of dark-colored extended Lincoln cars, escorted by police, roared towards the vicinity of the funeral. As the first vehicle came to a halt, the sight of its occupant widened the reporters' eyes and quickened their breaths. They eagerly raised their microphones, urging the photographers to rush to the spot where the cars had parked. In that moment, the obstructing police vehicles were forgotten. Lo and behold, the newly appointed governor of Ghana, Lon Anju, had come to pay his respects at the funeral of Mather's wife. Securing an interview with him would undoubtedly reward the reporters with hundreds of pounds from the newspaper. Before they could advance, Anju approached the second vehicle, opening the door, one hand steadying it while the other braced against the roof, greeting the disembarking individual with the reverence of a hotel doorman. The reporters were taken aback. Could it be that the legendary Ghanaian architect, Lin Chen, was so influential that even the head of state would serve him? By age, he should be in his 70s, and if still alive, he ought to be resting in bed, attended to by others, rather than possessing the vigor to attend a funeral. Before they could ponder further, a group of burly men clad in dark suits and sunglasses emerged from the rear of the convoy, swiftly seizing the microphones, recording devices, and cameras from the reporters, subjecting them to thorough searches. The arrogant bodyguards disregarded the press credentials presented by the journalists, showing utter contempt for the concept of press freedom. After collecting their belongings, one of them returned to the last vehicle in the convoy, which resembled a mobile home, carrying an assortment of items. The remaining figures clad in dark attire corralled dozens of reporters together. The leader brandished a metallic rod resembling a pen and frowned at the disheveled journalists. "Hey folks, look here," he suddenly shouted, causing the journalists to instinctively turn their gaze. Click! A blinding flash of white light erupted, rendering the journalists momentarily silent. Their eyes glazed over and unfocused as they stared ahead. "All right, everyone, forget everything you just witnessed regarding Master Lin Chen. The equipment that was taken from you will be returned shortly. Your assignment is complete. Mr. Jean Mulite is incapacitated due to the loss of his wife and cannot be interviewed. Do you understand?" The imposing figure recited a rehearsed script. Words so incredulous, they barely seemed believable. Yet the journalists repeated his words, wearing radiant smiles that belied the exhaustion in their eyes, their minds preoccupied with the desire to return home and sleep. Clap, clap. The sharp sound of applause jolted the dazed individuals back to reality. The reporters, momentarily bewildered, quickly clamored for the return of their equipment. "Gentlemen, please return our belongings. The fact that Mr. Mulite fainted at the funeral is major news. What you are doing is an infringement on press freedom." The leading figure meticulously observed the micro-expressions of each individual present, detecting no signs of dissent. The journalist had accepted the fabricated narrative he had spun. He nodded slightly and whispered a few words into his earpiece. Before long, the earlier figure who had confiscated the equipment returned, accurately redistributing the items to their respective owners. Once the journalists reclaimed their belongings, they refrained from further protest, realizing that those bold enough to challenge authority were merely pawns in a larger game, unable to contend with the influential elites behind the scenes. The leading figure watched as all the reporters boarded their vehicles, and, as the convoy of interview cars gradually departed, he approached the funeral procession, drawing near to a tall figure clad in a hooded tracksuit, and quietly stated, "The master has taken care of everything. The photographs have been embedded in their camera negatives, and the memories have been erased and altered. The monitoring will continue for a month, ensuring no issues arise." Lin Chen nodded, confident in the capabilities of the Divine Martial Guard. Chapter 38. Never again will I race against the Niao. Should someone truly manage to restore their memories, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, ultimately meeting his demise. Even though the Lin family's technological advancements far surpassed those of the world, they were powerless to uncover the bloodless methods employed by formidable martial artists. The report would merely state sudden cardiac arrest or organ failure. After the dark-clad figure completed his report, he remained quietly alongside Lin Chen until all the guests had departed, before accompanying him to the side of Mrs. Zhang, who sat in a wheelchair. Foster father, Rose has departed, much like grandfather did in years past. Your previous words have come to fruition, and I deeply regret not heeding your counsel. Had I devoted myself to cultivating the new ultimate true skill, I could have reached a level where I could assist Rose in mastering the profound Maiden's Radiance technique, thus preventing her untimely departure. Lin Chen gazed at his wrinkle-laden foster son, suddenly overwhelmed by a bizarre sense of temporal dislocation. He felt an urge to shed the pretense, even harboring a tinge of disdain for his aging visage. He embraced Jean Mushy tightly and whispered softly in his ear, "Child, do not be overly sorrowful. Though Rose has left you, we remain. Prepare for your final arrangements, and once your funeral is complete, return to the Lin family estate. Your foster mothers and siblings long for your presence. And do remember to bring Dakin and Laura along with their children. It has been far too long since our family gathered." Jean Mushy was taken aback, not expecting his foster father to hasten him towards death. Lin Chen patted his stooped back, offering a final reminder before turning to leave. "Ensure the coffin is spacious. A Sazuo despises confined spaces." Upon returning to the Lin family estate, Lin Chen shed his hooded casual attire, removing the sunglasses and mask that concealed his face. His appearance remained unchanged from the previous year, as if time had left no mark upon him. "Ahem. Master, I must remind you that next time you venture out, it will be prudent to employ the bone transformation disguise technique. The pace of technological advancement is staggering, and it is conceivable that one day someone could reconstruct a visage through skeletal scanning." The butler, Lin Chen, cleared his throat and stated earnestly. Though he was 18 years Lin Chen senior, his outward appearance retained the vigor of his youth, yet he diligently pursued new knowledge, his demeanor and methods reflecting those of a traditional octogenarian steward. Seeing the master increasingly disregard the finer details, Lin Chen coughed disapprovingly. All right, Chen, you are indeed exceptional. While others age yet retain youthful spirits, you seem to have aged in spirit before your time. Look at Angela. Her mindset is still that of a young maiden. Just yesterday, she asked me for a Barbie doll to play with her granddaughter, Lin Xiangrong, and they had such delightful fun. Lin Chen shot him glare, perplexed as to why someone with a long lifespan would choose to adopt such an elderly demeanor. It was already burdensome to refrain from venturing outside. Having an old companion who feigned age only served as a constant reminder of his own advancing years. Over the years, he had seldom appeared in public. Those permitted to enter the Grand Ming Palace to see him were limited to the ageless divine martial guards and a few high-ranking officials under the influence of ideological control. To the outside world, this illustrious leader of a globally renowned family, who commanded dominance across various industries, was perceived as a frail, elderly figure seeking rare treasures to prolong his life due to declining health. Naturally, to ensure a plausible scientific rationale for re-emerging in a youthful guise in the future, the Lin family was also vigorously supporting emerging research in life sciences. Many renowned biologists and cell scientists have been recruited to their respective life science laboratories. Presided over by the geneticist Johnson, who was one of the first to introduce the concept of genes in his seminal work, Principles of Genetics. Everyone believed that he was a worldly individual, clinging to life, desperately attempting to escape the natural laws of birth, aging, illness, and death. The eagle-eyed King Xiao GV could hardly contain himself, and before receiving the news of Johnson's grave condition, preemptively published an article in the Times Evening News titled In Memoriam. This article meticulously chronicled the impact of the Lin family over the past century on the world, subtly insinuating that many family conflicts stemmed from the Lin family's control over more than half of the emerging technology patents and their status as the world's leading economy. The wealth of the Lin family was not exaggerated in this piece. It specifically listed all of their overt industries alongside the hidden enterprises uncovered by the Eagle Intelligence Agency, and even drew comparisons with the economic growth of Megwa, making their intentions glaringly obvious. After reading the article, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire King Xiao Jivi's prowess. A single article had stirred the global landscape. The tactic of probing the depths of reality was executed with remarkable finesse. successfully igniting the interest of several families that had long been fixated on the Lin family's enterprises. They seemed to believe that once Lin Chen perished, the Lin family's vast wealth, spread across the globe, would become ripe for the taking. Since hearing this news, the Gao Lu family and the Pu Lu family had become increasingly restless, searching for faults in the Lin family's factories and companies, claiming environmental pollution and demanding hefty fines, or alleging noise disturbances and requiring business closures for rectification. Naturally, Lin Chen would not allow them to succeed. On the very night these individuals sought trouble, all who had gone to protest at the Lin factories suddenly suffered heart attacks and perished at home, leaving no trace behind. No fingerprints, footprints, or even hair. Overnight, people from several cities within the Gao Lu and Pu Lu families met their demise, dousing the heated heads of those plotting against the Lin family with a cold bucket of water, prompting an immediate return to composure. However, the side effect was that these operatives became increasingly anxious at night, even requiring bodyguards to stand by when in the company of women. Reflecting on the turbulent changes in the international landscape over the years, Lin Chen reclined casually on the sofa, resting his feet on the coffee table, and leisurely inquired, "Where's S.H.I.E.L.D? Has he run off again?" The butler, Lin Chen, shrugged and sighed helplessly. "Who besides you, sir, can manage him? He was manageable in his youth, but now he hardly listens to us old folks. His abilities have grown, and so has his wildness. He roams about without a care, and I have no idea what he occupies himself with." As he spoke, he expressed his grievances as a teacher would about a wayward student to a concerned parent. Lin Chen blinked, surprised that the mere mention of a S.H.I.E.L.D elicited such a torrent of complaints. "All right then, I shall return and discipline him properly. Do not portray yourself as so blameless. The child is so unreliable now. Isn't it a result of your influence, you old geezers?" Just as these words were spoken, wisps of iridescent smoke suddenly billowed from the study, and a tall, slender figure clad in red materialized. With a soft thud, the figure descended from a dare, adjusted his posture, and with closed eyes, collapsed heavily onto the sofa, adopting a languid pose reminiscent of Guyu. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. I shall never race against an Yao again," he exclaimed. That fellow's spatial teleportation magic was executed as effortlessly as breathing. He had transformed the mirror space into a labyrinth, nearly trapping himself within. As S.H.I.E.L.D muttered to himself, grumbling in frustration, he failed to notice his adoptive father and the distant butler nearby. "You brat, so you do know how to return?" Lin Chen's voice was low, tinged with irritation. Having just been ridiculed by the old comrades, he was now presented with this young man, and he felt compelled to reprimand him thoroughly. Startled, S.H.I.E.L.D instantly teleported to the chandelier, cautiously peering down at his father's expression. "Father, what brings you here? Do you need something from me?" His tail flicked anxiously, his gaze darting about, and his voice carried a hint of nervousness. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently, barking, "Come here. Sit down. Don't stand around awkwardly. You are not some street punk. You are the illustrious adopted son of the esteemed Lin family." Obediently, S.H.I.E.L.D leapt down from the chandelier, landing silently on the floor, showcasing his formidable skills. Now, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, he donned a vibrant plaid shirt with several buttons undone, revealing his solid physique. Although he had grown taller, his frame remained lean, shedding the appearance of his younger self with a disproportionately large head, now exhibiting a more harmonious figure. Lin Chen observed him standing rigidly, yet his eyes wandered aimlessly, and he let out a cold snort. S.H.I.E.L.D shivered slightly, immediately ceasing his wandering gaze and focusing ahead. Lin Chen scrutinized him, his tone reproachful. "Look at you, so lackadaisical, frivolous, and disrespectful, with this long fringe obscuring your eyes. Do you think it looks cool? Do you know what they call someone like you in Dalong? A hoodlum. Just one of those lowlifes scraping by." S.H.I.E.L.D appeared taken aback. He had never witnessed his father so enraged, left speechless and stammering. Noticing his fright, Lin Chen softened his tone, stating earnestly, "Go see Jean Mu-Si and discuss the burial arrangements. Once the coffin is interred, bring Jean Mu-Si out of the coffin. Do you understand?" S.H.I.E.L.D nodded vigorously. He would comply with whatever his father requested, as long as it meant avoiding further scolding, for he felt as though he might faint from fear. "Go now. Remember to avoid crowds. Your abilities are not solely for courting women. If anyone sees you, erase their memories." As soon as Lin Chen's words faded, A swirl of iridescent smoke enveloped S.H.I.E.L.D, and he vanished from sight. The young man certainly runs swiftly. He didn't even bother to say goodbye. Lin Chen mumbled to himself, his gaze drifting out the window as he softly remarked, "The concealment of today paves the way for the openness of tomorrow." The day when the Lin family officially presents itself to the world is drawing near. A cryptic smile graced his lips as he awaited the individual who would shatter the first pane of glass in the new residence. Once the phenomenon of breaking the window occurs, people will gradually acclimate. In due time, no one will perceive the Lin family's immortals and mutants as monstrosities. After completing a critical escort mission, Lin Xiaodong, accompanied by members of the Special Affairs Management Department, arrived at a futuristic edifice within the Lin family estate. From its exterior, the entire structure resembled a vertically positioned spacecraft, poised for imminent launch. Both the facade and interior embellishments predominantly featured silvery metal, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Devoid of windows, save for an automatic sensor door. Adjacent to the entrance hung a metal plaque inscribed with both English and Chinese, Special Affairs Management Department. This institution of the Lin family was established years prior, specifically to address matters concerning mutants or other supernatural phenomena, tasked with managing the unexpected emergence of those endowed with extraordinary abilities or enigmatic entities, while also safeguarding certain prominent figures within the family. Lin Xiaodong pressed his hand against the door. A beam of white light swept across. Beep. Fingerprint recognition successful. Skeletal feature validation successful. Action Team Leader Lin Xiaodong. Welcome back to the Special Affairs Management Bureau. The silvery door did not open immediately. He stood aside, awaiting each team member to complete their verification. Before long, all members had passed, and the door slowly opened, revealing a lengthy corridor. At the end of the corridor stood an elevator. This seemingly ordinary, albeit somewhat austere passageway was lined with various detection devices. Should anyone attempt to masquerade as a bureau official, heavy weaponry would emerge from the ceiling and walls, obliterating the intruder with overwhelming firepower. Since relocating to the new headquarters, no one had managed to breach this corridor. The entrance verification system had thwarted all who sought to infiltrate. Lin Xiaodong led his team down the corridor towards the elevator. Midway, a tall, robust man sat reading, and upon hearing their footsteps, looked up. "Hey, Uncle Xiaodong, have you returned from your mission?" Lin Xiaodong nodded, glancing at the book in his hands, and chuckled. "Victor, you're reading the I Ching? TSK, just the sight of it gives me a headache. Can you truly comprehend it?" Victor set the book down, scratched his head, and furrowed his brow. "I recognize every character, but when put together, it makes no sense. However, the master says that to master the first stage of the ultimate true skill and attain the golden core realm of martial arts, one must read the I Ching and the Tao Te Ching extensively." Lin Xiaodong shrugged. For an outsider to understand the I Ching is as rare as encountering Jesus. "Well then, I shan't disturb you further. Come on, brothers, let us proceed." He called to his team members and guided them past Victor. "Oh, remember to submit the action report and return all equipment. Also, don't forget the equipment usage records." Victor reiterated a couple of times before lowering his head to continue studying the tome he perceived as an enigmatic scripture, the I Ching. Lin Xiaodong raised his hand in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the elevator at the end of the corridor, he pressed the up button. Shortly thereafter, the elevator doors opened. Once everyone entered, Lin Xiaodong pressed the floor button, and the display screen within the elevator flickered with rapidly changing numbers. In under a minute, the elevator doors opened once more. Before them lay rows of silvery, enclosed rooms, each equipped with a stringent security verification system. The materials were exceptionally unique, both sturdy and lightweight, presenting a paradox, yet harmoniously balanced. Within several of these rooms, researchers clad in lab coats were seated at technologically advanced workstations, incessantly dismantling various oddly shaped equipment and devices, occasionally glancing at the fluctuating data on their screens. Lin Xiaodong led his team to the designated room and pressed his forehead against the iris scanner at the entrance. His gaze fixed on the scanning apparatus. Beep. Iris recognition successful. Pupil light variation verification passed. Action Team Leader Lin Xiaodong, please validate your energy signature once more. A crystalline orb extended from beneath the iris scanner. Lin Xiaodong grasped this orb with both hands, channeling his internal energy into it, causing the orb to emit a crimson glow. Energy signature validation successful. Welcome to the Special Equipment Repository. Please complete the equipment registration process promptly and fill out the action and equipment usage records. The mechanical voice from the speaker reverberated, and the door subsequently opened. As the team entered, they rushed towards the foremost equipment rack, swiftly removing their combat suits and sunglasses, hanging them in their designated places. Upon pressing a button on the rack, a transparent protective shield ascended, enveloping the equipment, followed by a spray of white disinfectant mist, which automatically cleaned the items after a few minutes of stillness. Once they had donned their new gear, the team members curiously surveyed the myriad of racks around them. Most of the weapon racks were empty, save for the 7th rack in the first row, which displayed several futuristic firearms. "Captain, our weaponry hasn't been updated in quite some time, has it? I wonder where the old master procured these items. The Family Technology Research Lab has yet to produce anything, otherwise our Special Affairs Management Department would have expanded long ago, and we wouldn't be running all over the place." Lin Chen, engrossed in writing the report, shot him an irritated glare upon hearing this. "What do you want me to do about it? If you're so curious, why don't you ask the old master yourself? This new headquarters and these pieces of equipment appeared suddenly at the manor a year ago. Only the old master knows their origin. Besides, the old-style firearms from the family factory are sufficient for the tasks at hand. If absolutely necessary, we could request to use the little cricket and light ray firearms, or the Gauss cannon and Phase 1 shield as alternatives." The team member who posed the question shrank his neck and muttered softly, "Who am I to ask? Even the housekeeper, Brother S.H.I.E.L.D, hasn't informed me about this. How could I possibly expect any consideration? Let us engage in a private conversation." Alas, those scientists are truly inept. After all these years, they have yet to produce a single imitation. Lin Chen, unable to bear it any longer, raised his head and glared at the team member. "Lin Chen, close your mouth. Do not cultivate the habit of speaking recklessly outside, should you violate confidentiality protocols. Be prepared to have your memories erased and be confined in solitary for a day. Are you not feeling idle? Come, record the equipment usage." He seized a notebook and tossed it in front of the individual. The other team members stifled their laughter, their shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. Having successfully deflected blame, Lin Chen, with a relaxed demeanor, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said, "We shall go for a meal now. Take your time writing, but ensure you do not make mistakes that require you to start over." With that, he led the other members away, leaving Lin Chen standing in a daze. With a furrowed brow, Lin Chen picked up the notebook, retrieved a fountain pen, and began to diligently fill it out. He meticulously documented the process of the day's mission, including the escorting duties and the confiscation of reporters' equipment, along with the unavoidable necessity of employing the memory eraser, clearly recording every detail. When he completed the equipment usage report, having penned over a dozen pages, 2 hours had already elapsed. This lesson would become a haunting memory for him throughout his life. Chapter 39. The disguise was too impressive after finishing. He tapped a few times on a silvery white tabletop, scanned the contents of the notebook into the database, then hung the notebook on a hook in the filing cabinet, closing the cabinet door behind him. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already afternoon, prompting Lin Chen to hastily depart from the special equipment storage. As he descended in the elevator and traversed the corridor, Vic greeted him with a grin. "Brother Chen, why did you take so long to come down? Uncle Xiaodong and the others have already left. They probably finished dining." Lin Chen managed a wry smile, not daring to say much, and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, I'll be on my way." Upon stepping outside, he paused in surprise. Lin Xiaodong was actually undergoing fingerprint and bone verification. Why had he returned to the Special Affairs Management Department at this time? Throughout the years in the department, the captain had never returned after heading out. Could there be a new mission? Instinctively, Lin Chen inquired, "Captain, why have you returned?" At that moment, the fingerprint and bone verification concluded, and an electronic voice announced over the intercom. "Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. Skeletal feature verification successful. Action team, Captain Lin Chen. Welcome back to the Special Affairs Management Department." Lin Chen nodded, his tone flat as he replied, "It's nothing. I merely forgot something and came back to retrieve it." Lin Chen felt a twinge of suspicion upon hearing this. A distinguished master of martial arts, one who had cultivated innate true essence, could he truly be so forgetful? "Shall I accompany you to help look for it?" Lin Xiaodong waved his hand, declining the offer, and walked directly through the door. As the captain declined assistance, Lin Baoqiang refrained from insisting, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems the burden of leadership is indeed immense. Even a formidable individual like S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun to forget. Once my service period concludes, I shall return to the Divine Martial Guard. Navigating familiar paz. He entered the mess hall, only to be greeted by a cacophony of voices within. Come on, Captain. Our team cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, your reputation will be tarnished. Indeed, Captain, you must hold your ground. Huh, your captain is bound to lose. Our team is the strongest. S.H.I.E.L.D, give it your all. Perhaps victory is within reach. Stop the nonsense. A man cannot falter. Lin Chen, you arrogant brat, don't get too cocky. Just because you've reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core, don't look down on others. Is the captain here? Who was it I just saw? A thunderclap echoed in Lin Baoqiang's mind. His face turned ashen. Forgetting about his meal, he propelled himself forward with a swift motion, the air crackling around him as he dashed out. In mere strides, he covered several dozen meters, leaving a trail of afterimages, and soon arrived at the gathered crowd. The dining members and those watching the strength contest between Lin Xiaodong and Lin Chen all turned to look, muttering curses at the audacity of someone using their aura recklessly in the dining hall. Upon seeing Lin Baoqiang's expression, Lin Xiaodong, who was engaged in an arm wrestling match, was momentarily startled. Baoqiang, what is wrong? Were you pursued by Gue? A surge of powerful energy radiated from Lin Baoqiang as he gravely inquired, Captain, have you not left the dining hall since entering? Speak quickly. This is urgent. Lin Xiaodong, momentarily bewildered, hastily replied, Yes, if you don't believe me, ask them. He gestured towards his companions and the captain of the opposing team. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Captain Lin Chen suddenly sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, asking, What exactly has happened, Baoqiang? Lin Baoqiang nodded before speaking rapidly. When I finished the equipment records and exited, I witnessed Captain Xiaodong completing his fingerprint and skeletal examination, stating he was heading to the Special Affairs Management Department for something he had left behind. It seems that person must have deceived the detection equipment and has already infiltrated the headquarters. Captain, activate the red alert and seal off the headquarters to prevent his escape. Furthermore, everyone must operate in pairs. Do not venture alone, for that individual is adept at disguise. Not only does he resemble Captain Xiaodong, but he can also mimic his aura. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, yet their reactions were swift as they rushed towards the headquarters, simultaneously pressing the alarm buttons on their wrists. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the Special Affairs Management Department, instantly locking all room doors, while corridors, ventilation shafts, and underground passages were sealed with metallic plates. The alarm system of the Lin Manor was activated concurrently. Lin Zhenwei, the leader of the Divine Martial Guard patrolling near the Deepening Palace, darkened his expression and pressed down on the earpiece to issue commands. The Divine Guardians promptly sealed all exits of the Ming Palace, while the Fierce Fox Legion commenced their search at the artificial lake and the royal gardens. Aside from the master, no one was permitted to wander freely. Madam, the young master is outside. Ensure his protection on site. Upon the issuance of this command, fully armed members of the Fierce Fox Legion surged into the artificial lake and royal gardens, wielding life detection devices to locate any intruders. The Divine Guardians stationed themselves at the entrances of various palaces, immediately restraining any outsiders with titanium alloy handcuffs, while the madam and young master were escorted indoors, under the watchful eyes of several Divine Guardians. Within the Wuying Hall, Lin Chen heard the alarm and swiftly activated his supersensory perception. Ordinary attendants or agents could not trigger a red alert. It must be an adversary possessing supernatural abilities that has caused the Special Affairs Management Department to react so urgently. Indeed, an unfamiliar celestial body emerged within his perceptual range, positioned precisely at the headquarters of the Special Affairs Management Department. Their specialized equipment was stored, alongside laboratories of preparing gear for the Shinny people, who could possibly have deceived the fingerprint and skeletal recognition systems at the entrance. Fortunately, every room in the headquarters was equipped with independent energy signature recognition. It was likely that no one capable of bypassing this system had yet appeared. Before long, Steward Lin Xiaohao arrived, his demeanor grave as he reported, Master, the mysterious intruder has been trapped inside the Special Affairs Management Department building. The alarm was triggered by Lin Xiaodong, I've already inquired about the circumstances. The intruder employed some unknown sorcery to disguise themselves as Lin Xiaodong, successfully deceiving team member Lin Baoqiang and passing through both the fingerprint and skeletal recognition systems. However, it was Lin Baoqiang who first detected the anomaly, thus redeeming himself. Lin Chen nodded. The members of the Special Affairs Management Department were personally trained by him. Their performance this time was commendable. Despite minor issues, overall, they had done well. Go inform the Divine Guardians to lift the alert at the Ming Palace and escort the Madam and others back to their respective palaces. I am eager to discover who this mysterious intruder is, daring enough to toy with my authority. At the Lin Manor, within the Special Affairs Management Department building, the individual masquerading as Lin Xiaodong listened to the piercing alarm. A flicker of amber light flashing in their eyes as they pressed their hands against the energy signature recognition device at the entrance of the special equipment storage. Beep. Energy signature recognition failed. Activating active defense mode. Please do not move. Otherwise, you will be shot immediately. The voice from the broadcast became urgent and sharp, while numerous apertures opened in the ceiling and walls, revealing menacing weaponry. As the imposter attempted to take a step forward, all weaponry shifted accordingly, and the warning echoed once more. Active defense mode activated. Warning, please do not move. Otherwise, you will be shot immediately. Hearing the shrill warning, the impersonator sighed, their body emanating ripples as small scales surfaced upon their skin. In an instant, a woman adorned with blue, fragmented scales and bizarre patterns emerged within the corridor. Mystique, Raven Darkholm. Her mutant abilities are extraordinarily unique, allowing her to mimic anyone's appearance and even their essence. At critical moments, she can alter the position of her internal organs to evade fatal harm. This remarkable capacity stems from her yet-to-be-fully realized potential. Should she fully harness her abilities to their ultimate limits, the perfect android crafted in her likeness would represent her true capabilities. Indeed, the Lin family's Special Affairs Management Department boasts defenses more stringent than those of the Junsha base. However, attempting to retain me, Mystique, is an impossibility. The duration of Raven's transformation is remarkably brief, almost too swift for the active defense systems to react. Her blue scales shimmer anew, and in an instant, her appearance is entirely refreshed. This time, she assumes the visage of Lin Chen, lifting her chin defiantly towards the surveillance camera while striding boldly towards the elevator. Having triggered the alarm, and given the response time of the Lin family's Special Affairs Management Department, she estimates a maximum of only a few minutes for evacuation. During her earlier deception involving fingerprint and skeletal verification, Raven realized the advanced technology of this building, which boasted numerous security measures and devices previously unheard of. Yet, the individual responsible for this system possesses a critical flaw: rigidity and an inability to adapt. Despite the energy signature detection confirming her deception, they opted to issue a warning instead of promptly engaging. This indicated that as long as she assumed the identity of someone sufficiently high-ranking, they would not dare to act against her. Thus, Raven decided to disguise herself as the Lin Chen she had seen in the newspaper, ignoring the blaring alarm and effortlessly approaching the elevator. As she anticipated, the monitoring devices on the ceiling and walls remained fixated on her without firing a shot. System error. Logical confusion. Request for authorization from the highest command. System reboot required. The mechanical voice echoed through the broadcast, confirming Raven's suspicions. In the surveillance room of the Special Affairs Management Department, Lin Xiaodong slammed his fist onto the table, exerting a force that merely dented the surface momentarily before it returned to its original state. No wonder the master suddenly ordered a halt to operations. He must personally handle the intruder, having encountered someone capable of mimicry. If she had transformed into another S-likeness, the main control system would not have malfunctioned. Her audacity to assume the master's appearance is brazen. Even if the master had restricted the intelligence of the main control system, we would still be momentarily stunned. In a battle of experts, even a fleeting second of hesitation could lead to one's demise. That wretched blue-skinned creature. If I capture her, I shall surely flay her skin. Bang! A flash of red accompanied by a plume of smoke suddenly materialized in the surveillance room, and a voice inquired, "Xiaodong, uncle, who are you planning to flay?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiaodong turned around and, with annoyance, replied, "Asazuo, is that you? Where's the master?" Why hasn't he arrived? As the mist dissipated, S.H.I.E.L.D, clad in a floral shirt that revealed his robust physique, chuckled and replied, "Father is on his way." But due to a sudden complication involving Aunt Ainley in the Ningxi Palace, he had to prioritize the safety of my yet-to-be-born sibling. After exchanging pleasantries, he glanced at the surveillance screen, his expression darkening instantly. Lin Chen realized, given the patriarch's profound concern for his lineage, such an action was hardly surprising. After all, the building of the Special Affairs Management Department had been completely sealed off. Every passage, elevator, and exit was barricaded with special alloy plates, rendering the adversaries mere fish in a barrel, easily apprehended at any moment. With the patriarch intervening, it was certain that Madame Ainley was safe. But what about you, young man? How did your visit to the Melita Manor to see Mother Jean go? S.H.I.E.L.D remained fixated on the figure displayed on the monitor, completely disregarding Lin Xiaodong's inquiry. How dare he impersonate my father? I shall eliminate him. With that declaration, a mist enveloped him, and he vanished from the surveillance room in an instant. Lin Xiaodong reached out to stop him, but it was too late. He could only let out a sigh. This young man was far too impulsive and had not even mentioned whether the patriarch had given any new instructions. A teammate beside him shrugged and chuckled. "Captain, you worry too much. S.H.I.E.L.D can teleport. Even if he encounters a formidable opponent, he will be fine. Besides, his cultivation in the art has already reached the Dan level, so that intruder is likely no match for him." Lin Xiaodong remained silent, his gaze still locked on the screen. S.H.I.E.L.D appeared at the elevator entrance and swiftly materialized behind Lin Chen, wrapping his slender arm tightly around his neck, his tail slicing through the air towards the intruder's brow, only to halt midair. "Do not move. Reveal your true form, or I shall slay you immediately." The advantage of spatial teleportation was on full display. Although Reuven heard the loud crash and intended to pivot and deliver a kick to the enemy behind her, her neck was already firmly ensnared. Seeing her subdued, S.H.I.E.L.D utilized his tail in place of his arm, tightening his grip around her neck as he slowly approached. Reuven gradually raised her hands, her eyes reflecting both shock and delight. The blue scales shimmered, reverting to her original appearance. Her skin was adorned with indigo scales, featuring peculiar raised patterns from her face to her body and limbs, interspersed with tawny spots and stripes. Her eyes, with their almond-shaped yellow irises, narrowed into slits, while her hair exhibited a unique dark red hue. If one overlooked her bizarre skin tone and patterns, she was indeed quite beautiful, with a hint of baby fat in her cheeks. "Could you please retract your tail? Look at your skin and appearance. They are entirely different from those of a human. We are the same kind. We should not be enemies." I do not know if you are being controlled or deceived into serving him as though he were a deity, forbidding any semblance of disrespect. With a slight tug, S.H.I.E.L.D's tail coiled tighter, the immense pressure threatening to fracture the captive's bones. "Silence. I do not regard you as a mere mutant. I could easily sever your neck. To me, my father is not just a parent, but a divine embodiment of faith, rescuing me from the depths of despair and allowing me to live with dignity and integrity." Raven, undeterred, chuckled softly, mocking, "So you're merely a loyal dog tamed by humans. No wonder you are so frantic upon seeing me assume the role of your master." Crack! Raven cried out in pain as her breath became labored. Her throat succumbed to the immense pressure, fracturing under the strain, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth and splattering onto the ground. A chime echoed as the elevator doors behind them opened. Lin Chen, hands in his pockets, approached Raven. He held no interest in a shapeshifter, as the saying goes. Beautiful exteriors are myriad, yet intriguing souls are rare. Lin Chen had long ceased to be captivated by superficial allure. The women in the palace were all stunning and cunning, possessing both beauty and figure. Why seek out a woman who could merely alter her appearance? Raven, the shapeshifter, hailing from the great Eagle City, was abandoned by her parents after awakening her abilities and sent to the church for execution. On the way, a conflict arose, resulting in her parents' untimely demise. She survived by infiltrating a gang using her transformation skills and encountered the ninja Takeda Hanzo from the Han Alliance. Chapter 40. Suitable for you. Hold on to her subsequently. She trained under him in ninjutsu, becoming an auxiliary member of the Han Alliance, receiving missions from Takeda Hanzo to eliminate targets or acquire vital intelligence in exchange for generous rewards. Raven's face bore an indigo hue, showing no discernible change. Yet her eyes were filled with astonishment. Impossible. How could you possibly know? Is there a traitor within the Hand Alliance? Takeda Hanzo is utterly incompetent if he allowed someone to infiltrate without detection. The mission target revealed her entire past before her eyes. Could there be a more absurd situation? Especially regarding her childhood experiences, which she had only confided to Takeda Hanzo. Clearly, that man had betrayed her trust, sharing her secrets with others in the Hand Alliance, likely including the base leader, Nobunaga Miyamoto. Asazawa grinned, gradually releasing his grip on her arm. You still wish to keep your secrets before my father? You are overestimating your position. It would be wise to be compliant in his presence, lest you face dire consequences. Raven gently massaged her neck, the tissue surrounding her fractured throat swelling. A typical person would have succumbed to unconsciousness at this point due to suffocation. She looked up at Asazawa, incredulously asking, "Are you suggesting that he is also a mutant? How could those humans ever accept being ruled by mutants?" Asazawa shrugged, retreating behind Lin Chen. "Allow me to enlighten you with facts, so you cease your petty scheming." Lin Chen smiled faintly, using his telepathic abilities to infiltrate her mind, controlling her motor neurons while leaving other functions unaffected. "Now, dance for me, shapeshifter. How about ballet?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Raven found herself unable to control her legs. Against her will, she rose onto her toes and began to dance ballet with surprising grace. "No, please. Stop, I beg you. Stop." In her embarrassment and anger, she wished to cover her face, yet her hands flailed in the air, her movements becoming increasingly elegant. As Asazuo watched with keen interest, he discreetly exchanged glances with his father. This was the first time he encountered a girl so strikingly similar to himself, stirring an indescribable feeling within him, his tail swaying excitedly behind him. "Father, let her go. As the ancient saying goes, a gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. I've learned that well." Haven Ti, Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that this boy, usually so dull-witted, only seemed to come alive when it came to chasing girls or fighting. "Considering Asazuo's intercession on your behalf, I shall grant you temporary reprieve. Now, make the most crucial choice of your life. Will you die heroically or submit to me for a chance at survival?" Snap! He clapped his hands, relinquishing control over Raven's body, awaiting her response. Asazuo approached her, gently poking her indigo arm with his finger, and whispered, "Hey, blue-skinned girl, I advise you to recognize the situation and not reject this golden opportunity. If it weren't for my plea, you would be dead by now." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, finding the boy's audacity to be utterly absurd. Did he truly revel in killing? Men always care about their pride in front of those they admire. Let him bask in his moment of glory, and later, he would be dealt with accordingly, ensuring he didn't mistake himself for the master. Raven felt speechless, yet found Asazuo's foolishness somewhat endearing. Did he truly think she was blind to his subtle gestures? "I choose to surrender, but with one condition, Shiwang, that you must agree to. Can you please refrain from controlling me and making me perform such humiliating acts?" Having grown up amidst the turmoil of the Liang gang and later living within the Alliance, she had always excelled in utilizing favorable circumstances to achieve her goals. She feigned a weak and pitiful demeanor, casting occasional hopeful glances at Asazuo, as if anticipating something. Indeed, Asazuo, stirred by her charm, immediately began to exhibit exaggerated facial expressions. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, jotting down another note in his little book. However, since it was the child's first experience with genuine feelings, he would grant him some leeway. He recalled from the comics that the shapeshifter Raven and Asazuo had once had a child who bore a striking resemblance to Asazuo, but with blue skin, eventually becoming the vigilante known as Nightcrawler. No wonder Asazuo felt a flutter of attraction upon seeing Raven. Perhaps this was destiny. "Your request is not unreasonable. I shall grant it, but only this once. Do you understand?" Although Lin Chen agreed to cease controlling her mind, he still intended to plant a mental imprint within her thoughts. This woman often wavered between Magneto and the professor, so he had to remain cautious. Silently, he infiltrated her mind with his mental control abilities, etching a permanent imprint of loyalty deep within her consciousness. Unbeknownst to her, Raven nodded repeatedly, recognizing her inability to resist the man before her, who wielded the power to manipulate her mind at will. Rather than oppose him, it seemed more prudent to align herself with him. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. However, The smile on S.H.I.E.L.D's face gradually faded. He understood that this adage was not solely directed at Raven. It served as a warning from his father, a caution against any further interference with his will. In the majestic Rocky Mountains of Canada, Mount Robson towered majestically, its summit adorned with glistening white snow that reflected the blinding sunlight. A hawk-like jet aircraft approached with remarkable speed. At mid-mountain, what appeared to be solid rock silently opened, allowing the aircraft to swiftly enter a vast cavern, where it descended gracefully. Lin Chen, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D and Raven, disembarked from the plane and was greeted by the beaming face of Jean Musy. "Father, you have arrived." Jean Musy first respectfully acknowledged his adoptive father, then embraced S.H.I.E.L.D, his gaze landing on Raven with a teasing glint. "S.H.I.E.L.D, you have truly grown up. This young lady is quite commendable and well-suited for you. Make sure to hold on to her." After shaking hands with Raven, he smiled warmly and added, "Welcome, Raven. You have made a wise choice." Raven scrutinized him from head to toe, incredulity etched on her face as she exclaimed, "Goodness, the news reported that you had passed away, supposedly due to old age, yet you appear to be in your 20s. Her eyes were wide with astonishment. Before infiltrating the Lin family's Special Affairs Management Department, she had read of his supposed death in the Canada Evening News, only to now encounter the very man who was said to have perished, not only alive, but seemingly rejuvenated, resembling a young lad in his 20s. S.H.I.E.L.D's lips twitched. Witnessing Raven's admiration for Jean Musy prompted him to instinctively insert himself between them. "I was already grown, Jean Musy. Stop being so verbose, old man. If I had known, I would have let you linger in your coffin a bit longer. Matters of youth are none of your concern. We have a generation gap." It was evident that their relationship had been disclosed by his father to Jean Musy. However, he dared not express his ire towards his father, opting instead to vent his frustrations to his elder brother, albeit quietly, mindful of Jean Musy's formidable fists. Lin Chen regarded him with curiosity, hesitating to inform S.H.I.E.L.D that Raven, the shapeshifter, was not as youthful as she appeared. "How is the construction of the Ark base progressing? Have the defensive fortifications and anti-aircraft systems been completed?" He surveyed the vast, deep cavern, where powerful lights had been installed on the ceiling, illuminating the steel framework. Numerous machines and equipment dangled from above, sliding along tracks under the guidance of motors, while workers meticulously maneuvered them into position, securing bolts before releasing the hoists. Not far away, a multitude of the latest jet fighters and armored vehicles, alongside rocket artillery transporters, were parked. In a secluded corner, an air defense command center has been established, with radar signals camouflaged as trees or rocks on the mountain surface. Here, these signals are processed and displayed on screens, revealing the echoes of flying objects within the nearby airspace. Upon detecting unidentified or enemy aircraft, the command center locks onto the target based on radar signals and activates the air defense systems deployed around the mountain, obliterating any intruder within the designated airspace. The cavern is bustling with activity, as transport vehicles ceaselessly deliver equipment, instruments, and construction materials, guided by traffic controllers to various sectors. Dozens of transport routes are monitored by sentinels from the Fierce Fox Legion. Those permitted to work within this secretive base nestled in the mountain's heart include members of the Fierce Fox Legion, construction teams, researchers, elites from the educational sector, and loyal servants who have served the Lin family for generations. They all share a common trait, an unwavering allegiance embedded in their minds. Jean Musy furrowed her brow, expressing her dissatisfaction. She inquired about the overall progress of the Ark base, which had reached a certain percentage of completion, with only a few large physical laboratories remaining unfinished, as well as the final defense and command systems yet to be completed. The primary concern regarding the fortifications was the insufficient strength of the cavern's walls. Dr. Lon Luosite was currently investigating the use of special alloys to reinforce them. The air defense system had been installed, capable of scanning all flying objects within a radius of several thousand kilometers, with its firepower system able to simultaneously track dozens of targets. Lin Chen nodded and led everyone into the core area of the Ark base, a school for the training of mutants. Construction of this base had commenced many years prior, but over the past year, the focus had primarily been on excavating the hard rock layers of Lobos Han, utilizing thousands of tons of explosives and removing over 100,000 tons of rubble to expand the cavern to its current scale. This was made possible by the Lin family's control over all the officials in the Ganeda Autonomous Territory, who had preemptively relocated the residents within several kilometers, allowing extensive excavations at Lobos Han without detection. Fortuitously, the absence of satellites in this era and the relatively weak aerial forces of the surrounding regions facilitated the discreet establishment of such a vast secret base. Raven followed closely behind Lin Chen as they entered the enormous base concealed deep within the mountain. Asaza desperately sought to engage Raven in conversation, yet she remained engrossed in observing the base, leaving him feeling deflated and somewhat disheartened. He couldn't comprehend what was so captivating about this dreary, humid place, where the inhabitants were taciturn, in stark contrast to the vibrancy of the city. The entire Ark base spans over 1 million square meters, roughly equivalent to 150 standard football fields, having excavated nearly half of Lobos Han. The base is divided into several primary areas, including living quarters, training zones, experimental zones, training facilities, educational areas, and research sections, each equipped with distinct facilities and functionalities. The core area, aside from the mutant training school, houses the research and experimental zones, which are strictly regulated, allowing only individuals with high-level permissions to traverse freely. Certainly, these rules hold no significance for Lin Chen. He is free to go wherever he pleases. S.H.I.E.L.D and Ruewen only have the opportunity to enter because they follow him. Otherwise, even the attendants of the fierce Fox Lord would not permit their entrance, let alone that of a stranger like Ruewen. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Before long, they approached the grand entrance of the school, and Ruewen gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary mutant training academy before her. Within this vast cavern, there lay expansive artificial lawns and meticulously arranged trees. A woman clad in casual attire floated gracefully above the ground, arms outstretched as a tempest swirled around her, rendering her immune to the pull of gravity. A circle of children surrounded her, all of whom were orphans adopted from various corners of the world by the Lin family, or children rescued from disabilities. Most bore varying degrees of deformities, categorized as the lowest tier of epsilon mutants, while a select few exhibited slightly stronger abilities, classified as delta level. Only a rare handful of exceptional children achieved gamma or beta levels. They gasped in awe, their innocent eyes wide with wonder. Teacher Lola is incredible. She must have awakened a potent ability, at least beta level. No, it should be alpha level. Beta level abilities aren't that powerful. The children animatedly debated amongst themselves. Yet despite their fervent discussions, no one truly resorted to violence. From a distance, Lola spotted Lin Chen and his companions approaching and promptly descended, landing lightly on the ground. Teachers aren't always this formidable. At first, my powers could only stir a gentle breeze, far weaker than an electric fan. However, I was fortunate to meet a benefactor who taught me the boundless true art, which has allowed me to reach my current level, roughly equivalent to alpha abilities. The children were quite naive. Having just arrived at this institution, they were unaware that mutants could enhance their abilities through cultivation. One child raised a hand and asked, "Teacher, aren't mutant abilities innate? Can postnatal training truly elevate one's level?" Teacher, who was the brilliant mind behind this magnificent concept. This lesson was interactive, designed to help students comprehend their mutant abilities, embrace their identities, and dispel any feelings of inferiority due to their awakened powers. Thus, in response to the children's inquiries, Lola smiled and nodded. Of course, it is possible. The abilities of mutants vary by nature, just as there are geniuses and ordinary individuals among the non-mutants. With diligent study, an ordinary person can indeed surpass a genius. As for the creator of this remarkable concept, he happens to be visiting our school today. Class, turn around and take a look. Upon hearing this, the children swiftly turned their heads. Lin Chen waved to them, his face adorned with a warm, sunlit smile. These children are mutants, many of whom have suffered harm from family or others, feeling deeply insecure and sensitive within. Therefore, each time he arrives at school, he suppresses the imposing authority of a leader and the aura of a formidable warrior. Wow, what a handsome big brother! The little girls exclaimed, jumping with excitement. The boys, filled with admiration, shouted, "It's Lord Lin Chen. His portrait hangs in our classroom, and there is a statue in the training room." The children laughed as they ran over, surrounding Lin Chen with shouts and leaps. He picked them up one by one, gently patting their heads, and nodded softly at Laura. Children, quiet down. I can't hear you all speaking at once. Let us take our time. Since you are so eager, you can go first. Spotting a chubby boy, not even waist-high and with a waist thicker than his own, who was so excited he could barely catch his breath, Lin Chen chose him. The boy stood frozen, too nervous to utter a word, merely panting. In his excitement, he seemed to swell even more, gasping more heavily. Lin Chen quickly approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, channeling a wave of true energy to suppress the uncontrollable mutation within him. Take it easy. No rush. We have plenty of time today, and I assure you I will answer all your questions. After hearing this, the children quieted down considerably, then remembered their teacher was still behind them, sheepishly parting to let Laura through. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving me and many other children. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying softly, It's nothing. I am a mutant myself, and know the dreadful things we may encounter in the future. Since I possess the ability, I should do something for my fellow mutants. The ARC base is merely a precautionary measure. My true aspiration is to foster peaceful coexistence between ordinary people and mutants. The foundation of mutants lies within ordinary people, and the future of ordinary people intertwines with mutants. It is a relationship of mutual dependency and inherent contradiction. However, many fail to understand this, leading to various issues. Mutants originated from ordinary humans. Without ordinary people, mutants would be like trees without roots. Moreover, ordinary bodies harbor latent mutant genes that, upon awakening, transform them into mutants. Thus, mutants are, in essence, the future of ordinary people. Without mutants, ordinary humans would be confined to the path of technology, losing the potential for self-evolution and another avenue of civilizational advancement. The children listened, partially grasping the concepts, while Laura, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Raven began to reflect on whether their past notions had been misguided. S.H.I.E.L.D soon comprehended this, as his beloved wife, Rose Aohala, is an ordinary person, which made it easier for him to understand Lin Chen's intentions. Chapter 42. The Shapeshifter. S.H.I.E.L.D and Raven, due to experiences from their childhood, still harbored some reservations, not fully reconciling their thoughts. Yet they were deeply shaken and willing to confront the relationship between mutants and ordinary people. Laura, on the other hand, gazed intently at Lin Chen, her heart racing. The man is utterly perfect, handsome, kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and possessing grand aspirations. He is truly the ideal partner in her eyes. Lin Chen, perceiving the thoughts of those around him through telepathy, remained indifferent to the children's naivety, believing that as long as he remembered, they would comprehend in due time. However, Laura's reaction took him by surprise. After all, his primary purpose for visiting was to inspect the ARC base, particularly the mutant school, rather than to pursue romantic interests. At the mutant training school within the ARC base, Lin Chen had just finished addressing the children's queries, and the class concluded with a contemplative atmosphere. Many children lingered, reluctant to depart until the next cultural class instructor arrived. After bidding farewell to the children and the cultural teacher, Lin Chen, at Laura's enthusiastic invitation, went to the staff dormitory to assess the teacher's living conditions. Jean Mu, with a wry smile, addressed O and Reuven. Well, it seems father has other matters to attend to. I shall accompany Reuven to complete her enrollment procedures. S.H.I.E.L.D, will you join us? Before he could finish, S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, eagerly telling Reuven, No need for this old fellow's assistance. I am quite familiar with this school. Principal Hank is a good friend of mine. Reuven, I will take you directly to him. He reached out to pull Reuven along, his clumsy gesture prompting Jean Mu to shake her head disapprovingly. This young man was far too inexperienced, and his approach to courting was remarkably awkward. She was certain S.H.I.E.L.D would face some embarrassment this time. With a gentle flick, Reuven brushed S.H.I.E.L.D's hand aside and smiled at Jean Mu. Thank you, Jean Mu. Let's go together. S.H.I.E.L.D grimaced at Jean Mu, but she paid him no mind, merely nodding and saying, Then follow me. He is in the principal's office on the teaching building. All new students must go there for testing to determine their appropriate classes. With that, Jean Mu led Reuven toward the teaching building. S.H.I.E.L.D huffed, sulking as he trailed behind them, his tail swishing audibly in the air. This mutant training school had over 500 children, adolescents, and young adults studying there, divided into different classes based on age, ability, and psychological state. The school's teachers fell into 3 categories: Cultural and psychological instructors were elite scholars hired by the Lin family. Martial arts instructors hailed from the Divine Martial Guard. And skills instructors were top professionals from various fields, while interactive course teachers were mostly adult mutants recruited over the years. Reuven listened intently to Jean Muet's introduction, increasingly convinced that her choice to submit had been the right one. Given the school's impressive faculty, curriculum, and skills training, it was evident that the aim was to enable mutants to live openly and honorably in this world, much unlike the countless instances she had witnessed throughout her years in the Alliance, where mutants were often bullied by ordinary humans. The physically deformed and feeble mutants are sold to circuses as performers, treated like animals and subjected to whips, forced to execute various ludicrous antics for amusement. Meanwhile, the robust mutants endowed with extraordinary abilities either flee as demons or are captured by organizations like the Hand Association, enduring brutal torment until they become mere instruments of slaughter. Obedient to commands, the Mutant Training Academy, founded by Lin Chen, stands as a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, offering these individuals the prospect of coexisting peacefully with ordinary humans, while granting them the autonomy to choose their future lifestyles. Along the way, Reuven observes that in the classrooms flanking the corridor, numerous ordinary human teachers, with smiles on their faces, impart knowledge and skills to mutant children, who engage earnestly in their studies, fostering a harmonious rapport with their instructors. Glancing at her astonished, yet yearning expression from the corner of his eye, Jean Mosi is overwhelmed by a profound sense of pride. This is the visionary foresight and strategy of his adoptive father, who spared no effort in constructing the Ark base, gathering numerous scientists and educational experts, all to provide mutants with comprehensive educational and developmental opportunities, preventing them from becoming fools driven by power and hatred, wreaking havoc and exacerbating the conflict between mutants and ordinary people. In the future, more mutants will arrive here to learn how to harness and control their abilities, applying them to beneficial societal purposes or to champion justice, thereby establishing a positive image for mutants. It is essential for ordinary people to understand that mutants are not inherently malevolent. Like everyone else, they possess intellect and self-restraint. Only through mutual cooperation can a more splendid human civilization be created. Mutual animosity and slaughter are the most foolish of endeavors. Hey, Jean Mosi, you've arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D, you seldom come here. Hank, the principal of the Mutant Training Academy, greets Jean Mosi with warmth, embracing him. His mastery of the infinite true technique is derived from Jean Mosi, making Jean Mosi, in a sense, his mentor. Their relationship is unique, embodying both teacher and friend. And who might this be? After the greeting, he turns his gaze towards Reuven, who stands beside S.H.I.E.L.D, wearing a puzzled expression. Hank, this lady is my friend Reuven, who possesses the ability to mimic the appearance of others. My adoptive father refers to her as Mystique. S.H.I.E.L.D exuberantly interjects. Jean Mosi shakes his head in exasperation, clenching his fists and producing a cracking sound. What should I do if my brother is being disobedient? A single beating should suffice, or perhaps two. S.H.I.E.L.D, have you finished your rambling? Step aside. Hank is here to assess Reuven's abilities and assist her with the enrollment process. He places a hand on S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder, channeling a powerful surge of true energy into him, effortlessly tossing S.H.I.E.L.D aside like a rag doll. Then, addressing Reuven, he continues, "This is Hank, the principal of the Mutant Training Academy, whom I mentioned to you before. He possesses a unique perceptual ability, enabling him to discern the direction of a mutant's power changes, thereby categorizing students into appropriate classes based on their varying abilities." Hank appeared to be a decade older than Jan, yet in reality, his age was so tender that he could easily be considered Jan's grandson. He sported a tidy head of golden hair and wore glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "Greetings, Principal Hank. I shall rely on your guidance henceforth." Reuven extended her hand, seeking Hank's support during her time at the training school, feeling an undeniable strength emanating from him. Hank gently grasped her hand, and his pupils transformed into a dark golden hue, his penetrating gaze seeming to delve deep into Reuven's essence, scrutinizing the nature of her mutant abilities. "Your power is quite extraordinary, straddling the line between energy and mutation, or perhaps it represents an intermediate form connecting both. It is truly astonishing. Your potential is immense." In terms of combat prowess, you are classified as beta level, yet your unique ability type suggests that, in terms of potential, you may even belong to the alpha tier. Once you master the supreme true skill, you might just ascend to omega level. Raven, please wait here with the Sazuo for a moment. I must confer with Jan, Hank said, the golden light in his eyes dissipating as he ushered Jan into the study behind his office. In the dimly lit underground hall of the London branch of the Hand Association, 5 seats were arranged in a semicircle, surrounded by steps and rudimentary stone benches. Kerosene lamps flickered in the corners, an anachronism in an era dominated by electric light. At the center sat a diminutive old man, leaning on a cane taller than himself, coldly scrutinizing the 2 occupants of the adjacent seats. The wavering light cast shadows that obscured the faces of several individuals. Madame Gao, your subordinates have failed, and there has been no word for 2 days. The employers are furious and wish to cancel the contract. A deal worth £10,000 is on the verge of collapse, and you must provide an explanation to the organization. A frail yet commanding voice emanated from the old man, laden with a heavy Oriental accent that was disconcerting to hear. Clearly, this elder had come from the Oriental headquarters to demand accountability, hence his stern demeanor. Mr. Gambler, you should understand that no general is invulnerable to defeat, nor is there an assassin without a flaw. This target is the residence of the Shadow Emperor, Ghana, and no organization dares to guarantee success. Madame Gao explained calmly, though her fingers fidgeted with a sharp object, as if her mind were elsewhere. At this remark, Gambler smirked, his gaze fixated on the item in her hand, his expression laden with unspoken implications. An uneasy silence fell over the room, while the individuals seated on the other side appeared indifferent, unwilling to interject. For the incident pertained solely to the London branch, with no relevance to their Parisian division. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the hall. The sound was rapid, far surpassing the pace of an ordinary person. The figure swiftly emerged in the hall, and the Gambler rose, hastily descending the steps to confront the flustered individual. What on earth is happening? Why the panic? The younger members of the Hand Association are increasingly inept, particularly those from the London branch. Lady Gao, how do you manage your subordinates? The man paused, turning to Lady Gao as if seeking assistance. To his shock, the Gambler delivered a sharp slap, his diminutive frame unleashing an astonishing force that struck the man squarely in the face. The resounding crack echoed throughout the hall. Lady Gao's expression darkened, her lips twitching slightly. Yet she ultimately refrained from speaking, helplessly watching as her subordinate was sent sprawling against the wall, sliding down to the ground while spitting out a mouthful of blood and several teeth. Lord Gambler, you vented your anger and dealt a blow. Perhaps we should let Mr. Nitta recount what transpired, suggested the previously silent figure, stepping forward to obstruct the Gambler. He spoke while still seated, but in an instant he crossed several meters, raising his hand to block the Gambler's strike. The two collided with a resounding thud, their formidable inner forces clashing violently, the dark energy wreaking havoc along each other's meridians. Murakami, your skills have indeed improved. No wonder you dare to meddle in my affairs. The Gambler, despite his age, took 2 steps back to dissipate the force, blood at the corner of his mouth as he grunted in anger. Murakami trembled, his hands hidden behind his back, as the internal pressure from the invading dark energy gradually wore away. Your flattery is misplaced. You grow ever stronger, and I am but your inferior, he replied, not wishing to escalate tensions, speaking sincerely in praise. The Gambler, frustrated, stomped his cane, shattering several cobblestones, simultaneously expelling the dark energy from his body. At that moment, Lady Gao approached her injured subordinate, producing a red pill and tossing it before him with a cold remark. Consume this blood essence pill, and your injuries will mend. The man, elated, picked up the pill, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. His complexion immediately brightened, and the internal injuries from an earlier violent impact began to heal significantly. Now speak. What has caused you such disquiet? Jimuraji, you are an elite within the organization, having endured numerous confrontations. How have you come to this? Lady Gao's words were both a reassurance to her subordinate and a subtle jab at the Gambler, avoiding a complete rupture in their facade of civility. Jimura, Jirknit, blood seeping from his grievous wounds as recollections of a terrifying event flooded his mind, trembling with palpable fear. I have just received an alert from the Kanagata stronghold. We were ambushed by mysterious assailants. Each of them was exceptionally skilled, employing techniques reminiscent of the Great Dragon's combat style. Several of my squad S.H.I.E.L.D. were annihilated in an instant. Fortunately, the Jean and I sacrificed himself, utilizing the frenzied pill to fend off several of the most formidable adversaries, allowing me to barely escape back to the branch. Upon hearing this, Murakami eagerly inquired, "How many are they, and how formidable are their strengths?" Murajer appeared somewhat dazed and, after a moment's hesitation, replied candidly, "There are a few who have taken action. Those who are the strongest should not be much inferior to Lord B2. Murakami's face flushed crimson with anger as he kicked Murajer hard. With a crack, Murajer was sent flying, crashing into the wall, creating a noticeable dent in the solid brick structure. "What a useless fool, utterly worthless," he exclaimed. "Even if Anbei Jin and I has consumed the frenzy pill, he could at most achieve a stalemate with me. Once the effects wear off, he will surely perish. How could he possibly stall such a formidable enemy? Is this not tantamount to leading them back and guiding the adversary?" Both B2 and Lady Gao shifted their expressions, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. It appears that even Easterners possess some understanding. Albeit far too late, came a cold voice from a figure striding silently from the passageway. "How dare the Hand Union encroach upon the Lin family's enterprises? They must be weary of living. I have heard that you can bring the dead back to life. Today, I, wasCompletely, shall see if you can resurrect those torn to shreds and reduced to ashes." With a wave of his hand, a dozen divine martial guards swiftly surrounded the hall, encircling B2, Lady Gao, and Murakami, regarding them with cold disdain. Murakami, possessing far keener insight than Murajer, recognized that the opponent had closed the distance in an instant, as if traversing a mere footstep, indicating that their martial prowess far surpassed his own. He shot a fierce glare at Murajer, realizing that this imbecile was not only foolish but also blind. To equate their own level of skill with that of the Hand Union shadow-level masters was utterly laughable. "Everyone, hold your actions for a moment. Could we possibly have a misunderstanding? If the Hand Union has offended you, I can represent them in offering compensation. Name your price, be it money or treasures." wasCompletely looked at him in astonishment, bursting into laughter as he addressed the divine martial guards beside him. "This is the first time I have encountered someone attempting to bribe the divine martial guards with money and treasures. These scoundrels have dared to insult us. They must die a most painful death today." With that, he extended his hands, revealing 10 sharp, lacquered nails that shot toward Murakami, intent on tearing the boy to shreds for his satisfaction. "Attack!" With wasCompletely charging forward, Murakami shouted loudly. Lady Gao immediately grasped the situation with a flick of her hands. Several silver throwing knives flew from her fingers, aimed directly at the oil lamps suspended from the ceiling of the hall. The founders of the Hand Union, being traitors of the Kunlun sect, possessed abilities far beyond the ordinary, and night vision was but a trivial aspect of their prowess. With a crash, 4 oil lamps were struck by the flying knives, shattering upon impact and plunging the entire hall into darkness, save for a few flickering sparks of light. B2 chanted incantations, forming peculiar hand seals as he summoned several streams of ethereal smoke from within, entangling the advancing divine martial guards. However, Lady Gao and Murakami underestimated the capabilities of Victo and the divine warriors, while the dark mist had no effect on their assaults. Victo's eyes glimmered with a feral green light, his pupils narrowing into fine slits, allowing him to see clearly even in the obscurity. With a clang, his glossy, dark claws viciously raked across the ninja blade swung by Murakami, leaving profound gashes on the blade, nearly severing it into fragments. The divine warriors divided into several groups to besiege Lady Gao and the gambler, the weakest among them having already cultivated to the late stage of Danjing, far surpassing both in strength and agility. The misty tendrils did not even approach before being obliterated by the golden bell-like energy emanating from the divine warriors. The gambler, wide-eyed, shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! This is a power bestowed upon me by the gods. How can mere mortals withstand it?" Unwilling to yield, he formed another seal, chanting incantations with a ghastly expression upon his face. Chapter 43. The Void, a multitude of fist shadows, carrying the force of tens of thousands of kilograms, tore through the air with a sound reminiscent of fabric being ripped. The The fists moved so swiftly that they compressed the surrounding space. The attacks of the divine warriors were straightforward and brutal, charging forward with a devastatingly powerful blow. Just as the words left their lips, the solidified wind of their fists rushed toward them. The gambler was engulfed in dense mist, which shattered into fragments under the ferocious gusts. As the force penetrating the mist descended upon him like a heavy object, causing his body to explode and resulting in his tragic demise. Lady Gao staggered back a few steps, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at the divine warriors. Had she not reacted swiftly, sensing the impending danger and using her mental prowess to shield herself, she too would have met a gruesome end like the gambler. Oh no, one has already perished. The remaining ones won't last much longer. Damn it, I'll ensure you join him on his journey. Victo's demeanor grew serious, no longer toying with his prey, his muscles tensing as he forcefully brought his arms down. Crack! The ninja blade in Murakami's hand cried out in anguish, shattering into several pieces. Boom! With the ninja blade no longer obstructing him, Victo's claws struck down fiercely upon him, landing heavily on his shoulders and back, his sharp nails tearing through flesh and shattering numerous bones with a cacophony of sounds. Murakami was sent crashing against the wall like a ragged sack thrown with force, leaving a large dent in the wall, his body riddled with intersecting wounds, his internal organs spilling onto the ground. Lady Gao quickly summoned the avatar of Lord Void. Our revival time is too brief to contend with them. Murakami gasped for breath, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout. He understood that Lady Gao was a chosen candidate of the divine, possessing the innate ability to become a vessel, surely carrying a token of the gods that would allow her to summon Lord Void's avatar without the need for an altar. Victo's claw pierced through his skull, spraying brain matter and blood several meters away, and after a few convulsions, Murakami breathed his last. The divine warriors, having heard his final cries, immediately charged toward Lady Gao. Though the nature of the deity he spoke of remains elusive, after witnessing the formidable might of the divine martial guards, one would hardly dare to claim that summoning the void could turn the tide without sincerity. Lady Gao, while using her will to manipulate the debris in the hall to obstruct the divine martial guards, retrieved a shimmering crystal orb of azure hue from her bosom, biting her finger to allow her blood to stain it. "O great deity, I beseech your descent upon me. Let the void embody my essence. The adversary is too powerful. Your strength is imperative to rend them asunder. Should we lose the aid of the Han Alliance, your return to this realm will become increasingly improbable." From the orb erupted a vast cloud of azure smoke, swirling and contorting in midair, at times morphing into a colossal lion, and at others into a monstrous creature with horns and a human visage. An extraordinarily malevolent consciousness enveloped the hall, ensnaring all within in an illusion of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, igniting boundless fury and a primal desire for slaughter within their hearts. The divine martial guards, however, remained relatively unscathed, their resolute wills honed over decades, enabling them to maintain lucidity amidst the onslaught of negative emotions. They intended to continue pursuing Lady Gao, but found themselves ensnared by a multitude of grotesque, distorted specters birthed from the azure smoke, seeking to obliterate the very essence of the divine martial guards' minds. In a realm invisible to others, the divine martial guards clumsily resisted the assault of these malevolent spirits, lacking the knowledge to wield mental prowess, and were incessantly torn apart, losing vast swathes of their mental strength. With each passing moment, their vitality waned, and the light in their eyes dimmed gradually. Victo, witnessing this with urgency and despair, yearned to dispel the malevolent spirits, but was at a loss as to how. His decades of training had been solely in the realm of martial arts, rendering him ineffectual against entities devoid of corporeal form. To hell with it. I must eliminate this woman first. That entity is her summoning. Slaying her should sever their connection and send it back to its own realm. He summoned the essence of his blood and energy within, rapidly concentrating it to its zenith before unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The accumulated essence, upon detonation, violently ruptured his meridians, flesh and bones, leaving his once impervious body riddled with countless fissures, from which a crimson blaze enveloped him, forming an attire of fiery brilliance. This was one of Lin Chen's trump cards, specifically crafted for the likes of Mother Jean and Victo, akin to the legendary technique of demonic disintegration, capable of awakening latent potential within the human form, allowing one to unleash power exponentially greater for a brief duration, albeit at a grave cost to the body, potentially even fatal. However, for Victo, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, what would be a one-time use for an ordinary individual could be wielded repeatedly, as long as he did not employ it in rapid succession, as he unleashed the explosive essence to augment his strength. The Void was simultaneously engaging in a mental exchange with Lady Gao. Are you prepared? Once I embody you, should you refuse to offer your soul, you shall have to forfeit your lifespan to offset the cost of my entrance into this realm. At this moment, Madame Gao dared not hesitate, nor did she have time for lengthy discourse. She responded directly, "No problem. It is merely a few years of my lifespan, and I can endure it. Once this calamity passes, I shall return to the headquarters in Kyoto and replenish my consumed years with the longevity essence of the dragon bone." The mist of a murky hue coalesced into the form of a beastly visage, seemingly satisfied with her terms, transforming into slender wisps of smoke that entered Madame Gao's body. Suddenly, she began to tremble violently. Her previously relaxed skin tightened, and new, orderly teeth rapidly sprouted from her gums. Her once frail and diminutive stature now grew taller and more robust. Yet her face contorted grotesquely, her mouth agape but unable to produce sound, as if she were enduring excruciating torment. Murky patterns began to emerge upon her skin, spreading from her mouth and swiftly enveloping her entire being. When the last patch of skin was claimed by the murky markings, the internal agony ceased abruptly, transforming her into a terrifying giantess. The mark on her forehead radiating a chilling light. Madame Gao, no, it was now the entity known as Murky Sky, slowly lifted her head, her gaze profound, fixated on the fiery figure of Vikijo, whose body blazed with fierce vitality. "Remarkable power. I sense the wildness within you," she declared. "Submit to me and fully liberate your soul. I can help you reclaim your true self." Vikijuo, already agitated and fierce, felt the hundreds of wounds on his body rip open and heal repeatedly. Infuriated by her words, he bellowed, "To hell with you, monster!" He struck with his right fist, unleashing his fiery essence upon Murky Sky's head. The colossal force of his vitality seemed to suppress her. Flesh and blood on her skull sizzled as if doused with acid, chunks falling away to reveal a horrifying visage of half-exposed bone. Pure yang vitality. "Are you of Kunlun?" Murky Sky's face twisted further with rage. Yet a flicker of caution passed through her eyes, causing her to falter for a moment. Vikijuo disregarded her inquiry, seizing the opportunity. He enveloped his left hand in red flames and plunged it forcefully into Murky Sky's chest. The explosive force of his vitality surged within her, colliding violently with the malevolent power from Beast. Murky Sky nearly lost consciousness from the searing pain. The pure yang energy was exceedingly restraining, the agony permeating her very soul, far surpassing any previous injuries she had endured. "Human, you indeed possess extraordinary power to wound me so severely. I shall consume you, for you are worth 100 times more than an ordinary sacrifice." Drawing upon more of the beast's strength, she attempted to expel the invading vitality from within. With a sweeping motion of her hands, murky mist solidified, and two dark, sinister swords materialized at her grip, slashing down towards Vikijuo's head. Vikijuo glanced at the two murky swords, and his vision blurred, dizziness overtaking him. A cold smile crept across Murky Sky's lips as the swords struck his neck. The resounding clash of metal echoed, and a faint golden light flickered beneath Vikijuo's neck. The golden bell shield, infused with the boundless essence of true power, saved his life at a critical moment. It not only deflected the strike of the Sword of Ruin, but also caused Ruin to stagger back a few steps. "You scoundrel! What have you done to me?" Victo exclaimed, awakened by the immense force gripping his neck, shaking his head in fury. For the first time, Victo faced such a formidable opponent, one whose strength matched his own and possessed a peculiar power that disturbed the mind. Seizing the moment while his post-explosion power still surged, he resolved to end this confrontation swiftly. He unleashed the full force of his vitality, igniting his body in a blazing crimson flame. The fissures on his body widened, making him appear as if he were on the verge of being torn apart, a scene of utter carnage. "You wretched human, How dare you insult the messenger of the gods? I shall skin you alive, relishing every moment as I tear you to shreds and consume you." Ruin was thoroughly enraged, having never endured such humiliation. Gripping the sword of Ruin once more, he unleashed a strike imbued with a ghostly blue glow. Yet, having released all of his inner vitality, Victo experienced a dramatic surge in strength, evading the sword's strike and leaping into the air. His nails, sharp as blades, plunged viciously into the muscles surrounding Ruin's neck, and with a force akin to uprooting a turnip, he exerted all his might and yanked upwards. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed relentlessly, reminiscent of firecrackers during New Year celebrations. Victo's innate power was already several tons in weight, and after the explosion, it multiplied exponentially to hundreds of tons, a force far beyond what Ruin, inhabiting the frail body of an old woman, could withstand. He forcibly extracted Ruin's head, as large as a basin, along with the spine, causing a torrent of Ruin's blood to spurt forth. The headless body gradually crumpled, shrinking back into the form of a diminutive old woman. With only 5 fingers remaining on the hand union side, diminished in strength, Ruin's plan for the true form of the beast's descent was surely compromised, inciting a torrent of curses from her. "Human, I shall remember you. When my true form descends, I will ensure your demise." Victo, holding the severed head, opened and closed its jaws to deliver a final proclamation before transforming into a wisp of ruin mist, poised to vanish into the void. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the passage, fists enveloped in the ethereal silhouette of divine energy, striking the ruin mist with a powerful blow. The overwhelming force within propelled the divine energy, clashing violently with the mist, ultimately leading to their mutual annihilation. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time to eliminate one of Ruin's avatars. At least it would ensure a period of silence for 1 or 2 years. The figure exhaled a breath of exhaustion, revealing signs of fatigue. "Greetings, I'm Iron Fist from Kunlun. Are those individuals your companions? They have been invaded by malevolent spirits. If they are not slain before the spirits completely seize their souls, they shall never find peace." Iron Fist addressed Victo, gesturing towards the dazed warriors. As faint outlines of divine energy re-emerged around his fists, radiating a searing aura. Within the subterranean base of the Alliance, Victo stood resolutely, his entire being engulfed in crimson flames of vitality, positioned defiantly before Iron Fist. A glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes as he declared with unwavering conviction, "No one possesses the authority to determine the fate of the divine warriors. Not even the gods or demons. Their lives belong solely to the Master. If the Master does not wish for them to perish, no one can arbitrarily take their lives." Iron Fist paused momentarily, the shimmering shadows upon his hands flickering uncertainly. Those who have cultivated to the level of Danjin are exceptional individuals, distinguished by their innate talents. And among them are several formidable experts in Gangjin. Such proud warriors seldom heed the commands of others. What did he just hear? The fact that this group of Danjin and Gangjin masters could be so utterly devoted to someone was astonishing. Should the malevolent spirits consume their souls and seize such powerful bodies, they could very well awaken from the river of time and embark on a rampage, offering sacrifices to their master. Moreover, as servants of the beast, they would undoubtedly strive to summon their true form into the mortal realm. If that were to occur, calamity would truly ensue, plunging billions into moral decay, transforming them into puppets of the 7 deadly sins, devoid of shame or sense of justice. As he spoke with increasing fervor, his fists clenched tightly, the shadows swirled and roared in the air, inching closer to the divine warriors, who were visibly tormented and struggling. Victo's pupils constricted, his fingernails elongated, and with a furrowed brow, he barked, "Halt! Take another step, and do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The crimson flames of vitality seemed to resonate with his emotional turmoil, surging upward dramatically, a wave of heat enveloping the entire hall. The oppressive aura of the Danjin masters descending like a tempest. Iron Fist's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, refusing to retreat, merely observing him with a cold gaze. "I apologize, but to save humanity, even if it means harming the innocent, I shall bear all sins without hesitation." Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, a glimmer of starlight flickered in the void, and a circular spatial portal emerged, through which a tall, strikingly handsome, mixed-blood man stepped forth. His features were a harmonious blend, inheriting his mother's grace, yet possessing his father's distinctive eyes and complexion. Victo, do not engage. And you, Iron Fist from Kunlun, the invasion of the malevolent spirits is not without remedy. Leave this matter to me. The suddenly materialized portal and the emerging mixed-blood man, smiling, interrupted the standoff between the two. Iron Fist's demeanor grew solemn as he scanned the portal, recognizing the identity of the newcomer, and nodded slightly. So it is the Master from Kamataiji. With your arrival, it stands to reason that the Supreme Master is already aware of the situation. If she intervenes, these malevolent spirits can indeed be resolved. Victo exhaled in relief, withdrawing the last vestiges of explosive energy, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Young Master Anyao, you have finally arrived. Please take them to Kamataiji and request the Supreme Master to expel the malevolent spirits. I fear they cannot endure much longer. Lin Anyao, clad in a magnificent robe reminiscent of the Taj Mahal, turned his handsome face slightly, maintaining his composure as he offered a subtle smile to Victo. With a ring adorning his left hand, he traced a circle in the air. You have all misjudged the situation. My master merely instructed me to facilitate your duel. As for the malevolent spirits within the Divine Martial Guard, she did not indicate any intention to intervene personally. She simply requested that I escort you back to the Lin family estate, perhaps believing that my father possesses the capability to resolve these supernatural entities. As his words fell, a multitude of sparking spatial rifts materialized beneath their feet, catching Victo and Iron Fist completely off guard. Suddenly, the ground beneath them vanished, and they found themselves weightless, hardly able to comprehend the shift before they were firmly planted back on solid ground. As Iron Fist landed, shadows danced upon his fists, propelling him swiftly towards Lin Anyao. With a sudden clap, a hand pressed firmly onto his shoulder, bearing down upon him with the weight of a mountain, rendering him immobile. The tremendous force of his internal energy was securely restrained by an even more potent innate essence. Young man, do not be so hasty. My son was merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart. A deep, resonant voice emanated from behind, followed by another pat on his shoulder. Turning to look, Iron Fist beheld a man in his 20s, his features reminiscent of a distinguished Dalong, smiling warmly at him, accompanied by a red-skinned demon of the Qinfeng variety. Victo respectfully approached to pay his respects, and Lin Anyao similarly inclined his body, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, sir. Father, I pay my respects to you." The newcomer was none other than Lin Chen. Upon receiving Lin Anyao's message, he had calmed his newlywed, Laura, and had a Shizuo teleport him to the Lin estate, only to find that he had arrived later than anticipated. Indulgence leads one astray. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Father, this is Iron Fist from Kunlun. When I previously visited the London headquarters of the Hand Association, he sought to eliminate the Divine Martial Guard possessed by malevolent spirits, coincidentally confronting Victo. Lin Anyao stepped forward to introduce his father, gesturing towards Iron Fist and Victo as he recounted the events. Lin Chen nodded, recognizing a superhero from his past memories, and noting the rarity of a Dalong among them. He pondered which generation of Iron Fist this individual belonged to. Chapter 44. O great warrior, I beseech you to cease. We are willing to submit to your authority. While it is commendable to vanquish evil, it is unacceptable to harm one's own. Mr. Iron Fist, having journeyed from afar. Lin Anyao, please escort him to rest. I shall handle the matters regarding the malevolent spirits. Those who dare to consume the souls of the Divine Martial Guard truly have no fear of death. The souls of the Divine Martial Guard bore Lin Chen's mental imprint. Should the malevolent spirits devour their soul fragments, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home, once fused with their own essence. This mental imprint would inevitably be inscribed upon the malevolent spirits as well. These Divine Martial Guards have been Lin Chen's loyal companions for decades, and although he did not intervene, it mattered not. The malevolent spirits merely replaced the original souls. However, under the influence of the mental imprint, they would remain steadfastly loyal to him. Lin Anyao nodded gently, addressing Iron Fist with politeness. Mr. Iron Fist, please follow me. I shall take you to the Sea Pavilion for rest. My father will exorcise these uncles and brothers of the malevolent spirits, the intricacies of which are not suitable for outsiders to know. Iron Fist shook his head resolutely. A steadfast expression etched across his face, revealing a sense of fearless resignation. With one hand, he gestured toward the divine martial guards, who had been invaded by sinister spirits. I acknowledge the prowess of both you and your father. Yet the ancient, malevolent entities are not to be trifled with by mere mortals. I must witness their annihilation, and even if it means offending you both, I shall not waver. Upon finishing, he clenched his fists tightly, attempting to summon the true energy within him to invoke the power of the divine spirit. However, the moment he tried to channel it, the energy within his dantian collided with an impenetrable barrier, causing him excruciating pain and preventing him from gathering even a trace of the spirit's essence. Lin Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, admonished loudly. There is an old saying in the Great Dragon: the guest should follow the host's lead. Mr. Iron Fist, do not presume to bully those on our side simply because you hail from Kunlun. You have entered my domain, and here, you must abide by the rules, be it in grandeur or humility. Turning to Yao, he commanded, take him away. Once I have dealt with the malevolent spirits, I will allow him to return. Lin and Yao sighed softly, admiring Iron Fist's courage. Clearly, this man was not only formidable in strength, but also obstinate in spirit. It had been long since he had encountered anyone daring enough to defy his father's orders. With one hand, he traced a circle in the air while grasping the bewildered Iron Fist with the other, stepping into a spatial passage that led them to a guest room within the Four Barbarians' Pavilion. Mr. Iron Fist, rest here for the time being. Your energy and the power of the divine spirit will take a while to recover. Until then, you would struggle even against the old man at the door. He is a master of the profound force, so do not seek unnecessary trouble. After issuing his instructions, Lin and Yao returned through the spatial magic to a vast underground palace, his father's training chamber, where he was certain his father was engaged in expelling the malevolent spirits. Indeed, as he emerged from the spatial passage, he found Lin Chen seated cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by the divine martial guards. At that moment, the condition of the divine martial guards was dire, their faces contorted in anguish, silently screaming, indicating that the malevolent spirits were on the verge of seizing control of their bodies. Harnessing the thought imprint embedded within the souls of the divine martial guards, Lin Chen's immense mental energy surged forth from his corporeal form, as tangible as it was formidable. The air crackled with the sound of shattering glass, as though the very fabric of this realm could scarcely withstand the weight of his mental prowess. With a thunderous roar, the world within the souls of the divine martial guards trembled on the brink of collapse. Each malevolent spirit, intent on devouring their souls, was struck with terror as a figure loomed before them, towering like a mountain. Lin Chen gazed down at these minuscule spirits akin to ants, his voice resonating with authority. You possess quite the audacity to consume my subordinates. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Prepare to experience the 18 tortures concealed within the thought imprint. He extended his hand, and the malevolent spirits, now gripped by fear, beheld a mark imbued with a faint, indomitable power materializing upon them, swiftly enveloping their ethereal forms. This was the thought imprint activated from the fragments of the divine martial guard souls, rapidly corroding their spiritual essence and branding them with loyalty to Lin Chen's command. The spiritual power of the malevolent spirits had fused with the thought imprint, rendering them unable to escape as a dreadful pressure emanated from the mark, overwhelming them. They felt as though they had been cast into a meat grinder. Their ethereal forms shattered in an instant, the excruciating pain emanating from the depths of their souls, eliciting piercing screams. Spirit forms, we shall not be subjugated by humans. One of the malevolent spirits, unable to endure the anguish, roared defiantly, causing its ethereal body to explode into countless fragments. Desire to perish? It is not so simple. Lin Chen sneered, activating the thought seal, which caused the disintegrated spirits to reassemble into their sinister forms. The other malevolent spirits sensed impending doom. The manner in which this individual wielded power was both eerie and terrifying, rivaling even that of their beast lord. What manner of sorcery was this, so diabolical in nature? Even though they were spirits, the thought seal remained intact, compelling them to endure further torment, rendering their existence a living hell. Flames seared, ice pierced to the bone. Arrows struck their hearts, and their bodies were subjected to a myriad of brutal tortures in relentless succession, with each cycle of suffering magnifying their agony. Amidst the unending torment, the towering figure was indelibly etched into the consciousness of the malevolent spirits, a being of unfathomable dread, far beyond their capacity to contend with. In that moment, the spirits harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who had summoned the Void Hand. Had they not provoked this terrifying powerhouse, Lord Void would not have manifested, dispatching them to confront the divine martial guard, leading to their current state of suffering. Time became an abstract concept, and the spirits' minds ultimately collapsed. A mysterious will resonating from the thought seal. Submit. Submit. Only through complete submission can one attain liberation. The malevolent spirits seemed to tremble in their essence, beginning to yield to the resounding will that echoed within their souls. Great and powerful one, please spare us. We are willing to submit to you. Faced with an opponent of overwhelming strength, the spirits were compelled to plead for mercy. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved, continuing to activate the thought seal, subjecting them to various tortures anew. These ancient malevolent spirits, obstinate and unyielding, still contemplated deceit, believing that if they truly wished to submit, they ought to willingly relinquish the devoured fragments of the divine martial guard's souls and sever their bond with the beast. Enduring yet another cycle of torment, the spirits wearily lifted their gazes towards the imposing figure. Then, through sheer will, they bore the agony of their ethereal forms being torn asunder and extracted the devoured fragments of the divine martial guard's souls from within themselves. Once detached, these fragments were immediately drawn back to their source, rejoining the souls of the divine martial guard and mending their fractured essence. The pain of this separation paled in comparison to the tortures previously endured, and surprisingly, the malevolent spirits felt a semblance of relief amidst their suffering, for the relentless torment had finally lessened. Having made their choice, the spirits acted without hesitation. The soul contract, binding them to the beast, was anchored within their core essence. And with resolute determination, they excavated their own core, directing it skyward. Lin Chen observed the diminutive cores before him, and his immense mental power transformed into razor-sharp blades, piercing into the cores and severing the soul contracts between the beast and these essences. From the core of the spiritual entity surged a dense mist, coalescing into a figure resembling a horned beast man. Its visage was marked by a greenish complexion, menacing fangs, a broad snout, and muscles that bulged like rock. With wide, furious eyes, it bellowed, "Damn those humans! You dare to seize my servant and violate the covenant with the divine. This is a blasphemy against the gods. You shall eternally descend into hell, never to be reborn. You dare betray me. When my true form descends, I shall cast all of you spirits into the abyss, allowing infernal flames to scorch you for a millennium." The beastman incessantly cursed Lin Chen and the treacherous spirits that had forsaken it. Initially, each soul contract was but a mere fragment, devoid of consciousness. Yet, as a multitude of these fragments coalesced, they spontaneously birthed sentience. I had long anticipated encountering a higher form of existence, yet upon meeting one who claims to be a deity, I realized that such so-called gods and demons are merely stronger beings. You cannot even control your own emotions, howling like a dog in a fit of rage. I am profoundly disappointed by your display. The evolution of life transcends mere strength and power. Without the elevation of the spirit, your divinity is rendered trivial. The passage of time has dulled your will and wisdom, rendering you akin to ordinary life forms, swayed by the whims of joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. Thus, it is you, the primal demon beast, who ought to be feared. You have strayed from the path of life's evolution. I shall learn from your folly and tread upon the correct path. With a resounding crash, a colossal hand, obscuring the heavens, grasped the towering spiritual avatar and crushed it with unyielding force, obliterating its will and leaving only the purest memories behind. Though this beast was merely an avatar, its power a mere fraction of its true form, it was nonetheless a being of divine caliber. Yet, under the Master's might, it had no room to resist. The treacherous spirits gazed up at the one-sided confrontation in the sky, their essence composed of soul and energy, now gripped by a wave of tension and cold sweat. They were relieved to have surrendered early, recognizing that Lin Chen had spared them not out of mercy, but to protect the fragmented souls of the divine martial guard from destruction. As the will within the beast man's spiritual fragment was entirely obliterated in a distant realm, countless dimensions away, a colossal primal demon beast began to awaken. Its blood-red eyes were as immense as planets, emanating a radiant crimson light, fixating on the most extraordinary star in the reality of the world. Humans dare to aspire to divinity? How utterly laughable! The worthless beings of the Hand Association have failed to summon my true form for centuries. It seems time to recruit a more formidable cadre. Once I seize that star and consume the embryonic forms of the celestial beings within its core, I shall break free from this wretched prison. Though he had merged with dimensional powers, thus attaining immortality and boundless strength, all of this was contingent upon the dark energies and magics of this dimensional space. In this realm, he was the supreme sovereign, yet his true form remained ensnared here, devoid of the freedom to act. Once he enters other dimensional spaces, or the fundamental realm of the infinitely dimensional universe, his powers will be significantly suppressed. Moreover, on that peculiar planet, there exist bindings left by the celestial beings, further constraining non-native higher life forms. Contemplating this, he felt an even greater urgency to bring forth his true form. The audacity of that individual who dared to usurp his subordinates had progressed far too swiftly. He must eliminate him before the latter ascends to divinity. Awaken, my old comrades. After Lin Chen withdrew from the spiritual realm of the divine martial guards, he employed a singular healing technique to restore their expended vitality. The guards, seated on the ground with their eyes closed in meditation, gradually opened their eyes, exchanging glances without rising. Instead, they knelt heavily upon the ground, bowing their heads in deep remorse, proclaiming, "Our incompetence has forced our Lord to personally venture into danger to save us. We implore our Lord to mete out severe punishment." They had not anticipated that what they believed to be an easily manageable hand-holding meeting would summon forth a terrifying entity like S.H.I.E.L.D. In their overconfidence, they found themselves unable to contend with the malevolent spirits released by S.H.I.E.L.D, nearly meeting their demise at its hands, a reality that the divine martial guards, who traditionally held their lord in the highest regard, struggled to accept. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. The recent setback was not solely their fault. There is no need for self-reproach. Even if there were mistakes, they were merely due to underestimating the situation. The misfortune you face stemmed from your lack of preparedness against soul attacks. It is not your fault, so why burden yourselves with guilt? The newly revised Wuji true skill had undergone comprehensive enhancement, with both vitality and physical strength far exceeding that of the previous version. Each divine martial guard had attained the second heaven realm. If the malevolent spirits were replaced by near superheroes, even against the likes of the Hulk, the divine martial guards would not be utterly powerless. At the very least, they could hold their ground for several rounds, possibly employing kite tactics to delay him before his rage reached its peak. Logically speaking, their current soul strength should be comparable to that of the malevolent spirits, and they should not be as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter. However, the issue lay in the fact that neither the Yi Jin Jing nor the Golden Bell Shield offered means to counter soul attacks. The previous confrontation resembled a robust farmer battling a comparably skilled gentleman. Although the farmer possessed strength and stamina equal to that of the gentleman, he could only endure blows. The divine martial guards, steadfast in their stubbornness, insisted on their culpability, persistently bowing their heads to the ground, refusing to rise. "Please, let our Lord punish us severely, otherwise we shall have no face to meet our fellow brothers." The duty of the divine martial guards was to safeguard the Lin family, particularly the safety of their lord. Today, however, it was their lord who risked himself to rescue them, and they felt their transgressions warranted the gravest consequences. Lin Chen could only smile wryly, pondering for a moment before a sudden idea struck him. "Since you insist on punishment, I shall decree that you spend a year in the spirit time chamber, and you shall not emerge until you have perfected the first level of the new Wuji true skill." The spirit time chamber was a reward bestowed upon him by the system upon the birth of his first child, its function akin to that of the pearl. Within this realm, one finds an abundance of sustenance and necessities, yet the atmosphere is notably thin, stifling, and sweltering, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to a frigid -40. The gravitational force here is twice that of the norm, and the expanse is even more vast than that of Earth. Those lacking in resolve and mental focus are prone to delusions. Strangely, a year spent here equates to merely a day outside. The notion of seclusion for 2 years is, in truth, nothing more than a single day. Fortunately, the mental sanctum provided by the system imposes no restrictions on the number of participants, nor does it limit individuals to a single entry. As long as one can endure the challenging environment and cultivate a tranquil mind, it indeed serves as an exceptional place for spiritual development. Due to the harsh conditions, the thin air, and the doubled gravity, only those endowed with formidable willpower can withstand it for long. Even the fervent cultivator, Victor, finds it unbearable beyond a month. Thus, this mental sanctum is regarded as the second most fearsome punishment within the Lin family, ranking just below the abyss, instilling dread in all who hear of it. Upon the Lord's announcement of the punishment, the divine warriors exhaled in relief, touched by the understanding that he could not bear to impose a harsher sentence, allowing them to retreat there instead. You may rise now. As grown men, there is no need for such awkwardness, Lin Chen jestingly chastised the kneeling divine warriors. Before addressing his son, Lin Yao, go summon Iron Fist. Let him witness your father's prowess. It would be prudent to disabuse this lad of any notions of grandeur from merely acquiring some skills from Kunlun. After all, he is a person of former repute. It is far better for him to encounter a setback here than to be dealt with by our enemies. Lin Yao nodded and swiftly conjured a spatial spell. On the other side of the portal, Iron Fist had just finished bathing and instinctively shielded himself upon seeing the sudden opening. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Lin Chen found his eyes discomfort, wishing he could pluck them out and grow new ones at an astonishing speed. At such a diminutive size, what is there to conceal? This remark came from Lin Zhihao, the captain of the divine warriors in the chamber. He recalled the previous encounter with the malevolent spirits when Iron Fist insisted on eliminating them, leaving him with an unfavorable impression. As soon as he spoke, another divine warrior chimed in. Brother Zhihao is quite right. I reckon he requires a magnifying glass to locate his own equipment while urinating. Laughter erupted indeed. I genuinely pity his future wife. Should she discover on their wedding night that he is still a novice, she might very well meet her demise in despair. Iron Fist, a newcomer, could hardly withstand the barbed remarks of these seasoned divine warriors, his face reddening with rage as he huffed in frustration. You lot are truly vulgar. His voice quivered, almost breaking into tears, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Chen, protective of his own, though reluctant to personally chastise Iron Fist, felt a twinge of discontent, thus deliberately allowing the divine warriors to continue their jest for a while before intervening. Enough now. The youth is impetuous, and this is not a grave matter. He has not truly made things difficult for you. The master has spoken, and the divine martial guards naturally dared not create further disturbances. The expression of Iron Fist, filled with embarrassment, relieved those present, prompting them to fall silent. Chapter 45. Do you think this is a vacation? Young man, you intended to kill them then. And now a few words have leveled the score. As you can see, my subordinates possess sound minds. The malevolent spirits should have been expelled. Iron Fist was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of golden light passing through his eyes as he surveyed the divine martial guards. No trace of malevolent energy remained on them. Their only burden stemmed from having taken too many lives, accumulating a significant amount of sinister aura. Indeed, Senior Lin is formidable. I am in awe. Since the malevolent spirits have been vanquished, I shall take my leave. He clasped his hands together, donned his attire, and continued, kindly allow Brother and Yao to escort me. This place is likely 1,000 miles from London, and I have urgent matters to attend to there. Lin and Yao glanced at his father, and, seeing no objections, once again traced a circle. The scene beyond the portal revealed the underground base of the obscure cult. After expressing his gratitude, Iron Fist traversed 2 spatial portals, returning to the underground base in London. Once the portal closed, Lin Chen chuckled softly. In an instant, his mental prowess captured an intriguing piece of information from Iron Fist's mind. The obscure cult's branch in the state of New York was in search of the legendary dragon bone, their target area now narrowed down, with the exact location still under further investigation. Iron Fist had acquired this information from an undercover agent of the Holy Order embedded within the obscure cult. Thus, he first headed to London as stronghold, intending to eliminate Madame Gao, the gambler. and Murakami while taking the secret artifact used by the obscure cult to sense the dragon bone, aiming to be the first to locate it and bring it back to Kunlun. His request for Lin and Yao to return him to the underground base in London was indeed to retrieve that secret artifact. The dragon bone, which grants immortality, can extend life, and Madame Gao and her associates have relied on its powers to live for 5 to 6 centuries. A truly remarkable item, perfect for my less-than-stellar sons. Sparing me the grief of being a white-haired man, sending a black-haired person to their demise. Lin Chen stroked his thick, dark hair, shaking his head at the thought of his underachieving sons. After decades of cultivating the revised supreme ultimate true skill, he had only just reached the 2nd level, and his martial prowess had barely entered the realm of Dan energy, which was indeed disappointing. And Yao, take another trip and escort these uncles to the Spirit Time House. The maze there was arranged by you, and I trust you to guide them. Lin and Yao sighed. Since descending the mountain, he had become much like S.H.I.E.L.D, his father's tool, always bustling about whenever long journeys or matters involving spatial artifacts arose. With a thought, he traced a circle with his left hand, simultaneously opening several portals. The divine martial guards followed him into the passage. As their surroundings blurred, they soon found themselves within a space that twisted and spun incessantly. Under Lin and Yao's guidance, they advanced 2 steps forward, then retreated a step to the side, continually adjusting their direction and position. After a considerable period, I finally emerged from the intricate and elusive labyrinth, only to behold a magnificent and resplendent palace before me. A grand plaque hung prominently above the entrance, inscribed with the luminous characters Spirit Time House. Esteemed uncles, this is indeed the Spirit Time House. I find the term palace to be more fitting. Please feel free to enter and cultivate your skills while I converse with Aunt and the others. Lin Zeheo, representing the divine martial guards, deeply bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young Master and Yao. We shall proceed with peace of mind. Brothers, follow me inside. None shall speak of leaving until we have reached the 8th heaven of the infinite true art. His ambition soared as he even added an additional level, prompting Lin and Yao to shake his head in disapproval. The new version of the infinite true art differs significantly from its predecessor. The former merely amalgamated the I Jin Jing, Long Hu Min version, with the rudimentary 10 Tai Bao horizontal training Golden Bell shield, whereas the latter intricately combines the I Jin Jing, Long Hu Min version, with an equally profound Golden Bell shield, Long Hu Min version, rendering the difficulty levels starkly disparate. Reaching the 8th heaven of the new infinite true art is tantamount to mastering the I Jin Jing to the White Level Pagoda, where each meridian and acupoint can store energy and unleash power, capable of penetrating a distance of 10 feet, manipulating energy to harm invisibly, and even allowing one to soar like an eagle across vast skies. Mastering the Golden Bell shield to the 8th level leaves only a slender margin of vulnerability. Regardless of the ferocity of an enemy's assault, astonishing power can be rebounded, resulting in either death or severe injury for those struck. It seems that the recent defeat by the malevolent spirit has left the divine martial guards troubled, compelling them to vow to tirelessly enhance their abilities despite the daunting challenges ahead. However, dear uncles, do not overexert yourselves. If you find it unbearable, please exit promptly. Lin and Yao earnestly cautioned everyone. To his surprise, Lin Zeheo merely waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the Spirit Time House without uttering a word. Once the last person entered, the grand doors thunderously closed behind them. Upon crossing the threshold of the Time House, the divine martial guards encountered a spacious corridor, with an expanse of white stretching ahead, devoid of any visible structures. Towering edifices flanked the corridor, housing rooms for storing food and daily necessities, as well as areas for bathing and resting. As they progressed further, a sweltering wave of heat enveloped them, with temperatures soaring to several dozen degrees. The air grew alarmingly thin, akin to being at an elevation of several thousand meters, where an ordinary person would require supplemental oxygen after just a few steps. However, for the divine martial guards, their physical resilience surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds, rendering the effects of mild hypoxia negligible, provided they were not in a vacuum or extreme environment. The true challenge lay in the doubled gravity, which differed vastly from their usual weighted training. While a few tons of added weight merely served as a warm-up, with power transmitted through muscle and bone to the ground, the pressure on their organs remained manageable. In a high-gravity environment, the entire body is subjected to this double force, even affecting the cells themselves, rendering it far more arduous and perilous than bearing several tons. Ordinary individuals would likely struggle to endure even a minute under double gravity, as their internal organs would be instantly crushed. Even the God Martial Guards, having honed their bodies through decades of arduous training in the supreme true art, possess a strength several-fold that of an ordinary person, barely managing to move freely in such extreme conditions. However, the notion of delivering a punch at sonic speed akin to that on Earth would leave them utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. Gazing into the boundless void before him and feeling the oppressive weight of double gravity bearing down on every cell within, one of the God Martial Guards could not help but exclaim in dismay. No wonder even a martial enthusiast, Vic Duo, could not last a month in this setting. The combination of the environment and gravitational forces is overwhelmingly stifling. Lin Chen scoffed, casting a scornful glare at the individual, quipping, "Do you wish for me to fetch you 2 women for your amusement to make this ordeal more bearable? We are here as punishment, not on holiday." His irritation mounting with each word, he delivered a swift kick to the man's rear and bellowed to the others, "Stop dawdling. Get to your training at once. Anyone who lags behind will be left here, and not permitted to leave until they reach the 8th celestial layer." Without regard for the reactions of his companions, he immediately immersed himself in the grueling regimen of training. After bidding farewell to the God Martial Guard, Lin Chen stepped into the spatial passage, realigning his direction to navigate the spatial labyrinth back to the underground honey chamber. "Chen, you have returned. Come, meet your uncle Zhengluen. He has just returned from the Nanji expedition, bringing something remarkable. Behold this wooden box containing the treasure he mentioned." "Ha! The Lin family has gained another trump card," Lin Chen exclaimed, waving at his son and gesturing towards Lin Zhengluen, who stood nearby, brimming with excitement. Over the course of several decades, this expedition team, bolstered by the Lin family's financial support, has undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer reliant on a singular iron vessel to brave the world, their resources have expanded immensely. Lin Zhengluen's flagship is now a 10,000-ton light aircraft carrier, complemented by destroyers, cruisers, supply ships, and a conventional submarine of the Kilo class. Such a formidable fleet in this era is virtually invincible at sea. Even the old pirates, still using first-generation steam engines, would flee at the sight, and the formidable maritime forces of the Amagung would retreat in caution. Thus, upon his return, Lin Zhengluen appeared plump and healthy, his skin showing no signs of sunburn, though slightly roughened by the sea breeze. Lin Chen respectfully inclined his head and greeted Lin Zhengluen. For decades, Lin Zhengluen has tirelessly traversed the globe on behalf of the Lin family, delving into the remote wilderness of various continents in search of legendary relics, earning the respect of all for his dedication. "Uncle Zhengluen, you have worked hard. Take some time to rest now that you are back. There is no need to rush into further adventures. Your son Muji's wife is about to give birth, and you will soon be a grandfather. You ought to spend more time with your family." Lin Zhengluen was deeply moved by Master in Yao's heartfelt words. Wiping his eyes with a smile, he remarked, "All right, I shall heed Master and Yao's advice. After running for decades, it is indeed time to rest." He then gestured towards the items he had brought, revealing treasures excavated from beneath the Nanji ice layer, painstakingly unearthed after digging for over 10 meters. "Please, esteemed Sir and Master Yao, take a look at this sword. It is crafted from the latest nickel-titanium-tungsten-carbon alloy developed by the Lin Metallurgy Research Institute before my voyage. Its strength and toughness far surpass ordinary steel." As Lin Zhengluen drew the long sword from his waist, he presented it near the rough, glimmering mineral. To his astonishment, as the sword approached the stone, its tip began to vibrate rapidly, gradually softening. When it made contact with the mineral, it melted away, transforming into a viscous metallic liquid. Nanji vibranium. Lin Chen instantly recognized the mineral's composition, feeling a surge of joy. This rare treasure did not absorb vibrational waves. Instead, it emitted a unique frequency capable of dismantling various metallic molecular structures, including those of Wakanda's vibranium and Aderman's metals, rendering them into liquid form. It was time to seek out Wakanda and procure some of their vibranium. Previously, he had refrained from visiting, as Wakanda appeared impoverished and primitive. However, They had discovered vibranium hundreds of thousands of years ago and had developed technology that surpassed the outside world. Their technological advancement might even eclipse that of the Lin family by several centuries. Furthermore, Lin Chen had lacked the confidence to defeat the vibranium-clad S.H.I.E.L.D. leopard, hence abandoning the thought. As for controlling the S.H.I.E.L.D. leopard with his mental abilities, he would likely have to confront the leopard god Barte. For the S.H.I.E.L.D. leopard was not only the king of Wakanda, but also a religious leader venerating Barte, akin to the Pope's reverence for Yahweh. One might wonder if Yahweh would not fiercely oppose anyone attempting to corrupt the Pope. Unlike a mere beast trapped within a dimension, Barte was a primordial deity on Earth, immensely powerful, at least on par with the Celestial Father. Nevertheless, if one were to seize vibranium through ordinary means without harming the people or royalty of Wakanda, the leopard god Barte would likely remain uninvolved since it would be a conflict among mortals. Now, armed with Nanji vibranium capable of countering Wakanda's, the prospect of seeking them out seemed plausible. Should he succeed in subduing Wakanda, not only could he acquire a wealth of vibranium, but also bring their advanced technology back to the Lin family. As Lin Chen contemplated these matters, Lin and Yao and Lin Jinglun were engaged in a discussion about recent events in their family. Why have so many modern devices suddenly appeared in the estate? Upon entering, I noticed construction at the Sea Pavilion and the Ming Palace, accompanied by machinery I have never seen before. Lin Jinglun recalled the bustling scene he had witnessed upon his return and inquired of Lin and Yao. Each time he set sail, he would be away for a year or more, and upon his return, it always felt as if an eternity had passed. They're in the process of installing elevators, surveillance systems, infrared scanning, identity recognition, and automated defense systems, among other security devices. As you may know, the Lin Technology Research Institute has been diligently researching the equipment for the Special Affairs Management Building, and they have recently developed some rudimentary models eager to commence production. Lin Anyao has now embarked on his journey, spending most of his time at home, occasionally visiting his master at the Kamatai Temple to seek guidance, thus acquiring substantial knowledge about matters within the family. Not only he, but other adult siblings have also gradually entered significant departments and enterprises of the family. Some ambitious and capable siblings have begun to take the helm independently, managing family enterprises in several major regions across Europe, wielding considerable power. Due to their mastery of spatial magic, Lin Anyao and Asizuo remain close to their father, ever ready to be summoned. This appears to be no small undertaking, and it is likely to require a considerable amount of funds. "ISNT it?" Lin Zhongluan murmured, having traversed 5 continents and 4 oceans. He had witnessed many technologically advanced nations, yet he had never encountered one developing at such a rapid pace. After a few years away, he hardly recognized the Lin manner. Money? Lin Anyao scratched his head, puzzled, wondering if Uncle Zhongluan had lost his senses. When has the Lin family ever lacked for funds? Not to mention that the annual tax revenues alone exceed £100 million, while the earnings from factories and enterprises worldwide surpass £100 million each year. Observing Lin Anyao's expression, Lin Jinglun realized he had overlooked the Lin family's strength, perhaps considering matters through the lens of his own experiences abroad, which led him to utter such ludicrous remarks that elicited laughter from the family. "You seem to be enjoying your conversation, my son. Go find Shu-hai and have him arrange a welcome banquet. I must properly honor the heroes of the expedition. Some old friends have not been seen in quite some time," Lin Chen remarked, putting away his golden chatter, feeling pleased to see his son and Lin Zhongluan deep in conversation. A good rapport with the older generation will facilitate the smooth transition of family affairs in the future. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to headaches down the line. After a lively and warm, welcoming banquet, Lin Shu-hai returned to the office early. He was currently occupied with adjusting the industrial layout in Europe. Recently, the situation there had been tumultuous, with suspicious individuals frequently appearing near some technologically advanced factories. These individuals were well-trained, and their bulging pockets clearly indicated they were affiliated with certain organizations. They might seize the opportunity amid the chaos to acquire the advanced equipment and technology of the Lin factories without spending a dime, possibly even involving their partners. The Qingfang organization has always operated this way. If I am superior to you, it is your problem, but if you surpass me and do not share your technology, it impedes human progress. After bidding farewell to the steward Lin Shu-hai, Lin Chen invited Lin Jinglun to the study for a chat. while also savoring the aged Huadiao wine brought back by the family merchant ship from the homeland. This is the flavor I have longed for, Lin Chen gently sipped, squinting his eyes in sheer delight, relishing the taste. It is rather peculiar, to say the least. In the times of my youth, I had little fondness for spirits. Yet as the years have drifted by, my yearning for the exquisite mead, the sumptuous delicacies, and the rich cultural tapestry of my homeland has only intensified. Throughout these years, I have journeyed to numerous places, the eastern and western fringes of Africa, India, Myanmar, Central Asia, and Western Asia, among others. My sojourn in Africa was the longest, a vast land where the locals seldom spoke English and the environment posed considerable challenges. However, what lingers most vividly in my memory is the enigmatic civilization of ancient Egypt, whose origins align closely with those of our own illustrious dynasty. Their dynastic transitions, however, shrouded in mystery, were far more intricate. You may not be aware, but prior to the reign of Pharaoh, a figure named Insevener briefly governed those lands, during which time his lineage was remarkably powerful, with armies that reached as far as Africa and Europe, nearly encroaching upon Asia. Yet, the tomes we unearth from the tomb of the pharaoh make no mention of this individual. Rather, he exists only as a vague shadow within local mythologies. It seems he has been expunged from history by the pharaoh himself. As Lin Chen spoke animatedly while sipping his drink, he poured himself another glass and continued his enthusiastic discourse. Lin Anyao, seated beside him, listened intently, yet refrained from sharing the authentic records he had encountered at the Hermitage library, choosing instead to remain silent. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with his son, understanding that he wished to spare Lin Chen any embarrassment. The esoteric lineage of the Hermitage sorcerers can be traced back thousands of years. These guardians have quietly watched over Earth and humanity, witnessing the ebb and flow of human affairs. How could they possibly be unaware of Insevener, the self-proclaimed first mutant? I have traversed many ancient ruins and encountered numerous exaggerated historical accounts known only to a select few. Throughout the protracted timeline of humanity, there have always been extraordinary phenomena. Yet now, after millennia, apart from the locals and those like me who have witnessed the miraculous powers of the ancients, the so-called civilized elite dismiss these accounts as mere myth. Lin Chen face beamed with pride. In contrast to those who regard science as the pinnacle of human intellect, they, under the guidance of the ancients, have embarked on a divergent path of civilization, one rooted in individual cultivation and evolution. Chapter 46. Master, do you truly say so? It is not entirely their fault. The sorcerers of Hermitage have long been accustomed to erasing the memories of witnesses to divine and magical events. Contemporary humanity, not only blind to the truth, has also forgotten the past, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern the realities of this world. Under the disdainful gaze of his son, Lin Chen illustrated his point using the example of the sorcerers. Over the long expanse of time, there have been several occasions when the formidable entity known as Dormammu nearly descended upon Earth, captivating all who glimpsed its colossal form within the dark dimension. Each time the supreme sorcerers thwarted Dormammu's invasions, they routinely erased the memories of witnesses to prevent humanity from succumbing en masse to the allure of the dark dimension. It is fortunate that such formidable beings, akin to gods and demons, have either departed from Earth or have descended into slumber and obscurity. Otherwise, the civilization of ordinary humanity would likely have perished long ago. We might still be entrenched in a society reminiscent of serfdom. Lin Chen lamented the transformations within the MNWI world, retrieving a box of cigarettes, specially presented by the Ghana Tobacco Factory, lighting one and offering it to Lin Chen. After taking a puff, he continued, "Chen, ideally I should allow you and the expedition team some respite. However, as you are well aware, other factions, particularly the Malian, are advancing technologically at an alarming pace. We must secure the vibranium deposits beneath the Antarctic ice layer promptly, and ascertain all substantial mineral veins to establish our territorial claim. You can delegate these tasks to a few subordinates familiar with nautical charts and ocean currents to guide the Liahujun Corps and the S.H.I.E.L.D in land acquisition and mine construction. Your mission alongside the expedition team is to journey once more to Africa, specifically Central Africa, to assist me in locating the faction known as Wakanda." Lin Chen was taken aback. He had just returned and was already being dispatched back to sea. He hadn't even seen his wife and children, and his grandchildren had yet to meet their grandfather. Nevertheless, he did not decline. After a moment, he said, "To be honest, I genuinely wish to return home and see my grandchildren. Perhaps it is the weight of age that makes me yearn for the joys of family." However, at this juncture, Lin Chen demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. And with resolute conviction, he stated, "Since the master has summoned me, there must be significant matters at hand. The children will have to wait a little longer." He did not regard the search for Wakanda as particularly daunting, presuming that with the name of the faction at hand, it should not prove overly challenging. Perhaps within 1 or 2 months, they could succeed without wasting much time. Lin Chen pondered, exhaling a plume of smoke, a knowing smile gracing his face. Observing the master's expression, Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill course through him. Master, could it be that the Wakandans are akin to the Comitij, hidden within an arcane array? Lin Chen nodded slowly, articulating, "That is approximately the case. Wakanda indeed conceals itself, outwardly appearing primitive and uncivilized. This guise serves to shroud their true nature. They have developed numerous advanced technologies using vibranium, such as energy shields, optical invisibility, spacecraft capable of traversing outer space, and energy weapons capable of easily penetrating steel." The more Lin Chen listened, the more his head throbbed, staring blankly at the master. A faction with such technological prowess, would their fleet of aircraft carriers even return? Setting aside other concerns, just the existence of weapons capable of effortlessly breaching steel made him anxious. He had only just attained the first level of the Wuji Zhengong and could not possibly withstand such might. It was not a fear of death that troubled him, but rather the dread of losing everyone there, returning empty-handed. "Do not adopt that morose demeanor. I am not sending you to seize vibranium this time, merely to ascertain the whereabouts of Wakanda. As long as you do not delve too deeply, the dangers should be manageable." In the majestic architectural complex of Comitij, nestled between the peaks of the Himalayas, a sudden emerald glow emanated from the magical pendant before the supreme sorceress Zhu Mingwei in the tranquil chamber of the central hall. With her hands forming intricate mudras, the pendant unfurled like a blossom, revealing a dazzling emerald gem within. The eye of Agamotto stirred once more, marking yet another occurrence in the span of 50 years. What scheme was he concocting this time? The last was the birth of Anyang. What would this one entail? Zhu Mingwei furrowed her brow, a flicker of discontent crossing her gaze. She closed her eyes, seated herself in a lotus position, resting her hands upon her knees as she performed the mystical incantation. Numerous green halos of varying sizes appeared between her arms and wrists, inscribed with enigmatic runes. It seemed she had entered a meditative state, her eyes swirling, and after a considerable time, she concluded her incantation, dissipating the halos. Her hands came together before the bear, and the pendant gently closed like petals, sealing the emerald crystal once more, transforming the divine object back into an ordinary magical pendant. She glared in the direction of the Lin estate and sighed deeply, suppressing the anger swelling within her, murmuring softly, "The greedy wretch, having taken the vibranium of Nanji, is now eyeing the mines of Wakanda. In ancient times, the leopard stood alongside Agamotto in battle. I cannot allow him to act recklessly. I hope Anyang can dissuade him from impulsiveness." "Sir, do you truly believe so?" Lin Chen asked incredulously, skepticism evident in his eyes. "Wakanda is so formidable, yet it chooses to remain hidden. Surely, there must be profound reasons or past grievances. On what grounds does the master assume that entering will pose no danger?" Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly before solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, the tribes outside of Wakanda still wield swords and spears. As long as we locate that tribe, we will not be far from the true Wakanda. The tribe I tasked you to find will lead you back once you remember the location and the route in." Lin Chen lowered his head, deep in contemplation. "Then, sir, should I bring back some vibranium or other samples?" Having resolved to undertake this task, he aspired to achieve it to the fullest. Merely returning with a map would not suffice. If he could bring back some or in samples, it would be even more impressive. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Give it a try. The tools, knives, spears, and shields of that tribe may appear primitive, yet they are crafted from vibranium, serving as energy weapons and armor. If you can manage to procure 1 or 2 without being detected, it would be ideal, allowing me to validate my theory. We must ascertain the extent to which Nanji's vibranium counters Wakanda's, preparing for future endeavors against Wakanda. He concurred with Lin Jingluan's suggestion, and the two conversed for a considerable while longer. After Lin Jingluan took his leave, Lin Anyang received a message from his master, Zhu Mingwei. At times, magical communication proved far more convenient than technology, especially in an age devoid of networks and telephones. After bidding farewell to Lin Jingluan's entourage, Lin Chen, accompanied by his son, proceeded to Kamitaji to engage in a meaningful discussion with the Supreme Sorceress. Upon receiving the assurance that the other party would refrain from employing mind control, Zhu Mingwei finally exhaled in relief and agreed to lend his support. Should the leopard god bite breach protocol and meddle in the mortal realm's disputes, the supreme alchemists and mystical sorcerers would instruct it on the true essence of divinity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At the Lin estate, within the grand palace of the Ming dynasty, in the Lanfang Palace, Chen Lanfang had already risen, assisting the master with his morning ablutions and dressing. Outside the main door, the steward Lin Chen paced anxiously, clutching several urgent documents marked with a red star, dispatched by the Qingyao. The matter was of utmost significance. He dared not disturb the master's chamber before dawn. After a short while, the doors of the main hall swung open, and Chen Lanfang politely announced, "The master is awake and awaiting you inside." Lin Chen offered a respectful salute and hurried into the small study of the main hall. Having been interrupted during his morning exercise, Lin Chen was in a foul mood. "Master, these are urgent documents from Qingyao. The situation at Balgan has escalated again. Both major factions in Europe are gearing up, seeking to amplify the conflict. What shall we do?" Lin Chen, though accustomed to significant events, recognized the gravity of this particular situation. Should the two European factions engage in battle, the ramifications would undoubtedly extend far beyond any historical precedent. Allies on both sides, and even the allies of allies, would be ensnared in this unprecedented global conflict. Currently, Qingyao had identified several families likely to participate, with additional families potentially drawn into the fray, leading to an exceptionally vast scale of contention. Lin Chen leisurely savored his youtiao, sipping warm soy milk, embodying an air of contentment. Over the years, under Lin Chen's guidance, the Ghaneda had ascended far beyond the European Megwa families in technological prowess, while its military strength remained unparalleled. Amidst escalating global political and economic tensions, he maintained a position of remarkable detachment. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed acute insight into the developmental trends of the world. Although residing in the MNWI world, the overarching trajectory of historical progress had not significantly altered. Armed with foresight and bolstered by formidable strength and a transcendent position, Lin Chen was far from a mere pawn swept along by the currents of history. He had long since extricated himself from the chessboard, becoming a master of the game. By skillfully navigating the intricate web of interests and grievances among various factions, he maintained a delicate equilibrium amidst the clashing tensions. Thus, while the matter that had Lin Chen so flustered seemed grave, Lin Chen regarded it with indifference. At worst, the conflict might hinder the sale of some ordinary goods from their factories. However, the demand for their products would undoubtedly surge, compensating for any losses and potentially yielding greater profits. Deliberately allowing the steward to wait for a moment, he finally retrieved a napkin to dab at his mouth and casually remarked, "Chen, do not fret. Let them wage their battles. We shall reap our rewards." Engaging in business is akin to playing chess. The more hurried one is, the more prone one becomes to error. Sometimes, making the first move is not necessarily advantageous. With that, he discarded the napkin and swiftly perused the documents. On a certain date, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro erupted into the Second Balkan conflict due to an inequitable distribution of territory. As the conflict escalated, the Entente, led by the Eagle and the Forge, sought to draw Serbia, Montenegro, Romania, and Bulgaria into their fold, while Bulgaria, Montenegro, and the Austro-German alliance, driven by a thirst for vengeance, grew closer together. This regional conflict provided Russia with a pretext to intervene in Balkan affairs under the guise of supporting Serbia, thereby intensifying the existing tensions. If this situation persisted, it would inevitably lead to a military confrontation between the two major factions, the Entente and the Alliance, creating a precarious situation on the brink of global warfare. Lin Chen, with a measured demeanor, patiently awaited the elder's thorough examination of the intelligence reports, allowing his previously restless spirit to gradually settle. Perhaps due to managing family affairs for an extended period, he had slowly lost the singular focus and relentless drive characteristic of a martial artist. Subconsciously contemplating the potential impacts on the family business and the losses stemming from the conflict. Observing that the agitation had dissipated from Lin Chen, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Contemplating it was time for the next generation to assume responsibility for the family affairs, ensuring that a naturally gifted martial talent would not be squandered in mundane matters. At this stage, Lin Chen had only reached the late stages of his martial training, significantly trailing behind his older peers. After reviewing the remaining documents, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "Shuhai, once this matter is resolved, you should find a suitable heir to cultivate. Continuing on this path, your martial prowess may stagnate. In comparison to an exceptional steward, a formidable martial artist holds greater significance for the Lin family." Lin Chen nodded gently, having thought the same. Now that the elder concurred, it would be prudent to ensure their child received proper training while gradually handing over family responsibilities. "Elder, I too have been considering this. What do you think about having Beixian take over?" Lin Beixian, his youngest son, was only 28 and had just graduated from Oxford University with a degree in political economy, making practical use of his education. His background was quite diverse. He had spent several years with the Fox Legion and had achieved the rank of second lieutenant, distinguishing himself among his peers. Without hesitation, Lin Chen agreed, gesturing towards the documents he had just reviewed. "The Great Eagle has passed a proposal through the cabinet yesterday to grant me a title of nobility. The intelligence network of Qingyao has grown increasingly formidable. Even before the official announcement was made, the information had already reached us. Having dealt with them for decades, Lin Chen immediately grasped the underlying intentions of the Great Eagle. These individuals were astute, attempting to draw them into the Entente with a mere nominal title. A classic tactic of the Anglo-Saxon persuasion. Lin Chen found it amusing. King George I seemed to believe that the current Great Eagle still resembled the once dominant empire, underestimating the Lin family's resolve to choose their allegiances based on substance rather than superficial honors. He was reluctant to embroil himself in European troubles so soon. Once he chose a side, the Lin family's weapon factory would lose a significant client. Even if he were to join the Allies, it would be prudent to wait until the Lin family had reaped sufficient benefits. Indeed, I have resolved to declare Canada's neutrality, refraining from aligning with either faction. If they possess any wisdom, they should understand the course of action. Benefits must be seized, yet I shall not partake in the alignment." Lin Chen raised his thumb in approval, praising the patriarch's integrity. Those factions would likely seethe with frustration, yet would be compelled to bestow titles. For the Great Eagle Alliance could not afford to push Canada toward the opposing camp. Having concluded discussions about the Allies, Lin Chen presented a document containing intelligence regarding Germany. Passing it to the steward for review, Lin Chen, with a perplexed expression, quickly scanned the information, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had Wilhelm II lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could entice us with a scheme to divide the world and establish a binary order? Who did he think he was? It is not that we did not desire to unify the world. We simply refrained due to the powerful supernatural forces lurking in the shadows, along with the formidable beings of gods, demons, and mythical entities that prevented action. Setting aside these considerations, would other alliances consent to our division of the world with Germany? We were unafraid. Anyone who dared oppose us would be extinguished. Yet, what authority did Wilhelm II possess to sway the other alliances? Lin Chen shrugged, chuckling. Perhaps the higher powers wished for his destruction, allowing him to spiral into madness first. He had not anticipated Wilhelm II's audacity, believing he could cavalierly dictate world affairs. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The more one comprehends this world, the clearer it becomes that the true architects of fate are not humans, but the formidable beings endowed with supernatural powers, as well as the deities wielding divine authority. The technological advancements that humanity takes pride in are insufficient to grasp their own destinies, let alone contend with the ancient super-civilizations that have existed for millennia. They are but pawns in the hands of one of the universe's original 5 deities. Under his leadership, the Lin family adopted a dual approach, simultaneously advancing technology while cultivating their own abilities. By leveraging advanced technology to enhance life and alleviate the burdens of daily trivialities, they could free up more time for cultivation. Only by concentrating boundless power within oneself, achieving or even surpassing the original 5 deities of the universe, could one truly escape the shackles of fate. At such a juncture, even the multiversal fate goddess would be powerless to manipulate the destinies of such formidable beings. On a certain day, Lin Chen, the head of the Canada clan, held a press conference, announcing to the world that Canada would maintain its neutrality, refraining from engaging in the disputes between the Allies and the Central Powers. He expressed hope that both sides would calm down and resolve their issues through negotiation. Upon hearing this news in Europe, both the Eagle and the French factions, as well as the Germans and Austro-Hungarians, were incensed yet had to feign support and praise. Before long, the royal decree from the Eagle Alliance traversed the ocean to arrive on Lin Chen's desk. Indeed, Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D proved to be astute, making the correct choice. In the midst of turmoil in Europe, where 2 powerful factions were embroiled in conflict, the citizens and officials of Canada were reveling in jubilance, celebrating the elevation of their leader to the rank of Viscount with a series of feasts that lasted several days. To Lin Chen, the promotion from Baron to Viscount seemed of little consequence. He had initially intended to keep the celebration modest. Yet the fervor among the populace was so overwhelming that he acquiesced to the will of the people and, in his capacity as Viscount, issued a special decree. For individuals with assets below £10,000, all commercial, land, and agricultural taxes would be halved. Those with assets under £10,000 would receive partial tax relief based on their circumstances. Non-violent offenders would face lighter penalties, while minor infractions would be met with labor in lieu of imprisonment. This marked the second welfare policy benefiting the populace since the issuance of the baronial decree 50 years prior at the birth of the 100 Sons. Upon its announcement, the people fervently prayed for their Viscount. At this juncture, the external world widely believed that Lin Chen was over 100 years old and nearing death, which is why he did not personally present the decree. Rather, it was handled by his son Lin, who served as regent. Unwittingly, the noble families regarded Lin as the future heir to the viscountcy, prompting many to seek alliances in advance. However, within the Lin family, tranquility prevailed, and there was no discord arising from Lin Chen's prominence. The concubines residing in the Grand Ming Palace were well aware that, despite their rivalries, none dared to engage in palace intrigues, as Lin Chen disapproved of such conduct. The children understood that their father might outlive them, rendering their chances of succession slim. Thus, their true competition lay in achieving greater accomplishments in the family business than their siblings. Lin Chen wholeheartedly supported this healthy rivalry, as the family's enterprises were numerous and required a plethora of talent. It was far more reassuring to have their own children manage these businesses than outsiders. That year would be etched in the memories of the Canadian populace. For the special decree issued by Lin Chen after his ascension to Viscount allowed over 50% of the citizens to benefit from tax exemptions or reductions, including many who had migrated to this region over the years. However, alongside the joyous events, social unrest emerged due to the rapid advancement of technology. Many individuals lost their jobs due to innovations, leading to chaos. With the influx of modern agricultural equipment, farm owners realized that a single individual adept in machinery could effectively manage a plot of land, prompting many farms to undertake significant layoffs, resulting in widespread unemployment. Fortunately, the Canadian government had anticipated these challenges the previous year and, under Lin Chen's guidance, established numerous vocational training schools. Those who lost their jobs on farms were properly accommodated, receiving 3 months of training before being dispatched to construction sites across Canada, where they would contribute to the foundational infrastructure of their homeland. Among the numerous highway and railway projects sanctioned by the Government of Canada, the recently established stock exchange in Edmonton has witnessed a remarkable surge in related stocks, transforming them into a veritable phenomenon among investors. Wealthy merchants and ordinary citizens from various provinces eagerly acquired infrastructure-related stocks, particularly those associated with railways, igniting a widespread fervor for stock trading. This boom in infrastructure stocks spurred a frenzied expansion of relevant enterprises and factories, generating a plethora of job opportunities. Many individuals displaced from farms found themselves with multiple employment options even before graduation. The resurgence of employment among the unemployed further stimulated the consumer market. defying earlier predictions that Canada's economy would plunge into a recession. Instead, it accelerated its growth. At this juncture, whether one was a newcomer or a local resident, diligent effort assured a job. Conversely, those who awaited government assistance and refused a laborer were granted a mere 3-month window to undergo training. Failure to secure employment within this time frame would result in their expulsion by the authorities under vagrancy laws, rendering it impossible to subsist in Canada without contributing. For individuals with disabilities or those unable to work, the government established numerous care homes, annually inviting local large-scale farmers and affluent merchants to participate in charitable donation events, all of which were tax-deductible. Given that expenses were unavoidable, these farmers and merchants recognized the wisdom in donating to care homes. Not only could they cultivate a commendable reputation, but generous contributions could also secure a place atop the annual charity rankings, earning them a plaque of recognition from the government, subsequently publicized across various media. In this manner, they garnered prestige while effectively advertising their benevolence, potentially reaping economic rewards surpassing their expenditures. As various systems continued to improve, Canada's overall development entered a virtuous cycle with railways, highways, mines, and factories constructed at an astonishing pace, propelled by a plentiful workforce. Railway construction reached unprecedented levels, with the total railway mileage in Canada rapidly expanding into tens of thousands of kilometers within a single year, creating a comprehensive transportation network that spanned nearly every town, interweaving main lines and a dense web of branches. Lin Chen, having brought the performance evaluation system from his previous position in Dalong, continuously urged officials at all levels in Canada to expedite local economic development and enhance infrastructure construction. After decades of subtle influence, the efficiency of government operations across Canada has reached impressive heights. Under stringent supervision, officials have cultivated a culture of integrity, marked by reluctance to engage in corruption. The volume of paperwork delivered to the Lin estate has diminished year by year, significantly alleviating Lin Chen's burdens and affording him more time to pursue personal matters. Just as the Lin estate hosted banquets every few days to welcome new wives into the Grand Mansion, a shocking piece of news emerged from Europe, sending ripples through the Canadian populace. On June 28, 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary and his wife, Sophie, were assassinated by Gavrilo Princip, a nationalist from Serbia, during an inspection in Sarajevo. The Entente and Alliance factions exploited this sudden incident, inciting tensions and exacerbating the international situation at an alarming rate. Under Lin Chen's directive, Canada convened another global press conference, reaffirming its stance as a neutral party and urging all involved to remain calm and return to the negotiating table to resolve their disputes without resorting to violence. Unfortunately, Canada's peace initiative was disregarded by both the Entente and Alliance factions. Following the Sarajevo incident, Emperor Wilhelm II of Germany extended an empty promise to Austria-Hungary, prompting Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary to issue an ultimatum to Serbia on the afternoon of July 23, 1914. Serbia accepted all terms barring the fifth and first clauses, which violated its constitution and compromised national dignity, and commenced total mobilization. Due to Serbia's failure to accept all terms, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia on July 28. That afternoon, Belgium urgently announced its decision to remain neutral, refusing to side with either the Entente or Alliance, while simultaneously issuing a note to the ambassadors of the warring nations, demanding assurances for the safety of Belgian nationals and prohibiting attacks on Belgian merchant vessels at sea. Upon hearing the news, Steward Lin Shuhai rushed to Tsuewei Palace. Recently married to Lin Chen, Lillian Ji endured her pain to care for her sister after Lin Chen had bathed and changed. She hailed from an ordinary family in Philadelphia, where her father was an unemployed alcoholic who frequently absented himself from home, and her mother was a timid stage actress. After enduring multiple beatings from her intoxicated father, she fled with her sister and fortuitously encountered Lin Chen, who was then inspecting his properties in Belgium, leading them to take refuge in Tsuewei Palace. "Master, this is the situation. Should we issue a note to the ambassadors like Belgium?" Lin Shuhai inquired, sitting upright and gazing at his master, who was reclining on the sofa. Behind him stood a serious young man, standing tall and straight, his gaze resolute, exuding fervent admiration. "There's no need. Belgium's grandstanding is merely a reflection of its insecurities stemming from insufficient strength. We shall maintain our position calmly. The Entente and Alliance factions, if not foolish, will refrain from endangering our nationals and merchant vessels, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head and dismissing the suggestion to summon the ambassadors. However, recalling the madness of Wilhelm II, he added, let Canada as aircraft carriers patrol the high seas of the four oceans, flying the flag of safeguarding Canadian merchant navigation. The Lin family S-fleet will remain on standby. Should any foolish entity provoke us, we shall respond decisively. After speaking, he turned to the young man behind Lin Shuhai, smiling as he asked, Bei-Xian, having accompanied your father in managing family affairs these past few days, what insights have you gained? Lin Chen had always been concerned about the offspring of old comrades. They not only possessed formidable martial skills, but had also acquired a wealth of new knowledge and demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the family, becoming pillars in many industries. Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed elder he revered, Lin Bei-Xian could not suppress the relaxation of his previously solemn expression. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his voice trembling with excitement. I've had the honor of meeting you, my lord. During these past few days spent learning under the old steward, I have come to believe that our family's management approach requires transformation. The multi-layered hierarchy we currently employ should be replaced with a flatter management structure. By reducing intermediary levels, we can directly convey your intentions to every corner, thereby enhancing both efficiency and cohesion. When mentioning Lin Chen, he refrained from addressing him as father, instead referring to him as steward, which underscored his clear demarcation between personal and professional matters. Furthermore, his immediate proposal for reform displayed a refreshing boldness, reminiscent of a young calf unafraid of tigers. Lin Chen let out a cold snort, casting a disapproving glance at his son. This boy was insufferably disobedient. He would need a thorough reprimand upon their return. After only a few days, he dared to speak so freely. The Lin family enterprise had grown to a colossal scale. With internal interests intricately intertwined, a mere suggestion of change could set off a chain reaction. Cough, cough. Please do not blame me, my lord. This boy is ambitious yet inexperienced, speaking without much thought. If he has misspoken, please do not take it to heart. Although he contemplated disciplining his son later, as a father, he instinctively defended him. His words, though ungracious, were entirely aimed at absolving his son. Lin Chen nodded at Lin Chen and then addressed Lin Bei-Xian. I comprehend your father's sentiments. Now, I present you with two choices. First, you can pretend you did not hear that remark and continue learning under your father for a few more years, until he gradually entrusts you with responsibilities. Or second, you may assume your position today, with your father serving as your deputy, and you shall handle the reforms yourself. However, let it be known that if those uncles and brothers come seeking you later, I shall not intervene. Since you dare to raise questions, you must possess the capability to resolve them. Otherwise, be prepared to face dire consequences. Lin Bei-Xian felt an adrenaline rush, particularly at the prospect of having his father as his deputy, which filled him with unexplainable exhilaration. He promptly vowed, rest assured, my lord, I will accomplish the reforms within 6 months, raising the operational efficiency of the family business by at least 50%. If I fail, I willingly accept confinement in the dungeons. He was confident that with the elder's support, no one would dare oppose the reforms. Lin Bei-Xian had forgotten that Lin Chen had previously stated the reforms should be handled by themselves, and should any old subordinates cause trouble, he would not intervene. Lin Chen sighed, cradling his head in frustration. His son's words were a source of great concern. This lad was digging his own grave and was carelessly stepping into it. Nonetheless, he recognized that the elder was testing his son, allowing him to experience some turmoil within the family, so that when he eventually managed the Lin family affairs and interacted with various supervisors, he would not be outmaneuvered by those with treacherous intentions. Thus, as tensions escalated in Europe due to the conflict between two major ruling factions, the Lin family was also embroiled in turmoil. Upon assuming his position, Lin Bei-Xian sounded the clarion call for reform, decisively eliminating what he deemed superfluous institutions and departments. While he operated with vigor in the outside world, his father, Lin Chen, was left to discreetly carry gifts, visiting the homes of old associates to offer apologies. On that day, Lin Bei-Xian amalgamated the administrative departments of the provinces, regions, and municipalities, establishing the Executive Management Center. All directives pertaining to the Lin family's enterprises must first be approved here before being forwarded to Lin Chen for final authorization. On this very day, the German Empire declared its stance towards Belgium, and the Great Eagle followed suit with its declaration towards the German Empire just a day later. On the same day, the Austro-Hungarian Empire made its proclamation towards the S.H.I.E.L.D, marking the commencement of a grand confrontation that would engulf Europe and its colonies. Time swiftly flowed amidst the fires of conflict. Compared to the stalemate between the two major European factions, Lin Beishuan's reforms began to bear fruit. The establishment of the Executive Management Center alone reduced 9 layers of approval processes and streamlined over 500 employees. Furthermore, he put an end to the chaotic procurement practices of various departments that had persisted for decades, instituting a unified purchasing and reimbursement financial system, while unearthing numerous mid-level managers who were not family members and confining them to the Lin family estate's private prison. That winter, Lin Chen's progeny reached 300, nearing the threshold of 400. Within the Great Ming Palace, there were no fewer than 100 pregnant concubines, each hoping their child would become the firstborn. When the first son, Lin Inyo, was born, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The supreme sorcerer from Kamitaji personally descended, delivering the divine oracle of Agamotto, declaring him the heir to the future deity of sorcery. The second son, Lin Anyu, was born with double pupils, possessing innate strength and extraordinary martial talent, having already attained the 9th realm of the infinite true skill by the age of 20. Thus becoming the most accomplished martial artist of the second generation of the Lin family. Lin Anxian was no less remarkable. On the day of his birth, the sky was enveloped in purple mist. He could speak at 3, began learning characters at 5, and at 7, he delved into Taoist scriptures, achieving a state of tranquility. By 10, he comprehended the yin-yang transformation longevity technique from the Tao Te Ching, truly embodying a path of cultivation while others practice martial arts. With the groundwork laid by these individuals, the Lin family placed significant emphasis on the arrival of new life. All pregnant concubines nearing their due dates received unprecedented attention. Several experienced obstetricians remained on standby around the clock, while attentive and loyal handmaidens took turns caring for them. Lin Chen frequently visited to offer comfort and reassurance. As time progressed, the expectant concubines' bellies grew day by day, yet labor showed no signs of imminent onset. After examinations, the female doctors remarked that the due dates might be postponed, which was quite normal. The more powerful the creature, the longer the gestation period, akin to elephants requiring 10 months before giving birth. It was even more rare for Nez's mother to be pregnant for an entire year before delivering. Days passed without any signs from the concubines. However, Lin Beishian approached Lin Chen with a visibly bruised countenance, lamenting that his father, Lin Chen, could no longer tolerate him and had given him a severe beating. "Master, you must arbitrate on my behalf. If my father does not support me, that is one thing, but to have him strike me today is intolerable. How can I continue my reforms if my colleagues learn of this?" Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly clenched his fist to suppress a laugh. The young man remained oblivious to the fact that, in support of his endeavors, Lin Chen had faced considerable gossip from his old friends, at times having to humble himself and offer apologies. Nevertheless, the results of his work were indeed commendable. Lin Chen's workload had been reduced to a mere 8 hours a day, with over half of the responsibilities efficiently managed by the administrative center. Furthermore, the centralized purchasing and sales financial system had saved the company hundreds of thousands of pounds in waste. Lin Chen advised. To be a step ahead of one's time is to be a genius. To be a full step ahead is to be a madman. Your father disciplines you to instill this understanding. After offering a few words of comfort, he allowed Lin Beishian to depart. Some sentiments remained unspoken throughout history. Reforms have never been easy. Either the reformers bleed, or those subjected to reform do. Were it not for Lin Chen's firm hand and the acceptance of ideological transformation by family members, Lin Beishian's endeavors would not have proceeded so smoothly. The grumbling of the old-timers stemmed merely from their embarrassment at having their recommended candidates dismissed without prior notice. With the reforms completed, the Lin family entered a new phase with renewed vigor. In the wake of this upheaval, oversight of non-family managerial personnel was strengthened across various industries. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce conflicts between European powers, they dramatically expanded production, capturing colonial markets that had been neglected. The Lin family factory excelled particularly well, selling both to the Allies and the Central Powers, skillfully maintaining a balance on the battlefield and reaping substantial profits. This operation elicited mixed feelings from both factions. Yet they had no choice but to swallow their pride and request more supplies from the Lin family factory. From the profits of these transactions, the Lin family reaped returns tenfold or even 100-fold. By the end of the year, they could be said to have triumphed. The only concern for the Lin family was the question of when the old master S.H.I.E.L.D would finally be born. Lin Chen himself eagerly anticipated the arrival, especially given the generous rewards promised by the system. Soon, the day arrived. Louise, the concubine at Yonghe Palace, was the first to exhibit signs of impending labor. The attending physician promptly reported to the superiors, though she herself was less than pleased, as this meant her child would be born after the others. Fortunately, her child was a son. Although not yet reaching a full 100, he was at least in the tens, which was better than an ordinary child. Thanks to her cultivation of the Xian in Yulongju, Louise's delivery proceeded smoothly. Shortly after entering the operating room, the sound of a baby's loud cries echoed through the air. As the first wail resonated, the system in Lin Chen's mind issued a reward notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the birth of concubine Louise's son. Reward: design blueprint for the S.H.I.E.L.D communication satellite, comprehensive internet technology, bamboo helicopter, iron-blooded soldier shoulder cannon, strength. Famicom. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. While the reward could be considered decent, it certainly offered an array of intriguing possibilities. Upon receiving the intensity, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, which was absorbed within mere seconds, yielding an almost negligible enhancement to his already resilient physique. Chapter 48. What progress has been made in the research of intercontinental ballistic missiles? What vexed Lin Chen the most was the reward of the bamboo copter. Although it boasted impressive technological merit, its design appeared rather juvenile. Neither the fierce Fox Legion nor the Brothers of the Divine Martial Guard would likely take a liking to such an apparatus. Should they be tasked with wearing bamboo copters during missions, the enemy would not be intimidated. Rather, they would be driven to laughter. Henceforth, this contraption would likely find its place in the Lin family kindergarten, accompanying the Famicom as a plaything for children. The truly valuable rewards included the design schematics for a communication satellite, a comprehensive guide to internet technology, and a shoulder cannon for the iron-blooded warriors. Particularly, the first two held immense potential. After the creation of the communication satellite, not only could the wireless communication industry flourish, but it could also intertwine with the Internet Technology Guide to usher in the era of information ahead of schedule. As for the shoulder cannon of the iron-blooded warriors, it was imperative that the scientists at the Research Institute delve into its complexities. Aside from the energy weapon technology it contained, the automated fire control system alone would incite envy among military leaders worldwide. This automated fire control system encompasses numerous new technologies, such as miniaturized target tracking radar, compact fire control computers, intelligent system control consoles, and integrated shooting control instruments, among dozens of others. Should they master these innovations, the technological standing of the Lin family would ascend to new heights. After receiving his rewards, Lin Chen hurried to Yonghe Palace to console the despondent Louise. Do not be disheartened. Our son may have missed his chance, but we still have a son. Even if he misses out, there will be grandchildren and even great-grandchildren. Do I need to worry about you all producing too many? This remark left Louise both amused and exasperated, lightly hitting Lin Chen a few times, which improved her spirits considerably. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The Lin family was currently prosperous and had no real concern about an abundance of children. Even if they were to have 1,000, the expenditure would still pale in comparison to the income generated in a month. With Louise in a better mood, Lin Chen embraced their child, naming her Lin Chen, before entrusting both mother and child to the care of a maid. He was neither heartless nor unfeeling. Rather, several concubines in the Daming Palace were nearing their time. Among them, Liu of Yian Palace had already gone into labor, prompting Lin Chen to rush over. Within a single day, the concubines of various palaces in the Daming Palace welcomed 2 new lives, 1 boy and 1 girl, each healthy and delightful. Although Lin Chen felt somewhat fatigued from running between the palaces, his heart brimmed with joy. Each of these children was a descendant of his, and their births also brought system rewards, elevating his happiness to new heights. However, The rewards for the children born after Lin Chen were less generous, mostly consisting of everyday items, antique jade artifacts, and some civilian technologies and equipment. Lin Chen no dan, having long grown accustomed to the system's meager rewards for ordinary children, and thus he became indifferent to those notifications. Amidst his joy, he also felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier. As the de facto ruler of the Ganeda, raising children was not a concern, but this was the Mangwei world. A myriad of apocalyptic crises emerge incessantly, from the distant threat of the eternal Titan Thanos, who seeks to obliterate half of all life in the universe, to the imminent danger of the mutants facing extinction. I must persevere, take more concubines, and bear more children. By harnessing the rewards from the system, I shall continually enhance my own strength and that of the Lin family. In due time, with a formidable force, I will confront fate, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for myself and my offspring. Lin Chen silently resolved to reverse the course of destiny, to alter the fate of the mutants facing annihilation, and to thwart Thanos from unleashing that accursed snap. Despite the daunting nature of these challenges, I must act. That evening, no new lives were brought forth. The busy female doctors finally slipped off their white coats, retreating to their rooms to rest. The concubines yet to give birth breathed a sigh of relief. Counting Lin Chen, the son of Louise, and the subsequent children, the Masteress progeny had already reached 7, with 2 more yet to arrive, granting each of them a chance. The following day, a meeting of the Lin family convened at the Wuying Hall, with leaders from the Divine Martial Guard, the Fierce Fox Legion, the Clearbird, and other institutions all in attendance, alongside the official from the Greater Canada Autonomous Region. Lin Chen sat confidently in the main seat, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. The assembly bowed in unison, greetings, Master. Congratulations on the addition of heirs. Lin Chen nodded slightly, gesturing for them to be seated. Once everyone was settled, he continued, "You must have heard, yesterday I welcomed both a son and a daughter, bringing forth 3 children in a single day, a momentous occasion. Moreover, the other consorts in the Ming Palace are nearing their own deliveries. I have decided that upon the birth of each child, we shall celebrate with the populace. The special decree from the last elevation of titles shall be extended for another year, concluding next year." Upon hearing this, everyone, save for the financial manager Lin Yuanfeng and the tax commissioner Razadin, erupted in joy. "Congratulations, Master. What splendid news. The people of Canada will surely hold you in even greater esteem. From this day forth, the Lin family shall flourish even more, bringing blessings not only to Canada, but also to its citizens." The room buzzed with jubilant exchanges, each face adorned with smiles. The extension of tax exemptions meant considerable savings for them, especially given the generous salaries Lin Chen provided. The Minister of Commerce, Alan, and the Minister of Finance, Abigail, lavished praise upon Lin Chen, showering him with compliments as if they were free of cost. Lin Yuanfeng and Razadin exchanged glances, noting the displeasure written across each other's faces. However, with the atmosphere so buoyant and the master in high spirits, they refrained from dousing the enthusiasm, lest they provoke ire. Enough with the flattery. A few kind words suffice. Rather than indulging in sycophancy, let us focus on our respective duties. Lin Chen pressed his hands down, bringing an end to the adulation and discussions. The head of the scientific laboratory, Dr. Duran von Braun, remained behind, while the others were directed to the Lindell Hall to await a small banquet celebrating the birth of the Masteress children. "Thank you, Master, for the feast. Your subordinate shall take their leave now." After everyone exchanged their salutations, they departed for the Lindell Hall. Delon felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain as to why the Master had chosen to keep him back. "Delon, what is the progress on the intercontinental ballistic missile research?" Lin Chen inquired directly. In truth, he was already aware of the answer through his telepathic abilities, although he had discreetly implanted thoughts into the minds of the scientists in the lab. He wished to conceal his telepathic powers from them to prevent any distractions that might impede their research progress. The Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program commenced last year following the success of short-range and medium-range missile projects. Significant funds have been expended over the past few years, yet tangible results remained elusive. After a brief moment of hesitation, Delon resolved to speak candidly. Currently, the primary challenge lies in terminal guidance precision. The accuracy of terrain-matching guidance is insufficient, with deviations exceeding 100 meters. The laser guidance technology is not yet mature and cannot be employed for missile guidance during re-entry into the atmosphere. Lin Chen produced a design blueprint for a communication satellite and handed it to him, stating, "You have only mentioned the terminal guidance issue. Surely, the missile's ascent through the atmosphere into space should not pose a problem, correct? Take a look at this material. The research team should prioritize this technology and set aside other projects for now. I require you to construct this satellite, modify a rocket using intercontinental missile technology, and place it in a low Earth orbit. Is that feasible for you?" Lin accepted the blueprint, and, upon flipping through its pages, his expression transformed from focus to fervor. His face flushed with excitement as he emphatically applauded the concept. This is indeed groundbreaking technology. The inventor of this communication satellite possesses knowledge that surpasses mine by a decade. If you could provide me with this individual, I am certain I could develop a navigation satellite, thereby resolving the terminal guidance issues of the intercontinental missile. Lin Chen merely touched his nose, remaining silent. The design had been provided by the system. He pondered where he might locate the inventor of the communication satellite. Observing Lin Chen's silence, Lin mistakenly believed he had stumbled upon a hidden secret and quickly fell silent, returning his focus to the design. The longer one lingered within the Lin family estate, the more one understood that possessing too much knowledge could indeed be detrimental. The family was involved in numerous secretive research projects, and rumors circulated about a life sciences laboratory investigating immortality, an endeavor bordering on madness. Lin Chen recognized Lin's misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Instead, he posed another question. "Lin, you have yet to answer me. Can the current technology facilitate the construction of this satellite and its deployment into low Earth orbit?" Lin contemplated for a moment before confidently nodding. "No problem at all. You need not worry, my lord. I guarantee it will reach the heavens this year." Modifying the intercontinental missile into a rocket posed no significant challenge, and the technology for satellite construction was well within the capabilities of the Lin family research facility. Completion within the year was assured. Nodding in approval, Lin Chen led him to the Linda Hall, where they joined the others in a celebratory toast. "My lord," called Bei Xian, "is there something amiss?" "Indeed, it concerns Lady Masha. She is about to give birth. Should we not prepare the invitations? Furthermore, notify the administrators of the autonomous region that upon the birth of the young master, you shall immediately issue a special decree." You may proceed with that. I shall make my way to the Qingwan Palace first." Lin Chen set down the documents, having been preoccupied with monitoring the progress of the research department, nearly forgetting such a significant matter. His child was soon to be born, and the system was uncertain as to what rewards might be bestowed. Lin Beixian watched as the master vanished in the blink of an eye, shook his head, and hurried off to relay orders to the governing office of the autonomous region, while simultaneously arranging for invitations to be dispatched across various regions to local administrators and partners of the Lin family enterprises. What? The child of a noble viscount is about to be born? Is that truly the case? It better not be another falsehood. Last time it was said that a birth was imminent, yet after half a month, nothing transpired. This time is different. The news was delivered directly from the Viscount's estate to the governing office, so it must be accurate. In Edmont City, some well-informed individuals excitedly discussed the matter with their friends and family. Just earlier, my nephew, who serves at the governing office, mentioned that the Viscount's special decree has already been placed on the desk at the office. What could be of such significance that the Viscount would issue a special decree if not the impending birth of a child? There is indeed a possibility. However, didn't the Viscount claim to be frail and aged? How can it be that children are arriving one after another, with a new concubine being introduced just last month? You may not be aware, but this is a lengthy tale. I have heard from my grandfather that since his youth, the Viscount has sent people far and wide in search of longevity elixirs. Perhaps he has truly found something over the years. The Viscount's child is about to be born. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Edmont City within mere hours, and news continued to trickle into various regions of the empire. The populace was filled with exuberance, far more delighted than if they were to welcome a child of their own. After all, while having a child at home certainly increases expenses, the Viscount's son will usher in numerous tax reductions and exemptions, allowing for significant savings. After a year and a half of pregnancy, is today finally the day? Yes, the anticipation has been palpable. At last, the day has arrived. If only the Viscount could achieve immortality, I fear that such special incentives might not persist in the future. In Edmont City, while many citizens were elated at the news, some harbored concerns, believing that with the Viscount's advanced age, this child might represent the last opportunity to benefit from such privileges. Amidst the bustling discussions outside, Lin Chen remained oblivious, pacing anxiously at the entrance of the main hall of Qingyuan Palace. It has been an hour, and the palace doors have long been opened. Why has there been no sign of the birth? Despite having hundreds of children, even if he typically remained indifferent, he recognized that in ordinary circumstances, such a delay would indicate complications during labor. Yet, given that Marcia practiced the Zhuan Yulong technique, complications should not arise. Perhaps this child is indeed extraordinary. Just as Lin Chen's impatience grew, the female doctors within the hall began to bustle about, directing the maids to sterilize the surgical instruments and prepare the room for a cesarean section. Several concubines, who shared a close relationship with Marcia and possessed considerable experience in childbirth, gathered around her bedside, offering their encouragement. Give it your all. Come on, dear sister. Exert yourself a bit more. I can see the baby's little feet. Push harder. The legs are emerging. The body is coming out. Just a bit more effort. Don't relent. You're almost there. Under the supportive cheers of her sisters, Marcia persevered, refusing to allow the doctors to intervene. After another half hour, the female doctor's eyes brightened with excitement. It's here. A little master has arrived. The surrounding concubines erupted in joyous cries. It's really here. The child is born. However, concern quickly spread among them as the infant remained silent. Why isn't the baby crying? Is there something wrong? Doctor, what is happening? The doctors, sensing the unusual silence, swiftly cut the umbilical cord and examined the blood-soaked newborn closely. To their surprise, the child opened its round eyes immediately upon birth, gazing curiously at the people and surroundings. Had it not been for the innocence reflected in its gaze, one might have mistaken it for a supernatural being. One of the older doctors, appearing to be in her 40s, furrowed her brow and gave the baby a couple of gentle slaps on its bottom. The baby let out a startled cry, tears welling in its eyes. With collective relief, the women rushed to clean the infant in warm water and swaddle it snugly. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's concubine Marcia for giving birth to a son. Reward: smartphone design blueprints, innate fire dates. Classic anime collection, Lego blocks. Innate fire dates? This was indeed a rare reward. If Lin Chen recalled correctly, this was a treasure of the Taoist immortal Tai, originally intended for Neza, which, when consumed with certain magical liquor, led to remarkable transformations. With such impressive rewards for the child's birth, Lin Chen eagerly anticipated what the rewards for achieving progeny would entail. Surely, they could not be inferior to this. In the main hall of Qingyuan Palace, Lin Chen waited, feeling a tinge of nervousness. The reason was simple. After the rewards for the child's birth were dispensed, the next would pertain to progeny achievements. The female doctors in the hall were busy assisting Marcia with postpartum care, making it inconvenient for him to enter. Moments later, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of descendants has reached the required amount, earning you the following rewards: super hearing, design blueprint for the heavenly staff, the Terminator, celestial life and death elixir, spatial storage ring, luminous cleansing pill, mental strength, agility. The long-awaited rewards had finally arrived, prompting Lin Chen to take a deep breath, his eyes alight with anticipation. He first claimed the enhancements for mental strength and agility. Instantly, his mind felt refreshed, and his thinking speed increased slightly. His muscle fibers warmed, gaining a bit of resilience, though the improvement in speed was barely noticeable. Lin Chen let out a sigh. In the early stages, such attribute enhancements held some value. But now, whether it was the powers of mutants or the boundless true skills, the improvements to his body far surpassed these trivial augmentations, rendering them nearly worthless. He ceased to concern himself with those attribute rewards and began to delve into other offerings from the system. Excluding the attributes, this reward was indeed formidable. Super hearing? Hiss. Chapter 49. The utility of the Terminator. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, speculating about the origin of this ability. Many formidable superheroes possessed such a power, yet none were as supreme as Superman. Was this ability bestowed by the system perhaps akin to Superman's? With a heart brimming with excitement, he accessed the details of super hearing. Super hearing is derived from the character Clark Kent in the films. Ability description. The system provides only the initial state of the ability, equivalent to Superman at the moment of his awakening. Subsequent enhancements require the host to explore and train independently. Recalling the films from his previous life, Lin Chen understood that his current level of hearing, classified as level 5, mirrored that of Superman upon his initial awakening, allowing him to perceive sounds within a few meters. To reach the pinnacle of Superman's abilities, capable of hearing across the entire universe, he would need to continually develop and refine his skills. He attempted to activate super hearing, and instantly, a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Jenai, take a look at the silk I have. The master will surely love it. So the Anlan. But mommy can't accompany you shopping today. Your father is coming over. Hey buddy, why are your punches so weak? Use your innate true energy. Beak. I'm not afraid of any damage. Am I right? Bei-Xian, are you going to find the master now? In my decades of experience, it's best not to disturb the master. He might be busy entertaining the children. Head, the delivery of the honey from the clear bird is ready. Should we send it to Lord Bei-Xian right away? The master probably has no time for these trivial matters. Just like Superman at his awakening, Lin Chen, in his inaugural use of super hearing, struggled to fully control the range and focus of the sounds. Various noises, near and far, intertwined, overwhelming him like a chorus of hundreds of horns blaring in his mind, causing his head to throb. These sounds included not just conversations, but also myriad background noises, such as the creaking of building materials expanding and contracting, the snapping of plant fibers as they grew, and the information about object shapes formed in his mind from sound waves reflecting off surfaces. Lin Chen rubbed his temples and ceased using super hearing. The cacophony around him and the auditory images in his mind vanished simultaneously. He exhaled deeply, feeling the anguish akin to that of someone newly awakened to supernatural abilities. He hadn't anticipated that super hearing also came with a skill to transform sound into images, though it seemed of little use to him. Telepathy felt more direct and less susceptible to deception. The initial experience with super hearing was less than satisfactory. However, Lin Chen did not disdain this ability. He understood that one should not abandon a skill due to a singular unpleasant encounter. In the realm of Wanwei, a plethora of superpowers emerged. In the broader and more comprehensive one's abilities, the less susceptible one became to external constraints. Presently, Lin Chen's super hearing was not particularly formidable. Yet should it be harnessed to its pinnacle, it could potentially allow him to perceive the very sounds of the universe, a truly extraordinary capability. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the remaining rewards. The design blueprint for the Staff of S.H.I.E.L.D, a space-based weapon, unfolded before him, detailing the weapon's structure and functionality. This system comprised 2 satellites positioned in low Earth orbit. One satellite bore a metallic rod, known as the Staff of S.H.I.E.L.D, crafted from a tungsten titanium nickel alloy or uranium, with a maximum diameter reaching centimeters and a length extending to centimeters, weighing over kilograms. The kinetic weapon of the Staff of S.H.I.E.L.D would launch from space, with these densely packed metallic rods, guided by the other satellite, striking their targets at velocities of several thousand kilometers per hour, propelled by rocket boosters and the immense energy of free fall. Its destructive power was formidable, capable of delivering precise strikes on any strategic target on Earth at any given moment. Once launched from space, the Staff of S.H.I.E.L.D required no fuel, relying solely on kinetic impact to obliterate its targets, exhibiting destructive capabilities comparable to nuclear weapons. Upon a successful modification of intercontinental missiles and their subsequent launch alongside communication satellites, the Lin family would possess yet another formidable deterrent. The reward of the Terminator was equally impressive. Beyond its inherent camouflage and combat capabilities, the array of advanced technologies it harbored far surpassed the assistance the Staff of S.H.I.E.L.D could provide to the Lin family. Its structure amalgamated 3 distinct materials: an alloy internal skeleton, ultra-dense armor, and liquid metal. The alloy skeleton was composed of a special alloy, rendering it exceptionally durable. The ultra-dense armor possessed remarkable resilience, capable of withstanding tremendous impacts, while the skin and musculature were formed from liquid metal, allowing for seamless alteration of form to blend into human society undetected. Its hands could transform into various weaponry, the primary armament being a plasma cannon. supplemented by standard firearms and assorted weaponry. The plasma cannon emitted electromagnetic pulses upon firing, incapacitating or even irrevocably damaging all electronic devices. And most attacks would also produce residual destructive effects. It could replicate the programs of any system, infiltrate the majority of computer systems, and inject electronic viruses through a versatile, multi-directional interface, modifying base-level codes to control and manipulate these systems. This Terminator resembled an exceptionally skilled undercover agent, although it might not deceive those with unique abilities or other superhumans. Its disguise would remain undetected by the existing technologies of ordinary humanity. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment, deciding to allocate some of the advanced technologies to the research laboratory for further study, thus elevating the technological prowess of the Lin family. The remainder he would entrust to Qing Niao, enhancing both intelligence capabilities and operational strength. Now, let's examine this wheel of life and death across the heavens, and determine whether it embodies the tome I have envisioned. If it indeed does, it may very well unlock the constraints I face in my martial cultivation. The Wuji true art that I currently practice diverges from the original conception during its inception, due to insufficient physical strength. I cannot endure the formidable force akin to that of a star within my acupoints. Thus, I've been striving to open all my body's acupoints, bridging the inner and outer cosmos, and have yet to attain true perfection. At present, I rely solely on the acupoint of my dantian and a miniature star residing in my brain to reach a state of grand completion. Yet this represents merely 1%, or even 1,000th, of the true pinnacle of Wuji true art. As I peruse the scriptures of the Wheel of Life and Death, the opening page reveals an exquisite and spiritually resonant visualization diagram. The figure depicted possesses a visage that is both chaotic and familiar, evoking the sensation of being a reflection of myself. What a profound feeling. The artist of this diagram possesses an unfathomable level of mastery. The adage to see others is less than to see oneself holds true here. Engaging with this image naturally invites a sense of identification, dispelling any notion that this is not my own. I steadied my focus and continued to read intently. The figure within the illustration emanates light from over 40,000 acupoints, akin to countless luminous specks illuminating the cosmic darkness. Each acupoint harbors a deity wielding various seals, with the myriad deities exhibiting distinct expressions that exude an awe-inspiring pressure capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The wheel of life, the wheel of death, the solar wheel, the lunar wheel, the wheel of creation, the primordial wheel. These diverse seals gradually coalesce in my vision into an immense wheel transcending all realms. Wielding the wheel of life and death to command the fate of myriad deities and sentient beings. Once a particular acupoint, deity, or seal is perfected, the immense power within that acupoint will naturally fall under the deity's dominion. At that juncture, I need not fear the tumultuous eruption of stellar power that may result from forcefully opening an acupoint, which could obliterate me into fundamental particles, rendering even rapid self-healing futile. Upon completing my reading of the Wheel of Life and Death, I was left in profound admiration for the wisdom of its creator, a man truly deserving of the title of the Son of Destiny. Indeed, he is no ordinary individual. The subsequent two rewards were equally remarkable. The spatial storage ring is well known for its utility in holding items, yet this particular ring possesses an exceptionally vast capacity, comprising a spherical space with a diameter of 1 meter, equating to a staggering 100 million cubic meters. The Linghu washing marrow pill boasts formidable effects, specifically designed for those of mediocre aptitude. It not only transforms their constitution and skeletal structure, but also grants them extraordinary strength akin to that of a dragon, all without any adverse effects that might burden the body. After meticulously tallying all rewards, I felt immense satisfaction as I adorned the spatial ring upon the middle finger of my right hand, placing all bestowed items within. At this moment, the grand hall had been tidied, and the female physicians opened the doors. Among them, an elder physician approached, cradling a securely wrapped infant, her face adorned with a smile. "Congratulations, my lord. Madame Marcia has successfully given birth to a son, weighing over 7 pounds, a robust little fellow." I cautiously received the child, observing the infant's bright, sparkling eyes, and the delightful grin adorning his face. He extended his finger and gently tapped the child's forehead, utilizing gravitational electromagnetism to scan the child's body. To his astonishment, it seemed that a certain power within the child had been awakened by his ability, as tiny bolts of lightning surged forth from the small frame, striking his fingertip with remarkable speed. Crack! The air was filled with the sound of electric cracks, accompanied by a distinctive scent of ozone. Lin Chen squeezed his slightly numb finger, gazing at the child with delight. Goodness, this little one awakened his powers at birth, and not just any power, but the formidable force of electric energy. Even he, a seasoned expert forged through countless trials, felt a sudden, tingling sensation in an unguarded moment. You truly are remarkable. To dare to strike your father even before you can speak. Such impatience is not commendable. From now on, your name shall be Lin Chen, and you must learn to be a little more humble. Do you understand? With a smile, Lin Chen named the child and playfully poked his tiny face. Crackle! More small bolts of lightning erupted, this time dissipating before they could touch him, shattered by a glimmer of golden light that flickered beneath the skin, swirling around him for a moment before vanishing. Once the little one had exhausted his electric energy, he closed his eyes, pressed his lips together, and fell asleep. This child has a rebellious spirit. Hearing this, the female doctors stifled their laughter. The eldest among them remarked, "My lord, the child has just been born. How much can he understand? You shall teach him well in the future. A child's character is shaped through nurturing and example. You speak wisely. This child must indeed be guided properly." Lin Chen replied casually, cradling the child as he walked into the grand hall, his gaze settling on the pale-faced Marcia lying on the bed. "Marcia, you have accomplished something. This child possesses commendable talent, rivaling that of Jing and Shan. I shall heal you, and you may also have a look at your child." With that, he approached the bedside, placing his hand on Marcia's forehead, invoking his healing abilities. Before long, her pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and the fatigue faded from her expression. She sat up in bed, taking her son into her arms. "My lord, he seemed quite spirited upon birth. Why is he asleep now? I want to play with him a bit longer." It seemed so amusing to watch the other sisters with their children. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose, knowing he could not shift the blame onto anyone else. Could he really say it was because he had provoked his son to release several bolts of electric energy, tiring him out? "Ahem, Marcia, I have named the child Lin Chen. What do you think?" Marcia, having studied Chinese, repeated the name twice and found it quite melodious. "Very good. It signifies stability and harmony, peaceful and serene, truly auspicious." After changing the subject, Lin Chen felt it prudent to take his leave, fearing further questions that would be difficult to navigate. Remembering that he had overheard Lin Beixian seeking him out with his super hearing, he quickly sought an excuse to depart. "It seems there are urgent documents awaiting me at the administrative center. I must attend to them at Wuying Hall first. I will return to visit you both when time allows." "Phrygia, do you sense it?" Indeed, that fleeting surge of divine power, a momentary spark that vanished just as quickly. "It seems we must send the sea goddess Darl to Midgard to ascertain whether the fallen indigenous deities have been resurrected. Asgard cannot withstand another divine conflict. Deep within the boundless cosmos, upon the legendary Yggdrasil that connects the 9 realms, situated at the juncture of the sun and the moon, where day and night do not alternate, one can only reach the divine realm of Asgard through the rainbow bridge that traverses countless spaces. Within the resplendent palace of the Aesir in Norse mythology, the golden-tipped, domed edifice resonates with the ethereal melodies sung by the elves, creating a hauntingly beautiful atmosphere in the stillness of the night. The All-Father Odin, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, sits majestically upon the highest throne, capable of perceiving all 9 worlds. His singular eye gleams with divine light. His long beard billows with the wind, adorned in armor and helm forged by dwarven artisans, with a raven perched on each shoulder, Hugin and Yunin. Beside him stands the queen, Phrygia, the most powerful witch from the Vanir, who commands the magical arts of both the Aesir and the Vanir, hailed as the mightiest sorceress across the 9 realms. Odin pauses, gently striking Gungnir against the enchanted golden floor, producing a wave of mysterious divine energy. Shortly thereafter, clad in the protective sword of Balthazar and wearing a golden horn helm, the guardian of the divine realm, Darl, arrives at the palace, respectfully kneeling on one knee in homage. "Hail to the All-Father Odin," he proclaims. Odin gazes down at the kneeling Darl, his expression contemplative as he softly inquires, "Did you perceive the master of that divine spark from Midgard?" Darl lowers his head in thought for a moment before shaking it. "Your Majesty, you previously instructed me to monitor Jotunheim. By the time I sensed that surge of divine energy, it had already dissipated. However, I did catch a glimpse of its origin. It was in the vicinity of what the Midgardians call Jotunheim." Odin's demeanor shifts as he tightens his grip on Gungnir. Every subtle movement seemingly resonating with the very essence of Asgard. 5,000 years, or perhaps 10, have passed, yet new divine forces have emerged within the 9 realms, and notably in Midgard. Alas, I have made a pact with Agamotto. I may not intervene in the affairs of mortals in Midgard, unless it is at the very end of my life. Upon hearing this, Darl hesitates before speaking. Midgard has harbored many true gods, and even more false and semi-divine beings. Just recently, did not an Egyptian nearly ascend to demigodhood? I recall his name, Sabinu, a peculiar behemoth with blue skin. Odin nods slowly, reflecting with a soft sigh. Indeed, Midgard is a realm particularly favored by the Creator. It continuously births wonders. Alas, since my departure, returning has become a formidable challenge. With a resounding crash, a fine Wong-Wally writing desk shatters under the force of his palm. The released divine energy sweeping through the office like a tempest, leaving destruction in its wake. Though a flicker of clarity remained within him, Lin Chen feared that if the situation continued to escalate, the wooing hall would soon become a desolate ruin. Anger flickered across his face as he gritted his teeth and uttered each word with conviction. "This is utterly intolerable. The Easterners are excessively arrogant, daring to detain our merchant vessel merely because it harbors a few crew members of the Dolong nationality. Their audacity is outrageous." The intelligence he held was transmitted from Qing Miao, and upon reading it, he felt a surge of fury. The Easterners had evidently grown bold, daring to assault a merchant ship flying the banner of the Jianachi, all under the pretense of baseless accusations. The employees of the Xinjiang Affairs Management Center were startled by his outburst, rising to peer into the room. What was happening? It was the first time Bei Xian had exhibited such fury today, instilling fear in all who heard him. They speculated that the intelligence just received from Qing Miao was likely related to the conflict at the station. "Let us not meddle in matters that do not concern us. It would be prudent to refrain from prying too deeply," one cautioned. At that moment, Lin Chen abruptly flung open the door, brandishing a document marked in crimson. The staff members gasped, silenced by his presence, and hurriedly returned to their duties. Chapter 50. The outcome of the station conflict depends on the people observing the employees feigning composure. Lin Chen snorted derisively and swiftly departed the Xinjiang Affairs Management Center. Within the vast expanse of the Daming Palace, a grand artificial lake lay nestled among the sprawling palace complex. This picturesque lake often served as a retreat for ladies and gentlemen seeking leisure, picnicking, or entertaining guests. At that moment, a luxurious yacht drifted idly, its engines silenced, allowing it to sway gently with the waves. Lin Chen reclined languidly on a beach chair, eyes closed, relishing the ministrations of his concubines, the fatigue of the day dissipating under their tender care. Suddenly, the distant sound of a speedboat's engine intruded upon his reverie. He opened his eyes slightly to see Lin Chen, his face ablaze with fury, racing towards the yacht at full speed. "Please disembark. You're a dampener on the mood," he remarked, dismissing the concubines beside him, as their scant attire was perhaps inappropriate in the presence of younger company. Having extricated himself from the clutches of those bothersome women, the speedboat docked alongside the yacht. Lin Chen leaped from the bow, landing gracefully on the deck of the luxurious vessel. "Master, urgent news has arrived from Qing Yao. The Easterners have gone too far. We must retaliate decisively, lest other nations take it as a precedent," he said, hastening to Lin Chen's side and respectfully presenting the intelligence with both hands. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he swiftly perused the information. "The little wretch is courting disaster without cause. Bei Xian, take note. Mobilize the teams from Fuhai, Pinghai, and Xinghai. Let them know that if they dare to detain our merchant vessels, they shall not set sail with even a single sail intact." Contemplating further, he felt his response lacked sufficient severity. His gaze sharpened as he inquired, "I recall that the atomic fission bomb has been developed but remains untested, correct? Have a Seizo prepare." while I personally orchestrate a few grand displays of fireworks. Take my S.H.I.E.L.D to the laboratory and retrieve one for me." Lin Chen was taken aback. The audacity of the Easterners to seize a merchant vessel infuriated him. Yet his anger was tempered by a desire merely to request the master to deploy an aircraft carrier to bombard a few ships as a warning. To his astonishment, the plan involved the use of atomic fission bombs, an instrument of destruction he had heard discussed by the laboratory scientist Albert Einstein. He knew that a single atomic fission bomb could obliterate a city, with radiation lingering for over a decade, potentially causing horrific illnesses and physical mutations from prolonged exposure. "Master, is this not excessive? Such actions may attract the attention of those two powers, contradicting our previous plans." Lin Chen shook his head, his tone resolute. "You fail to comprehend the Easterners. Unless they are thoroughly intimidated, they will only retaliate more ferociously, akin to a rabid dog. Thus, if we strike, we must do so decisively. Were it not for the fear of triggering a chain reaction, I would have long contemplated sinking that island." The arrow was drawn, and there was no turning back. Commander Kitaho Sujimori of the Eastern Pacific Fleet, upon learning that his subordinates had detained the Kaneda merchant ship, was so enraged that he spent the night sleepless, his dark circles nearly reaching his chin. Personally, he took the Special Operations Team to apprehend Watanabe Morikuchi, the captain of the Fuji No. 1. "Watanabe, have you lost your mind? How dare you issue orders to seize that merchant ship? Kaneda is one of the most formidable nations in the world. Even Megumi and Tokushima would not dare provoke them lightly." He grasped Watanabe, who towered over him, berating him with spittle flying. Sensing the potent aroma of alcohol and perfume emanating from Watanabe, he surmised that the man must have been intoxicated to commit such a grave error. "Commander Kitaho, given the circumstances, we might as well go all out." At this juncture, Watanabe's sobriety returned, and he hesitated to reveal the truth, knowing it would lead him to the court of justice. It was better to drag the commander down with him. After all, if the sky were to fall, at least a tall figure would bear the brunt. The opposition had long criticized them, deeming the expenditure on shipbuilding an utter waste. Even if they were in the wrong, they could only persist in their folly. Otherwise, they would provide ammunition for their adversaries, and the funding for the Navy would undoubtedly be severely curtailed. It must be noted that when pushed to the brink, one's mind can become remarkably astute. Watanabe Morikuchi had never possessed such eloquence, nor would he have remained so composed before a commander previously. Commander Kitaho Sujimori pondered deeply, loosening his collar as he paced back and forth. Watanabe's words struck a nerve. The Navy was just beginning to take shape, far from the established power of the cabinet on the other side. Should he bow to Kaneda and deal with the instigator, Watanabe Morikuchi, it would undoubtedly demoralize the entire Navy. The esteemed commander of the Pacific Fleet could not allow the situation to deteriorate to the point where a subordinate's actions in capturing a Kaneda merchant vessel would lead to imprisonment. Such a blow would shatter the already strained morale of the Navy. No, this course of action was unacceptable. Considering the potential ramifications, Commander Kitaho Sujimori resolved not to yield. Should the spirit of the Navy falter, it would spell certain doom. Having decided against retreat, he prepared for a confrontation with Kaneda, refusing to be intimidated by momentary disparities. To achieve victory, the key lies in who can endure until the end. The outcome of the conflict depends on the people. What if Canada boasts advanced technology? What if their naval vessels are formidable? The more sophisticated the weaponry, the scarcer its production. Even if one aircraft is exchanged for another, or one battleship for another, our Pacific Fleet can still deplete their advanced equipment. Northwood Sujimori, filled with fervor, harbored a limited understanding of Canada's true strength, drawing a comparison that would lead him to regret it in the future. In his view, Canada was merely a nation with a few decades of autonomy, vast in territory yet lacking in resources. In terms of comprehensive combat capability, population numbers constrained their potential for warfare. The population of the United States was several times greater, with a significantly larger pool of technical talent and highly educated individuals. In terms of wartime mobilization, the United States had experienced elite soldiers numbering in the millions. While Canada's veterans of past conflicts had largely retired, this nation had not engaged in warfare for decades. However, it is undeniable that Canada's technological prowess surpassed that of the United States. Weighing the factors, Northwood Sujimori perceived Canada's strength to be roughly on par with that of the United States. Although the Orient had disparities with both, it did not face insurmountable odds. He calculated that if the Orient were to mobilize fully, its production capacity could perhaps reach 60% of that of the United States. The longer the conflict persisted, the greater the chances of success. If they could indeed defeat Canada's naval forces, the Orientals could reach their homeland and seize advanced technologies and numerous scientists. Such substantial benefits would undoubtedly garner cabinet support for naval decisions, and even if initial losses were considerable, there would be no fear of accountability. Thus, this war could be fought with vigor and without hesitation. Northwood Sujimori slammed his hand down, his mustache twitching, and declared with grandiosity, "Watanabe, you are right. You shall lead the First Fleet to capture all Canadian merchant vessels in the nearby waters, ensuring that no information returns to Canada." Watanabe Morikuchi, relieved of his lingering worries, bowed deeply. "Yes, I accept the order." As he set forth with the First Fleet to intercept Canada's merchant ships, the Fukuhai, Pinghai, and Shanghai fleets were swiftly traversing the Pacific. The following day, the Oriental Fleet had just defeated the S.H.I.E.L.D. naval forces and was preparing to return home for resupply, while naval officers on the deck were taking a respite. A few kilometers away, a massive aircraft carrier fleet languidly roamed the seas, already detected by high-altitude reconnaissance radar, awaiting the commander's orders to launch missiles at a moment's notice. "Send our long Eagle aircraft to greet the little fellows, and let them know we are not to be trifled with." The officer temporarily in charge of the aircraft carrier fleet, Shimizu, was elated, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed. He could hardly contain his enthusiasm, reflecting on how, while the United States and the Orient were still employing first-generation steam vessels, Canada had already developed a second-generation internal combustion engine fleet, thus leading in technology by leaps and bounds. In terms of aviation, the disparity between the Easterners and their counterparts is even more pronounced, as their aircraft lack dedicated weaponry. The pilots and their co-pilots can only resort to small arms or machine guns to engage enemy aircraft. In stark contrast, the Grand Nation has developed jet fighters that far surpass propeller-driven planes in performance. Coupled with advanced equipment such as fire control radars, early warning radars, and air-to-air missiles, pilots from the Grand Nation can even down enemy planes beyond visual range. Several long Eagle fighters launched from the aircraft carrier's deck, reaching the skies above the Easterners' Pacific Fleet in mere minutes. As the Eastern naval officers flew at low altitude, the thunderous roar of engines filled the air. Upon glancing upwards, they spotted several distant dots in the sky, their expressions instantly shifting to alarm as they hurriedly sounded the alarm. The shrill warning echoed over the Eastern Fleet, rousing Northwood Hinoki from his slumber, who rushed onto the deck in disarray. "What's happening? What are you all staring at? Speak up, you fools." The officers, stunned, could only point skyward, rendered speechless. After circling above for a moment, the pilots of the long Eagle fighters suddenly dove down, deliberately angling their wings to slice through the deck of the Easterners' aircraft carrier, cleaving the antiquated propeller planes in two. The final long Eagle fighter opened its bomb bay, releasing a flurry of leaflets that fluttered down like snowflakes, one of which was blown onto Northwood Hinoki's face. The bold proclamation inscribed on the leaflet read, "Any who dare to claim hospitality shall be executed," in a great long script. As the commander of the Eastern Pacific Fleet, Northwood Hinoki recognized the great long characters and understood that this declaration echoed the tyrannical manifesto proclaimed by the invincible Tang dynasty a millennium ago. With a sickening realization, he watched as the advanced aircraft he had once held in such esteem were reduced to mere debris without a single shot being fired by the long Eagle fighters. The insular mindset of the Easterners finally shattered, revealing the stark technological chasm between the two sides. Northwood Hinoki spat blood, his spirit collapsing as he murmured, "We were wrong. We have gravely misjudged the Grand Nation. Damn you, Watanabe Morikuchi, you and I have become the villains of the Showa era." After discarding the leaflets and annihilating all enemy aircraft, the long Eagle fighters turned back towards their own carrier fleet. In a brief span, they had obliterated the very essence of the Eastern Pacific Fleet without firing a single shot, leaving nearly all officers on their knees, weeping inconsolably. A few, still dazed, attempted to shoot at the fighters with their machine guns, but their aim could not keep pace with the aircraft's speed, the bullets failing to even graze the jet's afterburners. In the cockpit of the aircraft carrier, Smith leisurely sipped red wine while observing the synchronized video feed of the aerial engagement. Upon witnessing the long eagle fighters severing the Easterners' planes with their wings, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Yes. Well done, lads. I find this far easier than our earlier encounter with the Incas in Spain." In a moment of exuberance, after performing a lively jazz dance, he raised his binoculars to the sky, where the silhouette of the long eagle-stationed aircraft came into view. "Notify all units, lock onto targets, and fire at will. The noble Viscount required our assistance to test the new weaponry. Let us unleash all of the great white shark missiles and create a spectacular display." The command was swiftly relayed through the short-range radio communication system to our unit and the Fuhai and Xinghai divisions. "Fire! Fire!" With the orders given by the commanders of the other two units, dozens of vessels from an aircraft carrier fleet opened their launch bays. Amidst the thunderous roar of engines, searing flames erupted into the sky like a volcanic eruption, propelling the several-meter-long great white shark missiles aloft. After the airborne early warning aircraft calibrated the coordinates with radar, over 100 missiles adjusted their trajectories and swiftly soared toward the cloud-laden expanse above the Eastern Pacific Fleet. The missiles, moving slightly faster than the long Eagle aircraft, reached the skies above the Eastern Fleet within mere minutes. Just as Kitamura Haruki grasped his katana in preparation, he suddenly spotted numerous small dots racing towards the horizon where the sea met the sky. Initially believing it to be the return of the long Eagle, his eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld objects with conical heads and cylindrical bodies trailing long tails, hurtling towards the fleet with a speed surpassing that of the previous aircraft. A chill ran down Kitamura's spine. This was yet another of the enigmatic weapons from the enemy, one he had neither seen nor heard of before. How many more secrets did this adversary conceal? The sailors aboard the Eastern Fleet also recognized these strange objects, uncertain of their nature, yet instinctively aware that these devices would spell their doom. In a frenzy, the sailors plunged into the sea, only to be torn apart by the ferocious sharks within moments. The rain of missiles descended rapidly from thousands of meters above, locking onto targets as they approached the Eastern Fleet in the Pacific. Kitamura watched in horror and astonishment. This method of attack was initiated from extreme distance and could strike with precision upon reaching its target, a technology decades ahead of the East. Could he trust the future of his lineage? The heavy missiles, propelled by the powerful thrust of their rocket boosters, pierced through the deck of the Eastern ships, entering their interiors. Upon reaching a predetermined signal strength, the warheads detonated instantaneously. Enormous fireballs erupted from the breached vessels, with numerous small and medium-sized ships being catapulted several meters into the air, quickly sinking into the depths of the sea and creating massive whirlpools. Those who had narrowly escaped the initial blast were drawn into the ocean's depths by the powerful suction. The Eastern Pacific Fleet suffered catastrophic losses, with all vessels falling victim to the barrage of over 100 missiles, rendering them utterly defenseless against the emergence of such advanced weaponry. From the establishment of the site to the complete annihilation of the Sovereign, not even an hour had passed. Had it not been for Shimizu instructing the Longing to showcase its prowess, the conclusion could have been reached in less than a minute. Within the imperial palace of Chiyoda in the eastern capital, General Yamamoto Waitom walked beside Emperor Yoshihito, his gaze reflecting a calm, yet indifferent demeanor. Yoshihito set aside his brush, exhaling lightly upon the bamboo paper. Upon closer inspection, Yamamoto noticed that the character inscribed was none other than Ninja. To be candid, Yoshihito's calligraphy was commendable, yet the choice of such a character during this summons evoked unsettling implications. Noticing Yamamoto's silence, Yoshihito gestured for a court attendant to carefully display the freshly written character. "General, what do you think of my writing?" Yamamoto, suppressing his true thoughts, was well-versed in the art of diplomacy after years of service. He feigned myopia and glanced again before responding. "Your Majesty, your strokes are vigorous and powerful. The pen dances like a nimble serpent, exuding an aura of dominion over the world. However, this is not the time for discussing calligraphy. Your Majesty must prioritize the pressing matters of state." A flash of cold light flickered in Yoshihito's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon him, coldly inquiring, "General, speak freely. Since when have matters of state been at your discretion alongside the ministers? Is it not I who holds the reins? Just as Hajj Sujimori instigated a conflict with the Kanata without my or the cabinet's consent, provoking the ire of that individual. who did not hesitate to send forces across the ocean to obliterate our Pacific fleet. Yamamoto felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that the emperor's suspicions had reached a peak, no longer trusting the ministers or the cabinet. Yet, he steeled himself and responded, "We would never presume to overstep our bounds, and we humbly await your majesty's wise judgment. Now, may I implore your majesty to decide on our course of action regarding the devastation of our Pacific fleet by Kanata?" Many of my fellow commanders are aflame with emotion, eager to launch a counterattack against Kanata to avenge this affront.